In August, the heat in Hang City still lingered long after nightfall. On a construction site in the outskirts of Hang City, in Jia Province, snores rose and fell from a row of makeshift dormitory shacks in the northeast corner of the site. On the innermost bunk, a young man lay flat on the hard wooden board, his eyes half closed. His name was Xie Linyuan, 17 years old. He stood at 1 meter 84, yet weighed just over 70 kilograms, his frame appearing somewhat thin. It was now 12:47 past midnight, and most of the workers had long since sunk into deep sleep. But Xie Linyuan was not asleep. To be precise, he was doing something no one else in this world knew of. Within his body, an invisible force was slowly circulating along some profound and arcane trajectory. This force could not be seen or touched. It rose from the depths of Xie Linyuan's dantian, traveled upward along his spine, passed through his chest cavity, crossed his throat, and reached the Baihui point at the crown of his head. Then, like a tide of gentle warmth, it slowly flowed down from the top of his head, descending along the front of his body and returning to the dantian. A complete, great circulation. Xie Linyuan called this force Yuanli, and named this method of circulation the Yuanli guiding technique. He had chosen this name when he was 12. Back then, he had just groped his way into the threshold of cultivation. In his excitement, he felt he had to give this technique a name. He pored over many books and finally settled on the two characters, Yuanli. Yuan meaning origin, the beginning, the root of all things, guiding, was his most straightforward understanding of this art, guiding some invisible energy between heaven and earth into the body and turning it into his own. The name was quite ordinary, even a little rustic. But Xie Linyuan never cared for such superficial trappings. What he cared about was tangible, practical results. Tonight the results arrived. At the very instant Yuanli completed its third, great circulation, Xie Linyuan suddenly sensed an invisible barrier. The sensation was difficult to describe precisely in words, like a river flowing smoothly along a gentle channel, when an invisible dam suddenly appeared ahead. The water was blocked and began to accumulate, the water level rising higher and higher, the pressure growing greater and greater. Then the dam shattered. It shattered in utter silence, as though the long-accumulated current had resolutely punched open a gap, that opening widening ever further until the entire dam merged into the flow, and there was no more obstruction. Yuanli surged through Xie Linyuan's body like a river breaching its banks, racing wildly along a brand-new path he had never before perceived. This force was more vast and more pristine than at any time in the past. It washed through every meridian, every muscle, every bone, and even every cell in his body. Xie Linyuan's body tensed involuntarily. He could clearly feel that some fundamental metamorphosis was taking place within him. It was not a change that ordinary exercise could bring. Regular training could only thicken muscle fibers and enhance cardiopulmonary function. Optimization within an existing framework. What was happening to him now was an upgrade of the framework itself, as though a computer's entire architecture were being rebuilt from the ground up. This sensation lasted for about 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the surging Yuanli slowly calmed, returning to a tranquil cyclical flow. Yet Xie Linyuan knew that something had been irrevocably altered. He slowly opened his eyes. The dormitory was pitch black. On the neighboring bunk, a co-worker turned over and muttered something indistinct in his sleep. Everything appeared exactly the same as it had a few minutes ago. But the world in Xie Linyuan's eyes was no longer the same. He did not even need to turn on the light, yet he could clearly see every detail in the dormitory. The dust motes clinging to a spider web in the corner, the outline of a mole on his co-worker's arm on the opposite bunk. He was not merely seeing them, but perceiving them with a precision bordering on that of a microscope. He slowly sat up, moving so lightly that the metal bed frame made no sound at all. Then he clenched his right fist. A surging sense of power rose from his palm. It was no illusion, but a solid, quantifiable strength. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes and felt carefully, forming a rough judgment in his heart. His punching force had surpassed 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin, 5 tons. What did such a number signify? An adult male typically had a punching force of 10s to a little over 100 kilograms. Even a professional heavyweight boxing champion's full-strength punch hovered around 200 kilograms. 5 tons of punching force was 25 times that of a professional boxing champion. With such strength, a single punch could shatter the skull of a fully grown bull as easily as an eggshell. Xie Linyuan slowly loosened his fist, a fine sheen of sweat dampening his palm. He had realized a possibility that was enough to make one's heart tremble. He then tested his mind. In the past, he had already been faster than most people at mental arithmetic when solving math problems, but now he felt as though his brain had been fitted with a processor on the level of a supercomputer. He tried to simulate in his mind an extremely complex final problem from the college entrance examination, a question from this year's paper in a certain province. Back then, he had needed to read the solution 3 times before barely understanding it. Now, in less than 2 seconds, he completed in his mind the entire process from reading the question to solving it, even casually deriving 3 different solution paths. He had not thought the answer out so much as seen it. The solution paths lay before him as plainly as objects placed on a table. Xie Linyuan drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. He felt it. Vaguely yet with an undeniable certainty, he had the intuition that his lifespan had already broken through 1,000 years. The notion was absurd. In a 21st century ruled by science, how could a person possibly live for 1,000 years? Yet that intuition was so vivid, as real as his awareness of his own heartbeat. This was no delusion, but a perception granted by Yuanli that transcended his 5 senses. This should count as a new realm, he thought to himself. Xie Linyuan spent about 10 minutes sorting through the night's changes, then gave this new realm a name. Apprentice signified a learner, one who had just entered the gate. Xie Linyuan chose this name with 2. The first was self-reflection. Even after his breakthrough, he had merely stepped onto the threshold of cultivation. Beyond lay a vaster world and more exalted realms awaiting him. Above Yuan Apprentice, there would certainly be more powerful realms. Though he could not yet see them clearly, he could sense that path existed like a mountain trail vanishing into mist. Its end unseen, yet the stone steps beneath his feet very real. His second intention was to warn himself against arrogance. At 17, possessing power, intellect, and an almost boundless lifespan far beyond the norm, most people would likely have already been intoxicated and lost. Xie Linyuan would not. His experiences growing up had taught him one thing in this world: there is no free lunch. Every gift carries its price hidden in the fine print. The Yuanli guiding technique had granted him tremendous power, but if this power were ever exposed, the consequences were something he did not even dare to imagine. To hold a precious jade is to invite one's own guilt. He had understood this truth when he was 13. Xie Linyuan lay back down on the bed, fingers interlaced behind his head as he stared at the wooden slats of the upper bunk, his thoughts slowly drifting afar. The Yuan power guiding technique. Where in the world did this cultivation art truly come from? Spoken aloud, it is a tale few would ever believe. In this 21st century of highly advanced technology, in this era where smartphones are ubiquitous and artificial intelligence is on the rise, a teenage boy with no master, no secret manuals, no lineage or inheritance of any kind, relying solely on his own groping exploration, actually managed to fumble his way into creating a complete cultivation method. Yet Xie Linyuan knew this was no plot torn from some fantasy novel. The origin of it all was in truth so simple, it was almost heartbreaking. Hunger. It was purely because he was hungry. Xie Linyuan could not be called a true orphan, for he still had his grandparents. But his parents had left him forever when he was 11 years old. That was in the year 2020. Xie Linyuan's parents were working in Zhejiang province at that time, laboring as steel workers. Both had a low level of education, yet they worked diligently, managing to save enough money throughout the year to cover the family's expenses with a little left over. Then the pandemic struck. Xie Linyuan was not very clear on the specific details. At that time he was still studying in his hometown, and by the time he received the news, his parents were already in the hospital due to complications caused by the virus. Ultimately, instead of receiving news of his parents' recovery, he received 2 cold death certificates. That year Xie Linyuan was 11 years old. His grandmother was crying to the point of nearly fainting, while his grandfather stood silently beside her, one hand resting against the wall and the other tightly gripping Xie Linyuan's hand. That hand trembled, but held on tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, this last remaining grandson would all. The family had no savings to speak of. Over the years while working in Zhejiang, his parents sent most of their earnings back home, but with his grandparents' declining health and their need for medication alongside supporting Xie Linyuan's education, they were barely making ends meet. The only source of income for the family was the few acres of land cultivated by his grandparents. With just a few meager fields growing rice and vegetables, how much could they earn in a year? After deducting the costs of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, if they could save up 10,000 yuan, it would be considered a bumper harvest. This 10,000 yuan had to cover food for 3 people, pay for utilities, and buy medicine for his grandfather. His grandfather Xie Shouqian was 76 years old this year, having toiled for most of his life, suffering from numerous ailments, including a herniated disc, rheumatic arthritis, and high blood pressure requiring daily medication to maintain. His grandmother Su Jiyun was 75 in slightly better health, but also too old to do heavy work. Under such economic conditions, Xie Linyuan's life was tightly stretched. What he felt most deeply was hunger. It wasn't the casual, "Oh, it's almost mealtime, I'm a bit hungry" kind of hunger, but rather the stark, real sensation of emptiness in his stomach that kept him tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. His grandparents always reserved the best for him, but the best was merely an extra egg in his rice or an additional 2 slices of meat in his vegetables. The elderly ate very little, and Xie Linyuan saw this and felt heartbroken. Every meal he would deliberately claim to be full, pushing the food into his grandparents' bowls. But for a 13 or 14-year-old boy in a critical growth phase, 3 meals a day of plain fare were simply not. Xie Linyuan remembered one night when he was so unbearably hungry that it felt as if a fire was burning in his stomach, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. Then he came up with a rather silly idea. He recalled the television dramas he had watched as a child, fantasy and mythological shows, where the immortals and Taoists often practiced abstinence from food for days on end without feeling hungry. At that time he thought it was a lie, but that night in his desperate hunger he began to seriously ponder a question: why do people need to eat? Eating is to replenish energy. Food enters the body, is digested, and transformed into the energy necessary for sustaining life. So is it possible that there exists a way to supplement energy beyond food? For instance, could one directly absorb a certain energy from the environment? This idea was utterly absurd from a scientific standpoint. However, a 13-year-old boy starving and unable to sleep would not care about whether it was scientific or not. Xie Linyuan began to ponder this question repeatedly. He even started to experiment, trying to feel if there was any energy in the surrounding environment that could be absorbed. At first he felt nothing, but he did not give up. Every night after his grandparents fell asleep, he would lie in bed, close his eyes, and concentrate all his attention on sensing. 1 day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks. He didn't know what he was doing, just relying on an instinctive persistence. About a month later, one night, he suddenly felt something. It was an extremely faint sensation, like a delicate warm current drifting from an unknown direction in the dark, brushing against his skin before vanishing. That feeling was so weak that he couldn't even determine whether it was real or just his imagination. But Xie Linyuan grasped that fleeting sensation tightly, unwilling to let go. In the days that followed, he continuously tried, adjusted, and explored. He resembled a child groping in the dark, without guidance, only a stubborn determination. He experimented with different breathing rhythms, various guiding thoughts, and different body postures. Some attempts yielded no results, while others left him dizzy and uncomfortable. Yet he persisted. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional talent, or maybe after taking his parents' destiny finally offered him a bit of compensation. Or perhaps it was just pure luck. After countless failures and adjustments, Xie Linyuan truly discovered a workable method. He found a way to guide that intangible energy into his body. He later named that energy Yuanli. The moment he successfully guided Yuanli into his body was one he would never forget. It was an experience that could not be described in words, akin to a person on the verge of dying from thirst in a desert suddenly finding an oasis, or a person who had groped in darkness for too long suddenly seeing the light. When that energy entered his body, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. The hunger in his stomach vanished, replaced by an inner warmth and satisfaction. From that day on, Xie Linyuan never experienced hunger again. Cultivating Yuanli became an essential part of his daily routine. He discovered that as he delved deeper into his training, his physical fitness improved at an astonishing rate. The initial changes were subtle. He ran faster, jumped further, and gradually grew stronger. He dared not show it too obviously, deliberately controlling his performance during physical education classes to appear only slightly better than his classmates. However, the internal changes went far beyond that. His mind became clearer than ever before. Mathematical problems that once eluded him now revealed their solutions at a glance. English words that he could never memorize now stuck effortlessly in his mind. Physics concepts that had seemed obscure and incomprehensible were now as natural to him as breathing. His grades began to steadily improve, climbing from the middle of the class to the forefront. He knew that what he possessed was both extraordinarily precious and perilously dangerous. To possess a gem is to invite calamity. A 13-year-old boy with no background, no resources, and no power to protect himself. What awaited him if the secret of the Qi guiding technique were to be exposed? Would he be captured and studied like a lab rat? Would he be targeted by sinister forces? Or perhaps even more terrifying consequences? Xie Linyuan dared not gamble. So he chose silence. This silence lasted for 4 years. Over those 4 years he grew from a 13-year-old boy into a 17-year-old youth. Standing at 1 meter 84 and weighing 70 kilograms, he was lean yet robust. He had secured a place in a decent county high school, maintaining his position among the top 10 in his grade. During summer vacation, he went to Hangzhou in Zhe province to work as a summer laborer on a construction site. The work was tiring, but the pay was good, earning him 300 yuan a day. 300 yuan might be insignificant to others, but for Xie Linyuan's family, it was a considerable income. He planned to work for 2 months, saving over 10,000 yuan, keeping some for his own tuition and giving the rest to his grandparents. As for his training, he had never ceased. Every night after the workers fell asleep, he quietly practiced the Qi guiding technique in bed. The accumulation over 4 years had thickened his Qi, and his physical condition was continuously improving, yet he still had not broken through that elusive barrier. Until tonight, that barrier was finally breached. Qi disciple realm. Xie Linyuan lay on the bed, waves of emotion stirring within him. He thought of many things. He thought of his grandparents. His grandfather's lumbar disc herniation had worsened. During their last phone call, his grandmother said his grandfather struggled to walk, his back pain preventing him from standing upright. They had visited the hospital where the doctor advised against surgery due to his age, recommending only conservative treatment, prescribing some painkillers and plasters, but their effectiveness was limited. Xie Linyuan felt an ache in his heart. He knew his grandfather's ailment stemmed from injuries sustained in his youth. His grandfather Xie Shouqian, 76 years old, had once been a sturdy man over 1.80 meters tall, who had endured all manners of hard labor. He had spent his life saving and scrimping, using his savings to support his son's education, help him marry, and raise his grandchildren. Just when his son could finally provide for the family, a pandemic took both his son and daughter-in-law away. The pain of losing a son to an aging parent is ineffable. He had to do something. Could Qi be used? This thought was not new. He had begun contemplating this issue 2 years ago. Qi could strengthen his own body, repair minor injuries from exercise, and keep his cells vibrant. But could it also work on another person's body? Theoretically, it should be possible. The question was how to channel Qi outside of his body to affect another. He needed to find a medium. Xie Linyuan thought of an ancient trade, massage therapy. Massage works on specific areas of the body to regulate physiological and pathological conditions. If he infused Qi into his hands and permeated it into his grandfather's body through massage, nurturing the damaged lumbar discs, clearing blocked meridians, and revitalizing aging cells. This idea might not hold water in the medical field. But Xie Linyuan trusted his intuition. He decided that when summer vacation ended and he returned home, he would try giving his grandfather a massage. Of course, he couldn't expose too much at the outset. He had to proceed slowly, letting his grandfather feel the effects without being too ostentatious. He could use the excuse of having learned some traditional Chinese medicine massage in school. After all, his good grades made it plausible to say he had read some TCM books in his spare time. With that thought, Xie Linyuan felt a bit more at ease. He then contemplated further. The supercognitive abilities brought by the Qi disciple realm revealed another path to him. Although his thinking had been stronger than average before, it hadn't reached an outrageous level. But now it was different. Supercomputer-level thinking speed, nearly photographic memory, extraordinary logical reasoning, and pattern recognition abilities. What did these combined capabilities signify? It meant he could master knowledge in a fraction of the time it would take an ordinary person, sometimes years, or even decades. It meant he could achieve breakthroughs in science, mathematics, engineering, and more that others couldn't even imagine. It meant he could become a genius. A true, verifiable genius. Xie Linyuan's eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness. He needed this genius identity. Not for vanity, but for a greater goal. The Qi guiding technique was powerful, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. Even if he could live for 1,000 years, even if he could cultivate to a higher realm, there is a ceiling to what one individual can achieve. But what if he could pass this power and knowledge to more people? If one day he became strong enough to protect this secret from abuse and bear all the consequences that came with this technique, he could teach the Qi guiding technique to all descendants of Yin and Huang, enabling every citizen of the Dragon Nation to cultivate and possess powerful physiques and minds. At that point, human civilization would experience an unprecedented leap. Diseases would no longer pose a threat, aging would be delayed, or even reversed, and human lifespans would be significantly extended. More importantly, when everyone possessed strong cognitive abilities and physical qualities, human progress in science, technology, engineering, and all fields would explode exponentially. At that time, Earth would no longer be humanity's limit. The vastness of the universe would be. Xie Linyuan envisioned such a future, the fleets of the descendants of Yin and Huang sailing out of the solar system, heading deep into the galaxy. Their other civilizations awaited, along with unknown challenges and infinite opportunities. Humanity would compete, cooperate, and contend with other interstellar civilizations on the cosmic stage, even vying for the supreme cosmic hegemony. That vision was too grand enough that a 17-year-old boy could only dare to imagine it in the deepest of nights, in the quietest of corners. But Xie Linyuan knew that no matter how grand the goal, it must start with the first step beneath his feet. And his first step had already been taken. The Qi disciple realm was just the beginning. The next step, he had to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The one with a perfect score. Not because he needed a diploma, but because he needed a dazzling identity, a significant platform, and a weighty. The title of a perfect score college entrance examination top scorer would grant him access to the most prestigious university in the Dragon Nation, provide exposure to cutting-edge research resources, and connect him with the most outstanding talents. In that position, he could maximize his value and pave the way for that grand goal. Of course, before that, he had to first heal his grandfather's back. On August 26th, at 4:30 in the morning, a faint glimmer of dawn began to appear on the horizon, while the entire city remained in slumber. In the row of makeshift dormitories at the construction site, Xie Linyuan had quietly packed his belongings. He didn't have much: an old canvas backpack containing a few changes of clothes, a towel, a spare pair of liberation shoes, and a bag of miscellaneous daily necessities. It was this bag when he arrived, and it was still this bag when he left, without any additions or subtractions. Life on the construction site was like that, fleeting as the wind, leaving no trace behind. Xie Linyuan glanced around the dormitory where he had lived for nearly 2 months. The iron-framed bed, the hard wooden boards, and the corner piled with years of dust. This place couldn't be called good. It could even be described as somewhat shabby, yet Xie Linyuan felt a faint sense of nostalgia in his heart. After all, he had broken through to the Yuan 2 realm here. From this moment on, his life would take a completely different path. And this unremarkable dormitory on the outskirts of Hangsheng would become the starting point of it all. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and gently opened the iron door of the dormitory. Outside, his cousin Wang Chao was already waiting. Wang Chao was 36 years old, around 175 meters tall, with a sturdy build and sun-darkened skin, wearing a tank top and work pants. He was a distant relative on Xie Linyuan's mother's side, technically a cousin, but he was nearly 20 years older than Xie. Wang Chao had been working in Hangsheng's construction industry for over a decade, starting from the lowest level as a laborer, gradually becoming a small contractor who managed dozens of workers, earning around 100,000 a year. Over 100,000 isn't much in a big city like Hangsheng, but for an ordinary person coming from a rural background in Yu province, it was quite an impressive achievement. Wang Chao had a good reputation back home. Whenever someone faced difficulties and sought his help, he never turned them down. Xie Linyuan was able to work on this construction site precisely because of Wang Chao's connections. Otherwise, what construction site would dare to hire a child barely in his teens, who would take responsibility in case of a safety incident? It would be a troublesome matter for the labor inspection department. It was only because Wang Chao called the shots and Xie Linyuan worked diligently, without slacking off, that there were no complaints from the other workers. "Have you packed everything?" Wang Chao said as he saw Xie Linyuan come out, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one to his lips as he lit it. "All set, brother," Xie Linyuan replied, tossing the bag over his shoulder. Wang Chao nodded and took a deep drag on his cigarette. He glanced at his watch and said, "I've arranged the transportation. The bus from Hangsheng to Huaixin will pass that intersection at 5:30. I've already informed the driver, so we just need to wait there. I'll take you there now." "All right." The two of them walked one after the other towards the Havel H6 parked at the entrance of the construction site. The car was purchased by Wang Chao 2 years ago, a domestic vehicle worth over 100,000 with plenty of scratches and mud stains after 2 years of use. Xie Linyuan opened the passenger door, sat down, and placed his bag at his feet. Wang Chao started the car, the headlights illuminating the bumpy dirt road ahead. The vehicle slowly drove out of the construction site. In the outskirts of Hangsheng at 4:30 in the morning, the streetlights still cast a dim yellow light, with the occasional sanitation truck or vegetable delivery vehicle passing by. Otherwise, there were hardly any other vehicles on the road. Wang Chao drove in silence for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "Linyuan, how many days did you work this summer? Have you counted?" 55 days, Xie Linyuan answered succinctly, having kept track daily. 55 days. Wang Chao quickly calculated in his mind. 300 a day, that's 16,500. "I'll round it up and give you 17,000, Wang Chao said, one hand on the steering wheel, while pulling a bulging envelope from his pocket, tossing it onto Xie Linyuan's lap. "Count it." Xie Linyuan picked up the envelope, but didn't count it. He knew his cousin too well. Wang Chao, despite his rough speech and actions, was never insincere. Typically, workers on construction sites only get their wages settled at the end of the year, with only a small allowance provided for living expenses. That's an unwritten rule in the industry. But Wang Chao understood the situation at Xie Linyuan's home. The two elders were farming, and a teenage child was in school, which required money at every turn. This time, giving an extra 500 to make it an even number was essentially a way of discreetly giving Xie Linyuan money. "Thank you, brother," Xie Linyuan said, tucking the envelope into his pants pocket without declining. Declining was pointless. Since Wang Chao had given it, he genuinely wanted to help, and pushing back would only... Xie Linyuan understood in his heart that he must remember this kindness, but not now. He lacked the ability to repay anyone's favor. In the future, when he could, he would repay it tenfold or 100-fold. Wang Chao took another drag on his cigarette, rolled down the car window a crack to let the smoke escape. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Linyuan, you should be in your 3rd year of high school this year, right?" "Yes, I'll be in 3rd year when school starts." "How are your grades? What did you score on your final exam last semester?" "8th in the grade." When Xie Linyuan said this, his tone was quite flat with no hint of boasting. However, Wang Chao couldn't help but glance at him again. Being 8th in the grade at Huaixin No. 1 high school was already quite impressive. Huaixin No. 1 high school was the best high school in the county, with 200 to 300 students able to get into a first-tier university each year, and those in the top 50 could basically enroll in a good university. Being 8th in the grade meant he was at the level to aim for a 985 university. Good, Wang Chao said, twice his expression relaxing considerably compared to before. "Study hard and aim for a good university next year. If your parents were still around, they would be so proud to see you like this." Xie Linyuan remained silent, merely responding with a soft mm. The car fell into a brief silence. After a while, Wang Chao spoke again, this time with a more serious tone. Linyuan, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I've watched you work on the site for these 2 months. You're not afraid of hard work, you don't slack off, and you're more diligent than some of the veterans who have been at it for over 10 years. But you must remember you're not cut out for this kind of work. Xie Linyuan turned his head to glance at Wang Chao. I'm uneducated, didn't even graduate from middle school, and have worked in construction for 20 years. I'm just a contractor barely scraping together a few million. In Hongqing, I can't even afford a decent apartment. Your situation is different, you have good grades, and can attend university. In the future you should work in an office, engage in technical work, or be a white-collar worker. That's the path you should take. Don't end up like me selling your labor for a lifetime. This statement was made lightly, yet Xie Linyuan felt a weight in his heart. He had seen Wang Chao argue reasonably with others on the construction site, seen him squat in the corner, smoking one cigarette after another, and seen him arguing with workers on the phone, haggling with material suppliers, and smiling at project managers. A 36-year-old man managing dozens of people earning over $1 million a year was already considered a prominent figure back home. But when he spoke of selling labor, there was no complaint, no bitterness, only a sense of resignation and peaceful acceptance. As if this was how his life was meant to be, as if he had never aspired to a different way of living. Xie Linyuan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he only said, "Got it, brother." He truly understood. It wasn't a perfunctory response, he genuinely comprehended. He understood what the extra 500 yuan meant, understood what it meant for Wang Chao to personally drive him to the bus station at 4:30 in the morning, and understood what that earlier conversation signified. These were not mere formalities, but the simplest expectations of an elder for his younger relative. The car turned a corner and drove onto a wider road. In the distance at the intersection, a few silhouettes could be seen standing by the roadside, surrounded by large and small bundles of luggage, seemingly waiting for a ride. Wang Chao parked the car by the roadside without turning off the engine. He extinguished his cigarette, turned around, and reached for a bulging plastic bag from the back seat, handing it to Xie Linyuan. "Here, eat on the way." Xie Linyuan took the bag, opened it to take a look, and found several cups of instant noodles, 2 bags of biscuits, a large pack of ham sausages, and 2 bottles of mineral water. It wasn't anything valuable, but on a long-distance bus these items were the most practical supplies. "Brother, this..." Xie Linyuan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Wang Chao. "Don't be polite with me. It takes more than 10 hours to take the bus, and the stuff at the service area is ridiculously expensive. It's better to bring your own." Wang Chao waved his hand. Seeing Wang Chao's unyielding expression, Xie Linyuan ultimately did not refuse, tied the plastic bag securely, and placed it with his backpack. "Thanks, brother." "What thanks? It's nothing special." Wang Chao lit another cigarette and took a puff. The two sat in silence for a while. Around 5202, large lights illuminated the distance, and a blue and white bus slowly approached from the end of the road, the electronic screen on the front displaying the words Hangzhou, Huai County. The driver opened the door, poked his head out, and shouted for Huai County. "Get on." Xie Linyuan pushed open the door, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and glanced back at Wang Chao. Wang Chao called out to him through the passenger window, "Send me a message when you arrive. Focus on your studies when you get back, don't worry about anything else. If you encounter difficulties, just tell your brother." "All right." Xie Linyuan nodded. He turned and walked towards the bus, pausing at the door to look back at Wang Chao's dull gray Haval H6. Wang Chao was leaning against the driver's seat, smoking with a hand resting outside the window. Xie Linyuan didn't say much, turned and got on the bus. The bus was already half full, filled with migrant workers and children on holiday. Xie Linyuan found a window seat, placed his bag and snack bag properly, and sat down. He looked out the window. Wang Chao's car was still parked in place. The bus started slowly pulling away from the intersection. Xie Linyuan saw Wang Chao waving in his direction. The car accelerated, merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, watching the fast receding cityscape outside, feeling a bittersweet mixture of emotions. Goodbye, Hangzhou. He had stayed here for nearly 2 months, from early July to the end of August, transforming from an ordinary sophomore into a cultivator who had broken through to the realm of Yuan 2. This city would not remember him, but he would remember it. The bus traveled westward. The scenery outside transformed from the bustling city to the monotony of highways, from highways to rolling hills, and from hills to vast plains. Xie Linyuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, but the operation of his Yuan power never ceased for a moment. Since breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm, he had noticed subtle changes in the operation of his Yuan power guide. Previously, he needed to concentrate fully to complete a cycle of circulation. Now it almost required no deliberate guidance, as Yuan power flowed gently through his meridians on its own, like an instinct of the body, as natural as heartbeat and breath. This was a deeper level of integration. Yuan power was no longer a tool he used, but had become a part of his body, interlinked with his blood and bones. The car sped along the highway, stopping at service areas every 3 to 4 hours to let passengers stretch their legs, use the restroom, and eat. Every time Xie Linyuan would merely get off to stretch, move his muscles, and then return to his seat preparing a cup of noodles to eat with the ham sausage. The bag of snacks Wang Chao had given him became his most practical supply during the long journey of over 10 hours. Xie Linyuan sat by the window watching the scenery outside transition from day to dusk. Around 6 in the evening the sunset painted the entire plain a golden red. Xie Linyuan gazed at the familiar scenery, feeling an indescribable sense of warmth rise in his heart. Home at last. This was the plain of southern Hunan, completely different from the hilly terrain of Xie province. The sky here was broader, the horizon farther, with vast fields and scattered villages. Xie Linyuan grew up on this land, and could name every town and river even with his eyes closed. At 7:10 p.m. the bus slowly arrived at the long-distance bus station in Huai County. Xie Linyuan picked up his luggage and followed the crowd off the bus. The air was filled with the smell of diesel and dust, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts and paper scraps. This county station was a world apart from the modern transit hubs in Hangzhou, but Xie Linyuan felt that this was his world. He stepped out of the station, stood in the square, and looked around. The county town wasn't large. A main street ran east to west, flanked by low buildings and shops. From here to Xie Family Village, there was still about 10 kilometers to go. Normally he could take the town shuttle bus back. The village shuttle bus had several trips daily, running back and forth from the county to various villages with a fare of just a few yuan. But it was already past 7 in the evening, and the shuttle service had long ceased operations. As for taking a taxi, it would cost around 20 to 30 yuan. 20 to 30 yuan. Xie Linyuan touched the envelope in his pocket containing 17,000 yuan and ultimately decided to walk home. 20 to 30 yuan didn't sound like much, but for him it was 2 days' worth of meals, the hard-earned money his grandmother made selling vegetables all day at the market. He would save every penny he could. Moreover, it was just 10 kilometers. Xie Linyuan tightened the straps of his backpack, hung the snack bag on his wrist, and set off walking east along the main road of the county. He was very familiar with this road. From the county to Xie Family Village, it was a straight cement road lined with endless fields. There were no mountain roads or slopes. The entire southern Hunan plain was flat, making it easy to walk. Since the first year of high school, he had always walked this way home every weekend. From Huai County No. 1 high school to Xie Family Village, the 12 to 13 kilometers would take him about an hour and a half to walk. If he walked a bit faster, it would be just over an hour. Why walk? He knew very well. He had no money. For 3 years of high school, he had kept his living expenses extremely low. Every time his grandparents gave him living expenses, he would complain it was too much and insist on returning some. But he had never mentioned this to them. His grandparents had already suffered enough. With their son and daughter-in-law gone, they had only this one grandson left, and the old couple had pinned all their hopes on him. If they knew their grandson walked over 10 kilometers home every weekend just to save a few yuan on fare, they would surely be heartbroken and unable to sleep, definitely stuffing him with more money and blaming themselves for not taking care of him well. Xie Linyuan didn't want them to worry, so he never spoke of it. Every time he returned home on weekends, when his grandmother asked how he got back, he would smile and say, by bus. When she asked, are you tired, he would reply, not tired. Oh, what's tiring about taking a bus? Then he would turn and help his grandmother at the stove, never mentioning the long cement road he had walked countless times. He was in good shape. Oh, what was a little walking? Besides, he had already broken through to the Yuan 2 realm. For Xie Linyuan, now a 10-kilometer journey felt as easy as taking a stroll in his own yard. He didn't even need to consciously speed up. Just maintaining a normal walking pace would allow him to cover the distance in less than an hour. The stars in the sky began to twinkle one by one. Without the light pollution of the city, the Milky Way was faintly visible, like a delicate band of light stretching across the heavens. Xie Linyuan walked along the empty road with endless fields on both sides. In the distance, the village lights flickered, and occasionally a bark from a dog could be heard. He had experienced this scene countless times, but tonight felt particularly different. He was no longer an ordinary high school student. He possessed Yuan power, extraordinary strength and intellect, and the promise of a lifespan spanning millennia. His future would no longer be confined to this small county, nor to the ordinary trajectory of college entrance exams, university work, buying a house, marriage, and having children. His future stretched toward the stars, and the sea, the millennia-long path of cultivation, and the grand journey of an entire nation ascending together. But at this moment, he was simply Xie Linyuan, a high school senior returning from work in Hangzhou, carrying an old backpack and holding a bag of snacks, walking on the. After walking for about an hour, Xie Linyuan slowed his pace. In the night ahead, the outline of Xie Family Village began to clearly emerge. The village was small, with 70 to 80 households lining both sides of a cement road. Every household had 2- or 3-story buildings, their exterior walls adorned with tiles and rooftops equipped with solar water heaters, looking no different from any ordinary village in the southern plains. Life in the countryside had indeed improved over the years. Young people worked in distant places to earn money, sending it back to build houses and buy cars, with the number of small sedans parked in the village increasing year by year. Although most people still spent long periods away from home, at least houses had been built and life appeared prosperous. Xie Linyuan's house was a two-story building with 3 rooms constructed while his parents were still alive. He vaguely remembered that when he was about 6 or 7 years old, his parents were excitedly arranging the construction of the house, with his father returning from Zhejiang province to supervise the work. After the house was completed, the family moved into their new home, and his father set off a long string of firecrackers at the entrance with red paper scraps covering the ground. That was perhaps the most glorious time for this family. Now more than a decade had passed, and while the house remained the same, it had clearly shown signs of wear. In some places, the cement surface on the exterior wall had peeled away, revealing the red bricks beneath. The paint on the front door had chipped away significantly, exposing the grayish-white wood underneath. Standing alongside the shiny tiled buildings of other families, this house appeared like an old man wearing patched clothes out of place. Yet at this moment, when Xie Linyuan saw this house, a warm sense of belonging surged within him. The living room on the first floor was lit. His grandparents were still awake, waiting for him. Xie Linyuan quickened his steps. The front door was wide open, as was common for rural households. As Xie Linyuan reached the entrance, he immediately caught sight of the scene in the living room. Grandfather Xie Shouqian was seated on an old wooden chair, slightly hunched over with his hands resting on his knees, gazing toward the door. Grandmother Su Jian sat beside him on another chair, holding a fan and waving it intermittently. Both were already in their 70s. Grandfather was 76 and grandmother 75, both with completely white hair. Grandfather, who used to be over 6 feet tall in his youth, now appeared significantly shorter due to his bent back. Grandmother was small to begin with, and over the years had become nothing but skin and bones, her face covered in wrinkles. When Xie Linyuan's footsteps sounded, grandmother was the first to react, springing to her feet and dropping the fan without noticing. She hurried to the door, looking out into the light from the living room, instantly recognizing the tall, thin figure. Grandmother's voice trembled slightly. Grandfather also stood up, his movements slower than grandmother's, but his expression was equally excited. Xie Linyuan stepped across the threshold, placing his bag and snack bag on the ground. Before he could speak, grandmother had already grabbed his arm. "Let me see you, let me see you." Grandmother held his arm, inspecting him from top to bottom, her gaze sweeping from his face to his body, and then back again. Though her eyesight had deteriorated, requiring her to squint to see, at this moment, her cloudy eyes reflected an almost stubborn seriousness, as if confirming whether this tall young man was indeed her frail grandson. After observing him for a good 10 seconds, grandmother's lips began to tremble. "You've lost weight, Linyuan. You've lost weight." Her voice choked. "You've suffered outside. A look at your face, it's all sunken." Xie Linyuan instinctively touched his own face. His face had always been well-defined, but after 2 months of working on the construction site exposed to wind and sun, his complexion had darkened considerably, and his cheeks indeed looked a bit thinner than before. However, to be honest, he did not feel any discomfort at all. After breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm, his physical condition was better than ever. What she referred to as thin was simply because his muscle definition had become more pronounced. But grandmother did not see it that way. In her eyes, her grandson had worked outside for 2 months, eating poorly and not sleeping well, appearing dark and thin, undoubtedly suffering greatly. Thinking of this, her tears couldn't be contained, streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. "Why did you have to go work outside instead of staying home? You're still so young, but pains me," grandmother murmured, while wiping her tears, her voice low and fragmented like a piece of crumpled cloth. Xie Linyuan felt a pang in his heart and quickly reached out to embrace grandmother's shoulders, pulling her close. "Grandmother, look at what you're saying. Where have I lost weight? I'm perfectly fine." He deliberately made his voice sound casual and patted his own arm. "Look at this arm. It's all muscle, much stronger than before. Feel it." Grandmother was amused and smiled through her tears, reaching out to pat his arm. "Stronger? You're as thin as a bamboo pole. At this size, you only weigh 140 pounds. How can that be strong? 140 pounds is still thin." "Grandmother, I'm at a standard weight." "Standard? What standard?" "Your second uncle's son next door, Jiqiang, is shorter than you and weighs over 180 pounds. That's what you call strong." As grandmother spoke, she wiped her tears with her sleeve, finally stopping her crying, but her hand still tightly gripped Xie Linyuan's arm, as if afraid that if she let go, her grandson would run away. At this moment, grandfather slowly walked over, standing beside them and looking at the two of them. The wrinkles on his face relaxed a bit. He didn't speak much. He just looked Xie Linyuan up and down a few times, then nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's good to be back, good to be back." Xie Linyuan looked at grandfather, feeling a tightening in his heart. Grandfather's back had bent even more than 2 months ago, and when he stood there, his whole center of gravity leaned slightly forward, as if he might topple over at any moment. He walked with small, cautious steps, clearly in considerable pain from his back. Once settled, he would need to find a way to treat grandfather's back. Xie Linyuan silently thought this, but kept a calm expression, smiling at his grandparents. "Let's go inside. There are mosquitoes outside." Only then did the family enter the living room. Grandmother was last turning around to close the door, securing the latch and locking the iron lock. Rural people sleep early, and by this time before 9 o'clock the entire village was already quiet with only the occasional distant bark of a dog. The light in the living room was an old incandescent bulb with low wattage casting a dim yellow glow. In the center stood a square table covered with a plastic tablecloth that had been used for many years, its corners already curling up. On the table were several neatly arranged plates, each covered with stainless steel lids clearly prepared specifically for Xie Linyuan's return. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? You must be starving." Grandmother hurried to the table, lifting the lids one by one, saying, "Your grandfather said you must not have eaten well on the road, so I made a few extra dishes. You should sit down and eat while it's hot." As the lid was lifted, a wave of fragrant dishes enveloped the air. Braised pork, a full bowl with 3 layers of fatty and lean meat, the soy-red chunks glistening under the light, clearly stewed for a long time, melting in the mouth. Stir-fried meat with peppers, the green peppers cut into large pieces, the meat sliced thin, the fresh scent of chili mixed with the aroma of meat made his stomach growl just from the smell. Garlic stir-fried water spinach, a vibrant green, the garlic, minced finely, clearly just picked from the garden. There was also a tomato egg soup, red and yellow, sprinkled with a few scallions steaming hot. For dishes in this ordinary rural household already considered very lavish. Xie Linyuan knew that his grandparents usually ate at home with just a plate of pickles and a bowl of thin porridge. This table full of dishes was specially prepared for him. "Grandma, why make so many dishes?" "I can't eat that much," Xie Linyuan said, yet he obediently sat down. "Even if you can't eat much, you must eat, or look at how thin you are," Grandma nagged, turning to the kitchen to bring out a bowl of rice, filling it generously for Xie Linyuan, another bowl for Grandpa, and finally half a bowl for herself. The 3 of them sat around the square table, the light casting their shadows on the mottled wall. 3 shadows, 2 hunched, 1 upright. Xie Linyuan was indeed hungry. Although his elemental energy could provide him with energy, he didn't need to eat 3 meals a day like ordinary people. The instant noodles from the long-distance bus were already a thing of 7 or 8 hours ago. At this moment, smelling the fragrance of the braised pork, his stomach honestly emitted a signal of hunger. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender, rich, but not greasy, and the soy sauce flavor was strong, a taste Grandma was best at. "Delicious," he mumbled. He mumbled indistinctly again and picked up another piece. Grandma sat opposite him, her hands resting on the table, smiling as she watched him eat, not touching the rice in her own bowl. Grandpa was the same, holding his bowl, slowly chewing on a couple of water spinach stalks, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xie Linyuan. This feeling of being watched was something Xie Linyuan had been accustomed to since childhood. He was the only grandson of his grandparents. All their attention, hopes, and love were poured into him alone. This love sometimes warmed him, while at other times felt heavy, for he was well aware that behind this love lay all the sacrifices and efforts of the 2 elderly people. "Grandma, you should eat too." Xie Linyuan placed a piece of braised pork into Grandma's bowl. "Grandma doesn't eat. Grandma doesn't like fatty meat." Grandma quickly picked the meat back into Xie Linyuan's bowl. He knew Grandma didn't dislike eating, but rather couldn't bear to. He didn't insist further, for he knew the result of insisting would surely be Grandma winning. He merely quickened his eating pace, thinking that if he finished quickly, Grandma would be able to eat at ease. Halfway through the meal, Xie Linyuan put down his chopsticks and pulled out the bulging envelope from his pocket. "Grandma, this is the money I earned on the construction site." He placed the envelope on the table, pushing it in front of Grandma. Grandma was taken aback for a moment, setting down her chopsticks, picking up the envelope to open it, revealing a thick stack of 100 yuan bills neatly arranged inside. Her fingers trembled slightly as she pulled out the bills to count, totaling 17,000. Grandma looked up, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes," Xie Linyuan nodded. "My cousin calculated 300 a day for me. I worked for 55 days. It was originally 16,500, but my cousin added an extra 500, making it 17,000. 300 a day." Grandpa interjected, clearly surprised. "Wang Chao is paying you 300 a day, yes?" Grandpa fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding, not saying anything further. He had worked on construction sites for most of his life, so he knew what a small worker earning 300 a day meant. In a place like Hangzhou, ordinary small workers earn only 200 to 250 a day. A Wang Chao was clearly taking care of Xie Linyuan. "Is your salary all settled?" Grandma was still counting the money, her hands never stopping, as if one count wasn't enough, needing to count several times before feeling secure. "All settled, not a single cent less." "Yes," Xie Linyuan replied. "Usually construction sites settle accounts at the end of the year, but my cousin specially settled it for me in advance. When he sent me to the bus, he even bought me a bag of food. Instant noodles and sausages are all in that bag." He pointed to the bulging plastic bag on the floor by the door. Grandma followed his finger, then looked down at the thick stack of money in her hand, and tears could no longer be held back, bursting forth. Not a soft sob, but a suppressed cry that squeezed out from deep within her throat, as if something was blocking it, wanting to cry, yet not daring to let it out loud, afraid it would make her grandson feel uncomfortable. She covered her mouth with one hand while the other gripped the stack of money tightly. Tears fell heavily onto the plastic cloth on the table, emitting a soft pata sound. Linyuan. Grandma's voice was intermittent as if torn apart by tears and choking. I'm sorry, Grandma has no ability. Letting you go out to work at such a young age, making you suffer. Grandma feels painful. Xie Linyuan's nose instantly felt sour. He put down his chopsticks, walked over to Grandma, squatted down, one hand around her shoulder, the other gently patting her. Grandma, what are you saying? His voice was soft, but his eyes were already slightly red. You raised me, supported my education. What's wrong with me doing some work? Moreover, my cousin takes care of me. The work isn't tiring, and the food is good. Look, I'm fine, right? You're only 17. Grandma cried, covering her face. Your parents left early, and we two old folks have no ability, making you suffer. Grandma. Xie Linyuan's voice deepened, carrying a determination beyond his age. Stop saying that. In the future, I will ensure that you and Grandpa live well, I promise. He spoke calmly without gritting his teeth or making a vow, just simply stating it. But it was this calmness that made his words carry a heavy weight. Grandma's crying gradually subsided. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and looked up at Xie Linyuan. Under the light, the grandson's face was young and determined, and in his eyes was an indescribable quality, like flames, yet also like stars. Okay, Grandma sniffed and nodded vigorously. I believe you, Grandma believes you. At this moment, Grandpa, who had been silent, finally spoke. Wang Chao is a good person. His care for you is his kindness. You must remember that and never forget it. Xie Linyuan turned to look at Grandpa's wrinkled face, nodding seriously. I understand, Grandpa. I won't forget. Grandpa said nothing further, picking up his bowl and continuing to eat his half bowl of rice slowly. The light dimmed and the food grew cold. The three people in the living room, old and young, gathered around a square table, sharing a belated dinner. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xie Linyuan awoke. The rural morning was exceptionally quiet. There were no honking horns from the city, no clattering machinery from construction sites, only the cheerful chirping of a few early birds outside the window, their voices crisp and clear. Xie Linyuan opened his eyes and saw the morning light streaming through the gap in the curtains. He turned his head and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside. It was 5:30. He had no habit of sleeping in, or rather, after reaching the Yuan 2 realm in his cultivation of the Qi guiding technique, he only needed 3 to 4 hours of deep sleep each day to fully restore his energy. Last night, he slept soundly, and this hard bed at home was far more reassuring than the dormitory at the construction site. He got up, dressed, washed up briefly, and then pushed open the door to his room. The kitchen light was already on. The dim yellow light shone through the small window of the kitchen, accompanied by the faint crackling sound of burning firewood and the aroma of cooking. Xie Linyuan walked over and saw his grandmother crouching behind the stove, adding firewood to the hearth. The flames in the hearth were roaring, their light illuminating his grandmother's wrinkled face, making the furrows of age appear especially distinct. Grandma, why are you up so early? Xie Linyuan approached and squatted beside her. His grandmother looked up at him and smiled, saying, Why don't you sleep a little longer? After working so long at the construction site, you finally come home. You should take a good rest. I'm not tired, he wrote. Xie Linyuan reached over and pulled a few dry branches from the pile beside him, broke them, and stuffed them into the hearth, causing the fire to blaze up. Grandma, you sit down and rest. I'll tend to the fire. No need, go watch TV. The food will be ready soon. What's there to watch on TV? Without further argument, Xie Linyuan pulled his grandmother up from behind the stove and settled onto a small stool, skillfully adding firewood to the hearth. His grandmother stood by, watching her grandson's tall figure crouched behind the stove, diligently tending to the fire, a smile of both pride and bittersweetness on her face. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but eventually sighed and turned to prepare breakfast at the counter. His grandmother scooped a few spoons of rice into the pot, added enough water, covered it, and asked Xie Linyuan to keep the fire blazing. Kanji cooks quickly. Once the water boiled, simmering it on low for half an hour would suffice. She then took out the leftover dishes from last night's dinner from the cupboard and warmed them on the stove. By 7 o'clock, the kanji was ready. The rice grains had bloomed in the pot, the kanji thick and rich, a thin layer of rice oil floating on top, exuding the unique fragrance of grains. His grandmother served a large bowl for each person and set out the warmed leftovers. There was still a little less than half a bowl of braised pork, some stir-fried chili pork, and almost all the water spinach had been eaten. The three of them sat around the square table in the living room, having kanji with the leftovers. Xie Linyuan drank 2 large bowls while his grandmother continuously piled vegetables into his bowl, eager to stuff the remaining half bowl of braised pork into his mouth. After finishing their meal, his grandmother cleared the bowls and went to wash them in the kitchen, while his grandfather moved a chair to sit at the door of the living room, staring blankly at the vegetable patch in the yard. Xie Linyuan helped his grandmother finish washing the dishes, dried his hands, and also moved a chair to sit beside his grandfather. By the end of August, in the southern plains of Yu, it was already a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. The sun had just risen, and the light was still not too bright, warming his body pleasantly. The loofah vines in the yard climbed over the trellis blooming with golden flowers, and a few bees buzzed busily among the blossoms. The peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes in the vegetable patch were nearing the end of their harvest, with some leaves turning yellow, but a few scattered fruits still hung from the branches. There really wasn't much farming to do right now. The wheat had long been harvested and the corn was still growing in the fields a month or two away from harvest. The peanuts were almost ripe, but there was no rush in the next couple of days. Usually his grandparents just tended to the garden, fed the chickens, and watched TV, living a leisurely yet bland life. "Grandpa, there's something I want to tell you," Xie Linyuan began. His grandfather turned to look at him, his eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. "While I was working in Hang City, when there was nothing to do on the construction site, I read some books on my phone." Xie Linyuan carefully chose his words, trying to make his speech sound natural. "One of them was about traditional Chinese massage. I found it quite interesting and studied it earnestly." His grandfather's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. "I want to give you a massage," Xie Linyuan revealed his intention. "Doesn't your back always hurt?" "Massage is helpful for lumbar disc herniation. That's what I read in the book." His grandfather fell silent for 2 seconds, then waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with a characteristic stubbornness and skepticism of the elderly. "Massage? That's just a deceptive trick. When I was young on the construction site, some coworkers went for massages that felt good during the session, but didn't they end up the same way after a couple of days? Why waste money on that?" "Grandpa, I won't charge you," Xie Linyuan chuckled. "I'm your grandson. Do you really need to pay for a massage from me?" His grandfather was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth, but then closing it again. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Linyuan urged, "Grandpa, just let me give it a try. Even if it doesn't have any therapeutic effect, a massage can still relax the muscles and make you feel a little better, right? It won't cost anything and isn't much trouble. Oh, just think of it as a way for your grandson to show filial piety." His grandfather fell silent for a few seconds, finally sighing and giving a slight nod. He didn't actually doubt the massage itself, but rather whether his old bones could be healed by any means. Lumbar disc herniation had tormented him for several years. He had visited the hospital, and the doctor said he was too old for surgery, recommending only conservative treatment. He had taken box after box of painkillers and applied patch after patch, but the effects only lasted for a while before returning to normal. He had already lost hope, but he did not want to reject his grandson's kind intentions. "All right, give it a try," his grandfather said, his tone carrying a sense of resignation, as if to say, "Go ahead, I suppose." Xie Linyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, though he did not show it on his face. He simply said calmly, "Then Grandpa, please sit up straight." For patients with lumbar disc herniation, the most uncomfortable position is lying face down, as it forces the lumbar spine to arch backward, exacerbating pressure on the nerve roots. Xie Linyuan had previously researched this and knew that giving his grandfather a massage could not be done in the conventional prone position. The best approach was sitting or lying on the side. He had his grandfather sit on a chair facing away from him, hands resting on his knees, leaning slightly forward. This position would allow the lumbar spine to be relatively relaxed, reducing the pressure on the discs. Xie Linyuan stood behind his grandfather, took a deep breath. What followed would not be an ordinary massage. Xie Linyuan extended his hands, gently placing his palms on his grandfather's back. His left hand rested near the kidney point on the waist, while his right hand was positioned at the Mingmen point on the back. The choice of this technique held significance. It was not merely to appease his grandfather, but to find the most suitable entry point for the transmission of qi. Then he began to circulate his qi. He had practiced the qi guiding technique for over 4 years, reaching a level of proficiency that had become instinctual. However, directing qi outside of his body was a skill he acquired only after breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm. Prior to this, qi could only circulate within him and could not be released. After breaking through the Yuan 2 realm, he discovered he could guide the qi along the meridians of his arms with his will, eventually gathering it in his palms and allowing it to permeate through his skin. This process was not easy. Qi was akin to a sticky energy accustomed to flowing through Xie Linyuan's own meridians. For it to leave his body and enter another person's, immense control and precise guidance were necessary. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes, fully concentrating on mobilizing the qi within him. The qi rose from his dantian, traveling along the Ren meridian to the Shanzhong point, then splitting into 2 paths into the 3 yin channels of the arms, proceeding downwards through the Chai's and Suza points at the elbows, and the Taiyuan and Daling points at the wrists, ultimately converging at the Laogong point in his palms. Then he allowed the qi to overflow. It was akin to pouring water into a cup, but once full the water would naturally spill over. Xie Linyuan continuously infused qi into his palms, and when the concentration of qi reached a certain critical point, the excess naturally permeated through the skin and into his grandfather's body. The moment the first strand of qi entered his grandfather's body, Xie Linyuan's body trembled slightly. He saw it, not with his eyes but through the perception of qi. Once the qi entered his grandfather's body, it spread rapidly like a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, simultaneously relaying all the information of its surroundings back to Xie Linyuan. This information was not in images, but in a more direct, essential form of perception. He could feel the direction of his grandfather's meridians, discern which areas were unobstructed and which were blocked, and sense every injury, inflammation, and degeneration caused by aging. This sensation was astonishing. Xie Linyuan constructed a map of his grandfather's meridians in his mind. Compared to a normal person's meridians, his grandfather's could be described as full of holes. The major meridians near the lumbar spine were almost completely blocked, causing a lack of proper blood flow, which directly led to pain and restricted movement in the lower back. Additionally, the kidney and bladder meridians also exhibited varying degrees of blockage, explaining why his grandfather not only suffered from back pain, but also had trouble with his legs and frequently woke at night. There were deeper injuries as well. The lumbar intervertebral discs had severely degenerated, with several small cracks in the fibrous rings between the discs, causing the nucleus to protrude and compress the nerve roots behind it. This was the pathological essence of lumbar disc herniation. Ordinary massage techniques would be powerless against these organic lesions. Massage could at most relax the surrounding muscles and temporarily alleviate pain, but it could not repair the damaged discs or clear the blocked meridians. However, what Xie Linyuan possessed was not an ordinary technique, but qi. He began to control the qi's movement within his grandfather's body. He did not dare to be too fast or too forceful. His grandfather's meridians were too fragile. 76 years of life and the erosion of illness had rendered these meridians like old dilapidated water pipes. Any force could cause them to rupture. Xie Linyuan had to use the gentlest approach, guiding the qi to permeate slowly and steadily, like a small stream, into the blocked meridians. What was the essence of qi? Xie Linyuan himself could not articulate it. He only knew that this energy had a remarkably strong repair attribute. Within his own body, qi constantly strengthened his muscles, bones, meridians, and organs, repairing all minor injuries. It was akin to an automatic, intelligent self-repair system. Now he was applying this repair ability to his grandfather. Wherever the qi flowed, the blocked meridians melted slowly, like ice being washed away by warm water. The impurities that had accumulated over the years could be named pathogenic qi or toxins. Under the influence of qi, they were decomposed, eliminated, and metabolized. Even more astonishingly, when the qi reached the damaged intervertebral disc tissues near his grandfather's lumbar spine, Xie Linyuan sensed a certain activity of the qi. Qi was not merely passive energy, it seemed to possess a vague intention, actively enveloping the cracks in the damaged fibrous rings, nourishing the degenerated nucleus, and soothing the compressed nerve roots. The effect was immediate. His grandfather's body began to respond. His grandfather let out a low, surprised sound. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Does it hurt?" Xie Linyuan quickly asked. "It's not pain," his grandfather replied, his voice tinged with clear confusion. "It feels cool. Did you apply something on your hands? Why does it feel like a cool breeze is penetrating into my body?" Xie Linyuan's heart stirred. He realized this was the external manifestation of qi operating within his grandfather. For ordinary people, the most direct feeling upon first encountering qi is a sensation of cool energy. It is neither the sting of ice nor the discomfort of cold, but a refreshing coolness akin to drinking mountain spring water on a summer day. "No, I haven't applied anything on my hands," Xie Linyuan said deliberately in an uncertain tone. "Perhaps it's due to the massage technique. I read that proper massage techniques can induce a warm or cool sensation. This is a manifestation of activated blood flow." "Is that so?" his grandfather replied, half believing. "It should be." Xie Linyuan smiled. "Grandpa, how do you feel now? Are there any changes in your body?" His grandfather remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly deep in thought about his body. Then he said somewhat uncertainly, "It seems my back does hurt less. I don't know if it's just psychological." "Then don't dwell on whether it's psychological. Relax your body, and let me finish the massage," Xie Linyuan said softly. His grandfather responded with an and fell silent. The living room quieted down. Grandma finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the grandfather and grandson, one seated and one standing with Xie Linyuan's hands on his grandfather's back, the posture looked quite legitimate. She did not interrupt, quietly moving a chair to sit beside them, watching intently. Time passed by second by second. Xie Linyuan controlled the qi, circulating it slowly yet steadily within his grandfather. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each rotation, the qi carried away some of the blockages and repaired some minor injuries. The effect was not explosive, but rather subtle, like a gentle spring rain quietly nourishing the parched earth. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Xie Linyuan felt a considerable depletion of the yuan force within him, marking the first time he had sensed the consumption of yuan force since he began practicing the yuan force guidance technique. Previously, when he operated his yuan force, it merely circulated within his body with nearly no loss. However, guiding the yuan force outside his body and into his grandfather's felt like sending water out. The source of water was limited, and the more he sent out, the less he had left. Nonetheless, this consumption was worthwhile. He slowly retracted his hands and gently exhaled. Alright, Grandpa, stand up and move around a bit to see how you feel. Grandpa slowly stood up from the chair. His movements were much more nimble than usual. Normally, he needed to lean on the armrests of the chair to push himself up, making the motion slow and laborious. But this time he just exerted a little effort and stood up steadily. Then he tried moving his waist. He turned left, turned right, bent down, and straightened up. Grandpa's eyes widened suddenly. This? He turned to look at Xie Linyuan, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Linyuan, my waist. It really doesn't hurt as much anymore. It's much better than before. How did you do it? Xie Linyuan felt immensely happy inside, but he merely smiled faintly, saying, as long as it's effective. Grandpa, this is just the first time. I will massage you every day, and over time the effect should be even better. Look, Grandpa said to Grandma beside him, his tone betraying uncontainable excitement. It really works, this kid is quite skilled. Grandma also stood up, walked over to look at Grandpa, and examined him closely, discovering that he indeed seemed. Usually Grandpa walked with a slight hunch, taking small steps, and appearing somewhat pained. But at this moment, he stood much straighter, and his expression was much more relaxed. Linyuan, what kind of book are you reading on the construction site? It's so effective. Grandma asked, somewhat incredulous. Just some books on traditional Chinese massage, I read them on my phone. Xie Linyuan answered casually. I was just trying it out, I didn't expect it to actually work. He said this lightly, but deep down he knew that this was no ordinary massage effect. Could ordinary massages truly make a 76-year-old with a herniated disc feel significantly better after just one session? If that were the case, massage parlors around the world would be inundated with customers. But Grandpa and Grandma didn't understand this. To them, their grandson had read a few traditional Chinese books and learned some massage techniques, which made Grandpa feel much better. This was a story that, while a bit miraculous, was entirely acceptable. Xie Linyuan had no intention of correcting their understanding. For the next 4 or 5 days, he gave Grandpa 2 massages daily, each lasting half an hour. One in the morning and one in the evening. With each massage, he could sense the changes in Grandpa's meridians. After the first massage, the severely blocked meridians felt as if a small hole had been chiseled open from the outside. While it was open, it was still narrow, and the efficiency of the yuan force flowing through was very low. After the second massage, the small hole had widened a bit, allowing the yuan force to flow more smoothly. With each subsequent massage, the third, fourth, fifth, Grandpa's meridians were gradually widened and purified by the yuan force, much like a river that had been blocked by silt for a long time, finally receiving a dredging project. After 8 massages, the changes in Grandpa's body were already quite evident. The most direct change was previously Grandpa needed to hold on to something to stand up from the chair, and when walking he took small, slow steps, needing to rest after walking 100 or 200 meters. Now he could stand up almost without support, walked with longer strides and at a quicker pace, and didn't feel tired after walking several laps in the yard. Next was his mental state. Grandpa had previously been tormented by pain for a long time, making him somewhat listless, disinclined to speak or move, and mostly just sitting at the door in a daze. But in recent days he had clearly become much more active, talked more, smiled more often, and even joked with Grandma. Grandma watched all this and was overjoyed, preparing delicious meals for Xie Linyuan every day, claiming it was a reward for her little miracle worker. Xie Linyuan was both amused and helpless, saying he wasn't a miracle worker, just someone who had read a few books. But Grandma wouldn't listen, insisting that her grandson had talent. Xie Linyuan chose not to explain further. As long as Grandpa's health improved, that was more important. That evening, after finishing the last massage of the 6th day, Xie Linyuan tidied his hands and was about to head to the kitchen to help Grandma cook, when Grandpa suddenly called out to him. Linyuan, I want to discuss something with you. Xie Linyuan turned around and saw Grandpa sitting in the chair, his expression somewhat complex, as though contemplating how to start. What is it? You can tell me, Grandpa. Grandpa was silent for 2 seconds, then said, I've been feeling much better these past few days, feeling energetic. I was thinking that piece of land on the east side of our house has been lying fallow for a long time, right? I want to plant that land next year and grow a few more acres of corn and peanuts to earn some extra money. Xie Linyuan's brows immediately furrowed. Grandpa, you can't do that. He walked up to him and said, You've worked hard to feel better. If you go and farm again, what if you tire yourself out? That won't be something that massage can heal. But I feel quite good right now, Grandpa said somewhat unwillingly. If I cultivate a few more acres, I could earn a few thousand extra dollars a year. You will be going to university next year. Tuition and living expenses require money, Grandma, and I can't let you go to school with debt. Xie Linyuan felt a pang in his heart, but remained firm in his tone. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about money. The money I earned working during the summer is enough to pay for tuition. Once in college, I can also work part-time and apply for student loans. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your health. Don't think about anything else. But no, Xie Linyuan rarely interrupted Grandpa, his voice serious. Grandpa, you need to listen to me. Just maintain the current farming situation. Do not increase the area at all. If you feel too idle, just plant some vegetables in the yard for yourself. As for the fieldwork, I will do it when I come back on week. Grandpa opened his mouth looking at his grandson's earnest eyes and finally sighed and nodded. All right, Xie Linyuan finally smiled, saying, that's more like it. Grandpa, taking good care of your health is the greatest. If you make your health worse at home, how can I focus on my studies at school? I got it. Grandpa waved his hand, his tone one of contentment after being persuaded. You've become quite eloquent, child. Isn't that because I learned from you? Xie Linyuan replied with a smile, as he stood up and turned to head to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Grandma was cutting vegetables, and upon hearing the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, a relieved smile appeared on her face. This family finally had a glimmer of hope. On September 2nd, it was the second day of school at Huai County No. 1 High School. At 5:30 in the morning, Xie Linyuan woke up on time from his dormitory bed. The dormitory conditions at Huai County No. 1 High School were not particularly good, with 8 people sharing a room, bunk beds, and a cramped space that made even turning around difficult. However, Xie Linyuan had lived here for 2 years and was already accustomed to it. He got out of bed quietly, careful not to disturb his sleeping roommates, and took his wash basin to the water room at the end of the corridor. The early morning of early September in southern Hunan already had a distinct chill. The water from the faucet in the water room was icy cold, but Xie Linyuan didn't mind at all. After a quick wash, he adjusted his school uniform in front of the mirror, which was missing a corner, and then returned to the dormitory. His roommates gradually began to wake up. The chubby Li Hao on the upper bunk rubbed his eyes and peeked his head out sleepily, asking, Linyuan, you wake up so early every day, don't you feel tired? I'm used to it, Xie Linyuan replied with a smile, as he sat on the edge of the bed, putting on his shoes. Li Hao mumbled something, and then pulled his head back under the covers. The other roommates also looked half asleep, some yawning, while others refused to get out of bed. The life of the third year had just begun, and most of them had not yet adjusted from the rhythm of summer vacation. Xie Linyuan put on his shoes, grabbed his meal card, and headed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was already bustling with people, mostly third-year students, some buried in their meals, while others were flipping through their vocabulary books as they ate. Xie Linyuan stood in line and got 2 steamed buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. He found a seat by the window and began to eat slowly. Outside the window was the school playground with morning lights spilling over the green lawn. A few athletic students had already begun their morning exercises on the track. On the outer wall of the teaching building hung a huge red banner that read, Third Year Battle Triumph in the College Entrance Examination. Strive for 300 days, realize your dreams tomorrow. Today was the second day of school, and also the day of the baseline examination. The so-called baseline examination was a tradition at Huai County No. 1 High School. At the beginning of each semester, the school would organize an examination grandly named to understand the students' learning situation. In reality, it was a wake-up call for the students. Had they played enough over the summer? Time to gather your thoughts, as it was the third year. Especially this baseline examination, its significance was extraordinary. This was the first official examination of the third year, and the school deliberately made the questions a bit more difficult than usual, aiming to let students feel pressure and urgency. The guidance office had announced before the exam this time the average score for the grade was expected to drop by more than 20 points from the end of last semester, so everyone needed to be mentally prepared. Xie Linyuan had no special reaction to this news. He slowly finished his breakfast, returned the tray to the recycling area, and then walked towards the teaching building with his backpack. The morning wind blew through the tree-lined paths of the campus. The leaves on the roadside had started to turn yellow, and a few fluttered down, swirling on the cement pavement. As Xie Linyuan walked along the path, he reflected on the material he had reviewed the night before. In fact, with his current cognitive ability, the knowledge points of high school posed no difficulty at all, but he had to maintain the facade of being a scholar. He couldn't be too ostentatious, nor could he be too mediocre. He needed to make people perceive him as a hard-working genius rather than a freak. The sense of balance was very important. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the first exam, Chinese, officially began. Xie Linyuan sat in the examination room looking around. 30 desks and chairs were neatly arranged, each desk topped with a slip of paper bearing the candidate's name and exam number. The supervising teacher was a woman in her 50s wearing reading glasses with a serious expression, and she was unsealing the exam papers at the podium. The exam papers had been distributed. The modern literature, reading, classical poetry, reading, language application, and writing encompass 4 major sections perfectly aligned with the examination formats of the college entrance examinations. He turned to the first page and began to read the first piece of modern literature. It was an essay discussing the inheritance of traditional culture with somewhat obscure language and convoluted viewpoints, requiring general students to read it several times to clarify their thoughts. However, when Xie Linyuan's gaze swept over the text, the information was captured like being scanned by a high-speed scanner, instantly forming a clear knowledge map in his mind. He not only comprehended the literal meanings of each sentence, but also swiftly analyzed the argumentative structure of the article, its core points, and the logical relationships between the arguments, even predicting what kinds of questions would arise later. This feeling was quite marvelous. Previously, he also felt that some questions in the reading comprehension of the language subject were somewhat ambiguous. Especially those questions like, what does the author want to express? Always left a sense of scratching an itch through the boot, as if no matter how he answered it was wrong. But after breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm, his cognitive abilities underwent a qualitative leap. Those originally vague and indescribable concepts became incredibly clear. It was not through guessing but rather through an almost instinctive intuition, one that proved to be more accurate than any exam he had ever taken before. He began answering the questions. The tip of his pen scratched against the answer sheet, moving at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. For each multiple-choice question, he could determine the answer within seconds. For every short-answer question, he could swiftly organize the most precise language in his mind. And for each analysis question, he could approach it from multiple angles, providing an analysis that was both deep and broad. When it came to the classical Chinese text, he paused briefly. The passage selected was from the Song history, recounting the life of an official from the Song dynasty. The text contained several sentences that were quite difficult to understand, especially those pertaining to the ancient official system and the norms of etiquette, posing significant obstacles for ordinary students. However, as Xie Linyuan read, the knowledge framework of the Song dynasty's official system automatically surfaced in his mind. He recalled which official titles corresponded to which ranks, what responsibilities they entailed, and how the promotion pathways worked. This information was as if it had been stored in a hard drive ready to be accessed at any moment. He hardly needed to think to accurately translate the meaning of each sentence, and he could even identify several possible instances of homophones and the flexible use of words in the original text. He wrote the translation of the classical text with fluidity. Then came the essay. The essay topic was a material-based composition providing a passage about struggle and dreams, requiring candidates to write an article of no less than 800 words incorporating their own experiences. This topic was not particularly novel, one could even say it was a common theme. Yet the more cliched the topic, the harder it was to express something new. Xie Linyuan spent about 3 minutes brainstorming. He decided not to write a hollow slogan-like article, but rather to approach it from a specific angle, positing that the essence of struggle is not merely about enduring hardship, but about finding meaning within that struggle. He envisioned a progressively layered structure. First, he would break the topic, pointing out certain misunderstandings in contemporary society regarding struggle. Then he would present his argument, elaborating on the relationship between struggle and self-realization. Next, he would provide examples using several classic figures to substantiate his points. Finally, he would elevate the discussion, linking personal struggle to the mission of the era. The overall framework of the article was clear with tight logic, and the language was both eloquent and unpretentious. He wrote earnestly, ensuring that every word was neatly penned and each sentence carefully crafted. Although with his current cognitive ability, writing an essay worthy of a perfect score in the college entrance examination was not particularly challenging. He still consciously restrained himself, avoiding overly ornate language and complex sentence structures. As a second-year high school student, suddenly producing an astonishingly unconventional essay could easily attract unnecessary attention. Just the right amount of excellence was sufficient. With 2.5 hours for the exam, Xie Linyuan completed all the questions in just 1.5 hours. He chose not to turn in his paper early, as doing so would draw too much attention, which did not align with his persona of being low-key, yet diligent. He sat quietly in his seat, eyes closed, seemingly resting, while in reality his inner force was slowly. The inner force cycled through his body, warm and peaceful, as if charging him up. Although the exam did not exert much mental strain, the nourishment from his inner force kept his state at an optimal level. As the bell for submitting papers rang, Xie Linyuan stood up, submitted his answer sheet, and exited the examination room. The afternoon would be dedicated to mathematics. Mathematics was Xie Linyuan's favorite subject, not for any particular reason, but because its answers were unequivocally black and white. Right was right and wrong was wrong, leaving no room for ambiguity. After breaking through the realm of the Yuan 2, his logical thinking and calculation abilities reached an astonishing level. In the past, there were some mathematical problems that required him to work them out on paper. Now he could typically complete all calculations and derivations in his mind. When the mathematics paper was distributed, he quickly skimmed through it. Sure enough, it reflected the style of giving students a wake-up call. The difficulty of the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions was noticeably higher than usual, and the last two major problems directly approached competition-level difficulty. Especially the final problem on derivatives, which involved complex function construction and scaling techniques. Normally no more than 10 students in the entire grade could solve it completely. However, as Xie Linyuan looked at these problems, they appeared as clear as if they were transparent. Behind each question lay the logical reasoning of the question setter. He could see which knowledge point each question derived from, what kind of mathematical thought was being tested, where the traps were set, and what the optimal solution was. This information was not something he thought of, but rather something he saw. It was like a three-dimensional painting that ordinary people could stare at for ages without discerning its depth. But as long as you grasped the method, the three-dimensional images hidden in the picture would emerge on their own. He began to answer questions. For multiple-choice questions, he took 10 seconds each. For fill-in-the-blank questions, he took half a minute each. For the initial basic questions in the problem-solving section, he spent only 3 to 4 minutes on each. When he reached the second-to-last problem in analytical geometry, he spent about a minute on it. This problem had a large computational load involving a complex ellipse and a moving straight line, simultaneous equations requiring substantial algebraic manipulation. However, Xie Linyuan constructed a geometric model in his mind and swiftly arrived at the answer. Now it was time for the final derivative problem. Xie Linyuan read through the question, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This problem indeed posed a challenge. Had it been at the end of the last semester, it would have taken him over 20 minutes to solve, and even then he might not have been correct. Yet now he completed all the derivations in his mind in less than 2 minutes. The question required proving that an inequality holds true under all circumstances, and the standard method involved constructing a function, then deriving it, analyzing monotonicity, and finding the extrema. However, the construction of this function was very clever and not immediately obvious. In less than 30 seconds, Xie Linyuan found the correct function construction, then spent about a minute completing the derivation and analysis of extrema, ultimately arriving at the conclusion. The entire process was smooth and efficient with no unnecessary steps. He neatly wrote down the complete solution process on the answer sheet, with clear handwriting, complete steps, and rigorous logic. After finishing, he checked it once more to confirm there were no omissions, then set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and quietly awaited the end of the exam. For him, the mathematics exam posed no challenge whatsoever. The next day would involve comprehensive science. This is a nightmare for many third-year high school students. A vast number of questions, tight time constraints, and a jumble of knowledge points where a moment's carelessness can lead to unfinished work or silly mistakes. The final physics problem is a comprehensive question on electromagnetic fields involving the trajectory calculations of charged particles in a composite field, requiring knowledge of circular motion, Lorentz force, electric field force, and more, with a significant amount of calculation. The final chemistry problem is an organic inference question presenting a very complex synthetic route, requiring students to deduce the structural formulas of intermediate products and write the corresponding reaction equations. The final biology problem is a genetics question involving the linkage and crossover of multiple gene pairs and probability calculations, which is quite challenging. Previously, such questions would have given him a headache. But now he only needs a few seconds to complete all analyses and calculations in his mind. He began answering the questions, maintaining a steady and unhurried pace. For the physics multiple-choice questions, he hardly needs to write anything down. All calculations are done in his mind. He is especially cautious with multiple-choice questions, as failing to select the correct number of options results in no points, so he must ensure each option is thoroughly validated. He analyzes each question, eliminating distractions and locking in the correct answers, ensuring that each question is answered flawlessly. For the experimental questions, his writing is very standard. The physics experimental question assesses experimental principles and data processing. He not only wrote the standard answers, but also demonstrated a rigorous logical reasoning process in his steps. For the calculation questions, his solving process is textbook level, with correct formulas, accurate substitutions, standardized units, and precise results. In the chemistry section, he balanced every chemical equation down to the exact number of atoms, having a thorough understanding of the properties of each substance. For the organic inference questions, he quickly locked in the product structures for each step by analyzing the reaction conditions and functional group changes, completing the entire inference process in one go. In the biology section, he used the simplest checkerboard method for the genetics questions, clearly demonstrating the separation and combination of each gene pair, with the final probability calculations being accurate. He completed all questions in the comprehensive science exam in less than 2 hours. In the remaining hour, he still did not submit his paper early, instead quietly sitting at his desk waiting for the bell to ring. The last subject in the afternoon is English. Compared to other subjects, English is relatively ordinary for Xie. This is not because his English is poor, but because the testing method for English is similar to that of Chinese, with many subjective questions, especially in writing, making it hard to achieve perfection. Even so, with his current memory and language sense, the English exam poses almost no difficulty for him. In the listening section, his ears seem to be equipped with filters, allowing him to clearly catch every word, even accurately perceiving the speaker's tone and emotions. For every listening question, he can predict the correct answer before the options are announced. In reading comprehension, his reading speed is several times faster than average. For a 300-word short article, he only needs a few seconds to finish reading, and he can accurately understand the main idea, details, and the author's attitude. Those distracting options appear transparent to him. He can instantly identify which option does not match the original text, which option misrepresents the concept, and which option generalizes incorrectly. In the closed test, relying on his strong language sense and grasp of contextual logic, he can determine the answer to each question within seconds. He is well-versed in the usage of those function words, fixed phrases, and contextual hints. Grammar exercises and short text corrections were second nature to him. To him, the rules of English grammar resembled a clear table where the appropriate tense, voice, and non-finite forms were evident at a glance. Finally, it was time for the essay. The English composition required writing a 120-word argumentative piece on environmental protection. Xie Linyuan spent 2 minutes brainstorming before picking up his pen to write. His English writing was neat with appropriate vocabulary choices and diverse sentence structures, featuring both simple and compound sentences, as well as expressions that were both concise and powerful alongside flowing, elegant longer sentences. The entire article was logically clear, structurally complete, and linguistically authentic, making it suitable as a model essay. After finishing, he reviewed his spelling and grammar, confirming there were no issues, and then quietly awaited the end of the exam. After 2 days of intense examinations, it finally concluded. Upon submitting the answer sheet for the last English test, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the examination hall. Some leaned on their desks lamenting it was too difficult, while others discussed the answers to certain questions, and some with pale faces declared him done for. I definitely flunked. Xie Linyuan packed his stationery and walked out of the examination room at a leisurely pace. In the hallway, several classmates were engaged in a heated discussion about the last challenging math question. The chubby Li Hao wore a distressed expression. Did you all solve that last derivative question? I couldn't even get the first step down, it was too hard. Me too, that function construction was too bizarre, I couldn't think of anything. Another classmate chimed in. I doubt anyone in our class could solve it. Someone turned to Xie Linyuan and asked Xie Linyuan, did you manage to solve it? He smiled and did not respond directly, saying I should be able to get it right. Should? Li Hao's eyes widened. What do you mean by should? Did you get it all right again? It's not that exaggerated. Xie Linyuan shook his head. He did not want to appear overly confident before the results were out. I might have missed 1 or 2 small questions. This was not entirely a lie. He indeed had his uncertainties, not about whether he could get them right, but whether his standards aligned with those of the examiner. Especially with subjective questions in Chinese and English, the subjective judgment of the examiner could affect the scores. He was confident in the quality of his answers, but how many points he would ultimately receive depended on the examiner's judgment. On the night after the exams, the teachers worked through the night to grade the papers. This is how it is in the final year. Time is of the essence, and no day can be wasted. One purpose of the mock exams was to apply pressure on the students, and the other was to grasp their learning status in order to formulate subsequent teaching plans. Therefore, teachers in all subjects raced against time, striving to compile the scores in the shortest possible time. Wu Feng is the head of the Chinese language department and the homeroom teacher of a key class in the senior year. He not only grades the exam papers of his own class, but also oversees the grading work for the entire grade. Wu Feng is 44 years old, of medium build, slightly overweight, and wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses with his hair neatly combed. He is different from most Chinese language teachers. He is not rigid or dogmatic. His lectures are humorous and engaging, often bringing life to the dry classical texts. He has been teaching key classes for almost 10 years, sending off several cohorts of graduates. His teaching experience is rich, and he enjoys a great reputation among students. At this moment, he is sitting at his desk, holding a red pen, meticulously correcting the students' essays. His brow occasionally relaxes, and then furrows as he occasionally makes a few marks on the answer sheets. His pen suddenly stopped. He was reading an essay. The title of the essay is The Meaning of Struggle, and it is written with great depth, not the hollow slogan-like articles, but a sincere piece filled with thought, logic, and emotion. The essay starts from a personal struggle experience. Although not explicitly stated, it is evident from the lines that the author seems to have gone through some hardships in life, extending the essence of struggle to self-realization and further elevating it to the relationship between personal struggle and the mission of the era, progressing layer by layer. What surprised Wu Feng the most was not the eloquence of the writing, but the depth of thought. This kind of depth does not seem like something a 17-year-old high school student could write. It requires life experience, contemplation of life, and a maturity and insight that transcend age. Wu Feng flipped to the outside of the sealed line of the test paper and glanced at the candidate's information. Xie Linyuan. Wu Feng's eyes lit up. He has a deep impression of this student. In the first year of high school, Xie Linyuan's grades were only above average. However, in the second year, he suddenly began to improve, steadily advancing a few places in each exam, and by the end of the second semester of the second year, he had reached 8th in the grade. This steady upward momentum indicates that this child is diligent and has great potential, embodying the type of student who gets better the more they learn. Yet this essay made him gain a new understanding of Xie Linyuan. It is no longer just about good grades. This child has thoughts. Wu Feng wrote a score in the essay grading column 54. With a perfect score of 60-54 is already a high score, ranking among the top 3 essays in the whole grade. He originally wanted to give a higher score, but after some thought he decided to control it, as this is a baseline examination, and an overly outstanding score may not necessarily be a good thing. Grading for other subjects is also proceeding simultaneously. In the mathematics department's office, several math teachers are also working overtime. Mr. Zhao Jiangwo, the head of the senior math preparation group, is a teacher in his 50s who has taught math for 30 years and has seen all kinds of students. He is currently grading the final challenging question on derivatives, holding an answer sheet with a slight furrow on his brow. The solution on this answer sheet is exceptionally perfect. It is not the kind of perfection that resembles a standard answer. Sometimes the standard answer omits certain intermediate steps in pursuit of brevity. But this answer sheet is different. It possesses the simplicity and efficiency of a standard answer while retaining a complete logical chain, with every step of the deduction being clear and coherent without any jumps. What astonishes Zhao Jiangwo even more is that the student's reasoning is more ingenious than the standard answer. The standard answer employs conventional constructive function methods, while this student uses a more advanced inequality scaling technique that directly bypasses the complex derivation process, arriving at the conclusion with less than one-third of the steps required for the standard answer. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the name on the answer sheet. Xie Linyuan. Zhao Jiangwo remembers this name. In the second year, this student's math scores were consistently good, but he had never achieved a perfect score. In every exam, he would lose a few points for various reasons. Sometimes it was a calculation error, sometimes unclear comprehension of the question, and sometimes non-standard steps. However, in this exam, he meticulously checked the answer sheet 3 times and found no errors whatsoever. The calculations are accurate, the steps are standard, and the logic is rigorous. Perfect score. Zhao Jiangwo solemnly wrote the 3 digits 150 on the answer sheet, then set down the red pen, leaning back in his chair, nodding thoughtfully. The next day, September 4th, a Friday. The first class in the morning is Chinese language class. His steps were slightly quicker than usual, and his expression revealed no joy or anger, but those familiar with him knew that he was in a good mood today. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. The scores of the mock exam were the most concerning matter for all the third-year students. This was not only a test of the results of their summer studies, but also the starting point for their final year in high school. The height of this starting point would greatly influence their mindset for the coming year. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear the sound of sycamore leaves falling outside, with dozens of eyes fixed on the stack of papers in Wu Feng's hands. Wu Feng walked to the podium, placed the items on the desk, turned around, and scanned the entire class. His gaze lingered for a fraction of a second in a certain direction, where Xie Linyuan sat in the third row by the window, calmly looking at the podium, his expression unruffled. Wu Feng cleared his throat and began. The scores of the mock exam are out. His voice was not loud, but it rang clearly in the quiet classroom. Before discussing the scores, I'd like to say a few words off topic. He rested his hands on the podium, leaning slightly forward as his gaze swept across the class. The summer break lasted nearly 2 months. In these 2 months, I have a rough idea of how some students spent their time. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, as if he were chatting casually. Some students studied earnestly at home, some went out to work for money, some achieved the rank of king in games, and some binge-watched numerous dramas. A wave of suppressed low laughter erupted in the classroom. What are you laughing at? I'm not joking. It's the third year now, everyone. This is not the first or second year in middle school, not the first or second year in high school. This is the third year. The third year is a tremendously important stage in life, important enough to determine a person's fate. His tone became somewhat serious. The type of university you get into determines the environment in which you'll study for the next 4 years, the kind of classmates you'll have, and the resources you'll have access to. These factors will further influence what kind of job you can find and what kind of life you will lead after graduation. A quick step leads to faster progress. A slow step leads to slower progress. This principle doesn't need me to elaborate on, you all understand. The class fell silent. Therefore, this time the school made the mock exam questions a bit more difficult, with the aim of making you feel the pressure and to let you know it's time to get serious about your studies. Wu Feng paused, suddenly changing his tone. Of course, while there is pressure, commendation is still necessary. He picked up the score sheet, glanced at it, and then raised his head to focus on Xie Linyuan. In this exam, one student in our class performed exceptionally well. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Feng's face. Xie Linyuan first in the grade with a total score of 719. The classroom went silent for a moment before erupting in a commotion. 719. Is that for real? Oh my, that's too high. First in the grade? How much higher than second place? By 30 points. Wu Feng's voice overshadowed the discussions below. The second place scored 689, and Xie Linyuan exceeded him by a full 30 points. The discussions grew louder. 30 points is a significant gap in high-stakes exams, especially when the questions are difficult. Scoring 719 is beyond what can be described as merely excellent. Quiet down. Wu Feng raised his hand, waiting for the classroom to settle before continuing. Let me announce Xie Linyuan's subject scores. He glanced down at the score sheet. Chinese 1, 32 points. This score caused many to gasp. Scoring 132 in Chinese given the difficult questions is an exceptionally high score. Chinese differs from mathematics and comprehensive science in that it lacks standard answers. Achieving a high score is very challenging with scores above 130, usually representing the top tier in the entire grade. Mathematics 150 points full marks. A wave of gasps filled the classroom. Full marks. Achieving full marks on such a difficult final question. Comprehensive science 295 points. Another wave of gasps echoed. With a total of 300 points, scoring 295 means only 5 points were deducted on the entire paper. Considering the difficulty of this comprehensive science exam, this is nearly an unbelievable score. English 142 points. Wu Feng finished announcing the last subject, placed the score sheet on the desk, and looked at the entire class. Total scores 719, Chinese 132, Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 295, English 142. What do you see from these scores, everyone? His gaze swept over each young face. I see 2 words, effort. Xie Linyuan worked at a construction site during the summer, and in between work, he continued studying. This discipline and persistence are the fundamental reasons he achieved this score. Talent is undoubtedly important, but without effort, talent is meaningless. All eyes in the class turned to Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan sat at his desk, his expression calm, neither proud nor embarrassed, just slightly lowering his head, as if he were listening intently to the homeroom teacher. Li Hao leaned over from the side and whispered, Xie Linyuan, you're too amazing, right? 719 points. Are you even human? Wu Feng continued from the podium. Of course, other students also performed well, such as Li Hao, who scored 621, placing 15th in the class, improving 5 places since the last semester's finals, which deserves commendation. Wang Yiting scored 658, 5th in the class, which is also very good. However, some students have shown significant regression. I won't name names, just keep it in your heart. He picked up the Chinese exam papers and began to distribute them. Well, that's all for the scores. Now let's hand out the Chinese exam papers and discuss them in this class. Xie Linyuan received his Chinese language exam paper and flipped to the essay page, where he saw the score 54 written in red by Wu Feng, accompanied by a note that read profound theme, clear logic, fluent language, and depth of thought. After reading it, he neatly put away the exam paper and took out his notebook, preparing to attend the lecture. His teaching style remained as humorous and engaging as ever. When encountering typical incorrect answers, he would exaggerate the students' thought processes in a mimicking tone, provoking laughter from the entire class. Yet behind the laughter, his dissection of each knowledge point was profoundly insightful, and he explained the solving techniques for every type of question with utmost clarity. A class lasted 45 minutes, passing swiftly. Just as the bell rang for dismissal, Wu Feng had just finished discussing classical Chinese reading. He tossed the piece of chalk into the chalk box, dusted off the chalk powder from his hands, then glanced at Xie Linyuan and said something that made all the students perk up. Xie Linyuan, come to my office for a moment. The classroom fell silent once more, and then low whispers began to circulate. When Wu Feng called a student to his office, it usually indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either the student had made a mistake and was about to face reprimand, or they had performed exceptionally and were to be spoken to privately. Given Wu Feng's earlier demeanor towards Xie Linyuan in class, it was evident that it was not the former. Xie Linyuan stood up, grabbed the notebook from his desk, and followed Wu Feng out of the classroom. Xie Linyuan walked steadily behind Wu Feng, his expression unchanged. He could probably guess what Wu Feng wanted to discuss with him. The 2 of them walked through the corridor towards the teacher's office. The teacher's office is located on the east side of the first floor of the teaching building, a series of interconnected large rooms divided into several preparation groups for subjects like Chinese, mathematics, and English by half-height partitions. As I pushed open the office door, a blend of chalk, dust, old paper, and tea leaves wafted towards me. This is a scent common to all primary and secondary school offices, evoking a sense of comfort and familiarity. Wu Feng's desk is at the innermost part of the Chinese language group by the window. Piled on the desk are thick stacks of homework and exam papers, with an enamel teacup on the right side bearing the words "Excellent Teacher," its paint already chipped. The computer screen displayed a performance statistics table, next to which lay a pair of reading glasses. Although Wu Feng's eyesight is quite good, he occasionally needs to wear them when grading essays for extended periods. Sit down. Wu Feng pulled out a folding chair beside his office chair, gesturing for Xie Linyuan to take a seat. Xie Linyuan did not decline and sat down. He placed his hands on his knees, sitting upright, and looked Wu Feng in the eye, neither avoiding his gaze nor being confrontational, exuding the calmness and politeness unique to a good student. Wu Feng also sat down, picked up the enamel tea cup, opened the lid, took a sip of water, then set the cup down and scrutinized Xie Linyuan up and down. You did well this time. Wu Feng began casually, as if making small talk. Thank you, teacher. Wu Xie Linyuan replied succinctly and appropriately. Wu Feng nodded, not continuing on this topic. He was not a teacher who liked to flaunt praise especially to good students, as too much praise could make them complacent. He was more concerned about the students' conditions and mindsets rather than just 1 or 2 scores. Did you work in Hangzhou during the summer? Wu Feng asked. Yes, I did. Xie Linyuan did not deny it. Which construction site? What work did you do? It's a site contracted by my cousin in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Mainly just moving things around and doing odd jobs. It wasn't too tiring, Xie Linyuan said, casually omitting the details of carrying cement and moving steel bars. Wu Feng looked at him, his gaze filled with a complex emotion similar to pity and reflection. He was aware of Xie Linyuan's family situation. His parents had passed away in 2020 due to the pandemic, and his grandparents were elderly with no income source. Students from such family backgrounds also exist at Huai County No. 1 high school, but most of them struggle academically, because the pressure of life diverts too much energy that should be devoted to studying. But Xie Linyuan was different. In his first year, Xie Linyuan's grades were around 50 to 60 in the grade, not bad, but not top-notch either. By the second year, he began to ascend, steadily advancing a few places in each exam, like a machine, gradually starting up, speeding up once it got going. By the end of the second semester of his second year, he was firmly seated among the top 10 in his grade. Such a trajectory of rising against the odds is quite rare among impoverished students. Having taught for over 20 years, Wu Feng had seen too many bright children give up due to family reasons, or despite their efforts they remained bogged down by life. Students like Xie Linyuan, who come from difficult family backgrounds yet achieve better and better grades, are few and far between. The work at the construction site isn't easy, is it? Wu Feng asked again, his tone gentle and probing. Xie Linyuan paused for a second, then smiled. It's alright, my cousin takes care of me and assigns me lighter tasks. And the pay is good, 300 a day. 300 a day. Wu Feng's eyes widened slightly. He knew the wage level there. Ordinary laborers made just over 200 a day, so 300 was indeed considerate. Yes, my cousin is a good person, knows about my family situation, and takes special care of me. That's great to hear. Wu Feng nodded. To encounter good people willing to help is your blessing, remember to cherish it. I will, Xie Linyuan replied earnestly. Wu Feng took another sip of water and changed the topic. How are your grandparents? You were out working during the summer. There was no one to take care of them at home, right? Xie Linyuan felt a warmth in his heart. Wu Feng is like this. He cares not only about your grades, but also about you as a person. He remembers each student's family situation and will ask at the right moment, how is your family? This concern is not a mere formality, but he genuinely cares. My grandfather's health isn't great. He has a herniated disc, an old issue. Xie Linyuan answered truthfully, but did not elaborate, but his mental state is okay. My grandmother is doing all right, but she's getting old and can't do heavy work. During my few days at home, I gave my grandfather some massages, and he felt a bit better. You know how to massage? Wu Feng was somewhat surprised. I watched some traditional Chinese medicine books on my phone and learned a little, but it might not be effective. Maybe it's just psychological. In being modest, Xie Linyuan said. Wu Feng smiled and did not pursue the topic further. He thought for a moment, chose his words carefully, and said, Xie Linyuan, I want to be honest with you. Xie Linyuan straightened his posture slightly, adopting a serious listening stance. I know about your family's situation. Your parents are gone, your grandparents are old, and the economic conditions are poor. Wu Feng's tone was calm, but every word was clear. In your situation, to put it bluntly, you have nothing to rely on, and the only one you can depend on is yourself. Studying is your only opportunity to change your destiny. You may have heard this many times, from elementary school to middle school, and from middle school to high school. Your ears must be worn out from hearing it. Wu Feng chuckled at this point, but I'm not saying this to provide empty encouragement. I genuinely believe you can make it out. He looked into Xie Linyuan's eyes, his gaze filled with seriousness and conviction. Your score this time is 719, the first in the grade, 30 points higher than the second place. What does this score mean for the college entrance examination? Last year, the top scorer in our province scored 712. You scored 7 points higher than him. Of course, one mock exam can't be compared to the college entrance examination. The questions and grading standards are different, and the performance varies, but at least this score indicates one thing: you have the potential to challenge for the provincial top scorer. Wu Feng spoke with restraint, without any passionate or stirring tone. He simply stated a fact plainly. Xie Linyuan listened quietly, his expression showing little change. He did not light up at the mention of provincial top scorer, nor did he lower his head shyly at the praise. He calmly accepted the evaluation. Wu Feng nodded secretly. This child truly has a stable mindset. However, Wu Feng changed his tone, sounding much more relaxed. I won't impose any specific goals on you. I won't say things like you must come first, or you must get into Tsinghua or Peking University, because saying such things too often becomes a source of pressure. Just maintain your current state, learn step by step, do the exercises you need to do, review as necessary, and when the time for the college entrance examination comes, perform normally. The results will not be disappointing. I understand, teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan said. There's one more thing. Wu Feng lowered his voice slightly. I've already applied for the financial aid for impoverished students on your behalf, so you can rest assured about that. Additionally, the school has some scholarship policies for students with exceptional grades. Since you ranked first in your grade this time, you should be able to receive a scholarship. Although it may not be much, it is still an income. I will keep an eye on it for you. For the past 2 years in high school, whenever there was financial aid for impoverished students, the class teacher applied for it on his behalf. Xie Linyuan felt a warm sensation in his heart, not because of the money, but because of Wu Feng's thoughtfulness. A class teacher has to manage dozens of students, and to be so attentive to one student is not just duty, it's a matter of kindness. Thank you, Teacher Wu. You don't need to thank me. This is my job. Wu Feng waved his hand. Alright, there's nothing else, you can go back to class. What class is next? Mathematics. Mathematics is great. You scored full marks in math, and Teacher Zhao must be keeping an eye on you too. Go on. Xie Linyuan stood up, slightly bowed to Wu Feng, then turned and walked toward the office door. Just as he reached the door, Wu Feng suddenly called out to him again. Xie Linyuan. He turned back. Wu Feng was seated in his office chair. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his shoulder and casting a bright, warm glow on his profile. He looked at Xie Linyuan, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he simply smiled and said, "Nothing, just study well." Xie Linyuan nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The office door closed behind him with a soft click. Wu Feng leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his stomach, gazing out the window, remaining silent for a while. There were many things he wanted to say, but didn't. For instance, he wanted to tell Xie Linyuan, "You are a student I am very proud of, not because of your grades, but because you have not given up on yourself despite the difficult circumstances." He wanted to tell Xie Linyuan not to put too much pressure on himself, he was already doing well. He also wanted to tell Xie Linyuan that he could come to him for help with any difficulties in the future, and he would do his best to assist. But ultimately, he didn't express any of these thoughts. It wasn't that he didn't want to say them, but rather he felt it wasn't. The senior year had just begun, and there was still almost a year to go. If he expressed everything now, it might deflate their momentum. Moreover, he didn't want to put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan. A score of 719 was indeed a dazzling result. But Wu Feng knew that a single exam could not represent everything. Although Xie Linyuan had previously ranked among the top 10 in his grade, he had never come first, let alone with such a significant advantage. This sudden explosion in performance might be due to working during the summer, realizing how tough life could be, and thus putting in extra effort. It could also be because the questions happened to align perfectly with his strengths, or it might just have been an extraordinary. Regardless of the reason, this score was a good omen, but it couldn't be assumed that Xie Linyuan would maintain the top position in the grade from now on. The competition in high school is fierce among the students in the key classes who isn't studying with all their might. Leading by 30 points in one exam does not guarantee you will lead again in the next. As for becoming the provincial top student, Wu Feng shook his head gently in his mind. That goal was too distant and too heavy. For a 17-year-old child to bear the expectations of family, school, and teachers, how great would the pressure be if he also had the burden of being the provincial top student? He didn't want Xie Linyuan to be crushed by that goal. Therefore, he chose to downplay it. He decided to mention the term provincial top student in the most casual way and then quickly retract it. Like a pebble casually tossed into the water, it created a few ripples, but soon the surface returned to calm. He noticed Xie Linyuan's reaction. It was calm and composed, neither startled nor ignited. That reaction was even better than Wu Feng had anticipated. This kid really is stable. Wu Feng repeated this thought in his mind. He picked up the enamel cup on the table, finding the water had gone cold. He stood up to get some hot water from the water dispenser and sat back down in his chair. He opened the score statistics on his computer, stared at the row for Xie Linyuan for a few seconds, then closed the window. He picked up the stack of unmarked assignments on the table, opened the first one, and took up a red pen. The work must continue. But the tall and thin figure of the boy seated in the third row by the window lingered in his mind for a long time. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk, illuminating the enamel cup and the stack of assignments. Other teachers in the office were either grading assignments, quietly discussing the teaching progress, or making phone calls to contact parents. Everything felt normal. It was the typical scene of a senior year. After grading 5 or 6 assignments, Wu Feng suddenly remembered something. Xie Linyuan mentioned he had been reading books on traditional Chinese medicine on his phone, learning massage techniques, and after giving his grandfather a massage, his grandfather felt a bit better. This surprised Wu Feng, yet it also seemed unsurprising. Xie Linyuan was a child who possessed an unusual maturity and composure for his age, but he would find ways to solve problems rather than passively endure them. Such a person will not fare poorly no matter where they go. Wu Feng thought of this, and a slight smile crept across his lips before he lowered his head and continued grading assignments. Outside the office, the sounds of students chatting, laughing, and the ringing of the class bell echoed in the corridor. A new class had begun. Xie Linyuan should already be seated in the mathematics classroom now. Wu Feng didn't contemplate further. He focused all his attention back on the assignments in front of him. The red pen traced across the paper, leaving behind red checks and crosses along with neatly written comments. This was just an ordinary day for a typical senior high school teacher. There was nothing grand or earth-shattering about it. It was in the day-to-day routine of preparing lessons, teaching, grading assignments, and conversing that he sent off one class after another, watching them walk out of this place and into a broader world. And today he had a conversation with a student named Xie Linyuan. This conversation may one day serve as the beginning of a grand story. But at this moment to Wu Feng, it was merely an ordinary teacher-student exchange, a completely routine encouragement and reminder. He poured a glass of water for Xie Linyuan, but he didn't drink it. He had originally intended to pat Xie Linyuan on the shoulder, but in the end he didn't. Most of the words he wanted to say remained unspoken in his heart. But he felt that this was enough. On September 5th, Saturday at 5 in the afternoon, the entrance of Huai County No. 1 high school gradually. The third year of high school only has one day off per week, from Saturday afternoon 5 o'clock to Sunday evening 6 o'clock, a total of 25 hours, neither long nor short. However, for those rural children who live at school, this time is just enough to return home. Xie Linyuan carried a faded backpack and walked out of the school gate at a leisurely pace. The backpack contained only a few books he needed to read and a change of clothes, making it quite light. Unlike other classmates who waited for the bus at the school gate, he walked east along the road. On the roadside opposite Huai County No. 1 high school, several students waiting for the bus were chatting idly. Someone saw Xie Linyuan walking east and muttered, "Isn't Xie Linyuan going back again? His home seems quite far, doesn't it? He has good stamina and walks fast." Another student chimed in. No one said anything more. At Huai County No. 1 high school, Xie Linyuan was not the only student who walked home. Although not many did, it was not considered a rare occurrence. Walking along the road, Xie Linyuan's steps were light and steady. He controlled his speed, naturally walking at a pace typical for an ordinary person, probably around 6 to 7 kilometers per hour. With his physical quality at the Yuan 2 level, he could cover a distance of over 10 kilometers in just a few minutes if he ran at full speed, but he could not do that. In front of ordinary people, he had to act like an ordinary person, at most a slightly physically stronger ordinary. On both sides of the road, the cornfields were nearly ripe, with corn stalks towering over a person's height, their leaves rustling in the evening breeze. In early September, the plains of southern Yu are most comfortable in the evening as the heat dissipates and a coolness begins to rise with the air, filled with the scent of crops and soil. Xie Linyuan took a deep breath, feeling completely relaxed. At school, he had to constantly control himself, managing his words and actions, his exam results, and ensuring he did not stand out in any way. This control was not a burden, but it wasn't exactly easy either. Only when he walked on this road home with no one around could he slightly lower his guard, allowing the Yuan force within him to freely circulate for a few cycles. After more than an hour, Xie Linyuan saw the outline of Xie village in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire village in a warm orange-red hue, with smoke rising from the rooftops of each household, gently dispersing in the evening wind. The sounds of barking dogs, crowing chickens, and children playing and chasing mixed together to create the most ordinary symphony of the countryside in the evening. Xie Linyuan quickened his pace as he entered the village. At the entrance of his home, he paused for a moment. The courtyard gate was wide open, and there was a group of little creatures in the yard. Dozens of fluffy chicks resembling rolling yellow fur balls, chirping and darting around. Some were pecking at the ground near the vegetable patch, others huddled together for warmth, and 2 bolder ones even ran to the doorway of the main room, peeking curiously inside. "Grandma, where did these chicks come from?" Xie Linyuan stepped into the yard, his voice filled with laughter. Grandma poked her head out from the kitchen floor, dusting her apron, her face blooming with a smile. "You're back. Wash your hands quickly, dinner will be ready soon. Those chicks were bought by your grandfather a few days ago at the market, specially raised for you." Xie Linyuan crouched down, reaching out to touch one of the chicks. The little creatures scattered in a flurry, running away quickly except for one that was a bit slow, which he gently cradled in his palm. The chick was warm and soft, trembling in his palm, its small dark eyes darting around. "Raised just for me." Xie Linyuan looked up at his grandmother. "Of course," she replied while pouring oil into the pot. "You're in your 3rd year now, studying hard and using a lot of brain power. You need to eat well to replenish your energy. Your grandfather and I discussed it and decided to raise some chickens. When they grow up, they can lay eggs, and every time you come back, you can have fresh eggs. When they get a bit bigger, we'll kill one to make soup for you to nourish your body." Xie Linyuan gently placed the chick back on the ground, stood up, and felt a warm glow in his heart. He walked to the kitchen door and saw his grandfather sitting behind the stove, tending to the fire. Grandfather looked much better than a month ago, with color returning to his face and his back straightening considerably, moving with a nimbleness that hardly resembled a 76-year-old man. "Grandpa, how are you feeling?" Xie Linyuan asked. Grandfather looked up, grinning widely, revealing a few missing teeth. "Much better, much better. That massage you gave me is really effective. I can walk without pain now, and I can bend over too. I even practiced Tai Chi in the yard this morning." "That's good to hear." Xie Linyuan felt happy inside, but did not show it on his face. "Grandpa, don't overdo it. I take it slow. Recovery takes time." I know. You're more nagging than your grandma." Grandfather waved his hand, but his tone was full of affection. Dinner was more sumptuous than usual. Grandma stir-fried some spicy meat with peppers, made a steamed egg custard, and prepared a cold plate of cucumbers. Xie Linyuan knew that the eggs for the custard had to have been bought from a neighbor. Because the old hens at home had long stopped laying eggs, these newly bought chicks wouldn't lay eggs until next spring. The three of them sat around the square table in the main room, having a quiet dinner under the dim light. After dinner, Xie Linyuan helped his grandma clear the dishes, washed his hands, and then said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, time for the massage." Grandfather obediently sat in the chair facing away from Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan placed his palms on him, mobilizing his yuan force to begin the treatment. After the previous treatments, grandfather's meridians were much clearer than at the beginning. The severely blocked areas had been cleared by the yuan force, and the damaged intervertebral disc tissue was slowly repairing under the nourishment of the yuan force. The effects of the yuan force were real and lasting, not just a temporary relief. Xie Linyuan could feel that his grandfather's health was genuinely improving day by day, not merely remaining at the feeling comfortable level. Half an hour later, he withdrew his hands. Grandfather stood up to stretch his back and sighed with relief. Comfortable, really comfortable. Linyuan, if you opened a massage parlor with your skills, you would definitely have thriving business. Then I should focus on getting into college first, Xie Linyuan said, laughing as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The output of yuan force took a considerable toll on him, but seeing his grandfather getting better day by day made that effort seem insignificant. Outside, the night deepened and the chicks in the yard had huddled together in a box, already asleep, occasionally letting out faint chirps. The light in the main room was warm and peaceful. The television was on at a low volume. Grandma leaned back on the sofa, dozing off. Grandfather sat in a chair watching the news, and Xie Linyuan sat at the table flipping through an English reading comprehension book. In the following months, the teachers of Huai County know. One high school witnessed what it meant to be a genius. In the September mock exam, Xie Linyuan scored 719 points, ranking first in the grade, 30 points higher than the second place. The teachers speculated privately that this child might have gained insight from working hard during the summer break and performed extraordinarily. This situation was not unprecedented. There had been instances where a student suddenly excelled and achieved an astonishing score, but then returned to normal levels in the next exam. In the October monthly test, the results were released. Xie Linyuan scored a total of 728 points. Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 298, English 146, and Chinese 134. This was 9 points higher than the mock exam. Mathematics remained perfect with only 2 points deducted, in Comprehensive Science 4 points in English and 16 points in Chinese. The teachers began to feel uneasy. One extraordinary performance could be understood, but two. Moreover, the second score was 9 points higher than the first, which could no longer be called extraordinary. It was overwhelming strength. When Wu Feng received the report card, he stared at Xie Linyuan's name for a full half-minute. Having taught for over 20 years, he had encountered all kinds of excellent students, but he had never seen anyone like Xie Linyuan, who could rise by nearly 10 points each month, even in the third year of high school. How much strength does this child really have? Wu Feng muttered to himself. In the November monthly test, Xie Linyuan scored a total of 737 points. Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 299, English 147, and Chinese 141. In Comprehensive Science, only 1 point was deducted. According to the physics teacher, Xie Linyuan had actually selected the correct answer for that question. However, his answer sheet was marked slightly irregularly, and the machine could not read it. During manual verification, it was not corrected. According to the rules of the college entrance examination, an irregular answer sheet that the machine cannot read is treated as incorrect. Even so, a score of 299 in Comprehensive Science was already a breathtaking score. In English, he scored 147, losing only 3 points all in the essay. All multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, and error correction questions were answered correctly. The English teacher said that Xie Linyuan's English level had surpassed that of high school. His essay displayed precise vocabulary and rich sentence structures, warranting a high score even in a college-level English test. In Chinese, he scored 141, with 9 points deducted, 6 of which were from the essay and 3 from objective questions and reading comprehension. The Chinese teacher remarked that Xie Linyuan's approach to reading comprehension was becoming increasingly mature, no longer resembling that of a high school student, but more like a professionally trained literary critic. The December monthly test was the last simulation before the final exams. Everyone held their breath. On the day the results were announced, the entire senior year exploded. Xie Linyuan scored a total of 746 points. Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 300, English 148, Chinese 148. Comprehensive Science achieved full marks. In English, he scored 148, with the 2 points lost entirely from the essay. In Chinese, he scored 148, with the 2 points lost also solely from the essay. Mathematics teacher Zhao Zhangwo flipped through Xie Linyuan's mathematics answer sheet 5 times. Every step was as standardized as a textbook with no skipped steps, no corrections, and the handwriting was neat, as if printed. At the mathematics group research meeting he said, "I have spent my entire life solving math problems and teaching mathematics, but I have never seen a student like this." Full marks in comprehensive science were even more terrifying. Physics, chemistry, and biology. One paper, dozens of small questions, not a single punctuation error. The physics teacher, chemistry teacher, and biology teacher sat together and studied Xie Linyuan's answer sheet for a long time, ultimately reaching the unanimous conclusion this student had nothing left to teach him in high school. The English teacher was a young woman who had graduated 2 years ago, named Lin Xiaoxi. When she saw Xie Linyuan's English paper, she was silent for a long time, then said to her colleagues, "I can't grade his English essay. Some of the sentence structures and vocabulary he used, I am not even sure about their correctness and need to check references to confirm. But my intuition tells me he is right." The Chinese teacher Wu Feng was relatively calm. He looked at Xie Linyuan's Chinese paper, especially the essay that lost only 2 points, read it 3 times, then put the paper down, took off his glasses, and rubbed his nose. He gave that essay a score of 58. Just 2 points short of full marks, not because it was poorly written, but because he dared not give full marks. Giving full marks means that the essay is perfect and beyond reproach, but the word perfect is a taboo in essay grading, and no one dares to claim they are qualified to judge an essay as perfect. Thus he deducted 2 points, leaving some room. But he knew in his heart that this essay in the context of the college entrance examination could absolutely deserve full marks. 746 points. This score in any province's college entrance examination is absolutely and indisputably the top scorer. Wu Feng printed out the report card and personally delivered it to the principal's office. Principal Zhang Jianjun, 56 years old, had been the principal of Huai County No. 1 high school for over a decade. His hair was already somewhat gray and the wrinkles on his face were like knife cuts. He was a typical old educator, rigorous, conservative, and unsmiling. He rarely appeared on campus, spending most of his time in the office reviewing documents, holding meetings, and receiving higher-ups. Students privately nicknamed him the dragon that appears only in glimpses, meaning it was harder to see the principal than to see a dragon. However, in recent months, this dragon had clearly been appearing more frequently. When Wu Feng knocked on the principal's office door, Zhang Jianjun was sitting behind his desk reviewing documents. He looked up and saw Wu Feng holding a piece of paper, his expression more serious than usual, and he had already guessed what was going on. "Teacher Wu, please sit down." Zhang Jianjun set down the documents and pointed to the chair across from him. Wu Feng sat down, placing the report card on the desk and pushing it toward Zhang Jianjun. "Principal, this is the report card for this month's test. Please take a look at Xie Linyuan's score." Zhang Jianjun picked up the report card and immediately focused on the top line. He stared at the numbers for a few seconds, then slowly put down the report card, took off his glasses, and began to wipe the lenses slowly with a piece of cloth. The office was silent for about 10 seconds. 746 points. Zhang Jianjun's voice was not loud, almost like he was talking to himself. Comprehensive science, full marks. Mathematics, full marks. English, 148. Chinese, 148. "Yes," Wu Feng nodded. "Teacher Wu, how many years have you been teaching at Huai County No. 1 high school?" Zhang Jianjun suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. 23 years, principal." 23 years, Zhang Jianjun repeated the number. "I have been at this school for 19 years and have been principal for 14 years. In these 19 years I have seen the best students who scored 701 points on the college entrance examination and went to Tsinghua University. That was the highest record in our school's history." He put his glasses back on, focusing his gaze on Wu Feng's face. "Now tell me, is this Xie Linyuan truly exceptional?" Wu Feng hardly hesitated. "Yes. Principal, I have taught for 23 years and have seen all kinds of students, both the clever and the not so clever, the diligent and the lazy, the steady and the unstable. Xie Linyuan is not the type to be fleeting. From September to December, he took 4 exams, each one higher than the last, rising from 719 to 746, with nearly 10 points of improvement each time. This is not a coincidence, it is strength." He paused, adding, "Moreover, I have observed his state, and he learns effortlessly. While others study until 11 or 12 at night, he goes to bed punctually at 10:30 every evening. In class he listens attentively but not with a tense seriousness, rather it is a relaxed and competent demeanor. I believe that 746 is not his limit." Zhang Jianjun lightly tapped his fingers on the desk twice with a slow rhythm, as if pondering a significant decision. "Are you suggesting that he has a chance to challenge for the provincial top scholar?" "It's not just a possibility," Wu Feng replied with great assurance. "As long as he performs normally in the college entrance examination, the provincial top scholar will be his. Last year the provincial science top scholar scored 712, and he scored 746 in this month's exam, surpassing that score by 34 points. Even if there are differences in exam difficulty, even if he performs slightly below par in the college entrance exam, a score above 710 is a certainty. A score of 710 in any year is a strong contender for the provincial top scholar." Zhang Jianjun fell silent again. Provincial top scholar. Huai County No. One middle school has been established for over 40 years, and its best achievement is having produced a city-level top scholar, and that has only happened once. The provincial top scholar is a dream that one cannot even dare to imagine. But if Wu Feng's judgment is accurate, and if Xie Linyuan truly can achieve provincial top scholar status, what would that mean? It would mean Huai County No. One middle school would gain sudden fame overnight. It would mean that parents across the province would know that a top scholar emerged from this county school. It would mean that the County Education Bureau, the City Education Bureau, and even the Provincial Education Department would take notice of this school. It would mean that during enrollment those excellent students who would have originally gone to key urban schools would have more options to stay at Huai County No. One middle school. It would mean, perhaps his position as principal could be elevated. Zhang Jianjun is 56 this year, and according to the conventions of the education system, opportunities for advancement at this age are already few. But if he were to produce a provincial top scholar during his tenure, it would be a significant achievement enough to allow him to ascend to a higher position before retirement. This thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He is an old-school educator, not overly driven by... In contrast, he is more concerned about whether this child can go further. Mr. Wu, I have a few requests. Zhang Jianjun's voice regained its usual steadiness. Go ahead. First, you need to closely monitor Xie Linyuan's learning state and psychological condition and report any abnormalities to me promptly. Second, the school must timely and fully dispense the subsidies and scholarships, ensuring that the student is not distracted by financial issues. Third, do not put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan. Do not specifically seek him out for conversation, do not hold any award ceremonies, and do not let him feel like he is a protected individual at the school. Everything should proceed, as usual, maintaining a calm mindset. I understand. Wu Feng nodded. Additionally, Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment, privately inform all his subject teachers to avoid treating Xie Linyuan differently. They should teach as they normally would, answer questions outside of class as usual, but avoid calling him to the office for unknown tutoring, as that would make him uncomfortable. Understood, Principal. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the glaring number on the report card, the corner of his mouth barely lifting in a smile. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Wu Feng stood up and walked out. After the office door closed, Zhang Jianjun picked up the report card again and studied it for a long time. In the following days, everything remained normal. Zhang Jianjun did not specifically seek out Xie Linyuan for conversation, nor did he intentionally approach him. It was only on a certain day, when Xie Linyuan was coming out of the teaching building on his way to the cafeteria, that he unexpectedly ran into Zhang Jianjun, who was coming out of the office. The two exchanged glances. Zhang Jianjun nodded at him and said, "Study hard," before walking past. The entire encounter lasted no more than 5 seconds, appearing natural, like a genuine coincidence. At that moment, Xie Linyuan did not know that this chance encounter had been deliberately arranged by Zhang Jianjun. The principal's office window faced the mandatory path from the teaching building to the cafeteria. Zhang Jianjun stood by the window for 10 minutes waiting for Xie Linyuan to exit the teaching building, then timed it perfectly to go downstairs, just happening to walk out of the office and run into Xie Linyuan. As for the other teachers, they had also received Wu Feng's friendly reminder not to pay excessive attention to Xie Linyuan and not to let him feel that he was being treated differently. Thus, the attitudes of the subject teachers towards Xie Linyuan remained unchanged from before. They asked questions when needed, graded assignments, and praised him when appropriate, but they would not go on lengthy speeches about how he should continue to strive for the top scholar. However, discussions among the teachers behind the scenes never ceased. The mathematics teacher Zhao Zhangwo said to colleagues in the office, "I can no longer teach Xie Linyuan mathematics. The problems he is currently solving, some I have to think for a long time, yet he can come up with 3 different solutions at a glance. I feel like he is no longer learning mathematics, he is playing mathematics." English teacher Lin Xiaoxi said, "I suggest that Xie Linyuan directly take the IELTS or TOEFL. With his current level of English, he is already qualified to apply to prestigious foreign schools." The physics teacher remarked, "Achieving a full score in the comprehensive science exam in my 15 years of teaching is the first time I've seen it. It's not merely scoring full marks, he achieved full marks. These two concepts are entirely different." The chemistry teacher commented, "Have you noticed that Xie Linyuan has a unique characteristic in answering chemistry questions? When writing reaction equations, he meticulously notes the reaction conditions, reversible symbols, and gas precipitation symbols. This is not something that can be done on the spot, it is a rigor ingrained in his very being." The biology teacher said he never uses the checkerboard method for genetic problems. Instead, he employs a probability formula he derived himself, which I studied for half a day and found is more than 3 times faster than the standard solution. This child is a genius. Wu Feng listened to his colleagues discussing animatedly, yet he did not participate much. As a Chinese teacher and class advisor, his perspective was somewhat different from the other teachers. What he saw was not only the scores, but also the state of the young man behind those scores. Xie Linyuan was too steady. Steady to the point of not seeming like a 17-year-old. Other students who scored high either danced with joy or were filled with anxiety, fearing they might not perform well next. Xie Linyuan, however, was different. He scored 746 points, yet his expression remained calm and indifferent, as if everything was within his expectations, as if this score was trivial to him. Wu Feng questioned himself. He could not have achieved such a mindset at 17. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was the end of the term. For the final exam, Xie Linyuan still scored 746 points. Mathematics 150, A Comprehensive Science 300, English 148, and Chinese 148. Exactly the same as the last monthly exam, so stable that it was almost maddening. In the Chinese composition, Wu Feng still deducted 2 points. It was not that Xie Linyuan's writing was inadequate, but rather Wu Feng did it intentionally. Fullness leads to loss and excess leads to overflow. He did not want Xie Linyuan to score full marks in regular exams, as it would create an illusion of perfection among students, which could be detrimental to their college entrance examination. Leaving a little space allows students to understand that there is still room for improvement, which is the wisdom of education. On the day of winter vacation, the entire campus was enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere of the upcoming holiday. In the corridors of the teaching building, students chatted in small groups, packing their things to go home. The first and second year students had already started their vacation, while the third year students had an extra 2 weeks of classes and could finally catch their breath. Wu Feng was sitting in his office, a bulging brown paper envelope placed before him. He had not opened it, but he knew it contained 5,000 yuan given to Xie Linyuan by the school in the name of a scholarship. There was an unwritten rule at Huai County No. 1 high school that for exceptionally outstanding students from underprivileged backgrounds, the school would provide a hidden subsidy before winter and summer vacations without going through public recognition processes, taking no photos, or issuing press releases, simply offering students some financial support quietly. Zhang Jianjun had specifically instructed that this matter should not be publicized and students should not feel that it was charity. It should be given under the name of a scholarship, allowing students to accept it with peace of mind. Wu Feng thought this arrangement by the principal was very appropriate. The class bell rang. Wu Feng picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Xie Linyuan's number. After ringing twice, the call connected. Xie Linyuan, come to my office. A few minutes later, Xie Linyuan appeared. He was wearing a school uniform, carrying an old backpack, and his hair was a bit longer than at the beginning of the school year, making him look refreshed and sharp. The months of intense study in the third year had left no signs of fatigue on his face. Instead, he appeared even more composed. Mister, will you call for me? Come in and close the door. Wu Feng gestured to the chair opposite him. Xie Linyuan walked in, gently closed the door, and sat down across from Wu Feng. Wu Feng got straight to the point, taking the brown paper envelope on the desk and pushing it towards Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan glanced at the envelope, but did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he looked up at Wu Feng with a hint of inquiry in his gaze. It's the school scholarship, Wu Feng explained. You ranked first in the grade for this final exam and achieved the highest score since the school was established. The school has decided to award you a scholarship. 5,000 yuan, or it's not much, but it's a token of appreciation. Xie Linyuan fell silent for 2 seconds before reaching for the envelope. It was unsealed, allowing him to see a thick stack of brand new 100 yuan bills inside. 5,000 yuan may just be an ordinary salary for a white-collar worker for half a month for many families, but for him, it was hard-earned money that his grandparents made from farming several acres of land. Mister, will please thank the school for me. Xie Linyuan's voice was soft, but sincere. What are you thanking for? This is what you deserve. Wu Feng waved his hand. You performed well, and the school rewards you. It's only natural. Go home and enjoy the new year. Buy your grandparents some good food and get them some new clothes. This year has not been easy for you either. You worked during the summer vacation, and now you have to study again. Make sure to relax when it's time to relax. Xie Linyuan carefully placed the envelope into the inner layer of his backpack, zipped it up, and then looked up at Wu Feng. Mister, Wu, thank you for these 2 years. This thank you was said with great seriousness from Xie Linyuan. He was not being polite, he was genuinely grateful. He knew that Wu Feng had done a lot for him, applying for financial aid, keeping an eye on scholarships, coordinating among teachers, and speaking on his behalf in front of the school leadership. Wu Feng had never mentioned these things in front of him, but Xie Linyuan was not foolish. He was well aware in his heart. Wu Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the thank you and rubbed his nose, smiling. All right, don't make it sound like a farewell. We'll still see each other next semester. Go on now, be careful on the way home. Don't just play during winter vacation, and make sure to read a bit, maintain your state, but also don't overdo it. I rest when you need to. I understand. Xie Linyuan stood up, slightly bowed to Wu Feng, and then turned to leave the office. Wu Feng watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then leaned back against his chair and let out a long sigh. Outside the window, the winter sun shone on the campus, desolate and empty. In the distance, the national flag on the playground's flagpole fluttered in the winter wind. Wu Feng looked at the flag and suddenly remembered that Xie Linyuan's home address was Zaijiakan, over 10 kilometers from the school. This child walked home every time, a journey of over an hour. In such cold winter, walking back over 10 kilometers was not easy. Wu Feng thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and sent a text to Xie Linyuan, "Send me a message when you get home." A few minutes later his phone vibrated. "Okay, Mr. Wu." Wu Feng looked at the reply, smiled, set his phone aside, and began to tidy up his desk in preparation for the vacation. What he did not know was that at that moment Xie Linyuan was walking on the road home. The winter plains were vast and desolate, with wheat fields on both sides of the road, resembling a gigantic green carpet stretching to the horizon. The sunset hung on the western horizon, casting the entire world in a warm golden hue. Xie Linyuan's steps were light and steady, with the 5,000 yuan in his backpack weighing down on him, yet it gave him an extraordinary sense of security. He recalled his grandmother's words over the phone, "Linyuan, your grandfather is feeling much better now. He talks about you every day. When will you be on vacation? Your grandmother will cook chicken for you. Those fluffy little chicks must have grown into relatively big chickens by now. In a few months they would be laying eggs." Xie Linyuan quickened his pace, heading towards Zaijiakan. Behind him the teaching building of Huai County No. 1 High School gradually disappeared into the twilight. Ahead the lights of home were beginning to flicker on one by one. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, every household in Xie Family Village began their preparations for the new year. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of fried meatballs, the sweet scent of steamed rice cakes, and the faint smell of fish from slaughtering chickens and ducks. Children chased and played in the alley, their pockets stuffed with newly bought firecrackers, occasionally tossing one to the ground. With a sharp bang, a startled hen flapped its wings and flew far away. The adults were bustling in and out, some riding electric bikes to the town to purchase New Year goods, while others set up large pots in the yard to prepare braised meat. Some climbed ladders to paste spring festival couplets, carefully putting up red paper with black characters on the door frames. The festive atmosphere in Xie Linyuan's home was far more intense than in previous years. Grandma Su Jiyun had been so busy these days that she barely had time to rest, but her smile never faded. In past years she would sit at the table with her husband and grandson, and if they cooked too much they couldn't finish it, and if they cooked too little it didn't feel like the new year. It was always so quiet that they couldn't even be bothered to set off firecrackers. This year was different. Her grandson's grades were astonishingly good, and her husband was healthier, finally giving the family a semblance of home. Early in the morning Grandma went to the town market, buying 5 pounds of pork belly, 2 carp, a large rooster, celery, garlic sprouts, tofu, vermicelli, and even specially weighed 2 pounds of peanuts and half a pound of tea leaves. On her way back the electric bike was loaded to the brim, swaying as she rode, but her mood was as bright as the sun that day. Grandpa Xie Shouqian was also busy. He swept the yard 3 times with a broom and polished the tables and chairs in the main room until they shone. While wiping the table he noticed that one of the legs was a bit wobbly, so he found a few wooden pieces to support it and tapped it with a hammer until it was steady. Satisfied, he squatted down to take a look and nodded in approval. Then he went over to the chicken coop. The fluffy little chicks had grown into half-sized chickens, their feathers glossy and full of energy. Grandpa scattered a handful of corn kernels, and the chickens rushed over, pecking at the food eagerly. "In 2 months they'll start laying eggs," he murmured to himself, his voice filled with simple satisfaction. Xie Linyuan was also busy. He was in the kitchen helping Grandma stoke the fire, the flames illuminating his face with a warm glow. Grandma, while cutting the meat, murmured, "Your cousin Wang Chao called a couple of days ago and said he would be home this afternoon. He'll come over tonight to visit. When you were working in Hangzhou, he took care of you so well. Now that he's coming you must thank him properly." "Got it, Grandma," Xie Linyuan replied. "Your grandpa said Wang Chao is a decent person. Once you make something of yourself you mustn't forget him." "I won't forget," Xie Linyuan replied plainly, but with determination. Around 4 in the afternoon the sound of a car engine echoed outside the yard. Xie Linyuan glanced out the kitchen window and saw a familiar gray-white Haval H6 parked at the entrance. The car door opened and Wang Chao stepped out from the driver's seat, wearing a dark jacket, with his hair looking neater than when he was in Hangzhou, appearing much more spirited. He walked around to the trunk and pulled out a big bag of items. "Cousin, you could have just come without bringing anything." Grandma hurried out to greet him, not even bothering to take off her apron. "Auntie, please don't be polite with me. It's just some trivial things," Wang Chao said with a smile as he entered the yard and placed the items on the table in the main room. He brought 2 boxes of milk, a box of fruit, a box of pastries, and a red gift box containing 2 bottles of liquor. Although the items weren't expensive, each was genuine and not the kind of superficial gifts. Xie Linyuan walked out of the kitchen and called brother. Wang Chao turned to look at him, appraising him from head to toe, and smiled as he patted his shoulder. "You've lost a bit of weight, but you look good. So how did your studies go this semester?" "Not bad," Xie Linyuan replied with a smile. Grandpa also came out from the house, and Wang Chao hurriedly stepped forward to shake Grandpa's hand. "Grandpa, you look much better than in the summer." "You look great," Grandpa said cheerfully. "It's all thanks to Linyuan. I don't know where he learned massage, but he gives me one every day. After a few months my back doesn't hurt anymore and my legs are strong again. I can walk quite well now. Oh, I even went for a stroll in the fields yesterday." Wang Chao looked at Xie Linyuan in surprise. He knew that Grandpa's back problem had been a long-standing issue, having heard Xie Linyuan mention it when they were in Hangzhou. He hadn't expected that in just a few months the old man had improved so much. However, he didn't dwell on it, merely nodding and saying Linyuan is a thoughtful kid. The group settled down in the main room, and Grandma served hot tea and sunflower seeds and peanuts. Wang Chao took a sip of tea, leaned back in his chair, and casually asked Linyuan, "Have the final exam results come out?" "How did you do?" Xie Linyuan sat across from him, holding the teacup with both hands, and replied calmly with a few words, 746. Wang Chao's hand holding the teacup froze. He slowly placed the teacup down, looking at Xie Linyuan, his lips moving as if trying to confirm he hadn't misheard. "How much?" 746, Xie Linyuan repeated. Wang Chao turned to look at Grandpa, and then at Grandma. Grandma nodded with a smile, and Grandpa's face was filled with unmistakable pride. Wang Chao finally confirmed he hadn't misheard, leaning back in his chair and letting out a long breath. 746. He repeated the number, shaking his head. "Linyuan, do you know what this score means?" Xie Linyuan remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Although Wang Chao wasn't a college student, he had been through the ups and downs of society for many years and understood the college entrance examination better than anyone. The workers under him all pinned their hopes on their children. The most talked about topics during breaks at the construction site were how many points someone's child scored and which university they got into. He was very clear about the concept of college entrance exam scores. Last year, the top scorer in our province's college entrance exam was over 710 points. Wang Chao calculated with his fingers. Your 746 is at least 30 or 40 points higher than that. Even if the difficulty varies every year, a score of 746 would be considered top level. He paused, looking at Xie Linyuan with eyes that had changed. They were no longer looking at a younger cousin, but at a rare. "Linyuan, let me tell you, if you can achieve this level in the college entrance exam, next year you're not just any top scorer. You'd be the first among tens of thousands of candidates in the province, the kind of top scorer who could elevate our entire county and city." Wang Chaos' voice tightened, as if something was caught in his throat. "Do you know if our counties know? One high school has ever produced a provincial top scorer in all these years." "No," Grandpa interjected, "the best we've had is a city top scorer, and that has only happened once." "Exactly." Wang Chao slapped his thigh. "If Lin Yuan becomes the top scholar of the province, it would be an unprecedented event. At that time the school will award you, the county will award you, and even the city might give you an award. You won't just go to school for free, you can even earn money." Grandma's eyes sparkled, but she still had some doubts. "Can taking an exam really earn money?" "Auntie, you don't understand," Wang Chao patiently explained. "What does it mean to be the top scholar of the province? It's a significant matter that brings honor to the school and the county magistrate. At that time, various scholarships, grants, and corporate sponsorships could total tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. Tsinghua and Peking University will be vying for you, and the conditions will be quite favorable." Grandma's mouth opened slightly before closing again. As a rural old lady, her understanding of Tsinghua and Peking University was limited to those are good universities. As for being a top scholar and scholarships, she didn't dare to even think about it. But now, hearing Wang Chao say this, it seemed like these good things were really about to happen to her family, and her eyes turned red all of a sudden. If Lin Yuan's father were still here, seeing Lin Yuan achieve so much. Grandma started to say, but couldn't finish, wiping the corners of her eyes with her hand. The living room fell silent for a moment. Wang Chao did not pick up on this topic, but turned to Xie Linyuan, adopting a more relaxed tone. "Lin Yuan, you shouldn't feel pressured. I'm not giving you a task. Just perform normally on the day of your college entrance exam. Whatever score you get is fine. Having scored 746 before proves you have the ability, so you can be more assured during the exam." "I know, brother." Xie Linyuan nodded. Wang Chao sat for a while longer, chatting with Grandpa about the changes in the village and discussing Grandma's health. He noticed that Grandpa's mental state was indeed much better than in the summer. He walked steadily, spoke with vigor, and the wrinkles on his face had smoothed out considerably. He secretly marveled at this, but did not dwell on it, thinking that perhaps the old man's health improved simply because his spirits were lifted. Before leaving, Wang Chao took out a red envelope from his jacket pocket and approached Grandma, presenting it with both hands. "Annie, this is for you and Grandpa, just a little token for the new year to buy something good to eat." Grandma took one look at the thickness of the envelope and quickly waved her hands to decline. No, you gave Lin Yuan a raise last time and bought him food for the trip. That's already enough. We can't take this money, you should take it back and buy something for your parents." Wang Chao shoved the red envelope into Grandma's hands, his attitude very firm. "Annie, why are you being so polite with me? You even held me when I was small. If you don't take this money, I won't dare to come back in the future." Grandpa spoke up from the side. "Take it, Wang Chao has a good heart." Grandma looked at Grandpa, then back at Wang Chao, her eyes reddening again, but this time she didn't cry. She just squeezed Wang Chao's hand tightly and kept saying, "Good child." Only then did Wang Chao smile, patting Xie Linyuan on the shoulder, saying, "Study well, and I'll wait for good news from you next year," then turned and left the yard, starting up his car and driving away. The tail lights of the Havel H6 turned a corner at the end of the village road and disappeared into the dusk. Grandma stood at the gate for a long time clutching the red envelope, her heart a mix of emotions. Xie Linyuan walked over and said softly, "Grandma, it's cold outside, let's go inside." Grandma came back to her senses, nodded, and returned to the house with her grandson. She placed the red envelope on the table, opened it to find 5 brand new 100 yuan bills. Grandma sighed, "This child, it's not easy for him, yet he still thinks of us." "Just keep it in your heart," Grandpa said briefly. Xie Linyuan didn't say anything. He simply took the 500 yuan from the envelope and handed it to Grandma. Grandma accepted the money and locked it in the drawer of the old wardrobe in the living room, tucking the key into her pocket. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Before dawn, the sound of sporadic firecrackers rang out in the village. Xie Linyuan was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was just getting light, the eastern horizon tinged with a pale fishbelly white. He didn't linger in bed, but got up, dressed, and opened the door to his room. In the living room, Grandma was already busy. A large pot on the stove was simmering chicken soup, bubbling away with a rich aroma that filled the entire house. Grandpa was sitting behind the stove, tending the fire, the flames illuminating his wrinkled face, his expression peaceful and content. "Grandma, are we stewing chicken today?" Xie Linyuan walked over, lifted the pot lid to take a glance. The golden chicken soup had a layer of oil floating on top. The chicken was tender and fragrant. "This chicken has been raised for almost 5 months, just right for the new year." Grandma picked up a pair of long chopsticks from the stove and flipped the chicken over in the pot. "This rooster is very fat. The soup will be rich. You should drink a couple of bowls later." Xie Linyuan swallowed, smiling as he said okay. Around 8 in the morning, Grandpa called Xie Linyuan into the living room. Grandpa sat in a chair, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. He had quit smoking when his back hurt a lot, but now that he felt better, he would occasionally smoke one, though much less than when he was younger. "Linyuan, today is New Year's Eve. There's something you need to do." Grandpa took a puff of smoke, the smoke slowly dispersing in the morning light. Xie Linyuan knew what Grandpa was going to say. "Go visit your parents' grave." Each word from Grandpa's mouth seemed to be drawn up from a very deep place. "It's an old custom to visit graves before the new year. The weather is nice today, so you should go by yourself. Although my health has improved, my legs are still not very agile, so I won't go with you. Just go and talk to them, let them know how you've been this year, and reassure them." Xie Linyuan nodded, his voice small, but firm. "Okay." Grandpa took a stack of yellow paper and a string of firecrackers from the drawer, and also found an old iron bucket which was used to burn the paper money to avoid sparks igniting the dry grass around. He handed the items to Xie Linyuan, then took out a lighter from his pocket and stuffed it into his grandson's hands as well. "Go and take your time on the way." Xie Linyuan accepted the items, changed into an old pair of shoes, put on a thick coat, and stepped out the door. The cemetery for the Xie family village was located 3 miles east of the village on a slope. Though it was called a slope, it was merely a slight rise on a plain elevated a meter or two above the surrounding land. The villagers had buried their ancestors here for generations, with graves lined up next to one another, some marked with stone tablets, others just small earth mounds covered in withered grass. The winter fields were empty and desolate, the wheat seedlings clinging to the ground a dark green. In the distance, the poplar trees stood bare, their branches resembling the outstretched fingers of an old man pointing straight at the gray-white sky. The wind blew in from the north, carrying a biting cold that made the dry grass on the ridge tremble. Xie Linyuan carried his belongings, walking step by step along the ridge. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his face expressionless, yet his eyes held a deep, heavy thing like a bottomless pool of water. The grave of his parents was located on a slope slightly to the west, neither large nor eye-catching. The tombstone was a plain gray stone engraved with his parents' names and their dates of birth and death. The ground in front of the tombstone was overgrown with dry grass, some of which had already laid against the stone. Xie Linyuan stood in front of the grave for a while. The wind tousled his hair, but he paid it no mind. He stood there looking at the 2 names on the tombstone, gazing at the dates that were both familiar and distant to him. Born in the 1970s, died in 2020. 6 or 7 years had passed, yet every time he stood before this grave the feeling remained the same, as if someone had grasped his heart in their hand. Not painful, but stifling. He placed the iron bucket in front of the tombstone, neatly folded the yellow paper, and lit it. The flames flickered up, casting an orange glow on the gray stone tombstone, illuminating the characters in a bright and dark contrast. Xie Linyuan crouched down, adding sheets of paper to the fire one by one, the firelight illuminating his face. A young, chiseled visage devoid of any expression, yet entirely unmasked. He did not cry. It was not that he did not want to cry, but that he could not. Or rather, he felt that crying would be meaningless. His parents would not come back to life because he cried, and life would not become easier because of his tears. What he could do was not cry, but move forward. "Dad, Mom." He spoke softly as if chatting with 2 people. "I've come." The wind swept over the grave, lifting the burnt paper ashes into the air, swirling and fluttering like a swarm of gray butterflies. This summer vacation, I worked in Hangzhou. My cousin Wang Chow took care of me. I earned 300 a day, worked 55 days, and made 17,000. I topped my class in the entrance exam and remained first in the following monthly tests, scoring 746 in the final exam. The teacher said this score could win the provincial champion. If you were still around, you would surely be overjoyed. The fire continued to burn, the yellow paper curling and turning black, turning to ashes, and sending up a wave of warmth. Grandpa and Grandma are much better now. I cured Grandpa's back pain, and I can do some things now that I couldn't before. I won't say what exactly because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. Rest assured I will take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. He added a few more sheets of paper to the fire, which flared up a bit more, heating his face. Next year is the college entrance examination. I plan to become the top scorer and attend the best university to learn the most advanced knowledge. The road ahead is long and I can't say exactly how it will turn out, but it certainly won't be an ordinary life. Watch over me from above, I won't bring shame upon you. The paper burned out, the fire gradually diminished, leaving only a pile of glowing red embers flickering in the wind. Xie Linyuan picked up the firecrackers, tore open the packaging, hung one end on the dry grass beside the tombstone, and then lit the fuse with a lighter. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers exploded across the empty fields, startling the sparrows in the nearby trees to flutter away. Red paper scraps flew everywhere, landing on the ground in front of the grave among the withered grass, and on Xie Linyuan's shoulders. As the smoke dissipated, everything fell silent. Xie Linyuan stood in front of the grave for a while longer, then emptied the ashes from the iron bucket, tidied up his things, and turned to walk back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and looked back. His parents' grave lay quietly on the slope, the tombstone glinting a bluish gray in the winter sun. The wind lifted the few unburnt ashes, twirling them into the sky, ascending higher and farther until they merged into the gray-white sky, no longer visible. Xie Linyuan turned around and strode toward the village. He did not look back. On the eve of the new year, the entire Xie family village lit up. Every household hung red lanterns at their doors, window decorations were pasted up, and couplets adorned the door frames. The sound of firecrackers had started in the evening and continued until deep into the night, as if the entire earth were boiling. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder, the fragrance of food and wine, along with that warm mixed aroma that could only be smelled on New Year's Eve, which made one's nose tingle. In Xie Linyuan's living room, the lights were bright. A new plastic tablecloth covered the square table bought by Grandma a few days ago, bright red, with golden characters of Fu printed on it. The table was filled with dishes: braised pork, chicken soup, braised carp, stir-fried spicy, cured meat, garlic, stir-fried greens, fried peanuts, marinated century eggs, tofu balls. A table full, steaming and colorful. Grandma brought out the last dish, untied her apron, wiped her hands, and looked at the full table of food, smiling contentedly. This year is the most decent year we've had. When Grandma said this, her voice trembled a bit, but the smile on her face was genuine, and the light in her eyes was. Grandpa sat at the head of the table wearing a nearly new dark blue cotton jacket, his hair neatly combed, and the wrinkles on his face resembled a chrysanthemum opened by the wind. He picked up the bottle of white liquor on the table, poured himself a small glass, having been advised by the doctor to drink a little for his health, and poured half a glass for Xie Linyuan. Linyuan is grown up, now have some liquor, it's fine. When Grandpa said this, his tone carried a serious feeling, as if announcing an important decision. Starting today, his grandson was no longer a child. Xie Linyuan raised his glass, toasting first to Grandpa, then to Grandma. Grandpa, Grandma, you've worked hard this year. Next year, I will work even harder, so you can live a good life. His words were not overly sentimental, even somewhat plain, but it was precisely because of their plainness that they felt especially genuine. Grandpa raised his glass, clinking it with his grandson's, producing a crisp sound. The old man took a sip of liquor, squinting at the spiciness, but the smile on his face deepened. Grandma did not drink, holding a glass of plain water, and came over to clink her glass, saying, Grandma does not ask for you to give me a good life. Oh, as long as you are safe and healthy, that is enough for me. The three clinked their glasses and began their New Year's Eve dinner. The television was on, broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala from the central station, and lively music and laughter spilled from the screen, filling the entire room. Outside, the sound of firecrackers echoed one after another, and fireworks occasionally shot up into the night sky, exploding into vibrant blossoms in the darkness. Xie Linyuan placed a piece of braised pork into his mouth, the taste that his grandmother excelled at. Rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, with a perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness. He took another sip of chicken soup, so fresh that his eyebrows almost lifted. The chicken had been simmered for an entire morning, with the meat falling off the bone at the slightest touch of his lips, the soup rich with essence. Delicious, he sincerely praised. His grandmother beamed with joy, continuously adding more dishes to his bowl. Eat more, eat more. Look how thin you are. Grandfather was leisurely sipping his wine beside them, his gaze shifting now to his grandson, now to his old. This 76-year-old man, who had experienced the pain of burying his own child and endured years of illness, now sat at this square table, which had hosted family reunions for over a decade, feeling a long-lost emotion welling up inside. It was not happiness. The word happiness felt too light. It was a sense of groundedness, a stable security that felt solid beneath his feet. This family had once again found its foundation, its hope, and its future. Linyuan. Grandfather suddenly spoke up. Xie Linyuan looked up at him. With a wine glass in hand, a glimmer sparked in his murky eyes, but his expression remained calm and his voice steady. If your father were still here, seeing you like this today, he would be so happy that he'd drink half a gin of wine. The living room fell silent for a moment. Laughter from the television continued and firecrackers crackled outside, but in that small space around the square, table time seemed to slow down suddenly. Grandmother's eyes reddened, but she did not cry. She merely lowered her head, picking up a piece of chicken and chewing slowly, taking her time. Xie Linyuan raised his glass and gently said, "Grandpa, Grandma, things will get better every year from now on." Grandfather nodded, downing the remaining wine in his cup in one gulp, then placed the cup on the table and exhaled a long breath. "Yes, it will get better." Outside the window, another firework exploded in the night sky, golden light streaming through the window, illuminating 3 faces of different ages, but equally warm in the living room. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. Most of the dishes on the table were devoured. Only oil remains of the braised pork. The chicken soup was nearly empty, and the braised carp was left with only a complete skeleton. Grandfather had 2 small cups of white wine. His face slightly flushed, his voice louder than usual, as he began recounting stories from his youth on the construction site. Grandmother found his rambling tiresome, but did not interrupt, just listening with a smile. Xie Linyuan was full, leaning back in his chair, while the Spring Festival Gala on the television was showing a skit, the audience's laughter rising in waves. He looked at his grandparents, at this room that, though worn, was filled with light and laughter, and a complex emotion surged within him. A year ago he was just an ordinary sophomore, doing well in his studies, but not outstanding, with better than average physical fitness, but nothing extraordinary, worrying about money, every day unsure of what the future held. Today, a year later, he was a practitioner at the Yuan 2 realm, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years and abilities far surpassing ordinary people. His academic performance was top in the entire school, even in the province. He had healed his grandfather's illness using his Yuan power, and his grandmother's smile had increased countless times. This family was gradually emerging from the shadows of the disaster that struck years ago. And he was just getting started. "Grandma, I'll do the dishes." Xie Linyuan stood up, starting to gather the bowls and chops. No, you go watch TV. Grandma will take care of it." Grandmother hurriedly grabbed the bowls and chopsticks. Grandma stood at the kitchen door, watching her grandson's tall figure busy at the sink, her face breaking into an immensely satisfied smile. Grandfather walked out of the living room, standing beside grandmother, both watching the busy young man in the kitchen. "Our grandson is remarkable," grandfather said softly. Grandmother did not respond, just nodded vigorously. After tidying up the kitchen, Xie Linyuan returned to the living room, where his grandparents were already seated in front of the television. Grandmother was peeling peanuts while grandfather was drinking tea, the two leaning against each other like 2 old trees, their trunks bent, but their roots still deeply embedded in the soil. Xie Linyuan brought a chair to sit next to them, also grabbing a handful of peanuts to peel slowly. The Spring Festival Gala continued on the television, entering the countdown to midnight, the host excitedly shouting 10, 9, 8, 7. Outside, the firecrackers' sounds became dense, as if the entire world was boiling. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The New Year's bell rang. Grandfather took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket, handing one to Xie Linyuan and the other to grandmother. The red envelopes were not thick, but grandfather prepared them with great seriousness. The red covers bore the words "peace" written with a brush, the characters slightly slanted, but each stroke was sincere. New Year's money. Linyuan, I wish you success in the college entrance examination next year with your name on the honor roll. Grandfather's voice was not loud, but amid the deafening sounds of firecrackers, each word clearly reached Xie Linyuan's ears. Xie Linyuan accepted the red envelope, squeezing it. It was thin, probably containing only a couple of bills. But he knew that for his grandfather the significance of these 2 bills was far beyond their face value. This was money his grandfather had saved through frugality, the simplest blessing a 76-year-old man could give to his grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Xie Linyuan carefully placed the red envelope in his inner pocket, close to his heart. Grandmother also took her envelope, opened it, and smiled. Old man, when did you learn to give out red envelopes? Grandfather snorted. I didn't give them before, because I had no money. Now that my grandson has made the family look decent, I ought to act like a grandfather. The 3 of them laughed. Outside, the fireworks illuminated the night sky, red, green, gold, purple, one after another, as if the sky were blooming. The sound of firecrackers continued endlessly like the heartbeat of the earth. In Xiejia village, lights flickered on and off. Under each light was a family reuniting, a table of steaming New Year's Eve dinner, and stories being shared. After midnight, the firecracker sounds gradually faded. Grandmother went to bed first, and grandfather, yawning, returned to his room. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the living room, the television turned off, and the room fell silent. He took out the red envelope given by his grandfather, opened it to see 2 brand new 100 yuan bills. He placed the bills back in the envelope, then back into his inner pocket. Then he closed his eyes, and the yuan power within him began to circulate slowly. The operation of the yuan power guiding technique had become an instinct. Even if he did nothing, the yuan power would circulate on its own within his body. But tonight he deliberately increased the intensity of the circulation, allowing the yuan power to surge through his meridians faster and more violently. The yuan power washed through every meridian, nurturing every cell, that sensation akin to spring rain seeping into parched earth, silent, yet brimming with boundless vitality. In the new year, a new beginning. His goal was clear: to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, to enter a top-tier university, and then to use his extraordinary thinking ability and the accomplishments of his yuan power guiding technique to contribute to this nation and this people. Though it was still too early to speak of these, the path was walked step by step, and he had already taken the first step. The second and third steps would only become steadier. Outside in the night, the last firework dimmed on the horizon, and the night sky was filled with a myriad of stars, densely packed, as if someone had scattered crushed diamonds across the celestial canvas. Xie Linyuan opened his eyes, looking through the window at that expanse of starry sky, a slight smile curving his lips. 1,000 years from now, these stars would belong to the descendants of Yin and Huang. He stood up, turned off the lights, and returned to his room. The night of New Year's Eve was quiet and warm. Xiejia village was immersed in the first dream of the new year, the lights of every household flickering out one by one, with only a few still shining like the earth responding to the starlight above. Xie Linyuan lay in bed, listening to the occasional firecracker, sounds from afar, the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops outside, and the even breaths of his grandparents in the next room, slowly closing his eyes. This was the most grounded new year he had experienced in 17 years. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the senior high school of Huai County No. 1 middle school was the first to ring the bell for the new semester. The winter break lasted only about 10 days, and the calendar for the senior year was already turned to the second half of the semester. The big red couplets at the school gate still hung, and the lanterns in the corridor of the teaching building had not been taken down, but the air was already filled with a tension that was different from before the new year. The countdown sign had reappeared in the center of the teaching building's hall, with the glaring numbers reading: only 118 days left until the college entrance examination. The numbers were red, a vivid crimson, like a ball of burning fire. Xie Linyuan, carrying his old backpack that had faded, walked into the campus. He did not waste his time during the winter break, not because he was particularly diligent, but because with his current cognitive ability, even studying for just 2 or 3 hours a day, his speed of knowledge consolidation was countless times faster than that of ordinary people. Moreover, every time the elemental force guidance technique completed a cycle, his memory comprehension and concentration were slightly enhanced, and this gradual accumulation of progress was beyond what mere practice could compare to. However, he did not show any of this. In the eyes of teachers and classmates, Xie Linyuan remained the low-key, composed top student who attended classes on time every day. He did not seek attention, did not boast, nor did he feign humility by saying "I did well" just because of good luck. He existed quietly like that, like a deep pool, calm on the surface, yet with turbulent currents beneath. The first week of the new semester saw the first monthly exam of the second half of senior year as scheduled. The difficulty of this exam was tacitly controlled by the teachers of various subjects at a moderate level. It could neither be too easy that would lead students to be complacent, nor too difficult to dampen their confidence. But for Xie Linyuan, the level of difficulty held no real significance anymore. The moment he received the exam paper, he knew he could get it right, even with his eyes closed. 2 days later, as the exams concluded, the results came out on the morning of the third day. When Wu Feng walked into the classroom with the report card, his expression was rather neutral. He had already discussed it in the office with his colleagues, and the initial shock and excitement had been replaced by a calm and reasonable recognition. It was as if Xie Linyuan achieving such results was a natural occurrence not worth making a fuss about. The results are out, let me read the ranking. Wu Feng stood at the podium, his voice not loud, but each word clear and powerful. First in the grade, Xie Linyuan, with a total score of 748. The classroom erupted in the expected applause, not as fervent as before, but more sincere. The classmates had already grown accustomed to Xie Linyuan sitting in the top position just as naturally as the sun rises from the east. Mathematics 150, A Comprehensive Science 300, English 150, A Chinese 148. Wu Feng reported the scores and placed the report card on the desk. 2 points were deducted in Chinese in the essay. I told you essays are something where full marks are hard to come by. Oh, it's not that the writing is poor, but rather an issue with the... He glanced at Xie Linyuan while saying this, his tone carrying an explanatory undertone that he was not even aware of, almost suggesting, I did not deliberately deduct your points, it is just how the rules are. Xie Linyuan nodded, remaining silent. However, everyone present, both teachers and students, understood that 748 points, just 2 points away from full marks, represented an absolutely dominant score in any college entrance examination. What shocked the teachers even more was that this score was not a fluke or an extraordinary performance, but rather Xie Linyuan's standard operation. In the following 2 months during the monthly exams, Xie Linyuan's scores remained rock solid. In February's monthly exam, he scored 748 points. 2 points were deducted in Chinese, while the rest were full marks. In March's monthly exam, he scored 748 points. 2 points were deducted in Chinese, while the rest were full marks. In April's monthly exam, he again scored 748 points. 2 points were deducted in Chinese, while the rest were full marks. In 3 exams, the scores were identical, with the deducted subjects and points being exactly the same. If it weren't for the fact that each exam had completely different questions, the teachers would almost suspect that Xie Linyuan was memorizing the answers. Such stability could no longer be described as excellent, it was almost eerie. The scores of the top students in the college entrance examination vary each year, with fluctuations of 20 to 30 points being common due to differences in question difficulty, grading standards, and the candidate states. Yet Xie Linyuan was like a precisely calibrated machine. No matter what kind of questions were input, the output would always be the same, 748 points. In a private conversation with mathematics teacher Zhao Zhengwo, Wu Feng said, "This kid is too steady, it makes me a bit afraid." Zhao Zhengwo adjusted his reading glasses and replied leisurely, "Afraid of what?" "Afraid that he might underperform in the college entrance examination." "I don't think so. For students like him, the more critical the moment, the steadier they become. In my 30 years of teaching the best students, I've seen all experience fluctuations before the college entrance examination to varying degrees. But this Xie Linyuan, I see no signs of fluctuation in him. He seems to be in a constant state, unaffected by any external factors." Wu Feng thought for a moment and found Zhao Zhengwo's reasoning to be sound. He later reported Xie Linyuan's situation to Principal Zhang Jianjun. After listening, Zhang Jianjun remained silent for a long time, then said something that impressed Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, encountering a student like this once in a lifetime is a blessing for a teacher. Cherish him well, and don't mess it up." Wu Feng certainly wouldn't mess it up. At a senior high school teachers meeting at the end of April, Zhang Jianjun rarely attended in full. This was not common before. He usually only made an appearance at the opening and in daftar meetings with the vice principal handling daily affairs. But this time not only did he come, but he also sat in the main seat listening from beginning to end. The main content of the meeting was the work arrangements for the final month before the college entrance examination. Review progress, mock exam arrangements, student psychological counseling, and coordination with parents. Every detail was discussed with each head of the lesson preparation group, taking turns to speak. Zhang Jianjun remained silent, just quietly listening, occasionally jotting down notes. As the meeting neared its end, Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan mentioned a name. "Xie Linyuan, this student has been receiving our focused attention. From last September until now, his scores have been exceptionally stable to an almost unbelievable degree. Based on his current performance, if he can perform normally in the college entrance examination, he has a very good chance of becoming the top student in the province. This is the best opportunity since the founding of Huai County No. 1 Middle School. I hope all teachers can work together to support this student." Lu Ziyuan's words were very restrained, but everyone present heard the weight behind them. The phrase support is not used lightly. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun spoke up. His voice was not loud, but the conference room fell silent instantly. "I completely agree with Principal Liu's words. However, I would like to add one point." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each teacher present. "Xie Linyuan is our student, not our tool. His achievements belong to him, not to us. As teachers, our role is not to use him as a pawn to fulfill our personal ambitions, but to do our utmost to help and support him, allowing him to enter the examination hall without distraction." The conference room was deathly quiet. "Therefore, I have 3 requests." Zhang Jianjun held up 3 fingers. "First, all subject teachers should maintain the previous strategy, avoid special treatment, and refrain from putting extra pressure on Xie Linyuan. Conduct regular classes, answer questions normally, and assign homework as usual. Do not call him to the office for private conversations, and do not say things like 'you are the hope of our school.' Such words are too heavy for a 17-year-old child to bear. Second, logistical support must be in place. The cafeteria, dormitories, and campus environment. These fundamental aspects must not have any issues. Xie Linyuan's family situation is not good, and the school should provide subsidies and scholarships in a timely manner, ensuring he has no financial worries. Third, and most importantly, Zhang Jianjun's voice turned serious, protect him. Do not let the media know of his existence, do not allow people from society to disturb him, and do not push him into the spotlight. What he needs now is a quiet learning environment, not the title of young genius. If anyone leaks this information, I will hold them accountable." The teachers in the conference room exchanged glances with no one speaking. Each of Zhang Jianjun's 3 requests hit the nail on the head, exuding the calmness and thoroughness that only a veteran principal possesses. After the meeting, Wu Feng walked back to his office feeling a new layer of respect for Zhang Jianjun. This old principal was usually low-key, even jokingly referred to by students as the dragon that only shows its head, but never its tail, but at critical moments his judgment and decisiveness were top-notch. He knew what should be done, what should not be done, what should be said, what should not be said, what should be fought for, what should not be fought for. The 2 mock exams in May were the last large-scale drills before the college entrance examination. Before the first mock exam, Wu Feng called Xie Linyuan to the office. It was not for a conversation, but to hand him an envelope containing the examination admission ticket, exam arrangements, and some notes. These things could have been sent home with the students, but Wu Feng wanted to take this opportunity to say a word to Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan, for this mock exam, I have a suggestion for you. Xie Linyuan stood quietly in front of the desk waiting. In previous exams I deducted 2 points from your Chinese essay, every time. Not because you wrote poorly, but because I believe that a full moon always wanes. Scoring full marks regularly is not necessarily a good thing. Wu Feng looked into Xie Linyuan's eyes. But for this mock exam I will not deduct points. Just write freely whatever comes to mind. I want to see what your limits are. Xie Linyuan was silent for a second, then, on May 7th, the first mock exam. On the day of the Chinese exam, Xie Linyuan received the essay topic and carefully read the materials. The topic provided a discussion on inheritance and innovation, requiring candidates to combine the materials with reality and write an article of no less than 800 words. This topic was not particularly novel and could even be considered an old face in college entrance examination essays. But the more commonplace it is, the more it tests one's skills, because anyone can write, but very few can write with originality. Xie Linyuan spent about 5 minutes brainstorming. He did not approach it from the binary dialectical structure of inheritance is important and innovation is also important, as most students would. Instead, he chose a more nuanced angle, asserting that the essence of inheritance is not to cling to the past, but to continue in an innovative manner. The essence of innovation is not to overturn, but to break through based on inheritance. The 2 are not opposites, but 2 facets of the same entity. The brilliance of this perspective lies in its departure from the formulaic "we need both" and approach, establishing a unified framework at a higher dimension. He employed a vivid metaphor: a river flowing from upstream to downstream continuously changes, yet the river itself never ceases to flow. What changes is the water, what remains unchanged is the riverbed. Inheritance is the riverbed, innovation is the water flow. Without the riverbed the water will disperse, without the water flow the riverbed will dry up. Both are indispensable, and truly great civilizations thrive in the dialectical movement between the riverbed and the water flow. He wrote at the end, "We, this generation, are neither the traditional tomb guardians nor the past grave diggers. We are the new navigators on this river, holding the torch of our predecessors to illuminate the unknown path ahead. The torch may burn out, but the ember remains. The river may change its course, but the flow continues." After writing this, he read it himself and thought it was acceptable. It was not perfect, but rather acceptable. For he was well aware that with the thinking capacity of a Yuan 2 realm, he could easily write articles far superior to this, but that would no longer reflect the level of a high school student. The current degree just perfectly straddles the line between stunning and reasonable, making it both eye-catching and not so incredible that it feels unbelievable. He first completed the correction of all the objective questions and reading comprehension, confirming that there were no points deducted before turning to the page of the essay. He read it through. Then he read it again. After that he put down the test paper, removed his glasses, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling for quite a while. This child, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. He wrote a number in the essay scoring column, full marks. Not because he suddenly became generous, but because he truly found no reason to deduct points. The theme, structure, logic, language, depth of thought, and emotional intensity were all impeccable in every. If one were to nitpick, perhaps they could argue that a certain word was not used precisely enough, but that was not a reason for deduction, it was merely quibbling. Moreover, he had already deducted points from Xie Linyuan's essays for an entire semester. He did not want Xie Linyuan to enter the college entrance examination with the psychological suggestion of "I will never get a perfect score on my essay." A perfect score on a simulated exam essay is more effective than any psychological counseling. The total score for the first simulated exam was out. Xie Linyuan 750 points. Mathematics 150, A Comprehensive Science 300, English 150, A Chinese 150. Full marks. When the news spread, the entire senior year group erupted in excitement. Several young teachers even rushed to the office door to view the score sheets, as if to confirm that their eyes were not deceiving them. When the English teacher Lin Xiaoxi saw Xie Linyuan's perfect score in English, her first reaction was not joy. She took out her own exam paper and meticulously checked each question, confirming there were no grading errors before letting out a long sigh and then smiling. "This student of mine is better at English than I am," she told her colleagues, her tone devoid of jealousy, filled only with a pure pride that a teacher feels. The physics, chemistry, and biology teachers sat together studying Xie Linyuan's comprehensive science answer sheet for half a day. The physics teacher remarked, "This child's problem-solving approach is beyond the scope of high school physics. Some of the methods he used are content from university-level physics." The chemistry teacher added, "Look at how he wrote the chemical equations. He meticulously included the reaction conditions, reversible symbols, and gas precipitation symbols. This is not something that can be achieved by improvisation, it's basic skill." The biology teacher said he never uses the checkerboard method for genetic problems. Instead, he derives his own formulas. "I studied that formula for half a day and found that it was 3 times faster than the standard solution." Teacher Zhao Zhengwo flipped through Xie Linyuan's math answer sheet several times, finally uttering a single word, 750 points. In the history of the college entrance examination, a raw score of full marks has never occurred. Not to mention the college entrance examination, there has never been a case of full marks in mock exams either. Under the original scoring system, achieving full marks with questions of considerable difficulty cannot merely be explained as excellent. When Zhang Jianjun saw this score in the office, he remained silent for a long time. He did not smile, did not show excitement, and displayed no external emotional reactions. He just sat in the chair he had occupied for over a decade, gazing out at the sycamore tree for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Wu Feng's number. "Teacher Wu, please do not announce Xie Linyuan's score from this mock exam to the outside world. It's enough for the teachers within the school to know, don't let it spread. And definitely do not contact any media." "Understood, Principal." Zhang Jianjun hung up the phone and remained silent for a while longer. It wasn't that he didn't want others to know. On the contrary, he wanted the whole world to know that there was a student capable of scoring full marks at Huai County No. 1 high school. But he understood better that now was not the time. The college entrance examination had yet to take place. Everything was still uncertain. If the news was released now, media coverage, social attention, and pressure from all sides would surge like a tide, something a 17-year-old child could not possibly bear. To protect him is to protect the best opportunity Huai County No. 1 high school has had in over 40 years. At the end of May, the second mock exam took place. This time, Xie Linyuan once again submitted a perfect answer sheet. 750 points. 2 mock exams, 2 perfect scores. This is not a coincidence, not luck, and not because the questions were too easy. This is strength, pure, overwhelming, and indisputable strength. The news spread among the teachers, but was strictly contained within the teaching staff. The students only knew that Xie Linyuan performed well, but were unaware that he had achieved full marks. The teachers tacitly kept this secret, much like safeguarding a monumental secret that could determine the fate of the school. On the first day of June, Huai County No. 1 high school held a pre-college entrance examination rally on the school playground. In the early morning of the southern plains of Yu, the wind already carried warmth. The sun had just risen from the eastern horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the entire playground. On the playground, nearly 1,000 students from 18 classes of the senior year stood in orderly rows on the grass, wearing matching uniforms resembling a well-organized formation. Above the podium hung a red banner inscribed with Huai County No. 1 High School 2027 College Entrance Examination Rally. On either side of the podium stood 2 enormous display boards, one reading, "Fight for the College Entrance Examination, Achieve Fame" on the gold list, and the other stating, "Strive to the end, youth, without regrets." A stirring march played from the sound system, resonating throughout the entire campus. On the podium sat Principal Zhang Jianjun, Vice Principal Lu Zhuan, the Director of Teaching, the heads of various grade groups, and several teacher representatives. Wu Feng, as the head teacher of the key class in the senior year, also sat on the stage. Xie Linyuan stood at the front of the student lineup. Today he had one task: to speak on behalf of the outstanding students. This was not his first time speaking in front of the entire faculty and student body, but today's atmosphere was unlike any previous occasion. The college entrance examination was just around the corner, and the countdown clock now read 6 days until the college entrance examination. On the 1,000 young faces below there was tension, anticipation, anxiety, and excitement, a myriad of emotions intertwined like the oppressive atmosphere before an impending storm. The host announced the commencement of the rally, and everyone stood up to sing the national anthem. At that moment when the anthem began, Xie Linyuan stood as straight as everyone else, his gaze fixed on the fluttering national flag above the podium. He sang, earnestly enunciating every word clearly. After the anthem, Principal Zhang Jianjun took to the stage to deliver a speech. His address was brief, lasting less than 10 minutes, but every sentence resonated with weight. He did not utter any hollow slogans, but shared a few simple stories about the states and mindsets of past students before their college entrance examinations, recounting his own experiences from his youth. In conclusion, he said, "Students, the college entrance examination is the first true battle in your lives, but it is not the end, it is the beginning. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you give it your all, there is nothing to regret. I wish you all success and a bright future." The audience erupted into warm applause. Then it was time for the teacher representatives to speak. Wu Feng was elected as the teacher representative, and as he walked onto the stage the students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wu Feng's humor and charm were well regarded among the students, and everyone liked him. Wu Feng's speech continued in his usual style, both serious and humorous. He said, "Students, in these days leading up to the college entrance examination, the most important thing you need to do is not to cram for questions or stay up late, but to adjust your mindset, ensure adequate sleep, and pay attention to your diet. Your knowledge reserve is already sufficient. What is being tested now is not who is smarter, but who is steadier. If you can maintain your composure, you will win." He paused and smiled, saying, "Of course, if you can be as steady as Xie Linyuan, then I have nothing more to say." Laughter erupted from the audience, and everyone's gaze turned sharply towards Xie Linyuan, who stood at the front of the line. Xie Linyuan remained expressionless, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, which could be considered a response. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he walked off the stage with a smile. Applause surged like a tidal wave. Xie Linyuan stepped out from the line, his steps steady and unhurried, walking along the path in the middle of the lawn towards the podium. The sunlight cast a long shadow behind him. 1,000 pairs of eyes followed his figure, some whispering, others cheering loudly, while some simply watched in silence. He reached the podium and stood firm before the microphone. The audience gradually fell silent. Xie Linyuan looked out at the 1,000 young faces below, their eyes reflecting tension, anticipation, or confusion. He recalled how he looked when he first entered high school. He remembered the sleepless nights spent hungry. He thought of the blisters on his hands from carrying cement on the construction site. He remembered the streets of Hangzhou at 4:30 in the morning. He recalled the bumpy hours spent on the bus. He thought of the long, empty road he walked home. He remembered many things, but he did not voice them. He simply spoke calmly and with dignity. "Dear teachers, dear classmates, hello." His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly across the entire playground through the sound system. "To be honest, standing here to speak, I have no earth-shattering experiences to share. Everyone has their own study methods. Oh, what works for one is the best for them. I won't tell you what time to wake up, when to sleep, or how many problems to solve each day, because these things vary from person to person, and my methods may not suit you." The audience was quiet, everyone listening intently. "I only want to say one thing." Xie Linyuan's voice slightly deepened. "The college entrance examination is important, but it is not everything in life. It is merely a door. Open it, and you will see a broader world. But no matter which door you open, as long as you keep moving forward, you will surely find your own path." His gaze swept across the audience, not lingering on anyone in particular, yet everyone he looked at felt a sense of being observed. "I have seen a city at 4:30 in the morning and walked on a deserted road at 11 at night. I know that life can be hard sometimes, but I also know that the difficulty lies not in life itself, but in the attitude you choose to face it. If you choose to shrink away, the difficulties will only grow larger. If you choose to confront them, they will diminish. This past year in high school, we have walked through over 300 days and nights together. We've solved problems in the classroom, run on the playground, and chatted in the dormitory. We have complained about too much homework and criticized exams for being too difficult, yet we have never given up. This, more than any score, is what we should be proud of." Applause erupted from the audience, starting as scattered bursts and quickly merging into a unified roar. Xie Linyuan waited for the applause to subside a little before continuing. "In 6 days, we will enter the examination hall. Those 4 test papers will determine which city we go to, which university we attend, and what kind of people we will meet. But I want everyone to remember, regardless of the outcome, you are all amazing. Because you have persevered until the end, you did not hit the pause button at any moment when you wanted to give up. That in itself is a victory." His voice was not loud, but each word was clear, as if carried by some force, steadily reaching the ears of everyone present. "Finally, I would like to end my speech with one sentence." He paused slightly. "The universe is not yet determined. You and I are both dark horses. I wish everyone good luck in the college entrance examination, and may you achieve great results." After saying this, he gave a slight bow to the audience. The applause was thunderous. It was not the kind of perfunctory applause, but genuine, heartfelt applause filled with warmth and strength. Some shouted praises, some whistled, and others clapped vigorously, reddening their hands. Xie Linyuan straightened up and turned to leave the podium. Wu Feng sat on the stage watching Xie Linyuan's back, his eyes slightly misty. He was not someone easily moved, but at this moment he suddenly felt that his 20-plus years of being a teacher were worth it. Not because Xie Linyuan could be the top student, but because this child, after experiencing so much hardship, had not become cold, extreme, or cynical. He remained warm, composed, and dignified. He knew where he was going and how to get there. Such a student is more precious than 100 top students. Zhang Jianjun sat in the center of the podium, his expression as stable as ever, but the hand resting on his knee unconsciously tightened. The oath-taking ceremony concluded amidst stirring music. Each class homeroom teacher led their students back to the classroom for the final days of review. Students on the playground dispersed like a tide, the noise gradually fading away, leaving only a few staff members tidying up the equipment and display boards on the podium. Xie Linyuan walked back with his classmates. On the way, students from other classes occasionally came over to greet him, some saying, "Xie Linyuan, you spoke so well," others saying good luck in the exam, and some simply giving him a thumbs up. Xie Linyuan responded to each one, neither impatient nor aloof, just the right amount of warmth. Li Hao caught up from behind, throwing an arm around Xie Linyuan's shoulder. "Linyuan, with your eloquence, it's a pity not to become a public speaker." Xie Linyuan chuckled, "I was just speaking casually." "If saying it casually sounds like this, what would happen if you were serious?" Li Hao exclaimed exaggeratedly, his eyes wide. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the teaching building. The countdown clock displayed one less day. Back in the classroom, Xie Linyuan sat down in his seat, took out a physics competition problem set from his bag, flipped to the last unfinished page, and continued studying. Not because he needed to practice problems. He didn't need to reinforce his knowledge through practice anymore, but because he wanted to keep himself in a state of having something to do. Being too idle would lead to overthinking. Moderate busyness is the best psychological regulator. The sunlight outside shone brightly, illuminating the desk, his long fingers, and the open problem set. The classroom was very quiet, with only the sound of pen tips scratching across paper and the occasional rustling of turning pages. This was the tranquility of the final days before the college entrance examination. Before the storm arrives, it is always the quietest. And Xie Linyuan was already prepared. On June 7th, 2027, early at 6 in the morning, the lights in the dormitory building of Huai County No. 1 High School gradually turned on. On this day, the entire Dragon Nation held its breath in anticipation. From north to south, from east to west, over 10 million senior high school students would begin to face their first true major examination in life from this day onward. On the city streets, traffic police arrived 2 hours early and caution tape was set up around the examination sites. Vehicles transporting students were allowed to pass first. Construction sites halted work and public dance sessions were paused. Everything that could give way for the college entrance examination quietly stepped aside. Xie Linyuan woke up earlier than usual. He quietly finished washing up, got dressed, and checked his examination. The transparent document bag contained his admission ticket, ID card, 2 black pens, 2 2B pencils, an eraser, a ruler, and a compass. He had checked these items 3 times the night before, but this morning, he looked again, confirming that nothing was missing before securing the document bag under his arm. His roommates were also awake, and no one spoke, the air filled with a tacit understanding of silence. Everyone packed their things, occasionally exchanging glances that held no playful banter, only an unspoken. Li Hao poked his head out from the upper bunk, looking at Xie Linyuan. He opened his mouth to say something, but ended up just giving him a thumbs up. Xie Linyuan smiled back and nodded gently. At 6:40, he walked out of the dormitory. The morning sunlight had just crested the roof of the teaching building, bathing the entire campus in a warm golden hue. The air was fresh and cool, carrying the unique fragrance of summer foliage. The roses in the campus garden were in full bloom, red, pink, and yellow, each flower adorned with glistening dew. At the school gate, several buses awaited, engines running their sides, draped with red banners reading Huai County No. 1 High School wishes students success in the examination. Class teacher Wu Feng stood beside the bus, holding a list as he checked off students boarding. Today he wore a red polo shirt, looking more spirited than usual. Red is the traditional color of Huai County No. 1 High School for the college entrance examination, symbolizing good fortune at the start. "Xie Linyuan, over here," Wu Feng called as he spotted Xie Linyuan approaching, waving him over. Xie Linyuan walked over and Wu Feng examined him up and down, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Pride, expectation, worry, and trust. All mingled together, but it culminated in a simple question: "Did you bring everything?" "Yes, I did." "The admission ticket and ID card should be placed in the outermost layer of the document bag. They will be checked at the entrance." "I've placed them properly." Wu Feng nodded, saying nothing more. He patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder, a light gesture, but lingering a bit long. Then he turned and continued to call other students to board the bus. Xie Linyuan got onto the bus and found he placed the document bag on his lap, resting his hands on top, closing his eyes, quietly waiting. The bus slowly drove out of the school gate, heading along the road to the examination site. The street scenery outside receded gently in the morning light. Those streets he had walked countless times, the familiar shops and the sycamore trees he had passed in countless mornings and evenings. Today they all seemed particularly quiet, as if they too were making way for this examination. On the bus, some students flipped through notes, some closed their eyes to rest while others whispered to each other. Xie Linyuan neither read nor spoke. He simply sat quietly, the elemental force within him flowing at the slowest and most peaceful rhythm, like an unfathomable river, calm on the surface, while currents surged beneath. At 7:40, the bus arrived at the examination site. A large crowd of candidates and parents had already gathered at the entrance. Red banners fluttering, colorful flags, teachers holding signs, and mothers in kippeos formed a lively yet tense scene. Police maintained order at the entrance. Ambulances and emergency power trucks were parked on the roadside on standby. Everything was orderly. Xie Linyuan alighted from the bus, standing at the entrance taking a deep breath. He looked around and saw young faces, some with pale lips from nervousness, some feigning relaxation while joking with friends, and some desperately flipping through the materials in hand. He noticed parents handing water to their children, teachers hugging students, and police directing a student who had gone to the wrong examination site. This is the college entrance examination, a place where thousands of troops cross a narrow bridge, the culmination of 12 years of hard study and a turning point in countless lives. And he was one among the throngs. Xie Linyuan entered the examination hall following the signs to find his testing room, the one at the far east on the 3rd floor. A line had already formed at the entrance of the examination room, and the proctor was verifying each candidate's admission ticket and ID card using a metal detector to check everyone entering. Xie Linyuan stood quietly in line. When it was his turn, he handed his admission ticket and ID card to the proctor, who checked the photo, then looked at his face and nodded. The metal detector scanned him, and finding no anomalies allowed him to pass. He entered the examination room, found his seat in the 3rd row by the window, where sunlight slanted in through the window, creating a bright spot on the desk. He sat down, placing the document bag on the desk, positioning his admission ticket and ID card at the corner, then straightened his back, resting his hands on his knees, quietly waiting. The examination room gradually filled with people. 30 desks and chairs, 30 candidates, 30 families' hopes. Some took deep breaths, some closed their eyes to rest, some quietly recited something, and some stared blankly at the desk. The air was taut, like a bowstring pulled tight, ready to snap at any moment. Xie Linyuan made no unnecessary movements. He simply sat quietly, like a still pond. At 8:35, the broadcast announced the candidates' instructions. The proctor began distributing scrap paper and answer sheets. After receiving the answer sheet, Xie Linyuan carefully checked it, confirming that the printing was clear and undamaged, then used a black pen to neatly write his name and admission number in the designated space. His handwriting was slow and meticulous, each stroke akin to completing a work of art. That line of text on the answer sheet was straight and evenly spaced, almost as if it had been printed. Years have flown by since the college entrance examination. Sometimes I still dream of being at the examination site, unable to answer a single question, which is quite terrifying. At 8:45, the invigilator began to distribute the examination papers. The moment Xie Linyuan received the test paper, his fingers brushed against the slightly coarse paper, and an odd sensation surged within him. This thin sheet of paper bore the weight of his 12 years of effort, the expectations of his grandparents, the contributions of Wu Feng, and all his teachers, the honor of Huai County No. 1 high school, and all his own ambitions toward this world. He took a deep breath and then opened the test paper. The first page was a reading comprehension section. He quickly skimmed through it. The article discussed the relationship between artificial intelligence and the future of humanity, with the author's viewpoints being quite distinct and the arguments well supported. As Xie Linyuan's gaze swept over the words, the information was processed in an instant, as if by a supercomputer, with the structure of the article, its arguments, evidence, and logical connections, all vividly presenting themselves in his mind. The reading sections include modern literature, ancient poetry, language application, and writing, all mirroring the types of exercises practiced regularly, yet the quality of the questions is evidently superior, more rigorous, and more distinguishable. Xie Linyuan closed his eyes and quickly assessed the entire exam paper in his mind. The difficulty was moderate and the distinction was reasonable. It was a high-quality college entrance examination paper. Then he opened his eyes and picked up his pen. He decided that today he would give it his all. At exactly 9 o'clock, the bell signaling the start of the exam rang. Xie Linyuan flipped to the first page and began answering the questions. The tip of his pen touched the answer sheet, producing a faint rustling sound that was even and steady, like a finely tuned machine in operation. For the multiple-choice questions, he completed them in one go, determining the answer for each question in just a few seconds, not by guessing, but through unequivocal reasoning and judgment. The distractors appeared transparent to him. He could easily identify which option contradicted the original text, which option misrepresented the concept, and which option was overly general. For the subjective questions in modern literature reading, he answered concisely and accurately. Each answer was crafted within the specified word limit, not too much, not too little, with every sentence packed with information devoid of fluff or cliches. His answers not only met the grading standards, but also possessed a depth of thought that surpassed the standard responses. He accurately captured the intentions and emotions hidden within the text that the authors had not explicitly stated, expressing them in the most refined language. In the ancient poetry reading section, he encountered 2 songs from the Song dynasty, one by Su Shi and the other by Xie Linyuan. He had read both before, but rereading them at this moment brought a completely different feeling. The elevation to the realm of Yuan Tu not only enhanced his cognitive abilities, but also deepened his understanding of language, emotion, and artistic conception. He could feel Su Shi's state of mind when writing that poem, a sense of openness and self-mockery after being exiled to Huangzhou, and the carefree resignation of letting life roll along with the mist and rain. He could also sense the fervor in Xine Kiji's writing, the passion of drunkenly lighting a lamp to look at the sword, and the sorrow of pitying the gray hair that comes with age. He transformed these feelings into precise language and wrote them on the answer sheet. It was not the hollow express the author's thoughts and emotions, but rather specific evidence-based and layered analyses. For the classical Chinese translation questions, he translated with ease. The archaic sentence structures, obscure vocabulary, and complex official titles were all crystal clear in his eyes. He not only translated each character's meaning accurately, but also retained the original tone and style, ensuring the translation was faithful to the original while conforming to modern Chinese expression habits. In the language application questions, he was even more adept. From idiom analysis, sentence correction, to sentence linking and paragraph compression, he completed each question in a matter of seconds with a perfect accuracy rate. Finally, it was time for the essay. Xie Linyuan flipped to the page for the composition and carefully read the material. The material presented a discourse on perseverance and change, emphasizing that some aspects of life require steadfastness, while others demand transformation, and how to choose between them tests a person's wisdom and courage. The candidates were required to write an essay of no less than 800 words based on the material and relating it to reality. At a glance, Xie Linyuan recognized this as a profound and well-conceived question. It was not a simplistic black-and-white dichotomy, but required candidates to exhibit their values and depth of thought through dialectical reasoning. Xie Linyuan did not rush to write. Instead, he spent about 5 minutes brainstorming. Many thoughts flooded. He recalled a deep night on the construction site in Hongqing, the feeling of breaking through the realm of Yuan Tu when shattering constraints. At that moment, he was steadfast in his belief in cultivation and his daily perseverance. The change was the starting point, transforming from an ordinary high school student into a cultivator with a 1,000-year lifespan and extraordinary abilities. He thought of his grandfather's back pain. His grandfather had endured it for decades, enduring the pain without ever giving up hope for life. He changed all that in his own way, using his spiritual energy to heal his grandfather's ailment, allowing a 76-year-old man to stand upright once again. He thought of Wu Feng. Wu Feng had steadfastly remained in the education sector for 23 years, sending off one graduating class after another with his unwavering concern for students and love for education. Yet he constantly innovated and adjusted his teaching methods, employing the most suitable ways to aid each student in their growth. He thought of himself. From the winter when he lost his parents at 11 to this summer, when he entered the college entrance examination hall at 18, he remained steadfast in his love for his grandparents, his belief in the future, and his determination to not fall down. Meanwhile, he continuously changed, transforming from a frail boy into a cultivator of the Yuan Tu realm, from being at the bottom of his class to becoming a top student in the province, and from a child needing care to being the pillar supporting his family. Perseverance and change have never been opposites. True wisdom lies in steadfastness in the right things and change when necessary. The ability to discern between the two is one of the most important skills in life. He decided to use upholding integrity and embracing innovation as the core framework of his essay. Those who uphold integrity remain true to their path, without changing their original intentions. Those who embrace innovation seek to renew and keep pace with the times. The two are like the two wings of a bird or the two wheels of a cart, both indispensable. His thoughts became increasingly clear, and the framework of the essay gradually took shape in his mind. Beginning with a statement that perseverance and change are not opposites, but rather unified, the middle 3 paragraphs would explore personal, social, and national dimensions, each with specific examples and in-depth analysis. And the conclusion would elevate perseverance and change to the heights of cultural inheritance and development. Having completed his outline, he picked up his pen and began to write. His pen flowed across the answer sheet like a stream of water, each character meticulously crafted, uniform in size, evenly spaced with strokes that transitioned smoothly and decisively, showing almost no hesitation or pause. Those characters landed on the paper straight and upright, dignified and graceful, resembling a meticulously printed work of calligraphy. He employed a concise yet powerful metaphor. Life is like a boat. Steadfastness is the anchor and change is the sail. With the anchor set, the boat does not capsize. With the sail unfurled, the boat moves forward. Without an anchor, the boat drifts with the current. Without a sail, the boat remains stationary. He cited the example of Su Wu tending sheep, whose 19 years of steadfastness did not alter his plight, but changed the definition of integrity for future generations. Steadfastness is not stubbornness. Rather, it is about preserving those things that should not be changed in a world full of chaos, conscience, belief, and bottom lines. In the 3rd section, he discussed the value of change. He referenced the example of the reform and opening up policy where over 40 years of change altered the trajectory of the Dragon Nation's development and transformed the fate of over 1 billion people. Change is not betrayal. It is responding to a changing world with the most flexible approach while maintaining foundational principles. In the 4th section, he elevated the discussion to the dialectical relationship between individuals and the times. He wrote, "Our generation finds itself in an unprecedented era of transformation. Advances in technology, societal shifts, and the reshaping of global dynamics all demand that we continuously learn, adapt, and change. However, change does not mean we can abandon everything. Those elements that have been tested by time, which embody our national spirit and cultural heritage, must be preserved. Only in this way can we avoid losing our direction amidst the waves of change." In the 5th and final section, he returned to the theme of maintaining integrity while innovating, concluding the text with a parallel structure: maintain integrity, thus not losing oneself; innovate, thus not becoming stagnant. Maintain integrity, thus having a foundation; innovate, thus having a future. Maintain integrity, thus not forgetting our original intentions; innovate, thus not failing the times. After finishing his writing, Xie Linyuan read through it from start to finish, confirming that there were no typos, no grammatical errors, and no logical flaws, before gently placing the pen down. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 10 o'clock. An hour had just passed since the exam began. He has completed all the questions, and he did so with the utmost vigor and sincerity. Every word on this answer sheet represents the pinnacle of his current capabilities, with no reservations and no concealment. He did not submit his paper early. An hour has now passed, and theoretically, he could submit and leave. Yet he chose not to do so. He lifted his head and glanced at the other examinees in the hall. Among the 30 individuals, some were writing furiously, some were biting their pens in deep thought, some were sketching mind maps on scrap paper, and others were repeatedly reading a passage of classical Chinese. Every face was marked by focus and effort, and every pen was writing for its own future. Xie Linyuan wondered what would happen if he stood up now, walked to the podium with the test paper, and submitted it. Footsteps, voices, and the rustling of paper. These sounds are magnified in the quiet examination room, disrupting the thoughts of every student deep in contemplation. Perhaps some would glance up at him, wondering how can this person be so fast, and then become distracted. Others might feel anxious, thinking they were too slow, thus affecting their performance in the exam. For every student, the college entrance examination is one of the most crucial tests in their lives. Many have prepared for 3, 6, 12 years, or even longer. What right does Xie Linyuan have to disturb others' examinations for a fleeting sense of satisfaction from submitting his paper early? That is not strength, that is a sign of mental deficiency. True strength does not come from proving oneself through the superiority of crushing the weak. A genuine powerhouse, even when immensely strong, understands the importance of respecting others, empathizing with them, and considering their feelings. Xie Linyuan placed his pen down, organized his answer sheet and exam paper, and sat quietly. He did not close his eyes, nor did he look around. There were no unnecessary movements. His gaze rested on the desk in front of him, his expression calm and focused, appearing just like an ordinary student diligently reviewing his exam paper. In reality, his consciousness had already delved deep within, with his primordial energy slowly circulating through his meridians. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. His energy was warm and tranquil, like a spring stream, moving neither too fast nor too slow, never ceasing. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing, even he was in a state better than ever. Time passed second by second. In the examination hall, the only sounds left were the soft scratching of pens on paper and the occasional rustle of turning pages. The invigilator moved gently around the classroom, keeping footsteps deliberately soft. Outside, the sunlight slowly shifted, creeping from the edge of the desk to the surface, and then sliding down to the floor. At 10:30, 11 o'clock, a reminder echoed through the speakers: "There are 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Please manage your time wisely." A slight commotion arose in the examination hall. Some students hastened their writing, others sighed in relief and began checking, while some anxiously flipped to the essay page to count their words. Xie Linyuan remained seated quietly, his expression unchanged. At 11:45, the bell rang. "The exam is over. Please stop writing immediately." The voice from the broadcast was serious and clear. All students laid down their pens, sitting quietly in their seats. The invigilator began collecting the papers, starting from the first row, gathering answer sheets, exam papers, and draft papers one by one. Xie Linyuan organized his things and placed them at the corner of the desk, waiting for the teacher to collect them. The moment his answer sheet was taken away, he felt a peculiar sensation. This thin piece of paper was about to be scanned, uploaded, and distributed to the examiners, where it would be assigned a score. This score would become part of his college entrance examination results, recorded alongside his name in official documents, visible to countless people. Yet he felt no anxiety, for he knew he had done the best he could. Regardless of the outcome, he had a clear conscience. Candidates may leave the examination room. After the invigilator counted the papers and confirmed everything was correct, he opened the doors to the exam hall. The students stood up one after another, gathering their belongings and exiting the room. The corridor gradually became noisy, with some excitedly discussing the essay topic, others lamenting about a question they had answered poorly, and some walking in silence saying nothing. Xie Linyuan picked up his transparent file bag and was the last to leave the examination room. He stood by the railing in the corridor, taking a deep breath. The sunlight outside was bright, the sky was blue, and the distant phoenix trees rustled in the gentle breeze. Everything felt ordinary, yet everything was extraordinary. The first round of the college entrance examination has concluded. I have read many novels about top students, some depicting characters finishing their papers in mere minutes, showcasing their prowess, while others even loudly conversed with invigilators during the exam. Seeing those, I felt speechless. The college entrance examination is a serious matter. During the afternoon mathematics examination, the moment Xie Linyuan received the test paper, he knew that this year's math paper was far from simple. It wasn't just a bit difficult, but rather the kind of difficulty that would eliminate a large number of candidates. The last two multiple-choice questions, the last fill-in-the-blank question, and the second-to-last and last problem-solving questions were all noticeably more challenging than in previous years. Especially the final problem involving derivatives, which required complex function construction and multiple scaling techniques. Even students who usually performed well in math could easily get stuck for over 20 minutes on it. However, Xie Linyuan merely raised an eyebrow. For him, the line between difficulty and ease had long been. It wasn't that the questions were truly easy, rather his cognitive abilities had far surpassed the limits of high school mathematics. Those challenging questions that left ordinary students scratching their heads appeared to him as clear logical chains, with conditions leading to conclusions and conclusions reverting to conditions, all steps laid bare. He began answering the questions. For the multiple-choice section, he completed all of them in under 8 minutes, having rigorously verified each answer, not relying on gut feelings, but knowing the correct answers with absolute certainty. For the last two multiple-choice questions, he even constructed 2 different methods in his mind, only committing to paper after mutual verification. In the fill-in-the-blank section, one question involving spatial geometry had a significant amount of calculations. An ordinary student might need to draw a diagram, set up a system, formulate equations, and compute step by step, taking at least 7 or 8 minutes. Xie Linyuan completed the three-dimensional modeling directly in his mind, arriving at the answer using vector methods in just 30 seconds. He wrote fluidly for the first 3 problem-solving questions. Trigonometric functions, probability statistics, solid geometry. These problems were as simple to him as 1 + 1 = 2. His problem-solving process was concise and methodical, with every step grounded in reason and every formula perfectly applied. The second-to-last problem in analytical geometry indeed posed some difficulty. The question provided an ellipse and a moving line passing through a fixed point, requiring proof that a certain line segment had a constant length. The conventional solution involved simultaneous equations, Vieta's theorem, and the chord length formula, which required substantial calculations and was prone to errors. Xie Linyuan used a clever polar coordinate transformation to convert the ellipse equation into polar form, then derived the conclusion directly through geometric reasoning, completing the entire problem-solving process in less than 5 lines, clean and efficient. The final problem on derivatives. Xie Linyuan read through the question, once a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The creator of this question was quite skilled. It wasn't a straightforward problem of finding derivatives and extrema, but rather a comprehensive question combining derivatives with inequalities, sequences, and function construction, integrating multiple knowledge points. The first question was relatively basic, examining the fundamental application of derivatives. The second question posed a challenge requiring the construction of an auxiliary function with 2 derivatives needed to arrive at the conclusion. The third question required using the conclusion from the second question and applying mathematical induction for proof. For an ordinary student, being able to tackle the first question was already impressive. Those who managed the second question were considered skilled, and those who could complete the third question in full would likely be fewer than 100 across the entire province. Xie Linyuan completed all 3 questions in less than 4 minutes. His solutions were not the standard rigid responses expected, but rather a synthesis of various mathematical ideas. For the first question, he directly used derivatives to determine the intervals of monotonicity. For the second question, he constructed an auxiliary function more concise than the standard answer, finding the critical point with just 1 derivative. For the third question, he combined the conclusion from the second question with reverse mathematical induction to complete the proof in one go. Throughout the answering process, there was not a single extraneous word, nor a single correction. His handwriting was as neat as printed text, with uniform size for numbers and symbols. Even the equal signs were drawn with the same length. After writing the final stroke, he set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and reviewed everything from start to finish. No mistakes. He glanced at the clock, noting that only 50 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. There was still 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining until the end of the examination. He organized the test paper and answer sheet, quietly sitting in his seat, just as he had during the language examination, without submitting early. The afternoon sun slanted through the window from the west, casting a patch of orange-eared light on the desk. Xie Linyuan gazed at that beam of light, recalling many things. He remembered the sweltering night last summer at the construction site and Hongqing, the feeling of breaking through the Yuan 2 realm, the smiles on his grandfather's face, as his health improved day by day, the image of his grandmother busy at the stove, and the look in Wu Feng's eyes every time he placed the report card on the teacher's desk. Everything pointed to today. He closed his eyes, the Yuan power circulating gently within him like a... At 5 o'clock sharp, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. As Xie Linyuan exited the examination room, he saw a scene completely different from the morning. After the language exam in the morning ended, when the candidates left the examination hall, most had calm expressions, even appearing somewhat relaxed. In language, regardless of performance, everyone could fill the paper and achieve roughly similar scores with minimal difference. But mathematics was different. Mathematics was the subject that could cause the most significant disparities. Right was right and wrong was wrong. There was no room for ambiguity. At the school gate, many students wore grim expressions. Some walked with their heads down, silent. Others had red eyes, clearly having cried. Some were discussing answers, but their faces looked even worse after. Some simply squatted by the roadside, burying their faces in their knees, their shoulders shaking as they sobbed. Did you manage the last big question? I couldn't even solve the first question. Me too, it was too difficult. Ooh, I couldn't even comprehend it. I'm done for my math score, will definitely fail. Stop comparing answers, it only makes it worse. Xie Linyuan walked through the crowd, without discussing the question. His expression was as calm as water, his steps steady as usual, in stark contrast to the surrounding students who were either dejected or anxious. A few classmates who recognized him opened their mouths as if to ask how he had done, but upon seeing the calm expression on his face, they swallowed their words. A bus was waiting at the school gate. Xie Linyuan boarded the bus and found a seat by the window. The atmosphere on the bus was much heavier than in the morning, with no one speaking, no one joking, most lost in thought, and a few girls quietly sobbing. Xie Linyuan did not comfort anyone. It wasn't his indifference. He understood that at times like this, any consolation felt hollow. Once the math exam was over, it was over. The score would not change due to your emotions. Rather than dwelling in regret and anxiety, it was better to focus energy on tomorrow's exam. Tomorrow there would be the comprehensive science and English exams totaling 450 points. The next day, it was the comprehensive science and English exams. During the comprehensive science tests, Xie Linyuan once again demonstrated overwhelming prowess. In the physics electromagnetism synthesis problem, he employed a clever symmetry analysis, breaking down the complex two-dimensional motion into two independent one-dimensional motions, greatly simplifying the calculations. In the chemistry organic inference problem, he started from the reaction conditions and functional group changes, deducing the entire synthesis route step by step, with the structural formulas of the intermediate products all correct. In the biology genetics question, he quickly arrived at the result using his derived probability formula more than twice as fast as the standard method. Throughout the entire comprehensive science exam, he encountered no obstacles. During the English exam, he flawlessly completed every section: listening, reading, closed test, grammar, and essay. His English essay was written with authenticity and fluency, using precise vocabulary and a rich variety of sentence structures, with both concise, impactful short sentences and complex long sentences, making the entire piece flow seamlessly as if written by a native speaker. At 5 in the afternoon, the final bell for the English exam rang. "The exam is over, please stop writing," immediately echoed the voice from the broadcast in every exam room. Xie Linyuan set down his pen, organized his answer sheet and exam paper, and quietly awaited the invigilator to collect them. His expression remained calm, but inside a stone had gently settled. It was not tension, but rather a sense of relief that came with "I have finally completed it." 12 years of hard work, from the first grade of elementary school to the third year of high school, from learning to read and count to solving derivatives, writing essays, understanding English, and analyzing complex physical processes. This long journey concluded today at this moment. He packed up his things, picked up the transparent document folder, and walked out of the exam room. The sunlight outside was bright, the sky was blue, and the breeze was gentle. At the school gate, a large crowd of candidates and parents had gathered. Some were hugging, some were taking photos, some were cheering, and some were crying. Various emotions intertwined, collided, and fermented in the air, forming a complex, yet real tapestry of life. Xie Linyuan stood at the school gate, taking a deep breath. The exams were over. They were all over. He boarded the bus back to Huai County No. 1 High School. The atmosphere at the school gate was much more relaxed than in the previous days. Some were taking photos for memories, some were hugging to say goodbye, and some were moving their luggage out of the school gate. The 3 years of high school life came to a conclusion at this moment. The questions they had worked on together, the nights they had stayed up together, the teachers and exams they had complained about together would all become a part of their memories, slowly fading and blurring, but never disappearing. Xie Linyuan walked into the campus along that main road he had walked countless times heading towards the teaching building. When he reached in front of the teaching building, he was stunned by the sight before him. The ground was covered with scraps of paper, not just a little, but a thick layer, as if a heavy snow had fallen. Those scraps sparkled white under the sunlight, soft and yielding underfoot, making a rustling sound. People were tearing books. No, it wasn't just someone, it was many people. High school seniors were everywhere, in the corridors, on the stairs, and by the windows. They held textbooks, notebooks, exam papers, and exercise books, tearing them apart and throwing them up to the sky. The scraps fluttered down like snowflakes, landing on hair, shoulders, and the ground, covering everything. Someone shouted, "It's over." Someone sang, "Today is a good day." Some were laughing, some were crying, some were hugging their classmates tightly, and some were standing by the railing in the corridor, shouting at the sky. Xie Linyuan stood amidst the paper snow, watching it all with a slight smile. He did not intend to tear books. His textbooks and notebooks were well preserved, filled with notes and insights, even though he would no longer need them. Moreover, these books carried his memories of the past 3 years, and he could not bear to tear them. He walked through the carpet of paper scraps and entered the teaching building. The classroom was even more chaotic. Desks and chairs were pushed askew, paper balls and empty drink bottles littered the floor, and the blackboard was filled with large characters written in chalk. Graduated. Good luck in the college entrance examination. Xie Linyuan walked to his seat, placed the document folder on the desk, then sat in the chair surveying the classroom, where he had spent a whole year. Class 1 of the 3rd year. This classroom held countless memories for him. Morning self-study at 6 o'clock, evening self-study at 10 o'clock. The countdown on the blackboard had changed from over 300 days to 0. The inspirational slogans posted on the wall: "Strive until you can do no more, work hard until you move yourself. In the future, you will definitely thank the present you for working hard." Some were already curled at the edges, some had already faded. Everything had ended. No, it wasn't an end, it was a new beginning. A familiar sound of footsteps came from the door. Xie Linyuan looked up and saw Wu Feng walking into the classroom. He held a stack of printed papers in his hand, and his expression was neither completely relaxed nor heavy, but rather a complex and indescribable state. "Classmates, please be quiet." Wu Feng clapped his hands, his voice cutting through the noise in the classroom. The students gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. Some were still immersed in the excitement of finishing the exam, unable to suppress their smiles. Others looked troubled, clearly still worried about which questions they had gotten wrong. Wu Feng stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over every face. His eyes lingered on Xie Linyuan for a few seconds before moving away. "The college entrance examination is over. First of all, congratulations to everyone for enduring the hardest 3 years of your lives." Wu Feng's tone was softer than usual, lacking the decisiveness of his teaching, filled with nostalgia and reluctance. "No matter how you perform, those who made it to the end are all warriors." Some in the audience applauded, some whistled, and some shouted, "I love you, Teacher Wu." Wu Feng smiled and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. "What I have here are the reference answers for all subjects of the college entrance examination." He raised the stack of printed papers in his hand. "The school just received them, and I made a few copies that you can pass around to check your answers and get a sense of it. But I must say first, checking answers is fine, but don't take it too seriously. The exams are already over, and the grades are set. If you find you scored higher, don't get carried away. If lower, don't panic. Everything is subject to the final results." He handed the reference answers to several class leaders for them to circulate. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. The students huddled together looking at the answers, and someone exclaimed excitedly, "I got this question right." Others slammed their desks in frustration, "It's over. I got this multiple choice question wrong." Some turned pale, silently returning to their seats, as if they had been drained of energy. Xie Linyuan did not lean in to look at the reference answers. It was not that he did not want to know how he had performed, but rather that he did not need to. He had absolute confidence in his answers, and did not require the reference answers to validate them. He knew he had answered every question correctly with no uncertainty. Wu Feng stood at the podium, his gaze cutting through the crowd, and glanced at Xie Linyuan. He saw Xie Linyuan sitting quietly in his seat, not joining the crowd to check the answers, and his face bore no particular expression. Wu Feng's heart tightened slightly. He did not know whether Xie Linyuan was not checking because he had performed well, or because he was afraid he had not. He hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "Xie Linyuan, please step out for a moment." Xie Linyuan raised his head and saw Wu Feng looking at him. He nodded, stood up, and followed Wu Feng out of the classroom. The corridor was empty, with most students from other classes still in their classrooms, discussing answers or celebrating. On a June evening, the sky was still bright. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire corridor in a warm golden hue. In the distance on the playground, some were jogging, some were walking, and others were lying on the grass gazing at the sky. Wu Feng stopped by the railing of the corridor, turned around, and faced Xie Linyuan. Leaning against the railing with his hands in his pockets, he looked at Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan stood opposite him about a meter apart, still holding that transparent folder containing his examination permit and ID. The two remained silent for a few seconds. Wu Feng was not someone who liked to beat around the bush, especially at such. He looked into Xie Linyuan's eyes, his voice low, but tinged with an undeniable tension. Xie Linyuan, how did you perform on the college entrance examination? Xie Linyuan looked at Wu Feng. He could see something in Wu Feng's eyes, not the ordinary curiosity of a teacher asking about a student's grades, but a deeper, more concerned interest filled with a sense of anticipation and unease. Xie Linyuan did not hesitate or feign modesty. I performed normally, he replied succinctly. Wu Feng's Adam's apple moved slightly. He opened his mouth wanting to ask more specific questions, but feared that probing too deeply would appear overly eager and put pressure on Xie Linyuan. He held back for a moment, but couldn't resist mathematics. I've heard this year's math was very difficult with many students coming out in tears. How did you feel about it? Xie Linyuan's expression was unperturbed, his tone calm. Math was fine. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be full marks. The corridor fell silent. The distant sounds of excitement from the playground, the debates among students in classrooms, and the rustling of leaves in the wind all blurred and faded into the background, leaving only Xie Linyuan's words echoing repeatedly in Wu Feng's ears. Math was fine. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be full marks. Wu Feng looked at Xie Linyuan, who was also looking at him. The boy's gaze was calm and confident without any flicker or evasion. That calmness was not feigned, it was a deep-seated absolute confidence in his own abilities. Wu Feng's nose suddenly tingled. It was not the kind of soreness that made him want to cry, but rather an ambiguous bittersweet sensation. He remembered last September when Xie Linyuan first achieved the top rank in his grade. At that time he only felt that the child had potential, but did not dare to hope for too much. Later, as Xie Linyuan repeatedly scored astonishing marks, he began to believe that this child was truly extraordinary. As time passed, when he scored a perfect 750 in the mock exam, he was no longer in a state of believing, but rather in a state of anticipation. Anticipating this day. Anticipating Xie Linyuan walking out of the examination room calmly telling him, I performed normally. Because the two words normally meant for Xie Linyuan that he scored above 740, that he would be the top scorer in the province, that it would bring unprecedented glory to Huai County No. 1 middle school in its 40-plus years of history. Good. Wu Feng's voice was a bit tight. He cleared his throat, trying to restore his voice to normal. Good, good. He repeated good 3 times, each with a different meaning. The first good was a confirmation. I've heard it, The second good was relief. You did not disappoint me. You did not let down this year's efforts. The third good was release. My anxious heart can finally be at ease. He stretched out his hand and patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder firmly twice. The force was stronger than usual, causing Xie Linyuan's shoulder to sway slightly. What about the other subjects? Wu Feng asked again. The comprehensive science should also be full marks, Xie Linyuan said. English too. As for Chinese, it's hard to say due to subjective factors, but I don't think it will be bad. Wu Feng took a deep breath. Full marks in comprehensive science, full marks in English, full marks in math. Even if he deducted a few points in Chinese, the total would still be above 740. Above 740 in any year and in any province is absolutely and unequivocally the top scorer. He did not ask any further. He feared that if he continued to ask, he might inadvertently do something inappropriate. All right. Wu Feng withdrew his hand from Xie Linyuan's shoulder back into his pockets, trying to make his expression appear more normal. Just relax properly after the exam, don't think too much. Be safe on your way home, and send me a message when you get back. Got it, teacher? Wu Xie Linyuan replied. Wu Feng nodded and turned to walk down the other end of the corridor. His steps were much quicker than usual, almost at a jogging speed. Xie Linyuan watched his back, seeing him nearly bump into a student rushing out of a classroom at the corner of the corridor. He sidestepped without even turning his head, continuing to walk briskly. He went to the office. Inside, several teachers were still working overtime. Math teacher Zhao Jiangwo was looking at something through his reading glasses, while English teacher Lin Xiaoxi was typing something at her computer. Physics, chemistry, and biology teachers were gathered together discussing this year's comprehensive science examination paper. Upon seeing Wu Feng push the door open, everyone looked up. Wu Feng stood at the office door, his chest rising and falling with an expression that was a complex mix of excitement, exhilaration, relief, and tension, causing his face to flush slightly. Old Wu, what's wrong? Zhao Jiangwo took off his reading glasses and looked at Wu Feng. You don't look too well. Wu Feng walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, then raised his head to look at the other teachers present. His lips moved as if organizing his words or suppressing his emotions. I asked Xie Linyuan, he said. The air in the office instantly froze. Everyone put down what they were doing, and all eyes focused on Wu Feng. Zhao Jiangwo placed his reading glasses on the desk, leaning slightly forward. Lin Xiaoxi peeked out from behind the computer, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, frozen in place. The physics teacher's red pen hovered in midair, forgotten. What did he say? Zhao Jiangwo asked, his voice lower than usual, tinged with a deliberately suppressed calmness. Wu Feng looked at Zhao Jiangwo, then glanced at the other teachers. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an uncontainable, heartfelt smile. He said he performed normally. Wu Feng enunciated each word. Math, if nothing unexpected happens, is full marks. Comprehensive science is also full marks. English is also full marks. As for Chinese, it's hard to say, but it won't be bad. The office fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Zhao Jiangwo slammed the table, causing Lin Xiaoxi next to him to jump. Good. Zhao Jiangwo's exclamation was almost a roar, loud enough to be heard in the corridor. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, then put his glasses back on, mumbling, good, I knew it, I knew this child could do it. Lin Xiaoxi stood up from her chair, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, her eyelids already reddened. She was an English teacher, and Xie Linyuan's English grades had always been her pride. Hearing the words full marks in English, she suddenly felt that all the overtime, all the lesson preparations, all the hardships from the past year were worth it. I told you he would score full marks in English. Lin Xiaoxi's voice trembled a bit, but she tried hard to appear calm. His usual English level has already surpassed high school standards. The college entrance examination English is indeed not difficult for him. The physics teacher put down his red pen, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. He was a middle-aged man, not very good at expressing emotions, usually speaking with a stern face, but at this moment the corners of his mouth clearly curved upward, and there was more light in his eyes. Full marks in comprehensive science is no easy feat. He said this calmly, but those who knew him understood that this was the highest praise he could offer. The chemistry teacher and the biology teacher exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. It was not a polite smile, but one that came from the heart, a sigh of relief mixed with immense satisfaction. All our efforts this year were not in vain, the chemistry teacher said. Not just that, the biology teacher chimed in, this will be recorded in the school's history. Wu Feng listened to his colleagues speaking one after another, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart since before the college entrance examination finally landed completely. He was not the only one bearing this expectation. Zhao Jiangwo bore it, Lin Xiaoxi bore it, and every teacher who had taught Xie Linyuan bore it. This expectation was too heavy, so heavy that no one dared to speak it out loud, but everyone was silently praying in their hearts. Now Xie Linyuan had personally said he performed normally. For Xie Linyuan, a normal performance meant a score of over 740. Over 740 meant being the top scholar in the province. The top scholar was an honor that Huai County one high school had never seen in over 40 years since its establishment. I'll call the principal, Wu Feng said, picking up the desk phone and dialing the principal's number. The phone rang twice before. Principal Zhang, this is Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, what's the matter? Zhang Jianjun's voice came through the receiver, steady as always. I just spoke with Xie Linyuan, Wu Feng said. He said he performed normally with full marks in math, comprehensive science, and English. His Chinese will not be bad either. There was silence on the other end of the line. Wu Feng could hear Zhang Jianjun's breathing steady and deep, just as usual. But the silence lasted longer than usual, about 4 or 5 seconds, which was a noticeable pause in a phone conversation. Good. Zhang Jianjun's voice finally broke the silence, just a single word, but it contained so much. There was relief, gratification, anticipation, and the complex emotions of a 56-year-old principal witnessing his greatest achievement before retirement. I understand, Zhang Jianjun added. Mr. Wu, thank you for your hard work. Please extend my thanks to all the teachers, and also to Xie Linyuan. I will, principal. Wu Feng hung up, placing the receiver back on the phone. He leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his stomach, and let out a long sigh. The office returned to its lively atmosphere. Zhao Jiangwo had already begun discussing Xie Linyuan's mathematical problem-solving approaches with the physics teacher. Lin Xiaoxi was sending a WeChat message to colleagues in the next office to share the good news. The chemistry teacher and the biology teacher were reviewing this year's college entrance examination papers, analyzing the significance of Xie Linyuan's full marks in comprehensive science. Wu Feng watched all of this and suddenly remembered something. Last September, when Xie Linyuan first ranked first in the grade, he was excited all day. At that time, he thought that being first in the grade was already an impressive achievement. Later, when Xie Linyuan scored 728 and then 746, his threshold for excitement kept rising, from so amazing to as expected, from as expected to only natural. Then later, when he scored a perfect 750 in the mock exam, he was no longer excited. Not because he was not excited, but because he did not dare to be excited. Because that was just a mock exam, not the real college entrance examination. Until the results of the college entrance examination were released, everything had uncertainties. Now that the college entrance examination was over, Xie Linyuan had said himself, performed normally. He could finally be excited. But he found that he was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he felt a calm, solid, grounded sensation. It was not the joy of finally waiting for this day, but the certainty of this day has finally come. He stood up and walked to the office window, looking out at the campus. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the entire campus in a golden-red hue. On the playground, someone was running on the lawn, someone was taking photos, and in the corridors of the teaching building, students were chatting in small groups. Everything seemed very ordinary, yet everything was extraordinary. His phone vibrated. He took it out to see a text message from Zhang Jianjun containing just a short line. "Tonight I'll treat all the senior high school teachers to dinner. Please make arrangements." Wu Feng looked at this text message and couldn't help but smile. Zhang Jianjun was usually very stingy, always trying to save money on school events and never spending a penny more than necessary. For him to voluntarily say he would treat to dinner was unprecedented. Wu Feng put his phone away and turned to his colleagues in the office, saying, "Everyone, Principal Zhang has said he will treat tonight to reward us all. Don't leave yet." A chorus of cheers erupted in the office. Outside, the sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the clouds in the sky were set ablaze with brilliant red. The evening breeze blew across the fields, carrying the fragrance of ripe crops and the scent of the earth. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from the village, and lights began to flicker on like the earth responding to the starlight in the sky. This day was June 8th, 2027, the day the college entrance examination ended. Wu Feng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 Senior 3 in Huai County No. 1 High School, stood in the office gazing at the twilight outside the window, thinking of that tall, skinny boy who always sat in the third row by the window. That boy had said to him this afternoon, "Perform normally," for simple words casually tossed like a stone. But Wu Feng knew that the ripples stirred by that stone would spread out in circles, expanding throughout Huai County, extending throughout the entire Xian city, reaching across the entire Yu province, and even further. He remembered Zhang Jianjun's words, "Students like this, encountering one in a lifetime, is a blessing for a teacher." Wu Feng felt that he had accumulated enough blessings in his life today. After the college entrance examination, Xie Family Village welcomed the true arrival of summer. In the southern plains of Yu in June, heat waves rose from the ground, distorting the distant scenery slightly. Cicadas tirelessly chirped on the poplar trees, one voice after another, as if engaged in an unending singing competition. The corn in the field had grown taller than a person, with dark green leaves rustling in the wind, resembling a vast green ocean. Xie Linyuan's daily life became simple and regular. He would wake up at 5:30 in the morning, helping his grandmother to start the fire for breakfast. After eating, he would sit cross-legged under the loofah trellis in the yard, practicing his qi guiding technique. His grandfather's health had improved significantly, no longer requiring daily massages, but Xie Linyuan still gave him a treatment every 2 or 3 days to consolidate the effects. His grandmother had no major health issues to begin with, and under the nurturing of Xie Linyuan's qi, her spirit improved, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to have smoothed out a bit. In the morning, he occasionally helped his grandfather with some farm work. The corn in the field required little management, and the peanuts were growing well. At most, he pulled some weeds and watered the plants. These tasks were hardly a warm-up for Xie Linyuan now, yet he approached them earnestly, no different from any other. Afternoons were the hottest, so he usually stayed indoors to cultivate. There was no ceiling to the practice of the qi guiding technique. After breaking through the qi apprentice realm, he felt himself making progress every day. Though not as apparent as during breakthroughs, the steady growth accumulated over time was tangible. As qi surged through his meridians, each completion of a full cycle slightly strengthened his body and enhanced his cognitive abilities. This progress was subtle and silent, akin to a tree growing. Even when you stared at it, you could hardly perceive any changes. But after a while, looking back, it had grown significantly taller. After the evening cooled down, he would help his grandmother pick vegetables in the garden. Peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and green beans were plucked one by one and placed in a bamboo basket ready to be served at dinner. While his grandmother cooked, he tended the fire behind the stove, and the two of them chatted casually. They talked about trivial family matters, such as which family lost their chicken, whose son got married, and the supermarket in town having a promotion. These ordinary, trivial, and seemingly inconsequential daily moments were to Xie Linyuan inexplicable. He had spent too long in school, too long on construction sites, and too long under various pressures and expectations. Now he could finally set everything down for a while, return to this small village, and enjoy a few peaceful days with it. He knew that such days were numbered. After the college entrance examination results were released, his life would undergo a dramatic transformation. Media reports, societal attention, and various invitations and interviews would come flooding in. He would no longer be Xie Linyuan from Xie Family Village, but rather that top scorer Xie Linyuan. This new identity would bring him many opportunities, but it would also take away some things like tranquility and the simple joy of sitting behind the stove helping his grandmother. Thus he cherished these few days even more. On June 20th, just a few days before the results were announced, Xie Linyuan received a call from his cousin Wang Chao. "Linyuan, how did you do on the exam?" Wang Chao's voice came through the receiver, tinged with an intentional ease, as if trying not to put too much pressure on Xie Linyuan, but unable to resist the urge to know. "It was okay," Xie Linyuan replied, as nonchalantly as ever. "How okay is okay?" Wang Chao pressed his tone laced with humor. "Are you hiding something from me?" I don't think it will be too bad. Xie Linyuan thought for a moment before responding. Wang Chao fell silent on the other, and then laughed. All right, with that I can relax. Let me know when the results come out, and he'll treat you to a meal. Sure, thank you, brother. After hanging up, Xie Linyuan placed his phone on the table and continued to help his grandmother peel garlic. His grandmother sitting next to him and cleaning chives glanced at him and hesitated. Grandma, if you have something to ask, just ask, Xie Linyuan said with a smile. His grandmother hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back. Linyuan, how did you really do? Please tell me the truth. Looking into his grandmother's eyes filled with expectation and worry, his heart softened. He no longer said ambiguous things like okay, but sincerely replied, Grandma, I did very well. Don't worry. His grandmother stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded, lowering her head to continue cleaning the chives, a smile hidden behind the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth. That's good, she murmured softly, her voice carrying a sense of satisfaction. His grandfather walked in from outside, holding a bunch of green onions freshly picked from the garden. Hearing the conversation between the grandmother and grandson, he said nothing but placed the green onions on the stove. Then he went to the living room, turned on the TV, switched to the news channel, and sat down slowly sipping tea. However, his ears were always attentive, clearly hearing every word from the kitchen. On June 22nd, at 8 in the morning in the principal's office of Huai County No. 1 High School, Zhang Jianjun arrived an hour earlier than usual. When he entered the office, the cleaning lady had just finished mopping the floor, and the surface still glistened with moisture. He nodded at the cleaning lady, walked to his desk, placed his briefcase down, and then sat in the well-worn leather chair he had occupied for over 10 years. Unlike usual, he didn't open his computer to check documents, nor did he sift through the stack of reports awaiting approval on the desk. He sat there, hands clasped on the table, his gaze fixed on the red telephone. It was a direct line to the Provincial Education Department. This phone rarely rang. Throughout the year, except for occasional urgent notifications from the Provincial Education Department, hardly anyone called this number. But today was different. Today was the day before the college entrance examination results were released, and according to tradition, if a school had a provincial top scorer, the Provincial Education Department would notify the school a day in advance to prepare. This meant that if Xie Linyuan had scored as the provincial top scorer, this red phone would ring today. If not, Zhang Jianjun did not contemplate the if. It wasn't that he was afraid to think, it was that there was no need to. He believed in Xie Linyuan and Wu Feng and all the teachers who had taught Xie Linyuan, and in his own judgment. At 8:10 there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Wu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Today he was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, black dress pants, and polished leather shoes, looking much more formal than his usual teaching attire. His hair was neatly combed, and he appeared several times more spirited than usual. Principal Zhang, good morning. Wu Feng sat down in the chair across from the desk. Good morning. Zhang Jianjun nodded, his gaze shifting from the red telephone back to Wu Feng's face. Why are you here so early? I couldn't sleep, Wu Feng admitted honestly. I tossed and turned until I finally fell asleep at 2 in the morning and woke up at 6. I just couldn't lie in bed anymore, so I came to school. Zhang Jianjun's lips curled slightly. I feel the same way. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same thing in the other's eyes. Anticipation and the tension that comes with it. The office fell silent for a moment. The sunlight outside grew brighter, streaming through the slats of the blinds, casting parallel beams of light on the desk. In the distance on the playground, the athletes were practicing in the morning with whistles and shouts faintly drifting in. Teacher Wu, how many points do you think Xie Linyuan can score this time? Zhang Jianjun suddenly asked. Wu Feng pondered for a moment and cautiously replied. If he performs normally, it should be above 740. But I dare not guess how much exactly. I wouldn't dare to guess either, Zhang Jianjun said. But I feel that there's something indescribable about this child. It's not just intelligence or hard work, but a kind of, how should I put it, a kind of stability. It's not the kind of stability that's feigned, it's a stability that emanates from deep within. Having worked in the education system for nearly 40 years, I've seen countless excellent students, yet none like him. Wu Feng nodded in agreement. His kind of stability sometimes frightens me, he said. Not because I'm afraid he won't do well, but because he is so stable. It's not like a typical 17-year-old. A 17-year-old should experience emotional fluctuations, should feel nervous, excited, and anxious. But he doesn't. It's as if he is always in a constant state, unaffected by any external factors. Zhang Jianjun was silent for a moment before saying something profound. Perhaps this is the reason he can achieve such scores. The two fell silent again, their gazes instinctively landing on the red telephone on the desk. 8:39. Time crawled like a snail. Every minute felt exceptionally long with each tick of the second hand striking. The office was so quiet that the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard, a sound that usually went unnoticed. But today it was unusually clear. Each tick seemed to remind them that time was passing. The phone could ring at any moment, or it might never ring. Zhang Jianjun picked up the teacup on the desk, only to find it empty. He stood up to get a cup of hot water from the water dispenser, returned to his seat, took a sip, grimaced at the heat, and set the cup down to cool. Wu Feng took out his phone and glanced at the WeChat group. The teachers' group was quiet with no one speaking. He knew everyone was waiting for that news. Before the news came out, anything said was superfluous. 10 o'clock. 10:30. Zhang Jianjun's gaze was almost nailed to that telephone. His fingers gently tapped rhythmically on the desk, the rhythm not relaxed but tense, as if keeping time for a melodyless piece. Wu Feng shifted through several sitting positions, from leaning back in the chair to leaning forward, from crossing his legs to sitting with them together. Nothing felt comfortable. He simply stood up, walked to the window to look out at the campus, then returned to sit down. "Teacher Wu, could you please stop pacing?" Zhang Jianjun said, his tone not accusatory, just a sensitivity magnified by tension. "Sorry, Principal." Wu Feng sat back down obediently. Zhang Jianjun glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "I feel the same way. My heart is all over the place. Let's not pretend we both know how it is." Wu Feng laughed too, and after the laugh he let out a long sigh, as if to expel all the tension stored. 10:40. Suddenly the red telephone on the desk rang. The ringtone exploded in the quiet office, sharp and urgent like a lightning bolt splitting the heavy sky. Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng both jolted, their bodies instinctively tensing up. Zhang Jianjun did not immediately pick it up. He sat in the chair staring at the incessantly ringing telephone, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. That action took less than 2 seconds, but in those 2 seconds he thought of many things. He thought of every day he had spent in this position for over a decade, of the 40-plus years of history of Huaixinno, one high school, and of Xie Linyuan's calm and serene gaze. Then he reached out, picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Zhang Jianjun, principal of Huaixinno, one high school." His voice was steady and clear, just like when he answered any other call, showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. But Wu Feng, sitting opposite, noticed that the hand Zhang Jianjun held the receiver with was slightly trembling. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, filled with evident, barely contained excitement. "Principal Zhang, hello. I am Li Jiangguo from the Provincial Education Department's Examination Institute. Congratulations. Congratulations to Huaixinno, one high school." Zhang Jianjun's pupils dilated slightly. "Director Li, hello. Principal Zhang, I am officially notifying you on behalf of the Provincial Education Department." The voice on the other end paused, as if deliberately creating suspense or trying to calm his own emotions. "Your student Xie Linyuan has scored a total of 750 points in the 2027 National Unified College Entrance Examination. Mathematics 150 points, Chinese 150 points, English 150 points, Science Comprehensive 300 points. Full marks. All full marks." The voice on the other end continued, but Zhang Jianjun could no longer hear. He heard 750, heard full marks, heard all full marks. But as those words exploded in his mind, they were as dazzling and fleeting as fireworks. He didn't have time to capture each fragment, only aware that his hand was trembling, his heart was pounding like a drum in his chest, and his eyes were burning. He was the principal of Huaixinno, one high school. He had held this position for 14 years. He had seen countless students walk through the school gates, seen numerous college entrance exam score reports, and sent off one after another student who had been accepted into prestigious universities. But he had never seen this. Full marks. 750 points. In the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination, no one had ever scored a raw score of 750 points under the original scoring system. Never before. And this person came from Huaixinno, one high school. "Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. Are you still there?" The voice on the other end pulled him back to reality. "Here. I'm here." Zhang Jianjun's voice was tight. He cleared his throat and forced it back to normal. "Director Li, thank you. Thank you for the Provincial Department of Education's concern." Li Jiangguo's voice brimmed with amazement. "Principal Zhang, the student at your school is extraordinary." Li Jiangguo's tone was full of wonder. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates across the province, the only one to score a perfect mark, and not a scaled perfect, but a genuine raw perfect score. This is unprecedented in the history of the college entrance exam in the Dragon Nation. The Provincial Department of Education's leaders asked me to convey their congratulations to you and Huaixinno Zhang, and to request you prepare publicity and reception work. Media will surely swarm. All right, thank you, Director Li, thanked the leaders. Zhang Jianjun kept thanking them, his voice steadying even as his other hand clenched into a fist. The official score report and documents will be issued through the system tomorrow. Today's call is an advance notice to give you time to prepare. Congratulations again. Thank you. The call ended, and the busy signal sounded, but Zhang did not immediately set down the receiver. He held it frozen in that posture. Wu Feng sat opposite him, watching Zhang's expression shift from tautness to shock, from shock to incredulity, and then to a near euphoric, tightly restrained excitement. His lips trembled, and his eyes shone with unshed tears, but he held them back. "Principal." Wu Feng called tentatively, a tremor in a voice he hardly noticed himself. "How is it?" Zhang slowly lowered the receiver and replaced it on the desk. He had done that motion 1,000 times, but this time his hand shook. The receiver tapped the cradle with a faint sound. He looked up at Wu Feng. Their eyes met. 750. Zhang's voice seemed to come from far away, fragile, as if a louder sound might frighten something precious away. A perfect score. All perfect. Math 150, a Chinese 150, English 150, science 300. Wu Feng was stunned. He stood with his mouth open, eyes wide, his face frozen, as if someone had pressed pause on a frame between astonishment and rapture. His mind stopped working and no information could be processed. Only the three numbers echoed in his head. 750, 750, 750. Teacher Wu. Zhang called his name again. Wu Feng snapped back and then did something even he had not expected. He rose from his chair, turned to face the wall, raised his hands, and covered his face. His shoulders shook. Not a sobbing tremor, but a physiological response to a tidal surge of emotion rising from deep within. He wanted to laugh and cry at once, the two feelings tangled into a strange expression, tear and smile appearing on his face together. Zhang watched Wu Feng's back in silence. He understood the feeling too well. This was the result they had. No, this was not just a year's waiting. Wu Feng had waited 23 years, Zhang had waited 14, and Huaixinyi Zhang had waited for more than 40 years. From the day the school was founded, generation after generation of educators had been waiting for the day when a student would make the county school's name known across the province and the nation. Now that student had arrived. His name was Xie Linyuan. He scored 750 points, a perfect raw score, the first such raw perfect in the history of the college entrance exam in the Dragon Nation. Zhang Jianjun leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and let out a long, slow breath. The breath was long and deep, as if it expelled all the pressure, anxiety, and uncertainty accumulated over the past year from his body. The office was quiet for about a minute. Wu Feng finally steadied himself, turned around, and sat back down. His eyes were still rimmed red and his nose flushed, but his face had shifted from agitation to a smile that came from the heart. Principal, I'm not dreaming, am I? He asked. Zhang looked at him earnestly and said, if you are dreaming, then so am I. The odds of both of us dreaming are slim. They laughed together. When the laughter subsided, Zhang picked up his phone and moved into action. He first called the head of general affairs. The phone rang twice before old Zhou answered. Principal Zhang, any instructions? Old Zhou, do one thing immediately, Zhang said crisply with a tone that brooked no argument. Have banners made, red background, white lettering, large and eye-catching. The text should read, warm congratulations to our student Xie Linyuan for achieving a perfect score and becoming the 2027 provincial science champion. Make many, hang them at major intersections, at school gates, along the county's main roads, every place possible. They must all be up by the end of today. Old Zhou faltered for a moment, then his voice shot up. A perfect score. Principal, you mean a perfect score? 750. 750, a raw perfect, Zhang said, unable to hide his pride. That was the call from the Provincial Department of Education. Get on it. Well, sort the money later. Got it. Don't worry, Principal. He'll take care of it right away. Old Zhou's voice brimmed with near exuberant enthusiasm. Before the call ended, Zhang could hear him calling out to others, loudly. Lao Wang, stop what you're doing. Come help make banners. Our school produced a perfect scoring champion. 750 points. Hurry. Zhang hung up a smile he could not suppress tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then he opened the school's leadership group chat. There were 9 people in the group, the principal, vice principals, the director of instruction, the head of general affairs, and the grade coordinators. The group was usually quiet, only ever used for notices and documents. Zhang typed a few words, deleted them, typed again, and deleted again. He discovered he did not know how to phrase it. After 14 years as principal and countless notices sent, he had never before been at a loss for words like this. In the end, he typed the simplest line, Xie Linyuan, college entrance exam 750, a perfect score, provincial top science scorer. He sent it, placed the phone on the desk, and stared at the screen. The group was silent for about 3 seconds. Then every phone began to buzz ferociously. Vice Principal Lu Ziyuan, what on earth? Director of Instruction Lao Chun, 750. Principal Zhang, is this for real? Old Zhou, who already knew from the call, still wrote, haha, I knew it. I knew it. The grade 2 coordinator, my goodness. A raw perfect. That's never happened in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance exam, has it? The grade 1 coordinator, Xie Linyuan. The one who got full marks on the mock exam. As expected, frighteningly impressive. Messages popped up one after another, filled with question marks, exclamation marks, emojis, and voice messages. The group had never been so lively. Zhang Jianjun looked at those messages, the smile on his lips growing wider, but he didn't reply in the group, just silently watched for a few seconds before exiting the chat. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the County Education Bureau Director. Director Lu, hello, this is Zhang Jianjun from Huai County No. 1 Middle School. Old Zhang, what's up? Director Liu's voice was slow and measured. Director Liu, I have good news to share. Just now Director Li from the Provincial Education Department called personally to inform me that our student Xie Linyuan scored a total of 750 points in the 2027 college entrance examination, achieving full marks, ranking first in the province for science. 750 points, full marks, provincial top scorer in science. Zhang Jianjun repeated slowly. Mathematics 150, Chinese 150, English 150, combined science 300, all perfect scores. There was a sound on the phone as if something had dropped, followed by Director Liu's rapid breathing. Old Zhang, wait for me, I'm coming to the school right away. Director Liu's voice was filled with an almost frenzied excitement immediately. In 10 minutes. The call ended. Zhang Jianjun put down his phone and exchanged a smile with Wu Feng. Next, Wu Feng took out his phone and opened the senior teacher group. There were more than 30 people in this group, including all the teachers from the senior year. Since the day the college entrance examination ended, this group had fallen silent. No one spoke, no one sent messages, as if everyone was holding their breath waiting for a significant moment. Wu Feng sent a message in the group. Dear teachers, the Provincial Education Department just informed Xie Linyuan scored a total of 750 points in the college entrance examination, full marks, ranking first in the province for science. Mathematics 150, Chinese 150, English 150, combined science 300, all perfect scores. The moment the message was sent, Wu Feng's hand trembled slightly. Then the group erupted. Mathematics teacher Zhao Zhangwo, full marks. English teacher Lin Xiaoxi, physics teacher, I've taught for 15 years, it's worth it. Chemistry teacher, full marks. Combined science, full marks. I went through the exam paper from beginning to end and couldn't figure out where points could be deducted, but someone actually scored full marks. Biology teacher, top scorer. Provincial top scorer. Full marks top scorer. Our school has produced a full marks top scorer. History teacher. Old Wu, you're not joking, are you? It's only the 22nd, not April Fool's Day. Geography teacher. A full mark score for the first time in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination. Oh my, no. One middle school's name will be written into history. Political teacher. I'm in tears, truly, I'm not joking. Then came a flood of emojis, exclamation marks, voice messages, and video call requests. The phone vibrated as if it would fall apart, and the speed of messages flooding in was so fast that he couldn't keep up. Wu Feng looked at those messages, his nose tingling, and his eyes reddened. He didn't reply to any messages in the group. Instead, he exited the chat, opened the contacts, and found Xie Linyuan's name. His finger hovered above the name for a moment. Then he pressed the dial button. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan's voice came through the receiver, calm, just like usual. Wu Feng's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, realizing his voice was a bit rough, cleared his throat, and tried to make his voice sound normal. Xie Linyuan, the results are out, he said. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Teacher Wu, how many points did Xie Linyuan asked, his tone still calm. Wu Feng took a deep breath, and then in a voice he found almost unbelievable said letter by letter, 750. Full marks. You are the provincial top scorer, the full marks top scorer in science. There was silence on the other end. About 2 seconds later, Xie Linyuan's voice rang out again. I understand, thank you, Teacher Wu, still in a respectful tone. Wu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help but smile. This is Xie Linyuan, scoring 750 points, yet still maintaining this demeanor. Not excited, not ostentatious, not boastful, nor falsely humble. He accepted everything so calmly and peacefully, as if it were only natural, as if he had known this would be the outcome all along. Aren't you? Aren't you excited? Wu Feng couldn't help but ask. A soft laugh came from the other end, followed by Xie Linyuan's voice. I am excited. Teacher Wu, thank you for your hard work over the past 3 years. Wu Feng's tears finally couldn't be held back and silently slid down his cheeks. He quickly wiped with his other hand, his voice a bit choked. It's not hard, not hard. You should celebrate well, your grandparents will definitely be overjoyed. I'll hang up first, there's still a lot to handle. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Wu. Goodbye. The call ended. Wu Feng placed his phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Tears silently slid from the corners of his eyes, flowing slowly along the lines of his face, dripping onto the collar of his shirt. He did not wipe them away. Zhang Jianjun sat across from him, watching him, without saying anything, just pushing the tissue box on the table closer to Wu Feng. The office remained quiet for a long time. Old Wu, Zhang Jianjun finally spoke, his voice carrying an unusual softness. Wu Feng opened his eyes and looked at him. Our school is going to be famous, said Zhang Jianjun, his lips slightly curved, yet his eyes held a deep sentiment, as if both amazed and relieved. Your student is going to be famous. Wu Feng nodded, wiping the tears from his face with a tissue, sitting up straight. Yes, he's going to be famous, he repeated Zhang Jianjun's words, and then smiled. But that kid won't change. Zhang Jianjun glanced at him. How can you be so sure? Wu Feng thought for a moment, and then nodded firmly. I've taught him for 3 years, and watched him for 3 years. He is not the kind of person who would change because of grades or fame. No matter how many points he scores or what honors he achieves, he will still be himself. Zhang Jianjun said nothing, just gently nodded. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. At the gate of Huai County No. 1 middle school, the staff from the General Affairs Office had already started preparing to hang banners. Ladders were set up, the red banner unfurled, and the golden letters were particularly striking in the sunlight. Warm congratulations to our student Xie Linyuan for achieving full marks in the science section and becoming the top scorer in the 2027 college entrance examination. Passers-by stopped to look up at the banner, murmuring something, then took out their phones to take pictures. The news spread like the wind, starting from Huai County No. 1 middle school, sweeping through the entire county and reaching farther places. The news spread faster than anyone could have imagined. The banner for Huai County No. 1 middle school was still being produced, and it had only been half an hour since the call from the provincial education department was hung up. A short message had already appeared on the local online forum. Huai County No. 1 middle school's Xie Linyuan scored 750 points in the college entrance examination, the top science student in the province. The poster claimed to be a student from Huai County No. 1 middle school, and his tone was so excited that he was incoherent, using more than a dozen exclamation marks. In the first 10 minutes after the post was made, only a few dozen people had viewed it, and there were just 3 or 4 replies. Some asked, "Is this true?" While others replied, "Impossible, I've never heard of anyone scoring full marks without any adjustments." Some even directly cursed, "Rumors bring disaster to the family." The poster did not argue, but coldly replied, "Just wait for tomorrow's official results." However, the situation did not wait until tomorrow. Less than half an hour later, the shockwave from the teachers group at Huai County No. 1 middle school had already spread through the personal social networks of the teachers to a wider audience. Some teachers posted congratulatory messages in their circles. Relatives and friends of some teachers began to share the news, and students heard about it from their teachers and eagerly posted it in their class groups, peer groups, and hometown groups. In the information age, the speed of information dissemination grows exponentially. By 11 in the morning, the news began to appear on local social media in Xinshi. A local information blogger posted an update breaking. Huai County No. 1 middle school student Xie Linyuan scored 750 points in the college entrance examination, the top science student in the province. This is the first time in the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination history that someone has scored full marks without any adjustments. The pride of the people of Xinshi. The accompanying picture was an old photo of the school gate of Huai County No. 1 middle school with the words on the gate already faded. After the post was made, the number of shares exceeded 5,000 within half an hour. The comment section was a chaotic mess. 750 points. Is this true? Isn't the total score for the college entrance examination 750? Did he really score full marks? Full marks without any adjustments. My goodness, I thought I was impressive with over 500 points back in my day. Is this person a deity? I don't believe it, absolutely not. It must be fake news. Scoring full marks without any adjustments means he also scored full marks in Chinese. How is that possible? Those upstairs, just wait for tomorrow's results to slap your face. Who would dare to fabricate such a thing? It would be obvious upon investigation. I am a student from Huai County No. 1 middle school in the second year. Senior Xie Linyuan is a legend in our school. He scores 748 or 750 in every monthly exam. We are already used to it. Are you serious? You score full marks in every monthly exam. Is this person even human? Huai County No. 1 middle school. Isn't that a county-level school? Can a county-level school produce a full marks top student? What's wrong with a county-level school? Can't a county-level school produce a top student? Isn't that discrimination? The debate raged on, with the truth hard to discern. However, more people chose a more cautious attitude, neither rushing to believe nor rushing to deny, waiting for the official results tomorrow. However, as more and more people began to speak out, especially those claiming to be classmates, fellow villagers, or neighbors of Xie Linyuan, the outline of the situation became increasingly clear. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, an account certified as Huai County No. 1 middle school class of 2027 posted a long article titled, "My Classmate Xie Linyuan." This article was later shared hundreds of thousands of times, becoming the first folk document for the public to understand Xie Linyuan. I am Xie Linyuan's classmate from class 1 of the third year. Seeing so many people discussing him online, I want to share what I know about him. We in the class have long known that Xie Linyuan is good at studying. Since the third year, he has always been first in every exam without exception. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who just studies hard. He rests when he needs to, eats when he needs to, and never stays up late. Sometimes we would go to him for questions, and he explained them very clearly, even better than the teachers. But what I want to talk about is not his grades, but his character. Xie Linyuan is a very low-key person, very low-key. He scored first in the grade, but never boasted about it. When we discussed problems, he never looked down on us for being slow. Sometimes he would explain a question 3 or 4 times without getting annoyed. His family condition is not good, everyone knows this, but he never brings it up on his own. The subsidies the teachers applied for him, he never says much about. Everyone in our class admires him not because of his grades, but because he is a good person. In the comments section of this long article, numerous students and alumni from Huai County No. 1 middle school quickly gathered to confirm. Classmate, what the poster said is true. Xie Linyuan is truly a treasure in our class. He doesn't talk much, but he's a really nice person. I'm from the class next door. Although I don't share a class with Xie Linyuan, I often see him in the hallway. He walks very quietly, never plays around in the hall, and greets teachers whenever he sees them. In the first year, I shared a dormitory with Xie Linyuan. His routine is very regular. He goes to bed at 10:30 and gets up at 5:30, never staying up late. Back then we used to laugh at him for having the routine of an old cadre, but looking back now he truly embodies self-discipline. The evaluations from classmates were simple and sincere, lacking any exaggeration or embellishment, which made them particularly credible. They pieced together an image of a young man who excels academically, but remains humble, as low-key, but not indifferent, lives in hardship, but is not self-abased. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. What truly moved the entire internet were the revelations about Xie Linyuan's family situation that surfaced in the afternoon. The first to attract attention was a post by an anonymous account, which contained no lengthy discourse, only a few short sentences. I am from the same village as Xie Linyuan from Xie family village. His parents passed away in 2020 due to the pandemic when he was only 11 years old. He lives with his grandparents and their family condition is very poor. His grandfather is in poor health and has to take medication for a long time. His academic performance has always been good, but he never compares his eating and dressing with others. Everyone in our village knows that this child has had a difficult time, but they also know that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. After this post was made, it surpassed 1,000 shares within less than an hour. The tone in the comments section shifted from initial doubt and debate to shocked sympathy and admiration. Losing parents at 11. What has this child gone through? In 2020, the pandemic shattered so many families. Seeing this really makes me want to cry. His parents are gone, his grandparents are in poor health, the family condition is poor, and he can still achieve full marks. What an incredible level of willpower. When I was 11, I was still crying for being scolded for breaking a vase. He has already lost his parents at that age. Thinking about this makes my nose sour. He is not a genius. He has swallowed all the hardships and then used his grades to prove himself. Soon afterward, more so-called well-informed individuals emerged online. I was Xie Linyuan's classmate in junior high. For all 3 years, his academic performance remained consistently excellent. Though not the absolute top scorer, he ranked roughly among the top 10 in our grade. None of us knew how dire his family circumstances were back then, for he never revealed a trace of hardship. His clothes were always clean and neatly worn, even if visibly secondhand. He always ate alone, choosing only the cheapest dishes in the cafeteria, a detail none of us thought much about at the time. Looking back now, it is clear just how profoundly difficult his life truly was. Another account, registered as an employee of a construction firm in Hang City, posted an even more detailed revelation. Last summer vacation, Xie Linyuan worked on our construction site for 2 months. I was a laborer under his cousin's supervision, making us fellow workers. This young man spared no effort. While others carried 2 bags of cement, he carried 3, never shirking, never slackening. His cousin paid him 300 units per day, a relatively high wage on site, but he performed the most grueling tasks. None of us knew then that he was an academic prodigy. He never studied on site, nor spoke of learning with us. His routine was simple and unremarkable: work, eat, sleep, indistinguishable from any ordinary laborer. While other workers played cards or drank in the evenings, he lay quietly on his bunk. We assumed he was resting. Now we realize he was likely reviewing lessons in silence within the stillness of his own mind. This young man is extraordinary. The moment this post appeared, the comment section exploded. Wait, did the perfect score national examination champion carry cement on a construction site last summer? Heavens above, what surreal realism is this? A top-scoring examinee hauling bricks. He wasn't there for experience. He needed every coin. 300 units a day for 2 months. Tuition fees, medicine for his grandparents. While we sat in air-conditioned rooms scrolling through our phones, the future provincial champion walked the dusty lanes of a construction yard bearing heavy loads upon his shoulders. The contrast struck deep into the heart. I wept, truly wept. The same hands that lifted cement sacks wrote a flawless essay beneath the examination hall's solemn gaze. What kind of life is this? Is this not the modern embodiment of the ancient parable, carrying firewood while studying? He is no genius born of fate. He fights with his very life. Yet even such relentless striving culminating in perfection remains awe-inspiring. Further details soon surfaced. A self-identified student from Hawaii County No. 1 middle school posted, Xie Linyuan and I hail from the same township. Every holiday I took the bus home, while he walked. From school to Xie village is approximately 12 or 13 kilometers, and each time he walked the entire distance. Once my bus passed him on the highway. I saw him walking alone along the roadside, backpack slung over one shoulder, stride long and purposeful. I remarked to my mother that classmate has remarkable stamina. She replied, it isn't stamina. He simply couldn't afford the few coins for bus fare. At the time I refused to believe it. Until later when I asked around and learned the truth, his family was truly impoverished. Beneath this post the comment section overflowed with tearful emojis. 12 or 13 kilometers, on foot, to save a few coins. My food delivery minimum order exceeds that amount. To us, those coins buy a bottle of water or a snack. To him, they bought breakfast or half a gene of pork. Reading this shattered me completely. He didn't grow accustomed to poverty. He meticulously saved every cent for his grandparents. I cannot fathom what passed through his mind as he walked that road. Perhaps equations flickered behind his eyes. Perhaps images of the construction site lingered. Perhaps thoughts of tomorrow anchored his steps. A teenager barely more than a boy measured his homeward journey in kilometers, and in equal measure charted his ascent from county-level middle school to provincial examination laureate with quiet, unwavering resolve. This is the most inspiring story I have encountered this year, unequaled, unmatched. Details regarding Xie Linyuan's private practice of therapeutic massage for his grandfather remained undisclosed, among his deepest, most guarded secrets. Yet even the information already revealed, carrying cement on construction sites, walking dozens of kilometers home, losing both parents at age 11, and raising himself alongside his aging grandparents, was sufficient to assemble a profoundly moving portrait of a scholar risen from humble origins. Online public sentiment continued to swell. Meanwhile, independent media responded with astonishing speed. At 2 p.m., the first educational influencer, with over 1 million followers, released an in-depth video on Xie Linyuan, its title striking with visceral force 750 points. The Dragon Nation's first-ever perfect raw score in national examinations. He hails from a rural village in Huai County, Hunan Province. Parentless since childhood, once a laborer on construction sites. Within 1 hour, the video surpassed 5 million views. In it, the creator meticulously compiled every verifiable fragment about Xie Linyuan, circulating online family background, academic records, manual labor experience, daily walks, home teachers' testimonials, and classmates' recollections. His speech was rapid, voice trembling with restrained emotion. At the video's conclusion, he removed his glasses and gazed directly into the lens. For 5 years, I have produced educational content, interviewing countless top students and examination champions. Yet Xie Linyuan is the first student who moved me to tears. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, during filming. Not because of his score, but because of his life. This young man deserves every point of that perfect mark. The top-voted comment beneath the video read, "He did not merely earn a perfect score, he lives a life worthy of perfection." More independent creators swiftly joined the discourse. Some approach the topic through the lens of educational equity. Xie Linyuan's story affirms that brilliance can indeed emerge from modest beginnings. Quality education matters, but inner resilience and self-discipline outweigh all external advantages. Others analyzed his character, what defines true strength. Not those born with silver spoons gliding effortlessly through life, but those who forge ahead through mire, who refuse surrender even amid crushing adversity. Xie Linyuan stands as the quintessential exemplar. Still others elevated the narrative to broader social significance. Why does a single perfect score examinee stir such collective emotion? Not solely for the number itself, but for the human story it embodies. It reaffirms that diligence retains its dignity, that perseverance retains its meaning, that somewhere in this world a young person, using only hands and mind, has authored the most authentic, uncompromising tale of triumph. Naturally, some creators opted for more emotive theatrical framing. Headlines grew increasingly dramatic: the unbelievable life of a perfect score champion orphan hauling bricks walking home. The story that brought the entire network to tears. He scored 750, because 750 is the ceiling. The desperate counteroffensive of a humble origin scholar. From construction site to examination hall, the perfect life journey of an 18-year-old. Though these headlines verge on hyperbole, the emotions they convey are genuine. The entire network truly wept for this young man's story. At 4 in the afternoon, a significant attention surfaced. One of the largest official media outlets in the Dragon Nation, the Longwei Youth Daily, published a lengthy article on its official social media account titled, "After Scoring 750, a Flawless Answer Sheet from a Student from a Humble Background." The article began with, "Today the whole internet is buzzing about a name, Xie Linyuan. This 18-year-old boy from a county middle school in the southern plains of Yu achieved a bare score of 750 in the college entrance examination, setting a record in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance exams." However, behind that dazzling number, what we wish to convey is another answer sheet of his, one that reflects resilience, self-discipline, and responsibility. The article, with a calm and restrained tone, outlined Xie Linyuan's basic circumstances. His parents sadly passed away during the pandemic in 2020, leaving him to rely on his grandparents in their 70s. His family faced financial hardships, and during the summer vacation of his second year in high school, he worked on a construction site, walking over 10 kilometers home every time he had a break. Despite these challenges, he consistently excelled in his studies and ultimately achieved an unprecedented perfect score in the college entrance examination. The article concluded with the significance of a perfect score in the college entrance examination is not merely the score itself, but rather a boy's perfect answer sheet delivered under the least perfect conditions. His story is not a template for selling anxiety, nor is it a legendary tale to be deified. It serves as a reminder that in our era there are still individuals who in the simplest ways embody what it means to strive. Xie Linyuan has left his Xie family village, walked through the tree-lined path of Huaixin High School, and is about to head to farther places. We wish him well in every step he takes. The top-voted comment in the comment section read simply, wishes and encouragement. An official report by the Youth Daily of a certain Eastern nation marked the formal attention of mainstream state media towards Xie Linyuan. This recognition carried substantial weight, a positive authoritative affirmation from official mainstream media directed at a young student. Local official media in Yu Province responded first. The Yu Province Daily published a brief bulletin on its new media platform titled Xie Linyuan of Yu Province scores full marks, 750 points, setting a new national record in the college entrance examination. The report was concise and factual, devoid of emotional embellishment or sensationalism. It objectively presented the achievement, concluding with a single sentence. It is reported that Xie Linyuan is a student of Huaixin High School in Xian City, an academically outstanding youth from a modest background. The National Education Daily, through its official account, offered commentary from an educational perspective. Achieving a perfect score in the college entrance examination represents the highest validation of a student's intellectual capacity. Yet more compelling is the underlying logic that nurtured such ability: self-discipline, unwavering focus, resilience, and optimism. Xie Linyuan's journey offers a tangible, relatable model for countless students across the nation. The Dragon Nation News Network also featured the story on its app's homepage under the headline, "From Construction Site to Examination Hall, the Remarkable Ascent of a Perfect Score Scholar." Drawing upon accounts from Xie Linyuan himself and his teachers, the report painted the portrait of a diligent, unassuming, and tenacious youth. Nat 500p.m. Another authoritative state media outlet, the Xinhua News Agency, released a short bulletin on the matter. Though brief in length, the mere inclusion of the name, Xinhua, conferred a distinct measure of institution. The bulletin read, on the eve of the 2027 college entrance examination results announcement, Xie Linyuan, a student of Huaixin High School in Xian City, Henan, attained a total score of 750 points, drawing widespread attention. According to available information, Xie Linyuan grew up in financial hardship. Both his parents passed away early, and he lives with his elderly grandparents. His inspirational story has ignited fervent online discussion, earning him the epithet, a scion rising from humble origins. Xinhua's coverage propelled the topic to unprecedented prominence. And not only domestic media but several international outlets' Chinese-language editions also began taking note of the story. While no formal interviews or foreign wire reports had yet emerged, multiple overseas media platforms publishing in Chinese had already reprinted the news on their homepages using neutral headlines such as, "A student from a certain Eastern nation achieves full marks, 750 points, hailed as a scion rising from humble origins." In this age of information saturation, the dissemination of any major news event unfolds across multiple voices and layers. There are emotionally charged expressions from independent content creators, rational reporting by official media, empathetic resonance from netizens, expert analysis from education scholars, and simple heartfelt admiration from ordinary people. These diverse voices interweave into a complex, multidimensional landscape of public discourse, all converging upon a single figure, an 18-year-old youth seated quietly in a small village on the southern plains of Yu Province. He may not know that his name now tops the national trending list, crowned with a violet, explosive badge. He may not know that tens of millions of netizens are discussing him, sympathizing with him, admiring him, and sending. He may not know that countless independent content creators have garnered millions of views by posting videos about him, and that numerous articles recounting his story have gone viral. He may know, or he may not. And online the momentum continues to surge. At 600 p.m. Even before the official college entrance examination score portal opened, discussions about Xie Linyuan dominated the trending lists of nearly all major social platforms. On the nation's largest social media platform, the hashtag Xie Linyuan 750 surpassed 10 billion views, closely following with Xie Linyuan, a scion rising from humble origins, amassing 5 billion views. Combined, these two topics generated over 10 million posts. And among them, one word appeared with extraordinary frequency: contrast. Indeed, contrast lies at the heart of this story's profound emotional resonance. Na rural youth, in a county-level high school, an orphan child, and his aged grandparents. A laborer hauling cement on a construction site, and a top-scoring scholar composing a flawless essay in the examination hall. A student too frugal to spend a few coins on bus fare walking dozens of kilometers home, and a record-setting academic prodigy who redefined national standards. These contrasts are so stark they cannot be ignored. So powerful they move even the most detached. A prominent social commentator wrote on his personal social media, Xie Linyuan's story resonates so deeply across society because it touches upon our era's most fundamental and most precious emotions. In a time when parental advantage, resource access, and starting line privilege appear increasingly normalized, a youth from the countryside proves his worth through the most elemental means, relentless effort. This is not an indictment of the education system, but rather a reaffirmation of faith in the intrinsic value of perseverance. Xie Linyuan's very existence restores our belief that the world still honors indomitable spirits. Another influential online personality expressed a similar sentiment from a different angle. Many ask me why I'm so invested in Xie Linyuan's story. After reflection, I believe it's because he evokes figures from our childhood textbooks. Quang Heng boring a hole in the wall to borrow light, Che In capturing fireflies to illuminate his studies, Fan Zhongyan dividing cold porridge, and sketching characters on a slate. We memorize these tales since childhood, yet always sense them as distant legends belonging to another world. Now Xie Linyuan stands vividly before us, his perfect score and his lived experience declaring unequivocally these are not myths. They unfold among us, merely transposed into a new historical context. An education scholar speaking to a digital media outlet remarked, Xie Linyuan's score alone is astonishing, yet far more valuable is the pedagogical significance embedded in his story. Our society needs such role models, not polished, untouchable idols manufactured for mass consumption, but authentic flesh and blood individuals whose struggles and resilience are palpable, whose humanity remains unvarnished by myth-making. Xie Linyuan embodies every one of these qualities. Dissenting voices also emerged online. Some questioned the veracity of the reports, arguing that without official score confirmation, all discussion remained premature. Others voiced concern that excessive attention and praise might impose undue pressure on Xie Linyuan, jeopardizing his future development. Some cautioned against the collective carnival-like deification sweeping across the internet, warning that elevating an 18-year-old to such heights may prove counterproductive. Yet these reservations and concerns were swiftly submerged beneath a tidal wave of admiration and emotional resonance. Moments of nationwide fascination, reason, and composure are often the first casualties. At 8:00 p.m., a jointly promoted topic, spearheaded by official and independent media alike, surged onto the trending list. Xie Linyuan, a scion rising from humble origins. Within 2 hours, its cumulative readership surpassed 10 billion, ranking among the day's most widely viewed topics across the entire digital sphere. The phone of my grandparents started going crazy at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time, Xie Linyuan had just finished lunch and was helping his grandmother wash the dishes in the kitchen. Grandpa was watching television in the main room where the news channel was broadcasting weather updates from around the country. The first call came in on Grandpa's mobile phone. Grandpa's phone was an old model, ridiculously loud, with a ringtone that was a kind of old-fashioned electronic music which could be heard throughout the entire room. Grandpa slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, squinted at the caller ID, and saw it was a distant relative from his home. "Hello." Grandpa answered the phone, his voice calm and unhurried. The voice on the other end was very loud. Even Xie Linyuan, who was in the kitchen, could vaguely hear, "Brother, is that top scholar they mentioned on TV your Linyuan?" Grandpa was taken aback and instinctively glanced towards the kitchen. Just as Xie Linyuan came out carrying a stack of bowls, he met Grandpa's gaze and gently nodded. There was a hint of pride in Grandpa's voice that he wasn't even aware of. Yes, the homeroom teacher called and said he scored top marks, 750 perfect score. On the other end of the line, there was an exaggerated gasp followed by a series of congratulations and admiration. Grandpa grinned, the wrinkles on his face relaxing considerably. He wasn't very good at formalities, only repeatedly saying, thank you, and the child did well. After hanging up, just as Grandpa was about to put the phone back in his pocket, it rang again. Another relative. This time it was a distant niece from Grandma's side, whom Xie Linyuan should address, as the voice on the other end was even louder than the previous one, filled with the unique enthusiasm and boisterousness of a rural woman. "I heard Linyuan scored top marks. Is that true? When my colleague told me, I thought she was joking." Grandma hurried out of the kitchen, wiped her hands on her apron, and took the phone. Her voice was much softer than Grandpa's, but the pride was the same. "Yes, indeed, the homeroom teacher personally called. They said he got a perfect score, 751st in the province." The other end erupted in another round of gasps, followed by a flurry of questions. How does Linyuan usually study? What does he eat to boost his brain? Did he hire a tutor? Should they hold a graduation banquet? Grandma couldn't answer any of the questions, only smiling and saying this child did well on his own. No, he didn't hire a tutor, and we don't really understand. After hanging up, Grandma stood in the main room, clutching the phone, her expression a complex mix of pride Having lived for 75 years, she had never been contacted simultaneously by so many relatives and friends as she was today. Her phone usually didn't ring more than twice a week, but today it seemed as if it had been enchanted, ringing one after another, making her anxious. "Grandma, if you don't want to answer, just turn off the phone," Xie Linyuan said as he placed the bowls in the cupboard and wiped his hands. No way, Grandma waved her hands repeatedly. "They're all relatives. It wouldn't be right not to answer the phone." Grandpa, sitting in his chair, looked at the still vibrating phone in his hands and shook his head. "In my 76 years of life, this is the first time I realize I have so many relatives." Xie Linyuan said nothing, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This was the way of human relationships. His family had been poor for so many years. When his grandparents were sick during festivals, and when his parents passed away, where were those relatives? Xie Linyuan didn't want to think about those questions, not because he was magnanimous, but because pondering them was meaningless. Relatives are relatives. The blood ties are there, unerasable and unbreakable. They called to check in whether sincere or polite, he should acknowledge their concern. Moreover, his grandparents were happy. Watching the smile on Grandpa's face as he answered the phone, and the pride in Grandma's tone, while talking with relatives, Xie Linyuan felt that although these calls were annoying, they were worth it. Grandpa's phone rang again. This time it was a more distant relative, claimed to be Grandpa Xie's cousin living in the adjacent county and had not been in contact for over a decade. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, yet warm, calling him brother in a friendly manner, saying he saw the news about his nephew, and specifically called to congratulate and mentioned he must visit soon. After hanging up, Grandpa glanced at Xie Linyuan, hesitating to speak. Xie Linyuan knew what Grandpa wanted to say. He smiled. "Grandpa, it's a good thing that people are calling as long as you're happy." Grandpa sighed and said nothing more. Around 2 in the afternoon, Wang Chaos' call came in on Xie Linyuan's phone. "Linyuan." Wang Chaos' voice exploded from the receiver, filled with an almost euphoric excitement. "I'm amazed by you. 750 points. Perfect score. You call that just okay? Is that what you mean by just okay?" Xie Linyuan held the phone a little farther away, waiting for Wang Chaos' voice to lower before bringing it back to his ear. "Brother, I was just being modest." "Modest?" Wang Chaos' voice rose again. "Is that what you call modest? That's just being coy. I knew you were extraordinary when you were carrying cement on the construction site, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of extraordinary." 750 points. "Do you know the internet is buzzing right now? I was just scrolling through videos and 8 out of 10 are talking about you. My coworkers on the site are asking me if Xie Linyuan is your cousin." I said, "Yes, he is my cousin. Do you know how much face that gives me?" Hearing Wang Chaos' excited and proud tone, Xie Linyuan felt a warmth in his heart. "Brother, thank you," he said. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Wang Chaos' voice calmed down. "What are you thanking me for? It's your own hard work. Linyuan, I'm telling you, this time you really made it. Enjoy it, you deserve it. When I'm done with my work, I'll come back to see you, and we'll have a good drink together." "Okay." After hanging up, Xie Linyuan tucked his phone into his pocket. Since the afternoon, his phone had been vibrating non-stop, with text messages, WeChat, and calls pouring in. There were congratulations from classmates, encouragement from teachers, friend requests from strangers, and some inexplicable numbers that he had no idea how they got his phone number. He didn't reply to any messages and didn't answer any unfamiliar phone calls. It wasn't indifference, so what he wanted most was to quietly stay at home, have a meal with his grandparents, watch TV, and talk. No matter how noisy the outside world was, that was a matter for tomorrow. Today he was still Xie Linyuan from Xie Family Village. But Xie Family Village was no longer allowing him peace. The first visitor was the elderly Mr. Zhang from next door. Mr. Zhang, in his 70s, had been an old neighbor of Grandpa, with their houses separated by a low wall, having lived as neighbors for several decades. He wore a white vest and held a hand fan, peeking through the gate of the courtyard, his expression as if confirming. Old Xie," he called out loudly. Grandpa walked out from the main room, saw Mr. Zhang, and smiled as he approached, saying, "Old Zhang, you've come. Come in and sit down." Mr. Zhang entered the courtyard, his gaze sweeping around before finally landing on the boy wiping the table in the main room. His eyes lit up, his voice loud enough for half the village to hear. "Your family, Linyuan, really topped the exams. My son just called and said it's all over the internet that our village has produced a top scholar." I thought he was joking. Grandpa nodded with a smile. It's true. The homeroom teacher called to inform us, saying he's the top in the province with a perfect score." Mr. Zhang slapped his thigh and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Grandpa shouted after him. "I'm going back to get something, and he'll be right back." Mr. Zhang's voice floated in from outside. In less than 5 minutes, he returned holding a bundle of firecrackers, the kind used for celebrations in the countryside, rolled into a coil, looking festive. "Old Zhang, what are you doing?" Grandpa quickly stopped him. "I'm setting off firecrackers." Mr. Zhang declared boldly. "Our village has produced a top scholar, a joyous occasion bigger than a wedding. Why not set off firecrackers?" Grandpa hesitated for a moment, glancing at Linyuan. Linyuan came out from the main room and said with a smile, "Grandpa Zhang, setting off firecrackers now would make too much noise." Let's wait until tomorrow when the results are formally announced. At that time I'll treat you to drinks. Mr. Zhang looked at Linyuan, then at the firecrackers in his hands, reluctantly smacking his lips, but still placed the firecrackers on the stone steps at the entrance. Alright. Let's wait until tomorrow. They'll just leave the firecrackers here, and he'll set them off first thing. He pulled over a chair and sat down in the courtyard, waving the hand fan, loudly showing no intention of leaving. Grandma came out from the kitchen holding a bowl of mung bean soup and handed it to Mr. Zhang, smiling as she said, "Old Zhang, have a bowl of mung bean soup to cool off." Mr. Zhang took the bowl and gulped down a large mouthful mung bean soup dripping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with his sleeve and smacked his lips. "This lad from your family has always stood out since he was a child. When he was little he played around the village while the other kids were covered in mud. He was always clean. His grades were good in school, and I said he would definitely be successful in the future." Grandpa sat beside him, unable to contain his smile as he listened to the old neighbor praise his grandson. Mr. Zhang had not yet left when another visitor arrived. This time, it was Aunt Li from the east side of the village, in her 60s, known for her loud voice. Even before she reached the courtyard, her voice had already arrived. "Aunt Xie. Aunt Xie, I heard your Linyuan has topped the exams. Is it true?" Grandma quickly went to greet her. Aunt Li bustled into the courtyard carrying a basket of eggs laid by her home-raised hens packed in a bamboo basket covered with a blue cloth. "Li Daimai, what are you doing?" Grandma looked at the basket of eggs, feeling both happy and apologetic. Take them back. Your hens don't lay many eggs, save them for your own family." "Why are you being so polite, Aunt Xie?" Aunt Li insisted, pushing the basket into Grandma's hands. "These are for the top scholar. Your Linyuan studies hard and needs to replenish himself. If my boy had even half the success of him, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Linyuan walked out from the main room and respectfully called out, "Grandma Li." Aunt Li looked Linyuan up and down, her eyes full of affection and admiration, and patted his arm. "This child has grown tall and spirited. I said long ago that this child has a good appearance, a full forehead and a square jaw. At first glance he is bound to succeed." See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Who knows if she had said this before? But at this moment no one would expose her. More and more people were gathering in the Uncle Wang from the east side of the village arrived holding 2 lively crucian carp he just caught from the river, still flopping around in a plastic bag dripping water. He said he was going to make fish soup for the top scholar to boost his brain power. Aunt Lu from the west side of the village came with a pot of freshly made sweet cakes, golden and crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, the aroma wafting for miles. She said this was her specialty and the top scholar would definitely enjoy it. Uncle Chun from the north side of the village arrived carrying a box of drinks. He owned the village's small shop and was usually quite stingy, counting every penny. But today he was generous, bringing an entire box of herbal tea, saying it was to soothe the throat of the top scholar. There weren't enough chairs in the courtyard. Grandma brought out all the chairs, stools, and benches from the house, but it still wasn't enough. Some people simply sat on the steps of the courtyard, some leaned against the wall, and others squatted under the gourd rack, chatting and laughing in small groups, bustling like a festival. The elderly men and women of the village sat together, and naturally their conversation revolved around the top scholar. "I've lived 72 years, and it's the first time I've seen a living top scholar. Who says otherwise? I've only seen them on TV before, and now our village has produced one sitting right here next to us. Do you think top scholars are really descended from the god of literature?" Of course. In ancient times top scholars were all descended from the god of literature. How else could they top the exams? This child Linyuan has been clever since he was little. I remember when he was 3 or 4 years old, he could recite Tang poetry. His grandfather brought him to my house, and he opened his mouth and recited the bright moonlight before my bed fluently. Yes, I remember too. When he was 5 he could do addition and subtraction within 100. Our grandson is in the 2nd grade and still can't do it. How much of these memories were true and how much added later no longer mattered. What mattered was that on this afternoon in this small courtyard a group of elderly people sat together recounting a legend they had witnessed with almost reverent tones. Linyuan sat in the main room looking through the open door at the bustling courtyard. His expression was calm, and even when he heard the praises of his childhood, glorious deeds, from his grandparents he would smile slightly. But inside him he was not completely at peace. He recalled many things. He remembered how poor his family was during his childhood, not even able to have several meals with meat during the new year. He remembered after the death of his parents when Grandma would secretly cry in the kitchen, and when he caught her, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "The wind and sand blurred my eyes." He remembered Grandpa suffering from back pain, still forcing himself to work in the fields, saying, "Farmers are not that precious." He remembered the sting of sweat mixed with cement dust on his face when he carried cement at the construction site. He remembered walking along that long road with the setting sun stretching his shadow long. All the hardships had on this day in this courtyard amidst the praises of these simple neighbors turned into a sweet that was hard to describe. He did not strive for these praises, but having them was undoubtedly good. At the very least, he had not seen the kind of smile on his grandparents' faces for a long, long time. Around 4 in the afternoon, the village party secretary arrived. The village secretary's surname is Zhao. His full name is Zhao Dihao. In his 50s, he has served as the secretary in Xie village for over a decade. He is a plump, middle-aged man with dark skin, a loud voice, and a decisive manner, earning a good reputation in the village. He rode a nearly new motorcycle, sputtering to a stop at the gate, turned off the engine, hung his helmet on the handlebars, and strode into the yard. Grandpa Xie. Grandma Xie. Congratulations. Zhao Dihao's voice boomed like thunder, drawing the attention of everyone in the yard. Grandpa stood up to greet him. Secretary Zhao, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I come? Zhao Dihao chuckled, shaking Grandpa's hand vigorously. Our village has produced a top scholar. This is a tremendous occasion for celebration, and as the village secretary, how could I not be here? Not only am I here today, but I will also come tomorrow and the day after. I plan to celebrate at Linyuan's graduation banquet too. Laughter filled the yard. Zhao Dihao turned around and spotted Xie Linyuan standing at the door of the hall. He walked over, appraised Xie Linyuan from head to toe, then reached out and patted his shoulder with considerable force, causing Xie Linyuan to sway slightly. Good lad. A glint of light sparkled in Zhao Dihao's eyes as his voice softened, but became more earnest. I have been the secretary in Xie village for over a decade, watching one batch of children grow up, study, and venture out into the world. You are the first to achieve the top scholar status. No, you are the first top scholar from our village, and indeed the first in the entire province. You are the pride of Xie village and the pride of our entire township. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Xie Linyuan nodded slightly, maintaining a humble demeanor. Zhao Dihao patted his shoulder again, then turned to the people in the yard, saying, Dear villagers, let me tell you, Xie Linyuan's achievement as the top scholar is not just a blessing for Grandpa and Grandma Xie, it is a blessing for all of Xie village. From now on, if someone asks where you're from, you can proudly say Xie village, and they will respond, oh, that's the village that produced a top scholar. How prestigious does that sound? Everyone in the yard nodded in agreement, some laughed, and said, that makes sense, while others added, Secretary Zhao is right. Zhao Dihao sat in the yard for a while, asking Xie Linyuan in detail about his college entrance examination scores, his plans for college applications, and his family situation. Grandpa answered one by one, his tone filled with pride. Zhao Dihao nodded as he listened, finally standing up to say, Rest assured, Grandpa, the village will do everything possible to support Linyuan's education. This includes student loan scholarships and various policies. The village will assist with all the paperwork, so you won't have to worry about it. Oh, Secretary Zhao, thank you so much. Grandma brought out a bowl of mung bean soup from the kitchen, insisting that Zhao Dihao drink it. Unable to refuse, Zhao Dihao took it, drank it in one gulp, returned the bowl to Grandma, and said, Thank you, Grandma, for your efforts, before riding off on his motorcycle. Less than half an hour after Zhao Dihao left, more visitors arrived from the town. It was the director of the town's education committee and a deputy director who arrived in a black Santana and parked at the gate. Both were in their 40s, dressed in white shirts and dark pants, their shoes polished to a shine, clearly officials. Grandpa did not know them, but he could tell from their attire that they were important, so he quickly stood up to greet them. Hello, you must be Grandpa Xie Shouqian. The director of the education committee, whose surname is Zhou, is a tall, slender man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, speaking slowly and politely. I am Zhou Mingyuan from the town's education committee, and this is our deputy director, Old Li. We are here specifically to congratulate you. Director Zhou, Director Li, please come in, please come in. Grandpa flusteredly welcomed them. Having lived 76 years, the highest-ranking official to visit their home had been the village secretary, and this was his first encounter with town leaders. Grandma hurriedly brought out the best chairs from the hall, cleaned them meticulously with a cloth, and brewed 2 cups of tea, using twice the usual amount of tea leaves. Zhou Mingyuan sat down and began with pleasantries, stating that Xie village producing a top scholar was a great honor for the entire town, that Xie Linyuan set an example for all students, and that the town party committee and government attach great importance to this, especially sending them to offer their condolences. Then he took an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Grandpa with both hands. Grandpa, Xie, this is a token of appreciation from the town party committee. It's not much, please accept it. Grandpa took the envelope, felt its thickness, and his expression changed. Director Zhou, this is too much, you must accept it. Zhou Mingyuan pressed Grandpa's hand down firmly, his attitude resolute. This is not for you, it is for the child's education. Linyuan's achievement as a top scholar is the pride of the entire town, and the town party committee expresses this small gesture, which is only right and reasonable. If you refuse, I won't know how to explain it when I return. Grandpa glanced at Xie Linyuan, who stood beside him, and nodded slightly. Only then did Grandpa accept the envelope, repeatedly thanking them. Zhou Mingyuan then asked Xie Linyuan questions about his studies, life, and future plans, his attitude warm and friendly, resembling a kind elder chatting with a younger generation. Xie Linyuan answered succinctly, neither nervous nor arrogant, simply exuding a perfect calmness. Zhou Mingyuan and the deputy director stayed at Xie Linyuan's house for about half an hour, drinking 2 cups of tea and exchanging pleasantries before rising to take their leave. He shook Xie Linyuan's hand earnestly, saying, "Xie Linyuan, study hard and contribute to the country in the future. The townspeople are all watching you." "I will, Director Zhou," Xie Linyuan replied solemnly. The Black Santana drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the gate returned to tranquility, if such bustling activity could be called tranquility. After sending off the town leaders, Xie Linyuan returned to the yard, noticing that the atmosphere was even more lively. The elderly villagers had quieted down when the town leaders arrived, but as soon as they left, their chatter resumed. "Look, the town leaders have come. What an honor. Indeed, I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen a town vehicle come to our village." The leaders said that the top scholar is the pride of the entire town. "Our village producing a top scholar brings honor to the whole town. This child Linyuan will surely achieve great things in the future." "That's for sure. A top scholar. In ancient times that meant becoming a prince consort. Not anymore. Now it's about becoming scientists, professors, or high-ranking officials. Regardless of what one becomes, they are all significant figures." Xie Linyuan listened to these discussions without correcting anyone or explaining anything. In the eyes of these simple villagers, the term top scholar represented far more than just an examination score. It signified bringing glory to the family, achieving prominence, and the highest honor for scholars. This understanding is deeply rooted in the blood and bones of the descendants of Yin and Huang, unchanged for thousands of years. He did not wish to disrupt this perception, nor felt it necessary to do so. As the sun set, the sky darkened. The people in the yard began to disperse one by one. Everyone left with smiles, saying words like congratulations, best wishes, and Linyuan has truly made some. When Uncle Zhang was leaving, he picked up the firecrackers again, reluctantly saying, "He'll come back to set them off tomorrow." "Sure, we'll set them off tomorrow." Xie Linyuan smiled. The yard finally fell quiet. Grandma started cleaning up the sunflower seed shells and peanut shells scattered on the ground. Grandpa moved the chairs back into the house one by one, and Xie Linyuan swept the floor. After Grandma finished sweeping, she straightened up, glanced at the peanut shells on the ground, and suddenly sighed. "What's wrong, Grandma?" Xie Linyuan asked. Grandma shook her head, her eyes slightly red. "It's nothing. Oh, I'm just happy. If your dad could see today, I don't know how happy he would be." The yard fell silent for a moment. Grandpa paused his movement of the chairs, but continued without turning back. Xie Linyuan approached and gently hugged Grandma's shoulder, saying nothing. Xie Linyuan stood in the yard watching the last rays of sunset fade slowly, and the stars began to twinkle one by one in the sky. Today he met many relatives who had never come to visit before, heard praises he had never heard before, and felt warmth he had never experienced before. All of this came suddenly and intensely, making him feel somewhat unaccustomed. He knew that from today onwards many things would be different. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that no matter how the outside world changed, everything in this yard would remain. Grandpa and Grandma's nagging would not change, the evening breeze under the loofah trellis would not change, the shadow of the old locust tree would not change, and the dim light behind the stove would not change. On the morning of June 23rd, before dawn had fully broken, Xie village was already awake. Around 5 in the morning, people began to stir in the village with the sounds of footsteps, voices, and the rumble of motorcycles mingling together, shattering the tranquility that should have characterized the rural morning. The news had spread last night that a significant figure was coming to the home of Xie Linyuan. To call it a significant figure was an understatement. The village secretary Zhao Dihao had announced over the village loudspeaker 3 times last night, his voice loud enough for the neighboring village to hear. "Attention, all villagers. Attention, all villagers. Tomorrow morning, leaders from the county and city, as well as the presidents of Shui Mu University and Yanjing University, will come to our village. They are coming to Xie Linyuan's home. Everyone please maintain civility and etiquette, do not block the roads, and do not create loud noises." After the loudspeaker announcement, the entire Xie village erupted in excitement. Shui Mu University and Yanjing University. The names of these 2 institutions resonate loudly in any corner of the Dragon Nation. For the people of Xie village, these 2 universities felt like legendary existences. For the village, children being accepted into a university in the provincial capital was already a matter of great pride. To be accepted into Shui Mu and Yanjing was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. And now the presidents of these 2 universities were personally coming to this village, to Xie Linyuan's home. This wasn't a dream, it was something very real about to happen. Last night, when Xie Linyuan received the message from President Zhang Jianjun, he was in the yard collecting clothes. His phone vibrated, and when he pulled it out to check, it was a WeChat message from Zhang Jianjun. "Xie Linyuan, tomorrow morning the presidents of Shui Mu University and Yanjing University will personally visit your home for a face-to-face meeting. The specific time will be between 9 and 10 o'clock. The leaders from the county and city will also accompany them. Please be prepared and dress formally." After reading the message, Xie Linyuan tucked his phone back into his pocket and continued collecting the clothes. He didn't have any particularly strong reaction. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously, but rather that he had anticipated this day would come. With his achievements being the first in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination to score a perfect raw score, it was quite normal for the presidents of 2 top universities to visit him personally. If they hadn't come, that would have been strange. He returned to the house and told his grandparents about it. What? The president of Shuai-Mu University. The president of Yanjing University. Coming to our home. His grandmother, who was tidying up the dishes at the stove, almost let the cloth fall into the pot. Linyuan, you didn't miss here, right? I didn't miss here, Grandma. This is a message from President Zhang himself. His grandfather paused slightly, holding a teacup. The lid of the cup made a soft sound as it tapped against the rim. He didn't say anything, but his expression spoke volumes. The wrinkles on his face were brightened by his eyes, which sparkled like 2 polished copper buttons. Then, we need to tidy up properly tomorrow. The grandmother put down the cloth and began to look around nervously, her eyes filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. This place is too messy. I need to clean it well. Old man, find your new clothes for tomorrow, that dark blue one you don't even wear on New Year's. Linyuan, you also need to find your clothes. You must dress neatly and cannot lose face in front of the presidents. Understood, Grandma. Xie Linyuan smiled. That night his grandmother was busy until very late. She swept the living room floor 3 times, wiped it twice, meticulously cleaned the tables and chairs with a damp cloth, and even took down the picture frames from the wall to clean the glass. His grandfather gathered the clutter from the yard into a corner, blocking the chicken coop with wooden boards to prevent the chickens from running out and making a mess. He even moved a ladder to replace the light bulb at the entrance with a brighter one. Xie Linyuan helped with some of the work, but mostly he stood by and watched. Watching his grandmother bent over to clean the table and his grandfather climbing the ladder to change the light bulb, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his nose. These 2 elderly people had never seen much of the world, and the people coming tomorrow were ones they had only seen on television. They didn't know how significant the president of Shuai-Mu University was, or how much higher a mayor stood compared to a county head. But they knew one thing: these people were coming to see their grandson, and they wanted to give him the best reception, ensuring he wouldn't lose face. This was the essence of his grandparents' simple, clumsy, and fully devoted love. Xie Linyuan walked over and helped his grandfather down from the ladder. Grandpa, I'll do it. He quickly changed the light bulb and helped his grandmother wipe down the table in the living room again. His grandmother stood by watching her tall grandson busy under the light, her eyes slightly reddening, but she didn't say anything. She simply quietly wiped her hands on her apron. At night the village quieted down. Xie Linyuan lay in bed listening to the chirping of insects outside as his inner force slowly circulated. He didn't deliberately practice, but the inner force had already become a part of his body, as natural as his heartbeat. Tomorrow would be another important day. It wouldn't be more important than the college entrance examination, but it would certainly be the first hurdle after it. 2 universities, 2 presidents, and 2 top-notch recruitment teams. What kind of conditions would they offer? How should he respond? These questions unfolded in his mind like a chess game, each move meticulously calculated. But he didn't feel nervous, not because he was confident of victory, but because he knew that no matter how he chose, he wouldn't make a wrong decision. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, Xie Linyuan woke up on time. There was already some movement in the yard. He opened the window and saw several cars parked along the village road outside the gate, with people unloading things from the vehicles. He recognized the figure of village secretary Zhao Dihao along with a few people in town government uniforms. They were busy in the open space at the entrance. Some were hanging banners, others were moving firecrackers, and some were testing the sound equipment. Xie Linyuan got dressed and left his room. His grandparents had risen even earlier than him. His grandmother had already put on the dark red cotton outfit that she usually wore only during the new year, her hair meticulously styled and pinned back with a black hairpin. She usually didn't tidy herself up much, her hair often a bit messy, but today she looked like a different person. His grandfather was also wearing the dark blue coat with the collar buttons neatly fastened, standing tall and straight. Since Xie Linyuan used his inner force to heal his grandfather's lumbar spine, he had grown several centimeters taller than he was a few months ago when standing straight. Xie Linyuan himself wore a white short-sleeved shirt and dark long pants. These 2 pieces of clothing were ones he had bought last year. They weren't new, but they were clean and tidy. He wasn't the type of person who relied on clothes to make an impression. When he stood there at a height of 184 meters with a straight posture and a calm demeanor, it was already enough to draw anyone's attention. A considerable number of people had already gathered in the open space at the entrance of the courtyard, most of whom were villagers along with some unfamiliar faces, likely visitors from other villages drawn by the excitement. Zhao Dihao was directing several people to hang a banner on the courtyard wall with red background and white letters that read, warmly welcoming the leaders of Shuai-Mu University and Yanjing University. Secretary Zhao, you're here so early. Xie Linyuan walked over to greet him. Zhao Dihao turned his head, and upon seeing Xie Linyuan his eyes brightened. He looked him up and down, then gave him a thumbs up. Good lad, full of spirit. Today you must make our Xie family village proud. I will, Xie Linyuan replied with a slight smile. Secretary Zhao, what do the firecrackers at the entrance mean? Aren't firecrackers prohibited now? Zhao Dihao waved his hand, laughing heartily. Not today. The county leaders have turned a blind eye, and the city leaders haven't objected either. It's only natural for a top scholar's family to set off firecrackers. Besides, it's not you setting them off, it's our village committee, so it's no problem. He pointed to several boxes of fireworks and bundles of big red firecrackers stacked by the roadside. These are all sponsored by the town, more than enough. Xie Linyuan said nothing further and turned back to the courtyard. Grandpa and Grandma were already seated in the main room, sitting side by side on chairs, their backs straight and hands neatly placed on their knees, resembling two statues. Grandma relax a bit. Xie Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. They haven't arrived yet. I'm not nervous, Grandma insisted. Xie Linyuan walked over, squatted beside Grandma, and gently held her hand. Grandma, don't be afraid. They are just people, not tigers. Just act like you usually do. Grandma looked into her grandson's calm eyes, and her anxiety inexplicably eased a little. She took a deep breath and nodded. All right, Grandma won't be nervous. As it neared 7 o'clock, more and more people gathered at the entrance to the courtyard. Almost everyone in the village who could come had arrived, men and women of all ages, some holding children, others leaning on canes, filling the narrow village path at the entrance to the courtyard. Some had brought small stools to sit by the roadside, while others climbed onto their rooftops to get a better view. The scene was even livelier than a bustling market during the new year. Among the crowd were several young people carrying cameras and selfie sticks, self-media bloggers and influencers who had come from other places. Dressed in bright clothing, they spoke rapidly into their phones in front of the camera. Dear viewers, behind me is the home of this year's top scorer, Xie Linyuan. Today, the presidents of Xuemu University and Yinjing University are coming. I will bring you a live broadcast. Zhao Dihao arranged for several villagers to maintain order at the entrance, preventing uninvited guests from entering the courtyard. The courtyard was reserved for the important guests, while the village path and open space outside allowed the villagers to watch. This arrangement was reasonable, and no one objected. Xie Linyuan stood under the gourd trellis in the courtyard, watching the bustling crowd outside the entrance, feeling somewhat emotional. Yesterday it was a quiet little village, today it was as lively as a market. All these changes stemmed from the answers he wrote on that answer sheet. Around 8:30, a black sedan stopped outside the courtyard. The car door opened, and out stepped Zhang Jianjun, the principal of Huai County No. 1 High School, and his homeroom teacher Wu Feng. Both were dressed formally today, Zhang Jianjun in a deep blue suit with a tie, his hair neatly styled, Wu Feng in a light gray shirt with his cuffs buttoned tightly. Principal Zhang, teacher Wu, Xie Linyuan greeted them. Zhang Jianjun quickly approached, taking Xie Linyuan's hands and shaking them vigorously. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his lips quivered slightly, as if he wanted to say something sentimental, but in the end he could only utter good. The 3 goods were each said with increasing intensity. Wu Feng stood nearby, watching Xie Linyuan with an uncontainable smile. Unlike Zhang Jianjun, who had a lot to say about the good, he simply patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder and asked, I'm ready. Xie Linyuan nodded. Wu Feng patted his shoulder again, this time with a little more force, as if conveying a message that only the two of them understood. You can do it, I've always believed you could. Just as the 3 had exchanged a few words, the crowd outside the courtyard suddenly stirred. They're here. The convoy is coming. What a long convoy. Police cars. And there are police cars leading the way. Xie Linyuan lifted his head and looked towards the end of the village path. A convoy was slowly approaching. Leading the way were 2 police cars with flashing lights, but the sirens were silent, merely flashing blue and red lights as they cleared the path for the following vehicles. Behind the police cars was a row of shiny black sedans. Following the convoy were 2 broadcasting vans from the television station, their satellite antennas buzzing and rotating. The entire village fell silent. When had the people of Xie Family Village ever seen such a spectacle? Police cars leading the way, a convoy like a dragon, television broadcast vans. This was the standard for official inspections and the treatment for honored guests. And all of this was for a visit to Xie Linyuan's home. Xie Linyuan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching the convoy slowly approach, his expression calm as water. His gaze swept over the rows of black sedans, quickly calculating in his mind 2 police cars, 1 lead vehicle. The brands and models of the large passenger vehicles varied from different units. There should be more than 1 vehicle from Xuemu University and Yinjing University, as well as those from the city's education bureau, the county government, and the media. Altogether, the convoy likely consisted of 15 or 16 vehicles. This lineup was even more grand than he had anticipated. The convoy parked in the open space at the entrance to the courtyard in an orderly manner. The doors opened, and a crowd of people began to emerge from the cars. At the front was a sprightly, elderly man dressed in a deep gray jacket, wearing frameless glasses with an elegant and composed demeanor. After he got out of the car and stood still, he looked around at the rural scenery, his face bearing a look of keen interest. Zhang Jianjun quickly approached, bending slightly at the waist respectfully, saying, "Principal Zhou, welcome to Huai County." This was Zhou Yuanqing, the president of Xuemu University. He was the leader of a top institution in the Dragon Nation, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and a renowned mechanic in the international academic community. At 61 years old, he was nearing retirement age, yet his vitality surpassed that of many in their 50s. Today he was not dressed in a suit, but in a jacket which made him appear approachable. This kind of attire in a formal setting instead conveyed greater weight. Soon after, another person stepped out of a different car. This individual was younger than Zhou Yuanqing, appearing in his 50s, tall and robust, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, dressed in a deep blue suit, exuding an extraordinary presence. He was Chun Mingyuan, the president of Yenjing University, also an academician and holding a significant position in the academic world. After Chun Mingyuan got out of the car, he did not rush forward, but stood still, his gaze scanning over the crowd, directly landing on the tall, slender youth standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He whispered something to his assistant beside him, then took a step forward. The two principals almost simultaneously reached the entrance of the courtyard. The accompanying personnel consciously followed behind, including the director and deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau, the county head of Huai County, the deputy county head in charge of education, the Education Bureau director, as well as the directors, deputy directors, and staff of the enrollment offices of the two schools, along with accompanying reporters and photographers, totaling about 30 to 40 people. The space at the entrance of the courtyard suddenly became crowded. Zhang Jianjun, as the host, took the initiative to act as the introducer. He walked up to Xie Linyuan, slightly turned his body, extended his right hand towards Zhou Yuanqing, and said earnestly, "Student Xie Linyuan, this is academician Zhou Yuanqing, the president of Xuemu University." Xie Linyuan took half a step forward, slightly bowed, and extended his right hand, saying, "Hello, President Zhou, welcome to Shijia Village." Zhou Yuanqing grasped Xie Linyuan's hand, his gaze carefully scrutinizing the young man before him through his glasses. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a white shirt and dark pants, he appeared clean and neat. The young man's face showed no sign of timidity or nervousness, nor did it carry the humility or flattery often seen in the presence of important figures. He stood there neither servile nor arrogant, his gaze steady and his expression composed. Zhou Yuanqing silently nodded in approval. He had seen countless outstanding students, but it was rare to find a young man like this one who could remain so calm at this age in such a situation. "Student Xie Linyuan, congratulations." Zhou Yuanqing's voice was not loud. "A score of 750 is remarkable. On behalf of Xuemu University, I express my most sincere congratulations and welcome you to visit Xuemu University." "Thank you, President." Zhou Xie Linyuan's response was concise and appropriate. Zhang Jianjun then turned to Chun Mingyuan, saying, "This is academician Chun Mingyuan, the president of Yenjing University." Xie Linyuan also stepped forward, shaking hands with Chun Mingyuan, saying, "Hello, President Chun, welcome." Chun Mingyuan's gaze lingered on Xie Linyuan for 2 seconds. The young man stood there, exuding an indescribable sense of steadiness, like a deeply rooted tree, unshaken. "Student Xie Linyuan, your achievement has made history." Chun Mingyuan's voice was deeper than Zhou Yuanqing's. "Yenjing University eagerly anticipates your enrollment." "Thank you for the recognition, President Chun." Xie Linyuan maintained his steady demeanor. Following was a series of introductions and handshakes. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau, surnamed Sun, in his 50s, with thinning hair, shook Xie Linyuan's hand, saying, "You are the pride of our city, and the entire population is following your progress." The county head of Huai County, surnamed Li, in his 40s, and only 2 years into his position, shook Xie Linyuan's hand, his own trembling with excitement. "Student Xie Linyuan, you are a child of Huai County, and Huai County is proud of you." Xie Linyuan responded to each, maintaining a polite smile. He did not deliberately seek to please anyone, nor did he show excessive enthusiasm or indifference towards anyone. Everyone was treated equally in his presence. Respectful, yet not obsequious, friendly, yet not overstepping boundaries. This sense of propriety surprised everyone present. An 18-year-old rural youth facing so many high-level leaders and academic authorities astonishingly exhibited no signs of tension or awkwardness. Zhou Yuanqing and Chun Mingyuan silently increased their regard for this young man. "Ladies and gentlemen, please." Xie Linyuan stepped aside to open the courtyard door, making an inviting gesture. People streamed in. The courtyard, not large, immediately felt crowded with the influx of 30 to 40 individuals. In this courtyard, paved with red bricks, under the loofah trellis beside the chicken coop, and beneath the old locust tree, stood figures usually only seen on television and in the news. After Zhou Yuanqing entered the courtyard, his gaze was drawn to the golden flowers on the loofah trellis. He paused, observing with interest for a moment, then remarked to his assistant, "It has a very lively atmosphere." The assistant quickly nodded and took a photo with his phone. Chun Mingyuan noticed several old photos hanging on the wall of the main room. He He did not go in to examine them closely, merely taking a glance from the doorway. The photos featured his grandparents in their youth, images of Xie Linyuan as a child, and a family portrait that included a middle-aged couple and a boy, presumably Xie Linyuan's parents. Chun Mingyuan's gaze lingered on that photograph for a second before he looked away, saying nothing. The courtyard was soon divided into two areas. In the center of the courtyard, beneath the loofah trellis, several chairs and a square table were set up. This was the core area where the most important figures sat: President Zhou Yuanqing of Xuemu University, President Chun Mingyuan of Yanjing University, Director Sun of the Municipal Education Bureau, County Head Li of Huai County, and several leaders of deputy department level or above. A total of 9 individuals filled the chairs perfectly. The grandparents were seated at the head of the square table. The two elders sat straight, hands resting on their knees, their expressions a mix of solemnity and slight bewilderment. Grandmother's hands were constantly wringing a handkerchief, while grandfather's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Yet they both endured, maintaining their composure. They did not want to embarrass their grandson. Xie Linyuan stood beside the square table right next to his grandparents. He did not take a seat, but chose to stand, making him stand out among the seated dignitaries. Around the perimeter of the courtyard, near the walls and entrance, the remaining accompanying personnel, staff, and reporters stood. They either stood or leaned with phones, cameras, and camcorders aimed at the center of the courtyard, flashes going off intermittently, the sound of shutters clicking in a flurry. Outside the courtyard, onlookers and internet celebrities craned their necks, peering through gaps in the crowd. Some leaned against the courtyard wall, others stood on bricks to elevate themselves, holding up their phones to capture the police car and the black sedans. Zhao Dihao, along with several village officials, maintained order at the entrance, but could not help frequently glancing back into the courtyard. Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng also stood in the courtyard, with Zhang Jianjun's hands clasped behind him, slightly tilting his head, observing everything in the courtyard, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was the principal of Huai County No. 1 middle school, and the protagonist of this courtyard was a student from his school. At this moment, he felt that his more than 20 years in education had been worth it. Wu Feng stood beside Zhang Jianjun, holding a phone but not taking pictures. He simply watched quietly, observing Xie Linyuan standing among the dignitaries, composed and exuding an extraordinary aura. He recalled last September, when Xie Linyuan first achieved the top score in his grade. He had been so excited in the office. At that time, he never imagined that the young man would reach this point today. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuanqing was the first to speak. Student Xie Linyuan, I have heard about your family situation. President Zhou's tone was devoid of any official stiffness, sounding more like an elder speaking to a junior. Achieving such outstanding results in such circumstances is truly remarkable. Xuemu University has a complete support system for students. We will ensure that no student will be hindered in their studies due to financial reasons. You can rest assured about this. Xie Linyuan nodded slightly, saying thank you for your concern, President Zhou. Chun Mingyuan took over Yanjing University is the same. In addition to the support system, we also have specialized scholarship policies for outstanding freshmen. With your results, you can fully qualify for the maximum new student scholarship. Thank you again. Xie Linyuan expressed his gratitude. County Head Li seized the opportunity to interject. Linyuan is a child of Huai County. No matter which school he attends, he is the pride of Huai County. The county will fully support him, ensuring he has no worries. Director Sun also expressed his stance. The Municipal Education Bureau will provide corresponding support as well. In no time, the courtyard was filled with voices of various affirmations and promises. Grandfather and grandmother listened to these words, their expressions shifting from nervousness to excitement. They had lived their entire lives without witnessing such a scene, never imagining that anyone would treat their grandson with such respect. Xie Linyuan stood to the side, listening to everyone, maintaining a calm expression like still water. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually settled down after the initial pleasantries and introductions. The police car had turned off its lights and quietly parked by the village road. The accompanying staff members discreetly retreated to the entrance of the courtyard, leaving the core area for those who truly needed to engage in conversation. The journalists' cameras were set up at the edge of the courtyard, aimed at the direction under the gourd trellis, with a red indicator light on, indicating that this discussion was being recorded. Zhou Yuanqing sat on the left side of the square table, while Chun Mingyuan sat on the right, their positions creating a subtle balance. Xie Linyuan stood beside the square table, neither sitting in the empty chair nor deliberately standing next to any of the principals. He stood there neither too far nor too close, just right. Grandfather and grandmother sat at the head of the table, their hands still placed neatly on their laps, though a bit more relaxed than before. Grandfather's gaze shifted between Xie Linyuan and the two principals, his lips moving slightly, as if silently reciting something. Zhou Yuanqing took the lead in steering the conversation back on track. He adjusted his sitting posture, his gaze landing on Xie Linyuan's face, and spoke gently. Student Xie Linyuan, what plans do you have for your future? Have you thought about what major you want to study in university? As soon as the question was posed, the courtyard fell silent for a moment. Xie Linyuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, placing it down lightly, but his gaze had already turned to Xie Linyuan. Director Sun and county head Li also ceased their quiet conversation, coincidentally looking at the youth standing beside the table. This was a crucial question. For any top student in the college entrance examination, choosing a major is a serious decision. For someone like Xie Linyuan, who set a historical record as a perfect scorer, the answer to this question could in some way be interpreted as a judgment of his future positioning. Xie Linyuan did not answer immediately. He fell silent for about 2 seconds. I want to study material science. Zhou Yuanqing's eyes brightened slightly. Xie Linyuan's action of placing down the teacup paused slightly, his gaze carrying an additional layer of scrutiny. Materials science. It was not a popular major. On most top students' choice lists, the most common majors are usually computer science, finance, artificial intelligence, and clinical medicine. These majors offer good employment prospects, high social recognition, and abundant alumni resources. But materials science. In many people's impressions, it is one of the sinkhole majors with narrow employment prospects, long research cycles, and low input-output ratios. Yet Xie Linyuan chose materials science. Zhou Yuanqing, an academician and a mechanic, understood the importance of materials science better than anyone. He knew that the foundation of a nation's industry lies in materials, and the bottleneck of cutting-edge technology also lies in materials. From aircraft engines to semiconductor chips, from new energy batteries to biomedical devices, all technological challenges that are bottlenecks ultimately relate to materials. A top student choosing materials science signifies a willingness to endure hardship, to tackle tough problems, and to invest time and energy in foundational fields that may not yield immediate returns, but are crucial for the nation's long-term development. This choice alone elevated Zhou Yuanqing's opinion of the young man before him. Materials science. Zhou Yuanqing repeated these 3 words, nodding. A very good choice. The School of Materials Science and Engineering at Xie Linyuan University is one of the top in the country, with substantial expertise across various fields, such as metallic materials, ceramic materials, polymer materials, and composite materials. We have national key laboratories and a group of internationally influential scholars. If you come to Xie Linyuan University, the best mentors and resources in the materials school will be made available to you. His words carried significant weight. The best mentors, the best resources. This was no longer just the usual recruitment rhetoric, but a clear promise of preferential resource allocation. Xie Linyuan also spoke up. The materials discipline at Yenjing University also has strong capabilities. Our research directions are more inclined towards materials physics and chemistry, nanomaterials and devices, and other cutting-edge interdisciplinary areas. Moreover, Yenjing University has a unique advantage. Its platform for interdisciplinary studies across science, engineering, medicine, humanities, and business is very mature. If you wish to broaden your horizons while studying materials science, Yenjing University would be a very suitable environment. Both principals presented their cases with reason, without attacking one another or belittling the other, simply revealing their respective strengths. This gentlemanly competition made everyone present feel comfortable. Xie Linyuan listened attentively to the words of the 2 principals before speaking up. Choosing materials science was a well-considered decision on my part, he stated, making eye contact first with Zhou Yuanqing and then with Xie Linyuan. However, I hope to explore other disciplines while studying materials science. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, energy, information. I believe these subjects are not isolated, there are profound internal connections between them. The development of materials science relies on the theoretical foundations of physics, the synthesis methods of chemistry, the modeling tools of mathematics, and the driving forces from application fields such as information and energy. I do not wish to confine myself to a narrow path. He paused as if organizing his words and confirming whether what he was about to say was appropriate. I want to build a solid foundation in materials science while learning as much as possible from different fields. This approach is to seek new possibilities in the intersection areas. Many significant scientific breakthroughs and engineering innovations occur at the boundaries of disciplines. The courtyard fell utterly silent. Zhou Yuanqing's gaze, peering through his lenses, revealed a focused intensity of serious scrutiny. He heard something unusual in Xie Linyuan's words, a heartfelt thirst for knowledge and a transcending thought on disciplinary boundaries. This way of thinking did not resemble that of a high school student, but rather that of a scholar with independent insights into academia. Xie Linyuan looked at Xie Linyuan, recalling his own youthful days studying at Yenjing University. At that time, he too did not want to be constrained by a major, wishing to find his direction in broader horizons. Yet at that time, he did not possess the confidence or expressive ability that this young man displayed. Your mindset is commendable. Xie Linyuan said, his tone filled with appreciation. The purpose of university education is not to cultivate a specific type of technician, but to nurture talents with broad perspectives and profound qualities. Yenjing University has one of the most comprehensive general education systems in the country. You can take courses across departments, pursue dual degrees, and participate in various interdisciplinary research projects. If you wish to delve into other fields while studying materials science, Yenjing University would be an ideal platform. Zhou Yuanqing was also unwilling to be outdone. Shuemu University has been vigorously promoting interdisciplinary construction in recent years. We have established multiple interdisciplinary research centers focusing on materials and physics, materials and energy and materials and information, all equipped with specialized research platforms and curriculum systems. If you come to Shuemu University, you can fully utilize these resources. The conversation between the two presidents was sharp, yet balanced, successfully maintaining a cordial atmosphere. Xie Linyuan listened, already leaning toward a decision, but he did not show it. His expression remained calm, and he nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction with the introductions from the two presidents. Next, both sides began to engage in more substantive exchanges. Zhou Yuanqing first presented Shuemu University's sincerity. He took out a folder from his briefcase, opened it, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Xie Linyuan. Inside the folder was a printed document prominently featuring the Shuemu University emblem and name. Student Xie Linyuan, Shuemu University is willing to offer you the following conditions. Zhou Yuanqing's tone became formal, as if reading an important document. First, a one-time freshman scholarship of 1 million yuan to support your study and living expenses. Second, tuition and accommodation fees will be waived during your time at the university. Third, a member of the academician team will be assigned as your academic mentor, guiding your studies and research from the undergraduate level onward. Fourth, priority selection for various elite talent training programs offered by the university, including overseas exchanges, research training, academic conferences, and more. Fifth, qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school upon graduation should you wish to continue your studies. A wave of suppressed murmurs erupted in the courtyard. In the crowd at the gate, some gasped in disbelief, some widened their eyes, and others formed an O shape with their mouths. 1 million. For the villagers of Xie Family Village, this was an astronomical figure. A lifetime of farming would not yield even 1 million. Yet Shuemu University easily put it forth for an 18-year-old boy. Shun Mingyuan listened to Zhou Yuanqing's conditions, his expression showing little change, but he understood the weight of this bargaining chip. He did not rush to speak, but took a sip of water from his teacup. When he set down the cup, he had already organized his thought. The conditions from Yenjing University are basically on par with what President Zhou mentioned. Shun Mingyuan's voice was steady. 1 million scholarship, waived tuition and accommodation fees, a top-notch mentor team, priority selection for various training programs. We can all offer these. The support for outstanding freshmen at Yenjing University will not be inferior to any other school. He did not use the term better, but instead stated it as not inferior to any other school. This wording was clever, expressing a stance without falling into the trap of comparison. The conditions from both presidents lay on the table, almost identical. 1 million in scholarships, full tuition waiver, the best mentors, the best resources. In this battle for talent, both top universities spared no expense in their pursuit of the first student in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination to achieve a perfect score. However, Xie Linyuan knew that the real deciding factors were not these external conditions. Whether it was 1 million or 2 million, to him, they were merely numbers. What the Yuan force guiding technique endowed him with was far beyond what money could measure. His choice of university was not for that 1 million nor for the tuition waiver, and certainly not solely for the top mentors and resources. What mattered to him were other aspects: the environment, the atmosphere, the degree of freedom, and the soil to realize his grand plans. His plans were too big, so immense that no one would believe them if he spoke of them. Materials science was merely the starting point. He intended to begin with materials science, gradually expanding into physics, chemistry, mathematics, energy science, information science, and life sciences. He aspired to integrate knowledge from these disciplines, find the intrinsic connections between them, and then construct a new theoretical and practical system that transcends the existing technological framework under the guidance of the Yuan force. He wished to witness the footsteps of the descendants of Yin and Huang stepping onto the stars and the sea during his lifetime. This plan he could not possibly articulate today. Even if he did speak it out, no one would believe him, and he might even be deemed delusional. So he simply listened calmly to the introductions from the two presidents, revealing no emotion on his face. Both Zhou Yuanqing and Shun Mingyuan laid their conditions on the table, now waiting for Xie Linyuan's response. The courtyard fell silent, all eyes focused on the young man. Xie Linyuan remained silent for a few seconds. Then he turned to Zhou Yuanqing and slightly bowed, saying, "President Zhou, I wish to attend Shuemu University." He spoke decisively without any hesitation. Zhou Yuanqing's eyes brightened suddenly. The expression on his face transformed from expectation to joy upon confirmation. He did not speak immediately, but took a deep breath, then slowly nodded, unable to suppress the smile at the corner. Shun Mingyuan's expression changed subtly. His brow twitched slightly, his lips pressed together, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Xie Linyuan, knowing that the young man's choice was not based on the quality of conditions, but rather on his clear understanding of what he wanted. "Student Xie Linyuan, I respect your choice." Chun Mingyuan spoke with grace. The doors of Yenjing University will always be open for you. If there are opportunities in the future, you are welcome to come to Yenjing University for exchanges, visits, and collaborations. There are many academic exchange projects between Shuemu University and Yenjing University, and we welcome your participation. Thank you for your understanding, President Chen. Xie Linyuan turned to face Chun Mingyuan, slightly bowing. Both Shuemu University and Yenjing University are the top universities in the Dragon Nation, and choosing either is an honor. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from the teachers at Yenjing University in the future, and I also hope to participate in the academic exchanges between the two universities. Chun Mingyuan nodded, his smile becoming a bit more sincere. At this moment, Zhou Yuanqing finally relaxed. He stood up from his seat, walked around the table to stand before Xie Linyuan, and took out a beautifully crafted admission letter from his briefcase, presenting it with both hands. Student Xie Linyuan, this is the admission letter from Shuemu University. Zhou Yuanqing's voice carried an uncontainable excitement. Welcome, Shuemu University welcomes your arrival. It was a well-crafted admission letter with the Shuemu University emblem and the words admission notice embossed in. Xie Linyuan took it with both hands, feeling the texture and weight of the paper. It was not heavy, but it carried significant meaning. Thank you, President Zhou, he said, bowing slightly. In that moment, the flashes of cameras filled the courtyard. The rapid clicking of shutters sounded like raindrops on a summer night, capturing this moment in countless photographs. The young man held the red admission letter with both hands, standing under the loofah rack in the farmhouse courtyard with the mottled old wall behind him. Grandfather and grandmother sat beside, watching the scene with nearly identical expressions, their eyes slightly red and lips trembling. A burst of warm applause erupted from the crowd at the gate. It was not only the villagers who were clapping, the accompanying staff reporters, and even the village officials maintaining order joined in the applause. The sound spread from the courtyard entrance to the village path, and then further away. Chun Mingyuan stood up, walked to Xie Linyuan, and extended his hand. Classmate Xie Linyuan, congratulations, Chun Mingyuan said. I hope there will be more bridges like you between Shuemu University and Yenjing University in the future. Academia knows no boundaries. A good scholar should draw nourishment from different academic environments. I will, Principal Chun, Xie Linyuan replied earnestly. At that moment, the two principals had essentially fulfilled their mission. They chatted with Xie Linyuan for a few minutes about registration, accommodation arrangements, and other practical matters before preparing to leave. Before leaving, Zhou Yuanqing intentionally walked up to grandfather and grandmother, bent down to shake their hands, and said a few words like, "You have raised a good grandson." Grandmother was too excited to speak, merely nodding repeatedly. Grandfather managed to say, "Thank you, Principal Zhou." Chun Mingyuan also came over to bid farewell to grandfather and grandmother. He held grandfather's hand and said something that moved many present. "Elder, you have worked hard. You have nurtured a fine talent for the nation." After sending off the two principals, the air in the courtyard suddenly felt much lighter. The staff began to tidy up the tables and chairs, reporters were organizing their equipment, and the crowd gradually dispersed, yet the topic's fervor showed no signs of diminishing. County Mayor Li had not yet left. He stood in the courtyard, whispered a few words with the head of the County Education Bureau, then approached Xie Linyuan and cleared his throat. Classmate Xie Linyuan, on behalf of the Huai County Party Committee and county government, I extend my warmest congratulations to you. The county has decided to reward you with 300,000 yuan as recognition of your excellent achievements and as support for your future studies. 300,000. This amount is less than the 1 million from Shuemu University, but for a county-level fiscal budget, it is already a significant expenditure. Xie Linyuan slightly inclined his body. Thank you, Mayor Li. Thank you to the County Party Committee and government. I will remember Huai County's nurturing and support for me. Zhang Jianjun and Wu Feng had been standing in the corner of the courtyard and approached at this time. Zhang Jianjun took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xie Linyuan, the envelope printed with the emblem of Huai County No. 1 High School. Xie Linyuan, a little token from the school. Zhang Jianjun said 200,000. Although it may not compare to what the university or the county offers, it is the heartfelt intention of all the faculty and students. Xie Linyuan received the envelope, holding it with both hands, looked at Zhang Jianjun, and said solemnly, Principal Zhang, thank you. Thank you to all the teachers at Huai County No. 1 High School. Without you there would be no today for me. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand, wanting to say something polite, but he choked up and couldn't utter a word. He simply patted Xie Linyuan's shoulder firmly. Wu Feng stood silently behind Zhang Jianjun. He looked at Xie Linyuan with a complex emotion in his gaze, pride, gratification, reluctance, and something ineffable. Unlike Zhang Jianjun, he did not pat Xie Linyuan's shoulder or even say a word of congratulations. He just stood quietly like a shadow. But Xie Linyuan did not forget him. Mr. Wu, Xie Linyuan called out. Wu Feng's eyes immediately. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something witty to lighten the bittersweet feeling, but all that came out was a choke. He swallowed hard, and finally managed to say, study hard. Xie Linyuan nodded. The crowd gradually dispersed. The county leaders left, the education bureau staff left, and most reporters also departed. The courtyard became spacious again, but the warmth filled with ceremony and attention had not yet dissipated. Grandmother began to tidy up the teacups and fruit plates on the table, while grandfather sat in a chair looking up at the branches and leaves of the old locust tree lost in thought. At this moment a reporter carrying a camera walked over. He was from the provincial television station, having been filming at the courtyard entrance, and now finally had an opportunity for a private interview. Classmate Xie Linyuan, hello, I am Zhang Yating, a reporter from the provincial television station. May I take a few minutes of your time for a brief interview? Xie Linyuan glanced at grandfather and grandmother, then looked at the crowd outside the courtyard that had not fully dispersed, and nodded sure. The reporter signaled the camera to focus on Xie Linyuan, then raised the microphone. Classmate Xie Linyuan, first of all, congratulations on achieving such excellent results. With a score of 750, a perfect score, this has never happened in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination. I would like to ask you on behalf of the audience a question that many are concerned about. What are your plans for the future? Xie Linyuan looked at the camera, his expression serious. My plans can be broken down into several steps, he said, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. Step 1, to solidify my foundation in university. I have chosen materials science because I believe materials are the foundation of all technology. Throughout history, every leap in human civilization has been accompanied by breakthroughs in materials. The Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Silicon Age, advancements in materials determined the technological ceiling. The reporter's eyes brightened. This was not the standard answer of study hard and make progress every day that she had anticipated. It was a thoughtful and profound response. Step 2, while mastering materials science, I hope to explore other fields: mathematics, physics, chemistry, energy, and information. I believe that truly valuable innovations often occur at the intersection of disciplines. Depth in a single discipline is necessary, but without the support of breadth, depth will eventually hit a ceiling. Step 3. Xie Linyuan paused slightly. I hope to achieve breakthroughs in materials science that can genuinely push technological progress and solve practical problems. The Dragon Nation still faces bottleneck issues in many fields, and many of these issues stem from materials. He looked straight at the camera, his gaze firm. I chose materials science in hopes of contributing a modest effort to the process of national rejuvenation. He had not rehearsed this, nor had he scripted it, but when he spoke, every word felt heavy. The reporter's professionalism helped her maintain a calm smile. She nodded and asked a few more questions about study methods and mindset adjustments, to which Xie Linyuan answered clearly and concisely. After the interview, the reporter turned off the camera and looked at Xie Linyuan, sincerely saying, Classmate Xie Linyuan, your answers are the most profound I have encountered in college entrance examination interviews. I wish you a bright future. Thank you. The reporter and the cameraman packed their equipment and left the courtyard. The last wave of onlookers at the gate gradually dispersed, and the village path returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the red fragments of firecrackers and the tracks of wheels on the ground. The news broke at noon. The announcement of Xie Linyuan's choice of Shuimu University, along with a photo of the president of Shuimu University, Zhou Yuanqing, personally handing over the acceptance letter, was quickly shared online by reporters present. In the photo, the young man stood under the gourd rack in a rural yard, holding the red acceptance letter in both hands. Within the first hour of its release, this photo received over 2 million likes on Douyin. The speed of the news spread was even faster than the day the college entrance examination scores were released. This time, with the official confirmation and the presence of the 2 university presidents, it served as the most authoritative testimony. Those who had been debating since yesterday about whether the 750 points were real could finally fall silent. On the Douyin platform, the topic of Xie Linyuan's Shuimu University acceptance letter quickly soared to the top of the trending list, followed by a red explosive character. In less than 2 hours, the topic's view count surpassed 300 million. Various video clips from different angles began to go viral. There were moments captured of Zhou Yuanqing handing over the acceptance letter, Xie Linyuan slightly bowing as he received it, powerful figures standing in a row in the yard, and the complete version of Xie Linyuan's interview, where he expressed, I hope to contribute my modest strength to the nation. The comment sections of each video were crowded with various netizens from all corners of the world, each with different professions and backgrounds, yet all discussing the same person and the same event. So it really is a perfect score of 750. I thought it was fake news yesterday, wondering how it was possible for someone to score full marks. Seeing the president of Shuimu University personally deliver the acceptance letter today, I'm convinced. This is real, this is really impressive. This comment garnered over 100,000 likes. Someone replied, I also thought it was fake news, and even bet with colleagues that it was definitely a publicity stunt. Then today at noon, my colleague slapped the video of the president delivering the letter in my face. Wow, I lost and I owe the entire office milk tea. You're not alone. Oh, I was debunking rumors in several groups yesterday, saying it was impossible for the college entrance exam to have a perfect score. Today I was slapped in the face and my face is swollen. But I'm happy I willingly got slapped in the face. One comment quickly gained traction, rising to the top in less than half an hour. Honestly, I was worried when I heard the news that Xie Linyuan's family was in a tough situation. I thought he might not be able to afford university, and I was even prepared to sponsor him. My monthly salary is just over 6,000, but I believe such a child shouldn't be held back by money. I even discussed it with my wife, and she agreed. But today I saw that Xuemu University is giving 1 million, the county is giving 300,000, and the school is contributing 200,000, totaling 1,500,000. I instantly felt like a fool. The replies to this comment shifted from playful mockery to a humorous self-deprecation and collective joy. Haha, I appreciate your sentiment, but do you really think about what you're saying? A top scorer can't afford university. This is in the Dragon Nation, where reading is held in the highest regard. If Xie Linyuan had said that, how many people would be in trouble? The Education Bureau of Yu Province, the Education Department of Xian City, the Education System of Huai County, the Poverty Alleviation Department, and the Civil Affairs Department would all be implicated. Good thing you said that. If Xie Linyuan had said, I can't afford university, do you believe that by this afternoon, even the secretary of the Xian City Municipal Committee wouldn't be able to sit still, feeling a chill run down his back? Don't mention the secretary, even the governor wouldn't be able to sit still. The first top scorer in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examinations can't afford university. If this news gets out, where would the face of the entire Yu province be? They'd have to fix the roads overnight and deliver money to his doorstep. In my hometown back in the 90s, someone got admitted to Xuemu University, and our county directly paved an asphalt road to his house. That was in the 90s, an asphalt road. Other families in the village had dirt roads, and only his house had an asphalt road. Later, that student stayed in Yanjing after graduation, and during the holidays the county would send a car to pick him up. This isn't an exaggeration, it's a true story. This comment about paving the asphalt road resonated with countless netizens, prompting numerous responses. We had a similar situation. In the 90s, a student from the neighboring village got into Yanjing University, and the town government directly installed a phone for his family. Do you know how much it cost to install a phone back then? The installation fee was over 3,000, which was more than half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. The town said it was to facilitate his communication with the school. It was actually a gesture. When your family produces a good seedling, the government won't let you worry about money. Coordinates Northern Jiangsu. Back in the 2000s, someone in our town ranked first in the county and went to Xuemu University. The town held celebrations, and the mayor personally led the team. The muddy road in front of his house was transformed into a cement road within a week. My grandfather told me that in ancient times, when someone became a top scholar, the court would send someone to his home to announce the news, drumming and drawing attention from 10 miles around. The top scholar's house would have a ceremonial arch built, roads paved, and mansions constructed. The emperor would bestow silver, silk, and property. Xie Linyuan's situation is, to put it simply, a modern version of that treatment for top scholars. What's 1 million compared to the rewards of ancient times? It's a trivial matter. This comment referencing ancient top scholars unlocked a flood of responses from numerous netizens. Speaking of ancient top scholars, even bandits wouldn't dare to rob them. Some clever bandit leaders, instead of robbing, would voluntarily send silver, building goodwill. What if that top scholar became an official in the future? They might get some benefits. I believe it. There's a historical case of a top scholar from a poor family who had no money for travel to the capital for the exam. A local bandit leader learned of this and personally delivered 50 taels of silver and even sent people to escort him to the capital. Later, that scholar indeed became a high official, and the bandit leader was pardoned and even became a minor official. That was a worthwhile deal. So do you understand now? A top scholar of Xie Linyuan's level simply cannot face the situation of not being able to afford university, let alone the government providing funds and the school giving money. Even without these, do you believe countless enterprises would line up to sponsor him? Business owners aren't foolish. Sponsoring a top scorer means that once he graduates, even if he only has a name in their company, that's still a living advertisement. Moreover, a talent of this caliber after graduation would excel in any field. Building goodwill is, don't even mention the enterprises. Even among ordinary people, if Xie Linyuan truly lacked funds for university, if you met him on the street, and he said, brother, I'm short 3,000 for tuition, can you help me? I bet you wouldn't hesitate to help. Not for anything else, but for the title top scholar. The weight of those two words in the hearts of people in the Dragon Nation cannot be measured with money. Indeed, I've even thought that if Xie Linyuan genuinely needed crowdfunding for university, I would contribute 500, and I'd feel honored to do so. However, in a part of the comment section, the emotions run much deeper. One highly upvoted comment reads, to be honest, when I saw Xie Linyuan walking home for miles every week just to save a few bucks on bus fare, I truly felt my eyes welling up. A child of just over 10 years old, unwilling to spend a few dollars, preferring to walk home instead. How heart-wrenching it must be for his grandparents to know. His parents watching from above, how much they must ache. Below this comment, someone replied, I felt the same way how I cried when I read that too. My son is about the same age, and every time he comes home for the holidays he doesn't bat an eye at spending $50 on a taxi fare. He even complains that I give him too little. Sometimes I scold him, but now I think what was the point of that? It's not just my lack of proper education, he hasn't experienced hardship either. Children like Xie Linyuan are naturally understanding and evoke a deep sense of empathy. One particularly moving reply was upvoted to the top. Let's think from a different perspective. Xie Linyuan walks home a 10-kilometer journey alone on the road with the two brightest stars in the sky, casting their faint glow to light his path. Those two stars might just be the eyes of his parents. They are always watching over him, never leaving his side. This reply was followed by a long string of teary-eyed comments. Why do you have to make me cry at this late hour? I was already deeply moved, and then I read this and completely broke down. Those two stars, one is dad, and the other is mom. They may not be able to accompany him as he grows, but they watch him grow from above. Watching him walk home, seeing him carry cement on the construction site, witnessing him enter the examination hall, and seeing him score full marks. They must be so proud. As a grown man, I read this reply in the bathroom, and tears just fell. My wife asked if I lost a mistress. Don't make me laugh upstairs, I'm crying here. Do you think Xie Linyuan ever looked up at the stars during those nights? Did he ever feel that those two brightest stars were always following him? Don't say anymore, I'm running. Amid these sentimental remarks, there were also some comments that made people chuckle. For instance, someone posted a photo of their son captioned, "Look at this ungrateful boy. He scored full marks as the top student, while he has been lying at home for a week playing over 500 games. When I scolded him today, he retorted saying, 'Dad, why don't you just get a different son? I want to swap too, can you tell me where to get one?'" The most upvoted reply to this comment was, "Try looking from a different angle. Perhaps your son is not a lazy child, but rather one who is trying or not trying. His talent lies elsewhere, such as in raising your blood pressure." Someone else said, "Stop scolding, a mind is the same way." While Xie Linyuan walks home to save on bus fare, my child has spent $800 on a game skin. I asked him why he spent so much money, and he said, "Dad, you don't understand, this is a limited edition skin. Once this village is gone, this shop is gone." I said if you had the same awareness about studying for college, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. These self-deprecating comments, though tinged with humor and helplessness, actually conceal a common sentiment among parents. Not every child can become Xie Linyuan, but that does not diminish the admiration and affection parents have. One comment took a very unique angle and received a lot of upvotes. Have you all noticed that Xie Linyuan speaks differently from other top students? When other top students are interviewed, they are either overly excited, extremely nervous, or exceedingly humble. Xie Linyuan is different. When he speaks, his demeanor and tone suggest that he has known all along that all of this would happen. I have watched his interviews several times, and the more I watch, the more I feel that he doesn't resemble an 18-year-old child. Below, someone replied, "I noticed that too. When he speaks, there is a light in his eyes. How should I put it? This person has a kind of aura, charisma. It's hard to define, but definitely different from ordinary people." The person above is right, it's indeed aura. Look at him standing in that courtyard surrounded by the presidents of Shumu University and Yinjing University, as well as leaders from the city and county. He stands there without a trace of fear, articulating his thoughts clearly, neither subservient nor arrogant. This is not something that can be faked, but something inherent. My grandfather once told me a truly promising person shows their potential when they are young. Observe how he interacts with prominent figures. If he appears timid and speaks incoherently, then regardless of how good his grades are, his vision is limited. If he is calm and articulate, then this person's future is boundless. Xie Linyuan is the second type. Others also shared their reflections from a different perspective. I noticed one detail. When Xie Linyuan was interviewed, he said he chose materials science for the sake of national rejuvenation and to address critical issues. Hearing such words come from an 18-year-old child, I watched it several times. His gaze, expressions, and tone made me feel he was earnest. He wasn't reading from a script. He wasn't just appeasing the journalists. He genuinely thinks this way. I also feel he is sincere. Because when he said those words, that look in his eyes wasn't for show, it was focused on a goal he holds dear. This child is different. Truly different. I'm not just saying he has good grades, I'm saying he has a broader vision. Choosing a major not in finance or computer science, but in material science. What is material science? It's a field that often sits on the sidelines, one that may not yield results for 10 or 20 years. His choice indicates he isn't just after personal wealth, he genuinely wants to make a difference. Yes, what moved me the most is this. Many top students opt for majors like finance management or computer science, which isn't to say those are bad choices. Xie Linyuan choosing materials science gives the impression of I want to do something. The distinction in mindset is clear. Let's not forget Shumu University awarded him a $1 million scholarship and the county school offered an additional $500,000. $1,500,000. If he were after money, why wouldn't he choose finance? Studying finance for 4 years, and he could earn it back in a year by entering investment banking. His choice of materials science shows he genuinely cares about the field or recognizes its importance to the nation. I feel it's a bit of both. He clearly stated in the interview that materials are the foundation of all technology. This is true, those in the know understand it. Many critical technologies in our country stem from materials. For an 18-year-old child to possess such awareness indicates he is not just a rote learner, he is truly thinking critically. The discussion continued to heat up throughout the afternoon and evening. Related topics on the Douyin platform surged one after another, from Xie Linyuan Shuemu University admission letter to Xie Linyuan receives 1 million scholarship, from Xie Linyuan interview to Xie Linyuan walking home, from Xie Linyuan's parents to Xie Linyuan, a scholar from humble beginnings. Under each topic, there were tens of thousands of comments. Some brought up the memes of Dong Gu and Director Xie. The worth of Dong Gu and Director Xie is still rising. I pondered a question: does Xie Linyuan's case in a sense prove that our country's tradition of all professions are inferior to scholarly pursuits still exists today? Although people often say degrees are devalued and college students are not worth much, when a top scholar emerges, society will hold him in high regard. This respect for knowledge is ingrained in our bones. I think you're right. People may not feel it daily, but this value system has always been present. Look at how Xie Linyuan comes from such humble conditions, yet he never gave up on studying, because he knows that education is his only way out. Society has also given him the recognition he deserves. This is the Dragon Nation, where the status of scholars will never change. I have a relative working in Huai County. He said that today the streets and alleys of Huai County are filled with banners congratulating Xie Linyuan for becoming the top scholar. Some intersections even had several banners hanging, all bright red, more festive than the new year. He said in his 40-plus years of life, he has never seen a county celebrate a student in such a grand manner. The news in Xinshi is the same. I have a friend from Xinshi. He said all the local public accounts, video channels, and Douyin accounts are filled with news about Xie Linyuan today. Some say this is a way for the county and city to promote themselves, but I believe that even if there is an element of promotion, it is warranted. This is a genuine good deed and deserves to be publicized. The news of Xie Linyuan being admitted to Shuemu University dominated Douyin and other social media platforms for several consecutive days. The score of 750 became a banner planted at the pinnacle of all discussions regarding the college entrance examination. Although the top scorers from other provinces also achieved enviable results, the gap of 20 or 30 points was magnified infinitely in the face of Xie Linyuan's perfect score, transforming into an impassable chasm. An education blogger said in a video, a widely circulated phrase: the difference between 740 and 750 points is not 10 points, it is a ceiling. 740 points means you worked hard, you're smart, and you performed well, reaching a height that others cannot attain. 750 points means there are only 750 points on the exam paper. This is not the same concept. The most liked comment under the video was Xie Linyuan didn't just score 750 points, he could only score 750 points. The day after Xie Linyuan was accepted into Shuemu University, officials from Huai County arrived at his home. The visitor was a deputy director from the county government office, surnamed Chun, in his 40s, who spoke and acted decisively. He stood in the yard of Xie Linyuan's home with 2 staff members surveying the old building. Then he got straight to the point and said to Xie Linyuan's grandfather, "Mr. Xie, the county leadership sent me to discuss something with you. Your house, the county will fund a new construction." Grandfather was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. A new house? The county is funding it. Yes, the county will fund it. Deputy Director Chun repeated, his tone firm. Not just the house, the road in front will also be widened and repaired. Student Xie Linyuan is the pride of our county, and we want to ensure he has a good study environment, allowing you, the elderly, to live comfortably. Grandmother peeked out from the kitchen, her mouth moving as if to say something, but she was at a loss for words. Having lived for most of her life, she had only heard of saving money to build a house. She had never heard of the government funding houses for the common people. This. How can we accept this? Grandfather's expression showed some unease. Sir, please do not. Deputy Director Chin smiled and said Xie Linyuan scored a perfect score and is the top scholar. This is a monumental event in our Huai County's history. The county leadership has stated that we must improve your living conditions so that student Xie Linyuan can attend university without any worries. Xie Linyuan stood aside, listening to these words without uttering any polite refusals. He understood that these occurrences were inevitable. It was not because he was Xie Linyuan, but because of what the identity of the perfect scholar carried. In the Dragon Nation, it was only natural for a student who broke historical records to receive such treatment. Thank you for the county's concern, he said, slightly bowing. Less than 2 days after Deputy Director Chun left, the construction team entered the village. A bulldozer rumbled into Xie family village, stopping at the gate of Xie Linyuan's home. The village children gathered around to watch while the adults stood at a distance, pointing and discussing. The process of demolishing the old house was swift, so fast that it felt somewhat surreal. Xie Linyuan stood afar watching the building he had lived in for over a decade collapse thunderously under the bulldozer's arm, as the dust raised formed a gray-yellow fog in the sunlight. Grandfather and grandmother stood beside him, with grandmother's eyes reddening. Grandfather silently gazed at the ruins, his expression filled with complexity, regret, nostalgia, but more so an expectation for a new life. The old house held too many memories. The joy of building that house while his parents were alive, the bond during the dark days after their passing, and the sense of safety Xie Linyuan felt each weekend when he saw the light on when approaching home. All of these turned to dust with the collapse of the walls. But memories do not collapse. They accompany a person moving to the new house, continuing to take root and sprout there. The construction team's progress was rapid. Building houses in the countryside is not as complicated as in the cities. Once the foundation is laid, the brick walls are built, and the flooring is laid, the framework for the first floor goes up in just a few days. The team sent by the county was not an ordinary construction crew, but a qualified construction company from the county town, with the project manager personally overseeing it, ensuring both quality and speed. In less than a month, a brand new 2-story house stood at the original location. The new house was beautiful. The outer walls were covered in light gray tiles, the roof was made of dark gray glazed tiles, and the doors and windows were all made of thermal break aluminum. The yard was paved with cement smooth as a mirror. The courtyard wall had been rebuilt a bit higher than before with solar lights installed on top. The road in front had also been repaired. The original village road was only 3 or 4 meters wide, making it difficult for 2 small cars to pass. Now it has been widened to a 4-lane road with asphalt pavement, white markings, and trees planted along both sides. This road stretches from the village entrance all the way to the door of Xie Linyuan's home, broad and straight, extending across the plains of southern Yu, resembling a red carpet laid out for someone. The village elders stood by the roadside marveling at the newly constructed road. I have never seen such a wide road built into the village in my lifetime. This is the road for the top scholar. How can it be the same? The county truly values this. They repaired the road and built houses without asking for a dime. Indeed, our county produced a perfect score scholar. What an honor. The county leaders also gained face from this. With the road widened, opportunities are broadened. On August 20th, the new house had been ventilated for nearly a month and was finally ready for occupancy. On the moving day, the weather was splendid with clear blue skies. Xie Linyuan's family moved back to Xie Family Village from the temporary accommodation arranged by the county. The new house was already furnished with a sofa, coffee table, dining table, bed, wardrobe, and desk, all provided by the county's unified procurement. It wasn't overly luxurious, but all were practical and good items, far superior to the old furniture in the previous. When grandmother stepped into the new house, she stood in the middle of the living room, turning around to look for a while, then murmured, "It feels like a dream." Grandfather said nothing but stood at the entrance of the new house for a long time, hands behind his back, looking up at the brand new 2-story building, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smooth out a bit. Xie Linyuan entered his new room. The room wasn't large, facing south, filled with sunlight. A desk was positioned by the window, its surface wide and flat, topped with a new desk lamp. On the wall beside the desk, shelves were reserved for books, now empty, waiting for him to fill. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The fields outside stretched endlessly, with the cornfields already turning yellow, signaling that the harvest season was approaching. Occasionally vehicles passed by on the distant road. The wind blew from the fields, carrying the scent of soil and crops, wafting through the screen window, brushing against his face, warm and comfortable. He took a deep breath. This was his new home, funded by the county. He benefited from the light of being the perfect score scholar. He did not feel undeserving of it. It was not because he craved these material things, but because he had the confidence that the value of these items was trivial compared to what he would contribute in the future. The county provided a house, but what he would repay to this county, this province, and this country would be something 1,000 or 100 million times greater than just a house. He had never been someone who only takes without giving back. The day after moving into the new house, villagers began to visit one after another. Unlike last time, when mainly the elderly from the village came, this time the visitors were much younger. There were middle-aged workers returning from other places, young people taking leave from the county town, childhood friends of Xie Linyuan, and distant relatives not contacted for a long time. They all came for Xie Linyuan. To be precise, they came for the news that Xie Linyuan is hosting a graduation banquet. Initially, Xie Linyuan did not intend to hold such a banquet. He found it troublesome and unnecessary. It would suffice for the family to have a meal together. Why go to such lengths? However, this idea was met with opposition from almost everyone. The village party secretary Zhao Dihao was the first to speak up. Not hosting. That's out of the question. Our village produced a top scholar. Not having a graduation banquet would not be a joyous occasion at all. I tell you, it must be done, and it must be lively. Zhang Jianjun also made a special phone call. Xie Linyuan, the graduation banquet must be held. This isn't just your affair. Many people are waiting to share in the joy. Many teachers from the school have said they will come. You cannot let them down. Even his grandfather, who usually didn't get involved in such matters, rarely expressed his stance. Go ahead, the villagers are all watching. If we don't hold it, people will say we lack courtesy and warmth. Xie Linyuan looked at his grandmother, who was also nodding. He remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, all right, let's do it. The graduation banquet was set for August 22nd in the open space in front of the new house. The newly paved cement area was originally intended for parking, and now it was just right for setting up the banquet. On August 21st, the open space began to bustle with activity. Rural banquets have specialized chef teams providing comprehensive services. Zhao Dihao helped contact the most famous one in the town, owned by a Mr. Liu, who had been preparing rural banquets for over 20 years with an excellent reputation. Master Liu arrived a day early with his team, setting up a temporary kitchen, erecting big cooking stoves, and laying out a variety of ingredients on the counters: chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, all in abundance. A temporary tent was also set up with a bright red top that stood out in the sunlight. Under the tent, 50 round tables were arranged, each accompanied by 10 chairs neatly lined up like a formation awaiting review. Grandfather stood under the tent looking at the 50 tables, calculating the number of guests. He counted on his fingers. The villagers would definitely come, at least 20 or 30 tables. Relatives would also come, adding another 10 or so tables. County leaders and school teachers would come as well, not to mention those returning from afar to join the festivities. 50 tables might not be enough. Grandfather approached Xie Linyuan, expressing his concerns. Xie Linyuan thought for a moment, then let's prepare more. Tell Master Liu to prepare for 100 tables. Any unused ingredients can be stored in the fridge. It's better than not having enough. Grandfather nodded and turned to discuss with Master Liu. As it turned out, Xie Linyuan's foresight was correct. On August 22nd, as dawn broke, Xie family village became lively. Both sides of the village road were filled with vehicles. There were local vans and cars, as well as off-road vehicles and business cars with out-of-town plates. The license plates came from different provinces: Zhesu, Yue, Hujing, Lumin. People from all over the country converged in this inconspicuous little village in the southern plains. People arrived one after another. First were the villagers dressed in clean clothes, entering the courtyard in groups of 2 or 3, greeting grandfather and exchanging pleasantries with grandmother before being led to sit under the tent. Then came the distant relatives, some carrying children, while others drove directly into the village road. Next came the teachers from Huai County No. 1 middle school, led by Zhang Jianjun, a grand procession of over 20, including even the retired principal. Then came the county leaders. While County Head Li did not attend, he sent the deputy county head in charge of education and the education bureau chief, who held a respectable rank. What surprised everyone was that among the guests was a special group: netizens. These people were unknown to Xie Linyuan, his grandparents, or the villagers. Some drove over from the provincial capital, others took trains from neighboring provinces, and some even flew in from further away. They arrived at Xie family village, found the new house of Xie Linyuan, and confidently walked in, lining up at the gift. They came to give gifts. In the rural traditions of the Dragon Nation, gift-giving at banquets is a product of familiar social ties. If you know the host or someone connected to the host, you come to give a gift, and the host records your name, an amount to be returned when you hold an event. It is a form of social interaction, an unspoken social contract. But these netizens were not familiar faces. They had no prior connection with Xie Linyuan or Xie family village. They were simply moved by the story of this young man they saw on Douyin, touched by it. Thus they drove for several hours to get here, handed over a red envelope, said congratulations, and then turned to leave, possibly never to meet again in their lives. This was a form of pure goodwill that transcended traditional social ties, without any expectation. The person responsible for recording gifts was Grandpa Liu, a respected elder in the village in his 70s, with beautiful handwriting, who had been an accountant for half his life, well-versed in the family relationships of all households. He sat behind the gift table with a thick ledger spread out before him, beside a black pen and a box of ink. Each time someone came, he would look up, noting who he recognized. But today Grandpa Liu faced the greatest challenge of his career. He did not recognize a single one of these people. When the first person approached, Grandpa Liu thought it was his failing eyesight playing tricks on him. He leaned closer to take a better look and confirmed he did not recognize them, feeling a bit anxious as he glanced at Xie Linyuan standing nearby. Xie Linyuan walked over, smiled, shook hands with the person, asked for their name and contact information, and then related to Grandpa Liu to record in the ledger. That person gifted 500 yuan. The second, third, fourth. More and more people came, and Grandpa Liu's pen moved faster, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was anxious, fearing he would record the wrong information, write the wrong name, and worry that Xie Linyuan would not be able to find these people for reciprocity in the future. Xie Linyuan noticed Grandpa Liu's unease and walked over softly, saying, "Grandpa Liu, don't worry. When you encounter unfamiliar faces, just ask clearly. Name, phone number, home address, the more details the better. Record as much detail as you can." Grandpa Liu raised his head and looked at Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan explained, "These people are here to show their support. They have given gifts, so we must remember them. In the future when they need our help, we must repay them. For those we do not know, we must keep detailed information for future reference. This is how things are done in rural banquets, a tradition of mutual human connection. Old Master Lu nodded, a layer of respect for the young man visible in his eyes. He had watched Xie Linyuan grow up and knew the boy was mature, but he did not expect him to think so thoroughly. An 18-year-old youth at his own graduation banquet did not indulge in the flowers and applause. Instead, he was already contemplating how to repay others' kindness. This kind of thought is not something everyone possesses. After the midday banquet, it was counted that a total of 108 tables were set. 108 tables. This number had never appeared in the history of Xie family village. Wang Chao also arrived at noon. He drove his Havel H6 back from Hongqing, a journey of nearly 10 hours, looking weathered but in good spirits. He parked on the village road, pulled several boxes of gifts from the trunk, and strode towards the new house. Brother Xie Linyuan greeted him. Wang Chao looked at his younger cousin and felt a moment of daze. Last summer Xie Linyuan was carrying cement and moving steel bars on a construction site in Hongqing, covered in dust, eating lunch outside the shed. Who could have imagined that this boy would score a perfect score in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance examination, just a year later standing in front of a brand new 2-story house, accepting the congratulations of countless people. Linyuan, you have truly succeeded, Wang Chao said, placing the gifts on the ground. He took out a red envelope from his bag and handed it over. This is just a small token from your brother. Take it. Xie Linyuan accepted the red envelope, squeezing it in his hand. It was thick. He had a rough idea of its contents. At the very least, it contained 10,000 yuan. Brother, this is too much, he said, trying to push the envelope back. Wang Chao pressed down on his hand, his attitude resolute. Not too much. You call me brother, what is this little amount? Take it, don't be polite with me. Xie Linyuan looked at Wang Chao's darkened face marked by the years and hardships, paused for a moment, then accepted the envelope, solemnly saying, thank you, brother. Wang Chao smiled and patted his shoulder. What are you thanking me for? When you become a great scientist in the future, I can boast that I know you. The two exchanged glances and laughed. The results of the gift book statistics were released around 3 in the afternoon. Old Master Lu took off his reading glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and added up the numbers in the gift book again, confirming they were correct. He looked up at Xie Linyuan, his voice filled with incredulous amazement. Linyuan, do you know how much gift money you received? How much? 523,600 yuan. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Xie Linyuan took the gift book and flipped through its pages. The villagers generally gave 200 or 300, those with closer relationships gave 5 or 600. Wang Chaos 10,000 yuan was the highest among the local gifts. Relatives' contributions ranged from a few hundred to 1,000, which was overall normal. What truly drove the total to over 500,000 were those online friends from out of town. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. These numbers frequently appeared in the latter half of the gift book. Each entry was accompanied by a string of detailed personal information: name, phone number, home address. Some even noted the house number. Old Master Liu's handwriting was neat and dense, filling page after page with numbers. The largest single contribution was 10,000 yuan. Those who sent gifts used their online names, leaving no real names. One phone number was left, but when called it was a dead line. Xie Linyuan looked at this and remained silent for a long time. Grandpa and Grandma also saw the numbers in the gift book. Grandma's brows furrowed into a knot, troubled. These people are all strangers, and they gave so much money. How will we repay them in the future? Grandma's voice carried a simple anxiety. They won't notify us when they need something. Where do we go to repay? Grandpa also frowned, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep puff as the smoke slowly dispersed in the sunlight. His worries mirrored Grandma's. Having accepted their gifts, one must repay their kindness. This is the basic principle of being human, an unwritten rule in rural society for thousands of years. But the current issue is that these are people they do not know. They have no idea how or when to repay them. Xie Linyuan closed the gift book, held it in his hands, and spoke reassuringly to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. The money has been received, and the kindness is now owed. I will repay those debts. I have remembered all these people, who I will surely repay them when the opportunity arises. He spoke with a firm tone. Grandma looked at him, her lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, she believed in her grandson. Ever since he was little, she had faith that he would not lie and that he would keep his promises. Grandpa extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the nearby trash can, saying, as long as you have it in mind, that's good enough. Xie Linyuan certainly had it in mind. He was a practitioner at the Yuan 2 realm, and having an excellent memory was just one of his basic abilities. Every name, every string of numbers, every address in the gift book was etched in his mind, clearer than if they were written on paper. He did not even need to make a conscious effort to remember. That information was like it had been inscribed on a hard drive, permanently stored in his memory. He did not know when he would use this information, nor did he know when these obligations would need to be repaid or in what manner. But he knew one thing. he would definitely repay them. Not because he feared being criticized, but because it was his principle of being a person. As the sun set, guests began to leave one after another. The round tables in the tent were being taken down one by one, and the chairs were stacked into piles. Master Lu and his team were tidying up pots and pans in the temporary kitchen, the clattering of dishes mixing with the sound of rushing water, gradually fading like the end of the banquet. Xie Linyuan stood at the door of the new house watching unfamiliar vehicles leave the village road one by one, disappearing into the fields. The evening glow painted the entire plain in shades of orange, with the cornfields rustling in the evening breeze. On the distant highway, car lights began to illuminate one by one, twinkling like stars in the low sky. Tomorrow will be a new day. In a few days he would be going to Yinjing, to Xuemu University, starting a new chapter in his life. The plan about the stars and the sea was still far away, but the road beneath his feet has already widened more and more. On September 1st, in Yinjing, the early autumn sunlight poured down from the azure sky, illuminating the ancient gate of Xuemu University, where the four characters appeared particularly serene and powerful in the interplay of light and shadow. The profound atmosphere of the century-old academy enveloped him as he saw new students dragging their luggage and holding admission notices accompanied by proud parents. Tall sycamore trees lined the roads, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, casting patches of dappled light on the ground. Xie Linyuan stood at the gate with a backpack on his back and a suitcase in hand, looking up at the four characters. Xuemu University. 18 years ago, he was born in a small village on the plains of southern Yu. When he was 11, his parents passed away during an epidemic. During the summer vacation of his 17th year, he carried cement at a construction site in Hangcheng. And today he stood before the most prestigious university in the Dragon Nation, becoming a new student here. The events of the past year unfolded like a dream. But he knew this was not a dream. The primal force within him circulated slowly through his meridians, a warm and fulfilling sensation that was more real than any dream. He took a deep breath and stepped through the school gate. The registration process went far more smoothly than he had imagined. The welcome point for the material school was set up on the main avenue in front of the main building, where several senior students sat under a sunshade with a stack of forms and materials in front of them. Xie Linyuan walked over and handed in his admission notice. The student in charge of registration was a senior girl wearing glasses. She took the notice, glanced at it, then suddenly looked up, her mouth forming an O shape. You are Xie Linyuan. Yes, Xie Linyuan nodded slightly. The girl's voice was soft, but a few people nearby still heard. Xie Linyuan seemed to possess a certain magic, drawing the gaze of everyone under the sunshade. Someone took out their phone to take a picture, but was stopped by a senior beside them. The senior said softly, "Don't take pictures, he's here to study, not to be a spectacle," causing the person to sheepishly put their phone away. The senior girl completed the procedures for him, handing him a campus card, a dormitory key, and a freshman handbook, smiling as she said, "Welcome, Xie Linyuan." "Thank you," Xie Linyuan replied, taking the items and turning to leave. He first went to the dormitory area to complete the check-in procedures, then followed the signs to find his dormitory building. There was no elevator in the dormitory. He carried his suitcase up the stairs step by step, not even breaking a sweat. For him, this amount of exercise was hardly even a warm-up. When he pushed open the dormitory door, there were already 3 people inside. The dormitory was a shared room for 4 with upper and lower bunks. The space was small, but well laid out. The bed by the window was already made and a laptop was set on the desk. The other 2 beds were also tidied up with books and water cups on the desks. On the shelf above the desk, various professional books and competition materials were neatly arranged silently, revealing the scholarly background of their owner. The arrival of Xie Linyuan caused all 3 boys in the dormitory to turn simultaneously. Standing by the window was a tall young man over 6 feet tall, with a straight posture, wearing a white polo shirt and khaki pants, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. His features were well defined, and there was an indescribable quality between his brows that was not typical of a child from an ordinary family. He was engaged in conversation with another young man beside him. Clearly they were acquainted and had a close relationship. The second young man was outlined clearly by the light from the window, standing about the same height, wearing a dark blue thin jacket, with a refined and calm appearance, exuding a reserved scholarly air in his every gesture. His gaze was calm and focused, like someone accustomed to thinking and observing. The third young man sat at his desk fiddling with a laptop. He was slightly shorter than the first 2, but still above 5 feet 7, dressed in sportswear, looking the most like an ordinary college student. When he turned to look at Xie Linyuan, he wore a friendly smile devoid of any distance. The dormitory was quiet, with only the continuous sound of cicadas coming from outside one after another. "Hello," Xie Linyuan initiated, his voice not loud, but clear. "My name is Xie Linyuan, majoring in materials." He placed his suitcase by the door, stepping into the dormitory, his gaze calmly scanning his 3 roommates. They were all 18 years old, the same age as Xie Linyuan, all among the top scorers in their respective provinces, all admitted to the materials science and engineering department of Xuemu University. In this dormitory, there was not a single ordinary person who, of course, in this campus, no one contented themselves with mediocrity. The three exchanged glances, and the boy by the window was the first to smile. The smile was genuine, not polite or perfunctory, but a natural response stemming from meeting someone worth knowing. Xie Linyuan, he repeated the name, walking over from the window while extending his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. We were just guessing who we would be sharing the dorm with, and didn't expect a full score top student to come to our room. I'm Qian Wudong, also from Yanjing, majoring in materials. Qian Wutong's voice was not loud, but articulate, carrying the calmness and confidence characteristic of someone from Yanjing. His hand was warm, the handshake firm, yet not overwhelming. An instinctive sense of moderation developed in a good family environment. Xie Linyuan shook his hand, nodding slightly. Nice to meet you. The second young man also approached, smiling, gently extending his hand with a measured pace. I'm Guo Qiming, also from Yanjing. Like you, majoring in materials. Guo Qiming's handshake was a bit lighter than Qian Wutong's, but his eyes were bright, and when he looked at someone there was a focused and serious intensity, as if he were not looking at a stranger, but at someone worth his time to understand. His demeanor was even more reserved than Qian Wutong's, a person not easily understood at a glance, requiring time spent together to gradually uncover. As the three shook hands, the third young man sitting at the desk also stood up. He was dressed in sportswear, smiling warmly, his tone carrying a slight Jiangsu accent. I'm Li Ming from Jiangsu, also majoring in materials. It's an honor to share a dorm with you, Xie Linyuan. The four of them exchanged glances and smiled in unison. This was university. For young men from different corners of the land, previously with no intersections, were randomly assigned to the same dormitory by a code, thus becoming companions for the next 4 years. Fate is a mysterious thing, as sometimes it is as simple as a bed, a key, and a room number. Xie Linyuan dragged his suitcase to his bed and began to unpack. He skillfully laid out his bedding on the bed, arranging it neatly in just a few swift motions. He classified the thick mock exam papers and academic books, neatly stacking them on the bookshelf. The other three watched his efficient movements, exchanging glances. Such proficiency clearly indicated he had done this many times before. Linyuan, didn't your parents send you? Li Ming asked curiously. My home is far away and my grandparents are old, so I came alone. Li Ming nodded, not probing further. Qian Wudong took out a few bottles of water from his backpack, handing one to each person. When he handed one to Xie Linyuan, he paused for a moment, then smiled, and said, I saw your interview. You chose materials science, saying materials are the foundation of all technology. Coincidentally, we are all here for materials as well. Let's work hard together for the next 4 years. Xie Linyuan accepted the water, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and then looked at Qian Wudong. He saw something familiar in the face of this young man, not just in his features, but in an indescribable aura. That feeling was strange, as if he had met this person somewhere before, or perhaps it was a certain quality about him that reminded him of someone. He couldn't help but take another look at Qian Wudong, the question in his heart growing stronger. Qian Wudong. Xie Linyuan suddenly spoke up. Qian Wudong looked at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What is your relationship with Qian Lao? The dormitory fell silent for a moment. The weight of this question was understood by all four present. In Xia country, the name Qian Lao does not require an additional surname. It is an exclusive, singular, and infinitely respectful title that belongs to one person, the one referred to as the father of aerospace in Xia country, and the father of missiles in Xia country, the scientist who overcame numerous obstacles to return to his homeland in the 1950s, supporting the backbone of the entire nation. Qian Wudong did not hesitate or shy away. Meeting Xie Linyuan's gaze, he confidently stated something that caused Li Ming to sit up straight. Qian Lao is my great-grandfather. The dormitory fell silent once more. Li Ming's grip on the water bottle tightened slightly, and he unconsciously straightened his posture. Guo Qiming leaned against the edge of the desk, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated this. Xie Linyuan looked at Qian Wudong, his gaze filled with a heavy, historically resonant respect. A section of the backbone of the descendants of Yan and Huang was given to us by Qian Lao. Xie Linyuan's voice was quiet, every word sincere. A nation without a backbone cannot stand tall. If pushed, it will collapse. Qian Lao has returned, supporting that backbone. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to communicate with Qian Lao. He spoke slowly, as if talking to himself, or perhaps to Qian Wudong, his tone lacking superficial embellishment or exaggerated emotion. Qian Wudong listened quietly, his expression calm, but there was something flickering in his eyes. I also regret not having met my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather passed away the year I was born. Since childhood, I have known my great-grandfather through yellowed photograph snippets mentioned by family and countless published letters and manuscripts. But he knew that what he saw was ultimately just a shadow. The real Qian Lao, the one who spent sleepless nights in the laboratory, who gazed resolutely at the launch site, and who still cared about education and technology from his sickbed, he would never meet. Li Ming's fingers tightened slightly around the water bottle, while Guo Qiming's gaze shifted from Xie Linyuan to Qian Wudong and back. After Qian Wudong finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look at Guo Qiming, who was standing by the window, his eyes carrying meaning. Xie Linyuan noticed this detail. Qian Wudong looked at Guo Qiming, a subtle smile curving his lips, then turned back to Xie Linyuan, and Li Ming saying something that made the air feel heavier. Qiming's great-grandfather is even more remarkable. He is someone my great-grandfather would admire. Li Ming's knuckles turned slightly white as he instinctively straightened his back, keenly aware of not wanting to miss a single word that followed. Guo Qiming lowered his gaze, slightly remaining silent for a moment. He neither denied nor humbly declined, because he knew that Qian Wutong's words were not mere flattery, not just compliments to embellish a friend's reputation. This was a fact, one that had been repeatedly mentioned and affirmed in a certain circle and in the hearts of certain people. Xie Linyuan looked at Guo Qiming in a fleeting moment, flipping through countless pages of heavy and profound historical texts in his mind. Qian Lao once said something. That statement has been passed down through generations in the scientific community of the Dragon Nation, cited and remembered by countless people. What he said was not about himself, but about another person, someone whom Qian Lao personally wrote to, inviting him back to engage in that secret and great cause. Qian Lao said, if my value can be equated to 5 masters, there is one person whose value must be at least equivalent to 10 masters. That person is Guo Lao. Xie Linyuan did not know how many times he had read those 2 sentences. In those late nights and moments of solitude, and during times when life's trivialities and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, he would recall these words. Not because they were particularly grand, but because they made him understand that during the most difficult times in this country there were those who gave up everything and returned. They did not return to enjoy life, they returned to endure hardships. The suffering they faced was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. The heroes of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite, each one is a weighty biography. But if a list were to be made of these 23 individuals, one name would undoubtedly be at the very top. One of the founders of modern mechanics in Xia country, a national pillar who dedicated his life to serving the country, spanning the fields of missiles, nuclear weapons, and satellites. A 59-year-old scientist, a soul in the prime of life, capable of contributing 20 or even 30 more years to this nation, has thus departed. He did not fall in the laboratory, nor on the sickbed, but in the wilderness. He used his body engulfed by flames to protect the hopes of the nuclear endeavor of the Dragon Nation within his chest. Later people found that briefcase. Inside, the data for the thermonuclear missile launch tests remained intact. Such matters are too painful for the older generation to mention, and the youth dare not ponder deeply. Xie Linyuan saw Guo Qiming standing by the window, outlined sharply by the autumn sunlight, and suddenly felt as if something had struck him hard in the heart. It is these people's great-grandfathers who have given this nation the confidence to rise anew. 80 years ago, the impoverished Xia nation, unable to produce even a decent screw, saw these individuals standing in the barren desert and amidst the sandstorms of the testing grounds, using an abacus to derive the equations for nuclear bombs, paving a path to the heavens with their lives. The friendship between Qian Lao and Guo Lao is a remarkable chapter in the history of science. They were brothers in the same school, studying under the great master of mechanics von Karman, climbing the peaks of academia together in a foreign land. After returning to the country, the first thing Qian Lao did was write a letter to Guo Lao, who was far away in America. Even now one can feel the urgency and sincerity in Qian Lao's words. After Guo Lao overcame numerous obstacles to return, he fought alongside Qian Lao, together supporting the fields of mechanics and aerospace in the Xia nation. Xie Linyuan approached Guo Qiming and extended his hand. Guo Qiming shook it. Nice to meet you, Xie Linyuan said, his voice low but heavy. In this simple phrase lay all his respect for Guo Qiming's great-grandfather. Guo Qiming looked at him, nodding slightly, his eyes holding something deep and heavy. He did not say thank you, nor I have long admired you, but his eyes held something that made Xie Linyuan understand that he comprehended everything. This silent exchange was more powerful than any words. Qian Wudong stood quietly to the side, watching it. He had experienced countless such moments, and each time he introduced himself in a certain circle, the other party would always pause, their eyes revealing a complex mixture of curiosity and caution. He had long grown accustomed to it. But he could tell that there was no curiosity or caution in Xie Linyuan's eyes, only a clean, pure respect devoid of any ulterior motives. This respect was not because his great-grandfather was Qian Lao, but because of the deeds accomplished by Qian Lao and Guo Lao, which are worthy of respect from anyone in any era or place. In the dormitory, 3 out of 4 had already introduced themselves. All eyes were on Li Ming. Sitting in a chair, he felt a bit shy under their simultaneous gaze. He scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. With both of you being descendants of great scientists, the pressure on me is quite immense. Well, go on then. Guo Qiming leaned against the window, looking at him with a relaxed tone. Li Ming hesitated for a moment before saying, my grandfather is an academician at the Engineering Academy, working in the field of materials. I've chosen materials science because of his influence. However, he focuses on traditional metallic materials, whereas I plan to explore semiconductors and new materials. Qian Wudong nodded, refraining from asking who the academician was, and Guo Qiming also said nothing further. Xie Linyuan stood at his desk, his gaze sweeping over Qian Wudong, Guo Qiming, and Li Ming in turn. He genuinely felt a sense of reflection arise within him. It was not jealousy or inferiority, but a clear, unemotional recognition of reality. Why are the students of Xuemu University exceptional? It is not simply because their college entrance examination scores are higher than others. That is merely a surface-level observation, not the cause. The true reason lies behind those scores in the rich backgrounds of these adolescents. Qian Wutong's great-grandfather was the father of Chinese aerospace, a key figure in the two bombs one satellite achievement, an indelible name in the history of global aerospace. Guo Qiming's great-grandfather was Guo Lao, the person whom Qian Lao said could equal two of me, and the only martyr among the founders of two bombs one satellite. Li Ming's grandfather is an academician and a leading expert in material science. From birth, these individuals have stood at a starting point that most people can only dream of reaching in their lifetime. Their families provided not only better material conditions, but more importantly guidance along their paths. While others might still be struggling to choose a major in their senior year of high school, they have already visited laboratories with their parents, attended academic lectures, and met the real-life counterparts of the names in their textbooks. This advantage cannot be matched by mere effort. It is a unique condition cultivated through generational accumulation in families of scientific heritage. Xie Linyuan did not possess such conditions. He relied on a technique born from hunger, a body filled with qi, a brain far surpassing the ordinary, and a secret known only to himself. This secret supported him as he journeyed from Xie family village to Huaixin, from Huaixin to Yu province, and from Yu province to Yanjing, ultimately arriving at Xuemu University. He did not lose at the starting line, for his starting point was carved out with his own fists. Yet upon seeing Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming standing side by side, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Not because of their birth or background, but due to a deeper life regret. They at least still have the chance to hear stories of their predecessors from their parents and grandparents. However, in the winter of his 11th year, fate had completely stripped him of the opportunity to call out to his parents. Xie Linyuan pressed down the surging thoughts in his heart, returning to a state of calm. Let's work hard together for the next 4 years. He said this in a plain tone, but his words carried a sense of assurance. Qian Wudong, leaning against the window, smiled upon hearing it. When he smiled, his brows and eyes relaxed, reminiscent of the spirited young scientist in old photographs. The one who, aboard the Cleveland President in 1955, returned to his homeland with his wife and children. Decades have passed, the contours have changed, but the bloodline remains, that innate uprightness still exists. Guo Qiming stood beside Qian Wudong, the two of them standing side by side, separated by a beam of light, like two stars shining individually, yet illuminating each other. Their great-grandfathers were such people, and so are they, as stars that do not obscure one another, each shining brightly, while also illuminating each other. Qian Lao and Guo Lao fought side by side, and now Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming enter school together. History does not repeat itself, but it continues, and that is good enough. Note: Qian Wudong is a character from another book of mine, where he had regrets. This time, there will be none. Once again, this story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real people or events is coincidental and should not be associated with reality. University life has begun. The course schedule at Xuemu University is much more relaxed than high school, but the required depth and breadth have increased exponentially. For most freshmen, the transition from high school to university requires an adjustment period. The pace of the courses has accelerated, the knowledge points are more concentrated, and the teachers no longer teach hand in hand. Many things must be tackled and understood independently. However, for Xie Linyuan, none of this posed a problem. He listened intently in class with a determination to completely understand the teacher's thought process. His notes were meticulously crafted, capturing the teacher's train of thought, key turning points in essential deductions, and those directions worth delving deeper into that were not covered in class. Introduction to Materials Science, Advanced Mathematics, University Physics, Principles of Chemistry. He had already self-studied these subjects during the summer vacation. Yet hearing the teacher explain them again still yielded new insights. This wasn't because the teacher's explanations were deeper than the textbooks, but because the teacher's perspective differed from that in the books. The same piece of knowledge approached from different angles reveals different aspects. Only by piecing together these various faces can one form a three-dimensional complete understanding. He never intentionally sought to showcase himself in class. When the teacher asked questions, he wouldn't rush to answer. He wouldn't raise his hand to rescue classmates who couldn't respond. He quietly sat in the back row by the window, in that position that was neither too high nor too low, neither conspicuous nor hidden. He listened, took notes, and occasionally exchanged a few quiet words with the classmate next to him, unassuming and unremarkable. However, the teachers quickly noticed him. Not because of anything he said, but due to the assignments he submitted. Every problem in Xie Linyuan's assignments was solved correctly. Yet that wasn't what surprised the teachers most. What truly astonished them was his problem-solving approach, which integrated various knowledge and methods into a comprehensive solution. For one calculus problem, he applied concepts from linear algebra. For a materials mechanics problem, he utilized the framework of continuum mechanics. These concepts were not part of the first-year curriculum, nor even of the second or third years. They were topics typically covered in graduate studies. When the teaching assistant for the advanced mathematics class graded Xie Linyuan's assignment for the first time, he stared at the limit problem solved using the technique of changing the order of multiple integrals for 5 minutes, then picked up his phone to take a picture and send it to his graduate student group. Can you help me check if this freshman's solution is correct? I feel like it's even more elegant than my own solution. The group fell silent for half a minute, and then someone replied, "This technique doesn't seem like something someone who hasn't studied mathematical analysis would know." The teaching assistant replied with the name Xie Linyuan, the top student, with full marks this year. Silence reigned in the group once more. This silence lasted even longer, and no one replied again. Xie Linyuan was unaware of this. He simply studied at his own pace, neither deliberately hiding his abilities nor showcasing them. He did what needed to be done and wrote what needed to be written. He didn't need to pretend to be an ordinary freshman, because in this campus everyone was extraordinary. The only thing he needed to do was to avoid being perceived as monstrously talented to an absurd degree. However, this standard of not absurd was shattered in the first week of university physics. The university physics class began with Newtonian mechanics, starting from the most basic kinematics of particles. For most students, this content was already covered in high school, merely expressed in calculus terms. But Xie Linyuan posed a question in class that silenced the entire room for a while. Teacher, Newtonian mechanics holds in inertial frames, but if we consider a non-inertial frame, the introduction of inertial forces is essentially a compensation for coordinate transformations. I would like to ask whether this compensation mechanism is isomorphic to the idea in general relativity, where gravity is explained as the curvature of spacetime. The classroom fell silent, a silence characterized by a complete lack of understanding of what he was saying. The physics teacher adjusted his glasses, looking at Xie Linyuan with a complex expression in his eyes, a mix of surprise, admiration, and a hint of difficulty regarding the inappropriateness of discussing this question in class. After a moment, he said, "Your question has already exceeded the scope of this class. If you're interested, you can come to me after class, and we can discuss it privately." After class, Xie Linyuan did not seek out the teacher because he knew he already had the answer to that question. He merely wanted to observe the teacher's reaction and see if his understanding was on the same wavelength as others. The answer was different wavelengths. The books he read had already far exceeded the scope of first-year courses. When there were no classes, Xie Linyuan spent most of his time in the library. The library at Xuemu University is one of the best university libraries in the Dragon Nation, with a collection exceeding 5 million volumes, subscribing to almost all important academic journals and databases. From ancient texts to the latest foreign journals, from engineering textbooks to theoretical physics monographs, it has it all. Xie Linyuan's goals were very clear. After breaking through to the Yuan 2 realm, that deep night at the construction site, he had repeatedly envisioned his future in his mind. Starting university was just the first step. Studying materials science was merely the beginning. His endpoint was not at the graduation ceremony of Xuemu University, nor in the laboratory of a certain company, nor even on this planet. His goal was the stars and the sea. But this goal was too vast, so much so that he couldn't express it in. If he said, "I want to lead the descendants of Yin and Huang into the stars," even within the campus of Xuemu University, he would be regarded as a madman, or at least an unrealistic dreamer. Interstellar navigation cannot be achieved through mere fantasy. It requires solid technical breakthroughs, disruptive theoretical innovations, and a new paradigm that can fundamentally change human civilization. And the starting point for all of this is theory. Xie Linyuan's focus turned to anti-gravity technology. This name sounds like something out of a science fiction novel. Anti-gravity, breaking free from the shackles of gravity, allowing objects to float and fly without relying on aerodynamics or jet propulsion. Within the current framework of physics, this is deemed impossible. Gravity is the weakest yet the most widespread of the 4 fundamental forces, and its mechanism of action is described by general relativity as the curvature of spacetime. Anti-gravity would mean finding a method to locally offset or shield the effects of gravity. There is no basis for this within existing theories. However, Xie Linyuan contemplated more fundamental aspects. To achieve anti-gravity, a theoretical breakthrough must first occur. This breakthrough must begin with the unification of the 4 fundamental forces. The 4 fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction, and weak interaction. The ultimate dream of physicists, the theory of everything, is to unify these 4 seemingly different forces into a single framework. Currently, the weak interaction and electromagnetic force have been unified under the electroweak theory. The strong interaction is described by quantum chromodynamics, while gravity is characterized by general relativity. However, the unification of gravity and quantum mechanics is the holy grail of theoretical physics, and no one has yet succeeded in grasping it. Xie Linyuan's goal is precisely this holy grail. He knows this is almost fanciful. How could an 18-year-old freshman think he could accomplish what the greatest minds of the 20th century, Einstein, Heisenberg, Dirac, Feynman, Yang, Zheng, and Weinberg, failed to achieve? No one can easily find the theory of everything. But Xie Linyuan possesses extraordinary cognitive abilities brought by the guiding technique of primordial energy. The speed at which his brain processes abstract concepts, establishes logical connections, and conducts high-dimensional mathematical deductions is countless times faster than that of an ordinary person. When he reads a complex foreign paper, it might take an ordinary person several hours or even days, but he only needs a few minutes to fully understand it. Not only does he grasp the surface content, but he can also delve into the subtext, underlying assumptions, and potential extensions that the author did not explicitly write. This is not boasting, it is a genuine ability bestowed upon him by the realm of the primordial disciple. Thus he dedicates all his spare time to the library. He navigates through the shelves, leaping from one field to another like a bee flitting among flowers, gathering pollen from different disciplines. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, materials, energy, information. He does not neglect any single one. He understands that to construct the edifice of the theory of everything, what is needed is not depth in a single discipline, but thoroughness across disciplines. He starts with mathematics. Differential geometry, tensor analysis, group theory, topology, algebraic geometry. These branches of mathematics are the language of theoretical physics. Without them, even the equations of general relativity and quantum field theory cannot be written. Xie Linyuan quickly ascends, beginning from the fundamentals of calculus and linear algebra. Those thick mathematics textbooks in the library, he flips through page by page. Although his speed seems slow, he thoroughly digests the content of each page. He does not need to perform calculations on paper for the derivation of formulas, he conducts them directly in his mind. For the proof of theorems, he can remember it after reading it once, and can reorganize it in his own words. Then comes physics. Classical mechanics, electrodynamics, thermodynamics, and statistical physics, quantum mechanics, general relativity, quantum field theory, introduction to string theory. These courses are typically encountered only by senior undergraduates and graduate students, yet Xie Linyuan reads them one by one, learning chapter by chapter. He does not need teachers to explain, nor teaching assistants to guide. Those mathematical derivations and physical concepts that seem like celestial scripts to others read to him like a clearly structured article. Why is that so? Because he is not learning knowledge, he is understanding the logic behind the knowledge. When he reads a formula, the derivation process, its physical significance, applicability, and its connections to other formulas automatically emerge in his mind. This is not magic. This is the clarity brought about by the cognitive abilities of the primordial disciple realm. What he sees is not an isolated symbol, but a node within an interconnected web of knowledge. This feeling is hard to describe. It's like a person who has never seen a three-dimensional object living in a two-dimensional. Suddenly one day he gains the ability to perceive depth, and when he looks at those two-dimensional figures again, he sees not just lines and color blocks, but a three-dimensional layered world that can be observed from different angles. Xie Linyuan is entering the three-dimensional world from the two-dimensional realm. He does not know whether he will ultimately achieve the unification of the theory of everything. It is the pinnacle challenge of human intellect, and only a select few such as Newton, Maxwell, Einstein, and Yang Zheng have made substantial breakthroughs over long periods. But he knows he must try. If he does not attempt it, his grand plan for the stars and the sea will have no foundation. The first step in anti-gravity technology is theory, the second is materials, and the third is energy. With the theory of everything, one can fundamentally understand the essence of gravity and find possible paths to shield or manipulate it. This is the foundation of anti-gravity technology. Without a solid foundation, nothing constructed above will be of use. The second step is materials. Even with a theory, producing devices that can achieve anti-gravity effects requires corresponding materials. These materials must have special physical properties, potentially producing negative energy density under certain field conditions, or able to alter the curvature of local spacetime in some manner. The third step is energy. Anti-gravity requires enormous energy. For large-scale applications, such as enabling hundreds of tons of spacecraft to escape Earth's gravity, the energy required is astronomical. Current energy technologies, whether fossil fuels or nuclear fission, are insufficient to support such levels of energy output. Therefore, breakthroughs in energy are equally indispensable. Theory, materials, and energy, none can be omitted. This is Xie Linyuan's blueprint. An 18-year-old freshman in a corner of the library sketches a grand blueprint with the extraordinary wisdom granted by primordial energy stroke by stroke. Currently, he is reading Introduction to Differential Geometry and General Relativity. This book is a textbook for first-year graduate students in the physics department, over 600 pages thick, filled with dense mathematical derivations and physical analyses. Xie Linyuan has already reached the third chapter, focusing on the Riemann curvature tensor. The concepts of curvature, tensor connection coefficients, curvature, Ricci curvature, and scalar curvature assembled in his mind like a precise machine piece by piece, forming a complete and self-consistent logical system. Opening his eyes, he turned to the next page and continued reading. The atmosphere in the dormitory at night was completely different from that during the day. The four of them sat at their respective desks, surrounded by books and computers. Occasionally someone would speak a word breaking. Regarding the last question in today's Introduction to Materials course about the effect of dislocation density on material strength, I think there is an issue with the model the teacher presented. Qian Wutong's voice echoed. Guo Qiming poked his head out from behind the computer screen, asking, "What issue?" The teacher used a simplified linear model, but in reality the interactions between dislocations are nonlinear, especially in high-density regions. I believe using a linear model for approximation would lead to significant errors. Li Ming put down his pen and turned around, saying, "I noticed that too. But I think the teacher might have intentionally simplified it. After all, this is just the first class, and if it's too deep, everyone will struggle to understand. However, this could lead students to form incorrect intuitions." Qian Wutong insisted, "First impressions are lasting, and it would be difficult to correct later." A few individuals exchanged some words, yet Xie Linyuan remained silent. He sat at his desk with a book titled Quantum Field Theory open before him. The pages turned to the section on path integral quantization. The topics they were discussing had already been fully comprehended by him minutes earlier, and he had pondered them even more deeply than they. He even constructed a higher-order approximate model in his mind, considering the long-range interactions and short-range correlation effects between dislocations. That model was more complex by several orders of magnitude than what the teacher taught in class, yet it was closer to physical reality. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, but rather that once these things were spoken, the conversation would drift into a realm where his roommates could neither keep up nor resonate. Instead, it would be a one-sided output, offering no assistance to others and no gain to himself. So most of the time, he simply listened quietly, occasionally chiming in at pivotal moments, neither too much nor too little, just right. However, sometimes he would inadvertently leak some information. For instance, once when Guo Qiming was discussing a paper on the interface effects of nanomaterials, he mentioned how the atomic arrangement at the interface affects the macroscopic properties of the materials. He spoke with great expertise, using numerous technical terms, clearly having read that paper thoroughly. After listening, Xie Linyuan naturally remarked, "In fact, the influence of interface effects on material properties can essentially be attributed to the modulation of band structure due to symmetry breaking. If this issue could be understood from the perspective of topological insulators, new control methods might be The dormitory fell silent. Qian Wutong's pen stopped. Guo Qiming lifted his head from behind the computer screen, and Li Ming's body froze as he turned around. The three of them looked at Xie Linyuan simultaneously, their expressions filled with the same question. "What are you talking? Topological insulator?" Qian Wutong was the first to react. "Does that thing have anything to do with material?" Xie Linyuan realized he had gone too far. Topological insulators are at the forefront of condensed matter physics, involving mathematical tools such as topological invariance, Chern numbers, boundary states, and physical concepts like spin-orbit coupling and time-reversal symmetry, which far exceed the curriculum for first-year students and even many senior undergraduates. "I was just browsing in the library," Xie Linyuan chuckled, gently steering the conversation away. "It might not be accurate, consider me joking." Qian Wutong didn't let it go. "Browsing? Where did you see topological insulators?" "That's something graduate students in condensed matter physics study. The library has books," Xie Linyuan casually replied, then turned to open his quantum field theory, posing as if he were going to continue reading. The three of them exchanged glances, each withdrawing their eyes, but all thinking the same thought. What exactly is Xie Linyuan reading in the library? Such occurrences had happened more than once. A few days later, Li Ming was doing calculus homework in the dormitory and got stuck on a problem about line integrals. After thinking for a long time without a solution, he casually asked Li Linyuan, "How do you solve this line integral problem?" "This problem can't be solved using Green's theorem because the curve is not closed," Xie Linyuan said after glancing. "You might consider parameterizing directly, setting x equal to t and y equal to t cubed minus t, then substituting into the integral expression." Li Ming calculated according to his instructions and solved it in 3 minutes. The idea of parameterizing the path wasn't difficult, but on that relatively complex parameter equation, the substituted integral became remarkably simple, evidently stemming from Xie Linyuan's clever design rather than haphazard assembly. "Thanks, Li Linyuan," Li Ming said. "Your brain works too well. I looked at those books you read in the library like differential geometry and quantum field theory, and after flipping through just a couple of pages my head was spinning. You can understand them. You just need to read it a few more times to get it," Xie Linyuan replied. Li Ming shook his head, not probing further. But he wondered in his heart, what kind of brain does one need to understand it after just a few readings? Similar situations repeatedly occurred during the first month. A concept or idea occasionally thrown out by Xie Linyuan during discussions often left the entire dormitory in silence for a while. Not because they didn't want to respond, but because they needed time to digest what he said and sometimes even needed to look up information to confirm what he meant. Once Qian Wudong and Guo Qiming were discussing a topic about electromagnetic metamaterials. They were talking about how to achieve negative refractive index through artificial microstructures, which is a classic problem in metamaterial research. Xie Linyuan was reading, not raising his head, when he suddenly interjected, "Have you ever thought about designing the structural units of metamaterials as non-Hermitian systems to achieve equivalent negative refraction through the balance of gain and loss? That might be more efficient than traditional designs and could avoid many inherent material limitations." Non-Hermitian systems. Gain. Loss. These concepts are indeed being researched in the field of metamaterials, but they represent a very cutting-edge direction, with teams publishing related papers numbering in the single digits globally. But in front of Xie Linyuan, they felt for the first time the sensation of being unable to keep up. Their intelligence and knowledge reserves were not lacking, they were among the top in the freshman cohort. However, the breadth of Xie Linyuan's knowledge was far too vast. The books he read, the fields he explored, and the questions he pondered exceeded the normal scope of a first-year student. More crucially, he not only read extensively, but also delved deeply. He was not merely understanding, but truly mastering. He made those profound theories a part of his own knowledge system, able to invoke them at any time, integrating and applying them seamlessly. Qian Wudong once privately said to Guo Qiming, "Don't you feel that Xie Linyuan is not like a typical What do you mean? I mean, we come to university to learn things. He seems to be here to confirm things as if he already knows them. He just comes to university to verify whether his understanding is correct." Guo Qiming thought for a moment and nodded. He felt the same way. Xie Linyuan was not the type of person who thought, "I am great because I work hard," nor was he the type who thought, "I am smart, so I don't need to work hard." His state was unique. He studied diligently, not because without effort he wouldn't learn, but because effort. He read quickly, not to catch up, but because he genuinely wanted to see and learn more. The things he occasionally said that his roommates couldn't understand were not meant to show off. He naturally expressed what he saw and thought in books. That naturalness and ordinariness were what left the deepest impression. He thought these things were ordinary. He genuinely believed he was doing something very normal. And this sense of ordinariness was precisely the greatest chasm between Xie Linyuan and ordinary people. Li Ming once lay in bed, the lights already off, the dormitory quiet, and suddenly said, "What do you think Xie Linyuan will become in the future?" "What do you mean?" Qian Wudong turned over in his blanket. "I mean, he's like this now. What will happen when he graduates? Doing research? Or something else?" After a moment of silence, Guo Qiming's voice came from the opposite bed. "He will do research. Look at the books he reads, differential geometry, quantum field theory. He is oriented towards theoretical physics. Materials science may just be a stepping stone." "A stepping stone?" Li Ming repeated the term. "Yes, a stepping stone," Guo Qiming said. "He thinks materials science is fundamental, so he learns it first. But his true goal lies beyond materials, in a more distant place. As for where that place is, I can't tell for now." Qian Wutong's voice chimed in. "I also think he is playing a much larger game. The things he talks about, like anti-gravity and the theory of everything, although he only mentions them occasionally, give the impression that he is serious. Not the casual kind of seriousness, but truly striving in that direction." Anti-gravity. Li Ming's voice rose a bit. "Isn't that science fiction? In the past, people thought flying was a myth, yet we had airplanes." Qian Wudong said, "People once thought landing on the moon was a delusion, yet rockets were developed. You can't dismiss something just because it doesn't exist now. Oh, it doesn't mean it never will." Xie Linyuan might be trying to find a theoretical possibility and turn it into reality. Li Ming fell silent. He stared at the ceiling in the dark, contemplating what Qian Wudong had just said. Anti-gravity. If someone truly creates such a thing, that person's name will be written in a position far higher than that of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The dormitory quieted down, breathing grew more even. An ordinary night quietly passed in the four-person room at Shuemu University. Xie Linyuan lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. He closed his eyes, and within his body the primordial energy flowed slowly, while his mind simultaneously worked through a mathematical problem he had read during the day. It was a paper on Calabi-Yau manifolds related to the compactification of extra dimensions in string theory, and had some potential connection to the construction of the theory of everything. While circulating his primordial energy, he contemplated that complex mathematical structure. These two processes ran parallel in his consciousness, like two parallel rivers flowing independently, without interference. He thought of many things. He thought about the family backgrounds of his three roommates. Qian Wutong's great-grandfather was Qian Lao, Guo Qiming's great-grandfather was Guo Lao, and Li Ming's grandfather was an academician of the Engineering Academy. These predecessors made significant contributions to the country, carrying some form of continuing mission. He had no predecessors to rely on and no family heritage to pass down. His starting point was a small cultivation technique, something he had pondered while starving and unable to sleep. Yet this unremarkable starting point gave him the capital to carve out a path in this campus and in this world. He did not need to depend on anyone. He could rely on himself to forge an unprecedented path. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 2 months had gone by. In December in Yinjing the cold wind was biting. In the campus of Shuimu University the leaves of the parasol trees had long fallen, the bare branches stretched under the gray-white sky, resembling a simple line drawing. Pedestrians on the road bundled up in their down jackets hurrying along the breath they exhaled condensing into fleeting clouds in the cold air. The lights in the teaching buildings and library began to turn on one by one in the twilight warm and quiet. When Xie Linyuan entered the library, it was already dark. He did not go to the study area, but walked straight to his accustomed corner, a window-side seat on the east side of the third floor next to a row of bookshelves on theoretical physics and advanced mathematics. For the past 2 months, he had almost sat in this position every day. From September to December over 3 months, Xie Linyuan's knowledge reserves underwent a qualitative change. If at the beginning of his studies his understanding of theoretical physics was still at a popular science level and based on a few textbooks, now he had systematically mastered the entire theoretical physics knowledge system from classical mechanics to quantum field theory, from differential geometry to string theory. It was not merely a superficial understanding, but a true, profound comprehension. Every book he had read, every paper he had seen had been digested into a part of his knowledge structure integrated and easily accessible. Yet what truly transformed his state was not the accumulation of knowledge, but the formation of that framework in his. Starting around mid-November, Xie Linyuan felt that the rough framework of the theory of everything had finally taken shape in his mind. This feeling was wondrous, not a sudden flash of inspiration where all problems were solved. Rather, it was like a puzzle with each piece being placed in turn, each finding its rightful spot. As the puzzle came together, the entire picture naturally became clearer. Gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction, weak interaction. The 4 fundamental forces in his mind were no longer isolated fragments. Instead, they began to present some internal unified logical structure, much like 4 different strings that could play the same melody. After the framework took shape, Xie Linyuan made a decision to write it down. Theories of this caliber, if not written down, exist only in the mind, which is tantamount to non-existence. Science needs to be recorded, tested, and passed down. No matter how grand the ideas in a person's mind, if they never transform into text, they remain mere daydreams, not science. He purchased a stack of thick notebooks with light gray covers made of high-quality paper that did not smudge when written on. From the first day of December onward, every night after returning from the library to his dormitory, he began documenting the specific contents of the framework in his mind in his notebook. His roommates thought he was doing homework and no one disturbed him. However, this process proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. It was not that he did not know what to write, rather it was because his mind was overloaded with information. The universal theory is not a simple formula. It is an entire new mathematical framework and physical interpretation involving extremely complex mathematical structures. He had to translate these ideas from his mind into the existing mathematical language, and even in the process he needed to create some new mathematical tools to address problems that current language could not adequately describe. Moreover, Xie Linyuan's method of deduction was extraordinarily unique. The cognitive ability of the Yuan 2 realm allowed him to process information in his mind in a manner completely different from ordinary people. Often he would first see the conclusion and then deduce the proof process in reverse, completely defying. During the writing process, he had to translate this abnormal way of thinking into a logical chain that could be read by others, significantly increasing his workload. Xie Linyuan was almost neglecting his basic needs. Every night after returning from the library close to 10 o'clock, he would sit for hours, sometimes writing until 1 or 2 in the morning. The notebook lay open on the table, pages densely filled with formulas and deductions. His handwriting was consistent, neither too large nor too small, straight and tidy, with each mathematical symbol clearly written. On weekends he wrote all day long. From morning till night, except for meals and necessary breaks, he locked himself in his dormitory or went to the library to find a quiet corner to write fervently. His roommates sometimes sneaked glances at the notebooks filled with strange formulas, but each time they could only see a page of incomprehensible symbols and then silently retreat. He finished the first notebook on the 5th day. The second notebook was completed on the 9th day. The third and fourth, he wrote faster and faster. Not due to carelessness, but because his thoughts were becoming clearer. The initial part was the most challenging, establishing a new mathematical framework, defining new quantities, proving new theorems. Each step felt like groping in the dark, requiring extreme caution to avoid missteps that could lead to complete failure. However, once the framework was established, subsequent applications and deductions flowed smoothly, akin to a river, narrow and rapid at the source, but widening and stabilizing as it flowed downstream. By the 12th day, he had filled 4 notebooks. The core framework of the universal theory had been entirely laid down on paper, leaving only a few details to supplement and confirm. On December 16th, at 9:47 p.m., Xie Linyuan sat at his desk in the dormitory with the fifth notebook open to the last page. His roommates had all gone to bed, and the only light still on was the desk lamp above him, casting a warm glow over his book and the silhouette of his bent figure. The lamp's shade had been adjusted to the lowest angle to avoid disturbing Li Ming on the opposite bunk. He wrote the final line of formulas on the last page of the notebook and then set down his pen. It was a line of equations that was concise to the point of elegance. On the left side of the equal sign were the geometric quantities of space and time, and on the right side were the distributions of energy and momentum of matter. Yet in the middle there was an additional term that had never been written by previous scholars, a unifying term that connected the four fundamental forces. This term's mathematical form was so simple that it did not seem like it had just emerged, rather it resembled a natural deduction of a more fundamental principle, as if it had always belonged there waiting for someone to discover it. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. 5 notebooks, 2 weeks of relentless effort, and he had finally completed it. Over 10,000 lines of deductions, hundreds of newly defined mathematical quantities, dozens of core equations, and the overarching theme throughout: unification of the four fundamental forces. It was not the kind of superficial appearance of unification, but rather a genuine mathematically coherent and physically verifiable unification. Xie Linyuan stacked the 5 notebooks together, gently brushing his fingers over the light gray covers, feeling a faint sense of accomplishment swell within him. Xie Linyuan felt a solid and calm satisfaction, as if he had completed an important task. It was like a carpenter finally shaping a piece of wood into his desired form, or a stonemason successfully carving a stone into the right shape. He knew this was only the first step of a long journey. The universal theory merely provided a theoretical possibility for anti-gravity technology. There were countless hurdles between theory and technological realization, including materials, energy, engineering, and so on, with each obstacle potentially causing long delays. But regardless, he had taken the first step. He looked at the 5 notebooks, confirming that his hard work had coalesced into a readable, verifiable, and transmissible text. Then he closed his eyes, allowing his inner energy to circulate slowly, easing the fatigue that had accumulated over the past half-month. He pondered what to do next. The contents of these notebooks could not remain locked away in a drawer forever. Science is not private property. Genuine breakthroughs need to be tested, discussed, and recognized. He did not intend to conceal the universal theory as he had with the technique of hiding his inner energy. Quite the opposite, he hoped to present these results to the theoretical physics community as soon as possible for testing, confirmation, or refutation. However, the problem was that these ideas were too advanced. If he were to directly submit these notebooks to an academic journal, the reviewers would likely reject his work outright for being incomprehensible. An 18-year-old freshman majoring in materials submitting a paper on the universal theory would in itself be enough to make 90% of the reviewers think he was joking. He needed a bridge, someone with prestige in the academic field who could understand the importance of his work and would be willing to vouch for him. Li Shuyao. This name almost instantly surfaced in Xie Linyuan's mind. Li Shuyao is an academician in the physics department at Shuemu University, 62 years old, a theoretical physicist with a high academic reputation in quantum field theory and gravitational quantization. In the months since enrolling, Xie Linyuan occasionally attended advanced courses and discussion classes in the physics department. Once during a discussion class, he asked a question about the definition of measures in path integral quantization, which caught Li Shuyao's attention. Since then, he had approached Li Shuyao several times to seek advice on issues related to general relativity and quantum field theory. Li Shuyao had a very good impression of Xie Linyuan. He remembered this tall and thin freshman from the materials department, recalling the insightful questions he had asked that delved deep into the core of the subject. After one class, Li Shuyao had even mentioned to his doctoral student, this student named Xie Linyuan would be the kind of exceptional talent that comes along only once in several decades if he were in our physics department. He knew that this young man's intuition in physics was extraordinarily sharp, and the topics he touched upon had long exceeded the normal scope of a freshman's curiosity, even reaching advanced frontiers among doctoral students. Xie Linyuan decided to visit Li Shuyao the next day. On December 17th, at 9 a.m., in the physics department building, Xie Linyuan stood in front of Li Shuyao's office door, holding 5 thick notebooks in his arms. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. "Come in." He pushed the door open. Li Shuyao was seated behind his desk, wearing a dark gray wool sweater, his hair speckled with gray, and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his face thin and gentle. The office was cluttered with books and papers, with an open book spread out on the desk, and a porcelain teacup beside it marked with the words Shuemu University Physics Department. Xie Linyuan. Li Shuyao looked up, his eyes behind the glasses brightening slightly at the sight of the visitor. "Long time no see. Have you been auditing my classes lately?" "I've been attending all along, academician Li," Xie Linyuan replied respectfully, slightly bowing. "I came today because I have a matter I'd like your help with." "Go ahead," Li Shuyao said, setting down his pen and leaning back in his chair adopting a posture of serious. He noticed that Xie Linyuan was carrying 5 light gray notebooks, each bulging and revealing densely packed writing along the edges clearly filled with content. These were not ordinary class notes. Class notes did not require 5 volumes, nor did they need to be filled so completely. Xie Linyuan walked to the desk and gently placed the 5 notebooks in an empty corner. Stacked together, the notebooks were about 7 to 8 centimeters thick with clean covers and no markings. Academicianly, I have made some breakthroughs in theoretical physics and would like to seek your guidance. Li Shuyo's gaze shifted from the notebooks to Xie Linyuan's face, curiosity growing in his eyes. He knew that Xie Linyuan was a student of the materials discipline, a field that lay quite far from theoretical physics. How could an 18-year-old freshman who had not yet fully entered his own field claim to have made a breakthrough in theoretical? Having lived for over 60 years and taught for more than 30, he had seen all kinds of students, but he had never encountered such an interdisciplinary breakthrough. Oh, Li Shuyo's tone was calm, without skepticism or dismissal. Tell me about it. What breakthroughs have you made? He did not emphasize his words, but inside he had no real expectations. In recent decades, true breakthroughs in the field of theoretical physics had been few and far between. Since the establishment of the Standard Model, while theories such as supersymmetry string theory and loop quantum gravity had made their contributions, none had reached the level of a breakthrough. Most were merely stagnant at the hypothesis stage, lacking experimental validation and a unified consensus. It was hard to take seriously the claim of an 18-year-old freshman achieving a breakthrough in this field. But Li Xiao did not voice these thoughts. He did not want to dampen his students' confidence. Even if this breakthrough was incorrect, even if the student mistakenly believed he had discovered something that had already been explored by predecessors, he would still take it seriously, examining it carefully and pointing out the issues. This was the duty of a scholar and the responsibility of a teacher. Xie Linyuan noticed the faint hint of indifference in Li Shuyo's tone. He did not elaborate further, but simply opened the first notebook, flipping to the first page and pushing it towards Li. Academicianly, could you please take a look at this? It is my derivation of the universal theory, a complete derivation framework for the unification of the 4 fundamental forces. Li Shuyo's finger paused on the cover of the notebook. Universal theory. The unification of the 4 fundamental forces. The weight of this term was clearer to him, a lifelong theoretical physicist, than anyone else. Since Einstein, countless brilliant minds had pursued this goal. Yang Chen-Ning's Yang-Mills theory laid the foundation for the theoretical description of electroweak unification and strong interactions. Weinberg, Salam, and others ultimately completed the unification of electromagnetic force and weak interactions. Glashow, Georgi, and others attempted grand unified theories to include strong interactions within the same framework. Yet gravity remained the outsider, forever incompatible. General relativity explained gravity as the curvature of spacetime, while quantum mechanics described the other 3 forces as interactions exchanged between particles. Both attempts, grounded in entirely different underlying logics, had failed. Explorations in string theory, loop quantum gravity, and causal sets had not provided a final answer verifiable by both mathematics and experiments. One of Li Shuyo's own research directions was the path integral quantization of gravity, and he understood the technical difficulties involved in this problem better than most. He raised his head and looked deeply at Xie Linyuan. A 6 to 12-year-old academician and an 18-year-old freshman locked eyes. In that moment, Li Shuyo's judgment was that this child was not joking, he was serious. A person who jokes would not carry 5 notebooks filled with equations into an academician's office, nor would they use such a determined tone to utter the words universal theory. Alright, let me take a look first. Li Xiao did not say anything further, picking up the first notebook and opening the first page. The title of the first page was Mathematical Preparation. The content began with basic differential geometry and tensor analysis, step by step, defining various mathematical quantities and operators needed for later use. Li Xiao read slowly, line by line, occasionally pausing to write down some intermediate steps on a draft paper to verify the correctness of the derivation. He could understand it. This student had a solid mathematical foundation with clear definitions and rigorous derivations, each step backed by logical reasoning. Although not a theoretical physics major, his use of mathematical tools indicated that he had spent considerable time self-studying and had mastered the material deeply, even showing a proficiency in some tools that surpassed that of graduate students in the physics department. Flipping through the first page, the second page, and stopping at the third page, his gaze fell upon a particular formula, and his brow furrowed slightly. The form of this formula appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet it felt vaguely reminiscent of something he had seen before. Or rather, it resembled a formula he was familiar with, but one key term had been replaced with something he had never encountered. The modified equation still retained an elegant and concise symmetry. He stared at the formula for about 2 minutes, his lips moving slightly, as if silently reading something. Xie Linyuan, let's hold off on the explanation for now, let me think for myself. Li Shuyan raised a hand to signal Xie Linyuan to hold his words, continuing to gaze at the formula. The air in the office seemed to solidify. He felt as if his thoughts had encountered something, as if they were being drawn in by an unseen force. On one hand, he sensed a deep meaning behind the formula, while on the other, he found it temporarily impossible to express his understanding fully. After about 10 minutes, he gave up. The information available to him was insufficient to grasp the complete meaning of the formula. It takes courage for a scholar to admit, "I don't understand," especially when facing an 18-year-old freshman in one's own field. Theoretical physics is an exceedingly profound realm. No one can claim to understand everything. Yet admitting one does not comprehend a specific new potentially significant concept requires respect for the truth. "I don't understand." Li Shuyan looked up, removed his glasses, wiped the lenses, then put them back on. He faced Xie Linyuan and said something that surprised him. "I have never seen this formula before." "Academician Li, you weren't aware of this formula before." "It's a small formula I derived for universal gravitation." Xie Linyuan blinked at the formula. Xie Linyuan assumed this formula was a ready-made tool widely accepted and used in academia. Just like Newton's second law FMA or Maxwell's equations, it is a cornerstone of physics that every physics student encounters and should master during their studies. He needed this formula while deriving the theory of everything, so it naturally came to mind. Just as one might invoke a basic arithmetic operation, he never considered whether it existed in any existing physics literature. He didn't give it much thought while writing. He simply felt the formula was too fundamental, basic enough that any theoretical physicist should know it. Just as any professional basketball player knows how to shoot. Thus he did not particularly highlight it in his notebook, did not note its source nor explain the derivation process, but simply wrote it directly on the third page of the mathematical preparation section, using it as a known tool. But now Li Shuyan claimed he had never seen it. Moreover, when he said he hadn't seen it, his expression was not relaxed, as if he were announcing an unexpected event. His tone was free of embarrassment, discomfort from being offended, or even that kind of regret of "how could I not know this," but rather a pure curiosity and seriousness in facing new knowledge. Xie Linyuan suddenly realized a problem. Many of the derivations and mathematical structures in his mind might not have been read from any book. Instead, they were intuitively grasped by the mental capacity of a master practitioner regarding the underlying logic of the physical world. Such intuition might not necessarily reflect discoveries made by predecessors. It could be new, even unprecedented. Just like this formula, which seemed as clear in Xie Linyuan's mind as 112. Thus he naturally assumed it existed in the common knowledge base of all theoretical physicists. Yet Li Shuyan's reaction felt like a splash of cold water, as if a door had been suddenly opened. This formula was derived by him, not learned from anywhere. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Li Shuyan picked up a pen and copied the formula onto a piece of draft paper, observing it carefully, comparing it with another equation nearby. He sensed a unique symmetry in the structure of this formula, which did not resemble something hastily written. He glanced at Xie Linyuan, whose response bore a kind of innocence, as if asking, "Don't you know that 112? A person capable of establishing an entirely new theoretical framework in his mind and deriving unprecedented formulas, yet was unable to have an external perspective on what his derivations truly meant due to being too immersed in the completeness of this framework." Li Shuyan suddenly felt he could not act overly confident regarding this issue. His academic background primarily lay in quantum field theory and quantum gravity. Algebraic topology and representation theory were not his main focus, while this formula precisely dealt with those fields. After witnessing Xie Linyuan's natural attitude toward this formula, he became aware of a crucial detail. He was not unable to comprehend the formula, but rather realized it likely related to some profound structure within algebraic topology. He needed to read it together with colleagues who had more authority in the cross-disciplinary field of mathematical physics to more reliably assess the rigor and novelty of Xie Linyuan's construction. Xie Linyuan, you said this formula is a small one from your derivation process for the theory of everything, one that you consider very fundamental, even obvious. Yes, Li Shuyan confirmed. Can you explain the derivation process to me in detail? I want to see how your small thing came to be. Xie Linyuan glanced at the notebook, then at Li Shuyan, and nodded. He pulled a chair next to Li Shuyan, took a blank A4 sheet, removed the pen cap, and began to derive the formula from scratch, writing and explaining simultaneously. His pen scratched against the paper, the pace neither fast nor slow, each step written clearly with an excellent grasp of the rhythm of the formula derivation. At first Li Shuyan could follow along. He understood the steps here, appreciated the elegant shifts in thought, and found the techniques slightly convoluted but logically sound. But as the derivation progressed, his brows furrowed tighter. The equations on the paper grew longer, the skipped steps increased, and his brain could not keep up with Xie Linyuan's speed of derivation. Wait, how did you get from this step to that one? Li Shuyan pointed at a line of equations on the paper, interrupting Xie Linyuan looked down, then wrote an intermediate step next to that step, filling in the gap. Li Shuyan stared at the intermediate step for a while, before finally nodding. Continue. The derivation continued. As the formula became increasingly complex and the mathematical structures more abstract, Li Shuyan found more and more places where he needed to pause to think and ask questions. Sometimes Xie Linyuan could answer a question with just one equation, but other times it required an entire additional segment of derivation to clarify. Li Xiao did not give up, nor did he pretend to understand. He listened attentively, taking notes as he had during his graduate classes, asking questions until he truly comprehended. He did not act aloof just because a freshman was sitting across from him. 2 hours passed, and the two of them paused. Several sheets of draft paper lay on the carpet of the office, and the tea in the cup had long since gone cold. Within the office, time seemed to be frozen. They finally completed the entire derivation of that formula. More accurately, they finished proving Li Shuyou's understanding process of this formula. One formula over 2 hours. Li Xiao leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed everything he had heard over the past 3 hours from beginning to end. This time he did not need Xie Linyuan to repeat any steps, for after 3 hours of immersion, most of the intermediate steps that were initially incomprehensible had been clarified. It was not that he had fully mastered all applications of the formula, but he had developed his own understanding of its origin, derivation process, and position within this universal theory framework. He opened his eyes and looked at Xie Linyuan. He gazed for a long time as if he wanted to see through the young man. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he cleared his throat, saying, "You are remarkable. Truly remarkable." He glanced again at the piles of notebooks and scattered draft papers, letting out a long sigh. This formula, with its depth and the mathematical structures it encompasses, could independently develop into a complete theoretical framework. You call it a small formula. Xie Linyuan wanted to say something, but Li Xiao raised his hand to stop him. We have limited time today. You spent 2 to 3 hours discussing this one formula. If I were to go through all 5 of your notebooks from beginning to end, my time alone would be insufficient, and my knowledge might not cover all content. Understanding and comprehending this material cannot be accomplished by me alone. He lowered his head and gently patted the stack of notebooks, then raised his head to look at Xie Linyuan, his gaze heavy with meaning. Xie Linyuan, wait a moment. Let me call a few colleagues. Oh, we'll look at it together. Xie Linyuan nodded, neatly stacking the notebooks, sitting quietly in his chair as he waited. Li Xiao picked up the phone on the desk and began dialing. The first number he dialed connected. After 3 seconds, an elderly academic's voice came through the receiver, tinged with displeasure at being abruptly interrupted. Li Xiao did not engage in pleasantries, getting straight to the point. It's not a formula or an equation, it's a universal theory. You'll understand when you come. He dialed one number after another. Academician Wang from the Mathematics Center, upon hearing Li Xiao say that a freshman had written a complete framework for a universal theory, immediately reacted with suspicion, asking if he had been deceived. Li Xiao looked at the table full of formulas and the weary eyes behind the glasses, and in a voice that felt almost surreal, he declared a conclusion. I can't be certain right now, but let's take a look. Academician Sun from Condensed Matter Physics, Professor Chun in Quantum Field Theory, Professor Zhou in Particle Physics. Li Shuyou's contact list contains some of the brightest minds in theoretical physics and mathematical physics in this nation. He made calls one by one. Every time someone heard freshman and universal theory together, their reaction was nearly identical. First silence, followed by a series of questions, and finally a cautious, "He'll come take a look." Finally, Li Xiao dialed the number of Academician Lin from the mathematics department. Academician Lin, who was 68 years old, possessed deep expertise in algebraic geometry and representation theory, maneuvering effortlessly in the intersection of mathematics and physics. After Li Xiao explained the situation, there was silence on the other end of the line for about 5 seconds. Academician Lin's voice was steady as he simply said 3 words. "Come." "Where?" "In the small meeting room on the 3rd floor of the physics building." Half an hour later. "All right." Li Xiao hung up, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. He glanced at the wall clock. It was almost noon. That morning he had only understood one formula on the 3rd page of the first notebook. There were still over 90 pages left in that notebook. And there were 4 more notebooks like this one. His gaze shifted from the clock to the stack of notebooks on the desk, their dull covers matching the office he had occupied for decades. The work of an 18-year-old boy written in 2 weeks lay there quietly, like 5 bricks. He looked back. The young man sat in a chair by the window, sunlight slanting down on him, outlining his figure with a bright halo. He held the draft paper filled with derivations, quietly flipping through it, his expression serene, his gaze clear, without any unnecessary flamboyance. Li Xiao suddenly smiled. He recalled something. 20 years ago he had encountered a highly respected master of physics at an international conference. During that time, everyone was fervently discussing the second revolution of string theory. The atmosphere was lively and exhilarated. The old gentleman, during casual conversation, said something that Li Xiao did not fully understand at the time, but he remembered it to this day. In the future, the person who can make a significant advancement in this field may not be within our circle. At the time, he did not understand. Now, looking at Xie Linyuan, he suddenly understood. Those outside the circle would not be constrained by the conventional frameworks established within it. They would not be blocked by preconceptions of this is impossible, nor be hindered by the status quo of classic problems remain unsolved. They would approach from an entirely new perspective, posing questions that insiders would never ask due to their familiarity, finding paths that insiders would never discover due to their faith in the correctness of their premises. Xie Linyuan waited for Li Shuyao to finish his last call, before softly saying, "Thank you, you've worked hard." Li Shuyao waved his hand. He wanted to say something serious to Xie Linyuan, but felt it was still too early. The notebooks had not yet been validated, and the theory had not been tested at the moment for a historic breakthrough had not yet come. Yet saying something ordinary felt insufficient. In the end, he said nothing, only took out a set of keys from the drawer, searched for a while, and handed one to Xie Linyuan. "The small meeting room door, you can open it directly in half an hour. He'll go down to greet them." Xie Linyuan took the key and nodded. Li Shuyao stood up, put on the coat hanging on the rack, and opened the office door. The cold wind from the corridor rushed in, carrying the chill of December. The small meeting room on the third floor of the physics building, room 42. Remember not to go to the wrong one. He stepped out, and the door closed gently behind him. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the office, holding the key, quietly waiting. In half an hour, several top scholars in the field of theoretical physics would gather in this university's small meeting room, seeing those 5 notebooks for the first time, learning for the first time of an 18-year-old freshman who had finally solved the ultimate problem that had stumped countless brilliant minds since Einstein. Half an hour later, the door to the small conference room on the third floor of the physics building was pushed open. Li Shuyao entered first, followed by a dozen people arriving one after another. Among them were professors from the physics department, some from the mathematics department, and one special invitee from material science, whom Li Shuyao had specifically called. Since Xie Linyuan's major is material science, he wanted to know whether this universal theory would intersect with material science in ways he was unaware of. The conference room was not large, with a rectangular table occupying most of the space, surrounded by chairs occupied by top scholars in theoretical physics, mathematics, and condensed matter physics from Shuimu University. The youngest among them was over 40, with most having gray hair, and all wore glasses that reflected the light. Some had just rushed from class, still holding lesson plans. Others came directly from the laboratory, without having time to take off their lab coats, and some hurried back from off-campus after receiving Li Shuyao's call. Xie Linyuan stood at one end of the conference table, with 5 light, gray notebooks in front of him. Surrounding him were a dozen scholars who had dedicated decades to their respective fields, each academic record enough to inspire admiration. At this moment, all their gazes were focused on him, or rather on the stack of notebooks in front of him. "Everyone, this is Xie Linyuan, a freshman from the School of Materials." Li Shuyao stood beside Xie Linyuan and made a brief introduction. "He claims to have made breakthroughs in the universal theory and has documented them. I looked at part of it this morning, it took him over 3 hours to explain a formula on the 3rd page of the first notebook before I finally understood it. I had never seen that formula before. I believe this is not something I can judge alone, so I invite you all to discuss it together." The conference room fell silent for a moment. A dozen pairs of eyes shifted from Li Shuyao to Xie Linyuan. There were examinations, curiosity, skepticism, and a sense of anticipation, as if to say, "I want to see for myself." Xie Linyuan was neither nervous nor intimidated. He stood calmly before the gray-haired scholars, his expression tranquil and his gaze clear. "Hello, teachers." He slightly bowed, and then distributed the 5 notebooks to the closest professors. "This is the complete derivation of the universal theory that I have written, a total of 5 volumes. Due to time constraints, I cannot explain everything in detail, though I suggest that you first browse through it to see the overall framework and key conclusions. I am available to answer any questions." The notebooks began to be circulated. At the conference table, several professors opened one each and began to read. Initially, the atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed, even somewhat casual. Who would take seriously the universal theory written by an 18-year-old freshman? However, as the pages turned, that casualness gradually faded. Academician Wang from the mathematics department opened the 3rd page of the first notebook, his gaze landing on a formula, his brow furrowing slightly. He did not speak, but picked up a pen from the table and copied the formula onto a piece of draft paper, then began to work through it on the side. The sound of the pen scratching on the paper was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the quiet conference room. Professor Zhou from theoretical physics flipped to the middle section of the second notebook and saw a set of equations. His expression changed from initial curiosity to seriousness, then from seriousness to gravity. He pushed his glasses up and leaned in closer, as if trying to extract the symbols from the paper. Professor Chen, specializing in particle physics, read the slowest. He had the 3rd notebook and paused on the 5th chapter, staring at a page for a full 2 minutes. Then he raised his head and glanced at Li Shuyao beside him, whispering, "Oldly, come take a look at this." Li Shuyao walked over and glanced at the place pointed out by Professor Chen. The two of them leaned their heads together, silent for a few seconds, then turned to Xie Linyuan simultaneously. Xie Linyuan, what is the mathematical foundation for the transformation used in this derivation step? Professor Chen asked with a serious inquiry. Xie Linyuan walked over, took a look at the spot, then picked up a pen and wrote down several lines of derivation on the draft paper. He spoke as he wrote, his pace neither too fast nor too slow, explaining each step very clearly. Professor Chen listened, occasionally nodding, sometimes asking why can this operator be used here. Xie Linyuan answered each query. Academician Wang, standing not far away, also raised his head, holding the draft paper filled with derivations, and waved at Xie Linyuan. Xiao Xie, come here for a moment. Did you consider the boundary conditions when deriving this formula? Xie Linyuan walked over to take a look, then provided an answer that left Academician Wang momentarily speechless. The boundary conditions do not affect the conclusion, as I defined a generalized boundary operator on page 12 that can automatically absorb the contributions of boundary terms. Generalized boundary operator. Academician Wang flipped through the earlier sections of the notebook, found the definition on page 12, read it twice, then leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. He had been engaged in mathematics for 40 years, considered a top expert in the field of partial differential equations and geometric analysis in the country. A freshman of 18 had written about a generalized boundary operator that he had never encountered before. Yet this definition was logically consistent and mathematically rigorous, one might even say beautiful. It unified the treatment of variational problems for field equations under different boundary conditions, a technical challenge he had not fully resolved in his own research. Interesting, Academician Wang remarked, then put his glasses back on and continued to read. The discussions in the conference room grew increasingly lively and in-depth. Some discovered a completely unfamiliar computational formula, questioning its validity. Xie Linyuan calmly derived it on the spot, taking 15 minutes, strictly adhering to mathematical logic. At the end of the derivation, the person who had questioned fell silent, as he could find no flaws. Someone raised doubts about the rationality of a certain physical hypothesis, claiming it contradicted existing experimental observations. Xie Linyuan explained leisurely why the universal theory would revert to the known limits of general relativity and quantum field theory under that hypothesis, affirming that within the range of all existing experimental precision, the predictions of both were entirely consistent with no contradictions. Someone noticed that a certain mathematical structure used in the notebooks was not recorded in existing literature and asked Xie Linyuan where he learned it. Xie Linyuan honestly replied, I did not learn this from anywhere. It emerged naturally during the derivation. The questioner fell silent for a moment, then nodded and did not press further. The notebook was passed around, with each person examining Xie Linyuan's work within their own field of expertise. The mathematicians were checking the rigor of the mathematical structures, the physicists were verifying the self-consistency of the physical hypotheses, while a professor from materials science discovered something in the corners of the notebook that he only half understood but intuitively felt was very important. Around 1 in the afternoon, someone ordered food from the cafeteria, and a dozen people resolved their lunch in the meal. The discussions continued during the meal, with chopsticks picking up dishes, mouths uttering formulas, and draft paper and lunchboxes sitting together, ink stains and grease marks surprisingly coexisting in harmony. At 3 in the afternoon, a stunning discovery emerged. Academician Sun from theoretical physics found a simplified version of a formula derivation process in the appendix of the 4th notebook. He had studied this formula for many years, but had never found a satisfactory proof. The proof approach provided by Xie Linyuan resolved the issue in a manner completely beyond his expectations, the entire proof process being clean and elegant, so beautiful that it made one want to applaud. This, Xie Linyuan, how did you come up with the proof of this formula? Academician Sun's voice trembled slightly. Xie Linyuan thought for a moment and gave an answer that left everyone in the meeting room in silence. I can't really explain how I came up with it. It was right there like a painting. I saw its outline and then described it. The meeting room fell silent for about 5 seconds. An 18-year-old youth used the simplest analogy to describe something akin to intuition. He perceived the outline of the conclusion even before seeing it, and then filled it in with logic. Many present had briefly experienced this way of thinking at the peak of their research, but no one dared to voice it, as doing so would turn it into metaphysics, undermining the rigor of academic discussion. Yet, Xie Linyuan's manner of expression was not mystical, not abstract, not inflated. By 6 in the evening, the light in the meeting room had dimmed. The lights in the meeting room were turned on, the white fluorescent lights casting a pale glow on everyone's faces. The 5 notebooks from the 1st to the 5th had been flipped through countless times. However, the part that was truly understood consisted only of the first dozen pages of the 1st notebook. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but the content was too new. So new that there was no existing knowledge base to draw from, necessitating a re-establishment of understanding with every step forward. Li Shuyao glanced at the wall clock, which read 6:23. He then looked at his colleagues by the conference table, who were exhausted, yet still had bright eyes, and then spoke up. Everyone, the time is almost up for today. We, a dozen people, spent a whole day and only understood the first dozen pages of the 1st notebook. It's not that we didn't work hard, it's that this material truly exceeds our current knowledge framework. I suggest we take these notebooks back, make copies, and distribute them to more people. Experts from mathematics, physics, and all related fields should be invited to review them together. We can summarize what we understand and compile the questions about what we don't and later ask student Xie Linyuan to give us a unified explanation. No one opposed this. Everyone understood that what Li Shuyao proposed was the only feasible plan. As the meeting adjourned, everyone left with a copy of the notebook. Li Shuyao arranged for the department's printing room to work overnight to ensure that every participating scholar received complete copies of the 5 notebooks. That evening, Xie Linyuan's notebooks were carefully delivered to the printing room. The color copier scanned each page, converting the densely packed formulas and derivations into electronic documents before printing them out. The staff in the printing room did not know what they were copying, but from the complexity of the symbols and the meticulous atmosphere, they sensed that this was no ordinary assignment. The next day, the first batch of copies was delivered to several senior professors in the physics, mathematics, and materials departments at Xuema University. On the third day, news began to spread on campus. It was not a public news announcement, but rather circulated within a small academic circle through phone calls and emails. One professor called another. "Old Zhang, come take a look at this. A first-year student has written a universal theory. It's no joke. Li Shuyao and the others have been studying it for 2 days, and reportedly the more they look, the more credible it seems." On the 4th day, people from other schools began to arrive. 2 academicians from the physics department of Yenjing University, upon receiving the invitation, came over. Initially, they approached with skepticism, but after sitting in the meeting room for 2 hours and flipping through the notebooks, their attitude shifted to one of solemnity. "If these concepts are correct, this is Nobel Prize level work," one of the academicians said to Li Shuyao after reviewing the table of contents of the first notebook, delivering a weighty statement. Li Shuyao did not respond because he thought so too, but he was unwilling to say it out loud before full verification. On the 5th day, several prominent figures in mathematics joined in. Their focus was not on the physical significance, but on the novelty and self-consistency of the mathematical. They found that some of the mathematical structures contained in this theory were areas they had never touched upon in their entire career. An 18-year-old first-year student in constructing a physical theory inadvertently developed new mathematical tools. This fact alone was already shocking enough. By the 6th day, the number of scholars participating in the research exceeded 100. The large conference room of the physics department at Xuema University had been repurposed as a temporary research center. The blackboard was filled and wiped clean, then filled again. Draft paper for calculations was strewn across the floor, and tables were piled high with coffee cups and empty water bottles. Some were debating the rigor of a certain derivation step, some were calculating alone in the corner, while others were drawing incomprehensible diagrams on the whiteboard. That evening, the results of the data compilation were released. In Xie Linyuan's 5 notebooks, a total of 37 mathematical formulas and physical relationships were discovered that had not previously existed in any literature. Of these, 19 had already been verified for correctness through independent derivation by the attending academicians and professors. The remaining 18 were too complex in their mathematical structures to derive independently for the time being. This was not because they might be incorrect, but because they employed a completely new mathematical language unfamiliar to everyone present, requiring time for digestion. This result caused a stir in the academic community. 37 new formulas with 19 already verified as correct. What does this mean? On the evening of the 6th day, a decision was made. On the 7th day, a concentrated academic report would be held in the largest conference hall of Xuema University. The speaker was not an academician nor a professor, but an 18-year-old freshman, Xie Linyuan. On the 7th day, Xuema University's main building report hall. This is the largest academic conference hall in the university, usually reserved for important academic meetings and high-level lectures. Today, the hall, which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people, was completely full. The first row was occupied by heavyweight figures. Xuema University's president, Zhou Yuanxing, sat side by side with the secretary of the university's party committee. To their left were 2 vice presidents from Yenjing University, and to their right was the deputy director of the Mathematical Sciences Division of the Academy of Sciences. Further outwards were representatives from various universities and research institutions across the country. The 2nd and 3rd rows were filled with academicians. Some were gray-haired, others had streaks of white, and there were a few who looked only in their 50s, which is considered young among this group of academicians. They came from different fields: theoretical physics, mathematics, astrophysics, particle physics, quantum chemistry, and even a few from materials science and biophysics. A total of 43 academicians were present, making it the largest gathering of academicians at a single academic event at Xuema University in the past decade. From the 4th row back were professors and researchers. A sea of heads filled the hall, and looking around, one could see many prominent figures from the academic circle. Some had flown in overnight from other places, some had set aside their research to attend, and others were called by their own. Some were flipping through thick handouts, others were quietly discussing with their neighbors, and some had already filled several pages in their notebooks. Further back were hundreds of doctoral students and postdocs. Their faces displayed excitement, anticipation, and a complex expression that was hard to define. An 18-year-old freshman stood before them ready to explain the theory of everything. This in itself was enough to evoke complex emotions in every doctoral student present, admiration along with a sense of self-doubt about what they had been doing for all these years. On both sides of the report hall, several cameras were set up. One was arranged by the university's publicity department to record the lecture for archival purposes. The other cameras belonged to several academic journals and scientific media, which had received special permission to record the entire presentation for subsequent academic dissemination. The camera focused on the central position of the podium, where a lectern, a microphone, and a neat stack of notebooks were. Xie Linyuan stood at the entrance backstage, peering through the curtain at the sea of people in the report hall. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing even, and the primordial energy within him flowed gently as usual. He was not nervous. His level of cultivation in the Yuan 2 realm allowed him to handle any grand occasion. Yet he was not devoid of feelings, as standing here about to face nearly all the top forces in the theoretical physics community of this nation. It would be a lie to say there was no pressure. That feeling was not anxiety, but a weighty sense of responsibility. What he was about to present was one of the most challenging questions humanity had grappled with for millennia. The audience he would face consisted of the smartest and most discerning individuals in this country. Every word, every formula, and every deduction he made would be filtered, examined, and judged by their minds. Li Xiao walked over to him and patted his shoulder. "Are you ready?" Li Xiao asked. "I'm ready," Xie Linyuan nodded. Li Xiao looked at him, his gaze filled with many emotions: pride, worry, anticipation, and an indescribable. He did not know how the academic community would react after this youth's presentation. Would it be met with accolades or fierce skepticism? Would it lead to a historic breakthrough, or would it be overturned due to some overlooked details? He did not know. But he did know one thing: the mere fact that this young man stood here was already a miracle. "Go on," Li Xiao said. Xie Linyuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the podium. The lights shone on him, white and bright, enveloping him in a halo. Nearly 1,000 gazes from the audience fell upon him, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Various looks intertwined, creating an invisible pressure. He walked behind the lectern, placed 5 notebooks on the table, raised his hand to adjust the microphone height, and then looked towards the audience. He did not speak immediately. His gaze slowly swept across the entire report hall from left to right, passing over the academicians, professors, doctoral students, cameras, lights, and the dense crowd. As his gaze passed, the murmurs gradually quieted down. Only when the entire report hall fell silent did he begin to speak. "Hello, esteemed teachers. My name is Xie Linyuan, a freshman from the Material Science Institute. Today I am here to report on some of my work regarding the theory of everything." The audience was completely silent. Even the sound of flipping through notes had vanished. "I know that everyone here is an expert in their respective fields, while I am just a freshman." Xie Linyuan's tone was calm, without any deliberate humility or pretentious maturity. "So today I won't talk too much abstractly. I will start directly from the core mathematical structure. I will do my best to clarify the derivation process, so if anything is unclear in the middle, feel free to interrupt me with questions." He opened the first page of his notebook, picked up a whiteboard marker, and turned to draw a diagram on the whiteboard. It was a structural diagram describing the unified framework of the 4 fundamental forces in mathematical language. The diagram was small, but contained the core ideas of the entire theory. Xie Linyuan wrote the first defined mathematical quantity beneath the diagram, then turned around and began his explanation. "Let's start with the most basic question: why can't the 4 fundamental forces be unified? In existing theories, the mathematical structures of gravity and quantum mechanics are incompatible, and the reason lies in." His words ignited layers of ripples of thought in the report hall filled with academic giants. Hundreds of pens began to scribble notes simultaneously on paper. Some nodded, some frowned, some rapidly calculated on blank pages, and others suddenly widened their eyes when they heard something and wrote even more fervently. The first to start taking notes was an elderly academician with white hair, followed by the second and third, and within 10 minutes the sound of writing filled most corners of the report hall. Li Xiao sat at the edge of the first row, watching the young man drawing mathematical formulas on stage, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The report had just begun, yet he felt that today this report hall would witness the dawn of history. At the end of the first day of the academic conference, no one wanted to leave. The scheduled conclusion at 6 in the evening was pushed back to 8:30. The lights in the lecture hall remained on from the afternoon until nightfall, as the sky outside transformed from gray to deep blue and then to pitch black. Yet the figure of the young man at the podium never left that small space. The audience changed in waves. It was not that they left, but rather that they rotated. Some went to eat, while others returned to take their places, and the seats were never empty. The whiteboard was written on and wiped clean repeatedly. By the end of the first day, Xie Linyuan had covered roughly a quarter of the content in his first notebook. It was not that he spoke slowly, but rather that each new concept and formula required repeated scrutiny, multifaceted explanations, and answers to various questions. The audience was not composed of ordinary students. They were the top minds in the theoretical physics community of the Dragon Nation, and every question they asked was incisive, leaving no room for ambiguity. When the session ended, Li Shuyu approached the edge of the podium and looked at Xie Linyuan, saying, "We continue tomorrow. Can you hold up?" Xie Linyuan nodded. "I can hold up." He truly could hold up. With the physical quality of the Yuan 2 realm, he could lecture for a month without feeling. But he did not mention this. He simply packed his notebook calmly and chatted for another half hour with a few professors who stayed behind to continue the discussion before leaving the lecture hall. The next day there were even more people. After news of the first day spread, a second and third wave of scholars rushed in from all over the country. All the seats originally reserved in the lecture hall were filled, folding chairs were added in the aisles, and 2 rows of people stood at the back door. The number of academicians increased from over 40 to more than 60, with professors and researchers surpassing 300. Shuemu University had to open an adjacent classroom for video streaming, allowing those who could not enter the main venue to watch in sync through screens. Xie Linyuan stood at the podium, facing an audience that was larger and denser than the first day. His expression remained unchanged, his tone steady, and his thoughts as clear as polished glass. He opened the second part of his first notebook, wrote the first new formula on the whiteboard, then turned around. Today we will continue from yesterday's content and enter the 4th chapter of the first notebook. This section primarily discusses the unification framework of strong interactions and electroweak interactions, not an extension of the existing grand unification theories, but a completely new starting point. The pens in the audience began to rustle again. The explanations on the second day were more in-depth than the first, with the mathematical structures becoming increasingly complex. While explaining a newly defined operator, Xie Linyuan noticed academician Lin from the mathematics department frowning, drawing one question mark after another on the paper. He took the initiative to stop and turn towards academician Lin. "Academician Lin, is there a problem with this part?" Academician Lin raised his head, took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, then put them back on. His voice was not loud, but very clear. "There is no problem. I just want to confirm, when you define this operator, is its algebraic structure related in some deep way to the Xie algebra? I see that the commutation relations you used later have some similarities to works in that direction." Xie Linyuan pondered for a moment, then provided an answer that left academician Lin stunned. "I have not studied Xie algebra. The commutation relations of this operator were derived directly from physical requirements, not borrowed from any mathematical theory. If it happens to relate to the Xie algebra, it may be because mathematics and physics are interconnected at a fundamental level." Academician Lin fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He did not press further, but he knew in his heart that a person who had not studied Xie algebra had derived a structure isomorphic to Xie algebra from physical requirements, which in itself was worthy of writing a mathematical paper. It was not about applying known mathematics, but rather about rediscovering a certain mathematical structure. Moreover, it was independently discovered from the physical side, which held entirely different significance. The discussions on the second day were even more intense than on the first. While everyone was still trying to understand Xie Linyuan's framework on the first day, on the second day, as the framework gradually unfolded, doubts began to emerge. These were not malicious attacks, but rigorous academic scrutiny. "Here you say that gravity will revert to general relativity under certain limits, but I did not see a clear return to Newton's limit in your derivation." The question was posed by a professor from Yinjing University, an elderly man with white hair. His voice was not loud, but it carried significant weight. Xie Linyuan flipped through his notebook, found the relevant section, then picked up the whiteboard marker and wrote an entire page of derivation in the blank area. He started with the Einstein field equations of general relativity, step by step applying weak field approximations and low-speed conditions, ultimately deriving the Poisson equation satisfied by Newtonian gravitational potential. But he did not stop there. Instead, he continued demonstrating how the universal theory precisely reproduced all results of general relativity in that limit. Not only the Newtonian limit, but also the post-Newtonian approximations, gravitational wave radiation, damping, spin-spin interactions, and other higher-order effects. The entire process took about 20 minutes, with the whiteboard being written on and wiped clean repeatedly. Finally, when Xie Linyuan wrote the last equal sign, the professor from Yinjing University remained silent for a long time, then took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with his sleeve. "I understand now." He said these 3 words, then put his glasses back on, leaned back in his chair, and did not ask further questions. The third day was the conclusion. The atmosphere in the lecture hall was completely different from the previous 2 days. If the first day was marked by curiosity and exploration, and the second day by questioning and analysis, then on the third day there was an almost solemn feeling in the air, as if history was being written. Xie Linyuan was set to present the core part of the entire universal theory today, the unification mechanism of the four fundamental forces and the new physical predictions derived from it. This part occupied a significant portion of the fifth notebook and was the crown jewel of the entire theory. He wrote down an equation on the whiteboard. It was a medium-length equation, not as concise as the Einstein field equations, nor as lengthy as the Lagrangian of the Standard Model. Its form lay between the two, preserving aesthetic symmetry, while containing enough complexity to describe the interaction laws of the four fundamental forces within a unified framework. All the pens in the audience paused for a moment. This equation was so beautiful. In the aesthetic system of physicists, a truly good equation's aesthetic value is directly related to its physical depth. The Maxwell equations are beautiful, the Einstein field equations are beautiful, and the Dirac equation is beautiful. Now the structure presented by this equation shares that same kind of beauty. It is symmetrical, yet not rigid, concise, yet not simplistic. Every term has its place, every symbol carries its significance like a meticulously woven brocade. Pull out any thread, and the entire fabric would unravel. This is the unified equation. Xie Linyuan turned around to face the breathless faces in the audience. It describes the behavior of four fundamental forces within the same mathematical framework. In high-energy limits, it degenerates into the Lagrangian of the particle physics Standard Model. In low-energy gravitational limits, it degenerates into an extended form of the Einstein-Hilbert action. Under specific symmetry-breaking mechanisms, it can reproduce the known laws of electromagnetic force, weak interaction, and strong interaction. He dissected each term of the equation, explaining their physical significance and mathematical origins one by one. Behind each term lies dozens, or even hundreds of pages of derivation, yet Xie Linyuan presented the core ideas in an extremely concise manner. Among the audience, some had already filled many pages in their notebooks, yet still felt they couldn't keep up. It was not due to a lack of intelligence, but because this theory was too novel. It was not an improvement upon prior work, but rather a complete reconstruction of a building from the ground up. The concepts they had spent their entire lives familiarizing and mastering, space-time curvature, gauge fields, symmetry breaking, renormalization, had taken on new appearances and new positions within Xie Linyuan's framework. This revolutionary cognitive reconstruction required a lengthy digestion process. The discussions on the third day were more profound and challenging than the previous 2 days. Around 3 in the afternoon, an important moment arose as Xie Linyuan reached the final part of the fifth notebook. Professor Zhou from the particle physics direction raised his hand to ask a question. He had worked in theoretical physics for 40 years and was an authoritative expert in both the Standard Model and new physics beyond the Standard Model. He stood up, gazing at the equation on the whiteboard, paused for a few seconds in silence, and then spoke a sentence that silenced the entire lecture hall. "Teacher Xie, I have a question." "Teacher Xie." These 3 words, spoken by a senior professor with graying hair and a renowned reputation in academia, carried a natural weight. It was not mere politeness, but a heartfelt respect for knowledge. In the eyes of this professor, the person on stage was not an 18-year-old freshman. Rather, he was someone who had achieved breakthroughs in the most profound intellectual challenge of the unified theory. To call him teacher was not about age, but about the depth of knowledge. When Xie Linyuan heard the words teacher, Xie, his hands paused momentarily. He turned around to look at Professor Zhou, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something to decline. Professor Zhou seemed to perceive his thoughts, and without waiting for him to speak, continued, "You don't need to decline. There's no seniority in learning, the accomplished are the teachers. In this field you have gone further than any of us, and it is fitting for us to learn from you and call you teacher." The conference room fell silent for a few seconds before the sounds of agreement began to rise. Yes, the accomplished are the teachers. Academician Wang from the mathematics department looked up from his pile of papers, smiling in agreement. "Teacher Xie, I also have a question regarding the symmetry-breaking mechanism in Chapter 5. A 70-year-old academician in the third row removed his reading glasses, slightly nodded at Xie Linyuan, then put his glasses back on, opened his notebook, and pointed to a certain page. "Teacher Xie, is that topological term you mentioned only present under specific spacetime dimensions? My research has always been stuck in lower dimensional cases, but after going through your notebooks, it seems I have found a proof method that can be extended to 4 dimensions. Could you show me where there might be gaps?" Another middle-aged professor stood up, holding a page filled with derivations, getting straight to the point without hesitation. Xie Linyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say that he was just an 18-year-old college student and should not be called teacher by these esteemed scholars. But he saw in the eyes of those in the audience not a polite gaze, but one of seriousness, curiosity, and genuine respect, as someone worthy of consultation. He suddenly felt that if he declined at this moment, it would instead appear pretentious. If others did not mind, then he should not mind either. Such a title is the highest recognition of knowledge in the academic world. To refuse it is not to decline politeness, but to reject the reverence for scholarship. He took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and accepted the title with composure. "Thank you, teachers. Now let us From then on, every questioner regardless of age or experience would first say Teacher Xie before speaking. From the elderly academicians with white hair to the young professors in their 30s without exception. Throughout the lecture hall, the words Teacher Xie echoed like a series of clear chimes announcing the establishment of a brand new academic order. Not an order of institutions, but an order of knowledge. Whoever has deeper insights and more thorough theories stands at the forefront guiding the direction. The 3-day conference concluded at 6:20 in the evening of the 3rd day. When Xie Linyuan finished the last page of the 5th notebook, put down the whiteboard pen, and turned to face nearly 1,000 scholars in the audience, the entire lecture hall fell into several seconds of silence. A profound sense of shock arose. Nearly 1,000 scholars, hundreds of pens, dozens of recording devices, and several cameras, all halted. All eyes were on the 18-year-old boy on the stage. Then applause erupted. The nearly 1,000 people in the lecture hall raised their hands in unison, clapping together like a thunderclap exploding in a closed space. The sound was so loud that the chandeliers on the ceiling trembled slightly, so loud that the cameraman instinctively lowered the volume on his headphones. The applause lasted for a long time, a full 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes, some in the audience stood up, some took off their glasses to wipe the lenses, some whispered exchanges with their neighbors, and some holding their notebooks stood in the corridor, watching Xie Linyuan from a distance with complex expressions. Xie Linyuan stood at the podium facing the tide of applause, slightly bowing his head. His expression remained calm, but the whiteboard pen was gently held in his palm, never released. The applause gradually subsided. Zhou Yuanxing stood up from his seat, not walking toward the podium, but turning to make a quiet gesture to all the scholars behind him. Then he said, during these 3 days of the conference, Xie Linyuan's unified theory stands logically complete and coherent from both mathematical structure and physical hypothesis, with rigorous reasoning and testable predictions. None of us found any substantial errors within it. In this conference hall today, we have witnessed the birth of a new chapter in the history of physics. Thank you all for your support. Applause erupted once again. This time it was even more enduring and fervent. On the 3rd day after the presentation, the official announcement from Xuemu University stated that our first-year materials science student Xie Linyuan has made significant breakthroughs in theoretical physics, completing the unification theory of the 4 fundamental forces. Within the first hour of the announcement, the academic community was set ablaze. Countless individuals flocked to Xuemu University's official website to view the full details of the announcement. However, the announcement was merely a notice. The true content of the theory would be published as an academic work, something that a simple press release could not adequately convey. On that day, the Xuemu University Library announced that Xie Linyuan's 5 original notebooks would be designated as special collections. Once the news spread, inquiries at the library were flooded with questions about whether the originals could be viewed, if copies could be made, and when they would be available for reading. The library director had to issue a notice on the official website. The originals were preserved in the special collections room and were not available for borrowing. However, high-precision color copies would be provided for academic research after cataloging. The 5 light gray notebooks, written over 2 weeks, completed their journey from the framework in his mind to full verification by the top academic community and eventual permanent archiving in less than a month. They now lay quietly in the temperature and humidity-controlled special collections room alongside other precious manuscripts collected by Xuemu University. Meanwhile, the Xuemu University Press established a special editorial team composed of senior editors from the physics and mathematics departments tasked with organizing Xie Linyuan's notes into an academic work. This was not an ordinary typesetting job. The notes contained a wealth of newly defined symbols, newly introduced mathematical structures, and newly derived logical chains, necessitating the design of an entirely new typesetting scheme to accurately present the original form. The editorial team estimated that it would take at least 6 months from manuscript to formal publication, but the press decided to prioritize this project, aiming for an early release. The book title has already been determined. The cover will feature 7 characters: Xie Linyuan's unification theory. Naming a theory after oneself is the highest honor in academia. To name one's theory after oneself requires sufficient weight to uphold it, otherwise it may merely be referred to as the Xie model or the Xie framework, and only after sufficient time can it be discussed whether it qualifies as a complete theory. However, this time, no one raised any objections, as everyone felt it was only natural. Media coverage of this academic breakthrough came slightly later than the internal dissemination within the academic community, but the impact and reach were of an entirely different magnitude. Xinhua News Agency released the news promptly. The title was restrained yet steady. Xuemu University, first-year student Xie Linyuan completes unification theory of the 4 fundamental forces. The report cited the official statement from Xuemu University and included a photo of Xie Linyuan explaining at the presentation. In the photo, he stood in front of a whiteboard holding a marker with formulas covering the entire wall behind him. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him, and casting a bright halo around his outline. The title of the Long Country Youth Report was more emotive, 18 years old, 5 notebooks, 1 unification. The article detailed Xie Linyuan's journey from being a top scorer in the college entrance examination to a first-year student at Xuemu University, and finally, to the creator of the unification theory, with a powerful opening paragraph. In the article, the journalist interviewed several scholars who attended the presentation, and a quote from academician Lin of the mathematics department was highlighted in an eye-catching citation box. Among these 5 notebooks, there are at least 37 previously non-existent mathematical formulas. An 18-year-old young man, while constructing a physical theory, casually developed new mathematical tools. This is extremely rare in the history of science. The front-page headline of the Long Country Science Report was Unification Theory from Einstein to C. The article placed Xie Linyuan's work within the context of the history of physics, from Newton's law of universal gravitation to Maxwell's electromagnetic unification to Einstein's general relativity to Yang Zheng and Mills gauge field theory, and finally, to Weinberg and Salam's electroweak unification theory, culminating in Xie Linyuan's unification theory. The article pointed out that this represents a significant leap in humanity's understanding of fundamental interactions. These reports were quickly reprinted by major online media, and the topic soon surged to the hot search rankings on various social platforms. However, whether in newspapers or on television news, the core focus of all reports was on the same matter: an 18-year-old youth had achieved an ultimate theoretical breakthrough pursued by countless top minds for 100 years. Regardless of how long it may take for subsequent technologies to materialize, this event itself has already secured an unshakable position in the history of physics. The news of the verification of Xie Linyuan's unification theory spread the next day. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the Long Country Central Television's news broadcast aired on time. The first 2 news items covered significant developments both domestically and internationally. As the summary of the third news item finished, countless viewers across the nation heard that name. Today, Xuemu University announced that its first-year materials science student Xie Linyuan has made a significant breakthrough in theoretical physics, completing the unification theory of the 4 fundamental forces, Xie Linyuan's unification theory. This theory has been jointly verified by dozens of academicians and hundreds of professors, confirming its mathematical consistency and the rigor of its physical hypotheses. This is a milestone achievement for scientists from the Long Country in the field of fundamental science. The news broadcast then switched to the scene of the presentation at Xuemu University. The camera began with a panoramic view of the auditorium, then zoomed in on the podium, focusing on Xie Linyuan. He stood in front of the whiteboard dressed in a white shirt with his marker, drawing one formula after another on the board. Perhaps because the calculations shown were too profound for the average viewer to grasp, the editor intentionally pulled the camera back a bit, capturing the scene of the elderly academicians in the audience fully focused on taking notes and listening. Finally, the image froze on the moment when Xie Linyuan slightly bowed in acknowledgement, with the light cascading down from above, merging with the soft glow reflected off the covers of the stack of light gray notebooks in front of him. The total news duration was a full 3 minutes. For the news broadcast, this is a very long time. Typically, reports on domestic technological innovations last between 1 minute and 1.5 minutes, and exceeding 2 minutes is extremely rare. 3 minutes signifies that, according to the evaluation of the CCTV News Center, the breakthrough of Xie Linyuan's unification theory holds exceptionally high news value and historical significance. In these 3 minutes, there was a brief overview of the theoretical significance, a narrative description of the presentation scene, and excerpts from interviews with several academicians. Academician Lin from the mathematics department spoke to the camera, and his words were preserved in the broadcast version. I have studied mathematics for over 40 years. Xie Linyuan's notebooks have shown me an entirely new mathematical structure. These structures alone are sufficient to drive the development of the mathematical discipline. The words teacher Xie Linyuan emerged from academician Lin's lips, resonating through the national audience via the evening news. Countless individuals were momentarily stunned. An 18-year-old freshman was addressed as teacher by a gray-haired academician on national television. The scene was so shocking that many believed they had misheard, only to trust their ears after confirming it during the replay the next day. After the news broadcast, the official social media account of the evening news simultaneously released the full text and video clip of the news, garnering millions of views in less than half an hour. Official media outlets across the country quickly shared and followed up on the story. The comments were remarkably unified, declaring that Xie Linyuan's theory of universality represented a significant breakthrough in the foundation of scientific research in the Dragon Nation, exemplifying the younger generation of scientists' courage to tackle world-class scientific challenges and showcasing the innovative capacity and research potential of the youth in the new era. The official account of Xuemu University posted a Weibo with just one image and a line of text. The image was a profile shot of Xie Linyuan taken during his presentation with a blackboard covered in formulas as he raised a pen to add a subscript to one of them. The caption read: "The formulas he writes on the blackboard encompass humanity's future. Xie Linyuan theory of universality." This Weibo post saw an astonishing number of shares and likes. The comments section flooded with messages, but Xie Linyuan had no time to browse through them. In fact, he had never opened the social media app on his phone. After the academic report concluded, numerous top-tier academic journals approached him for contributions, and many prestigious universities, both domestically and internationally, sent invitations for visits, while several international academic conferences invited him to deliver keynote speeches. These letters poured in like snowflakes, piling up in the mailroom of the physics department's mailbox, filling it to. Xie Linyuan neatly arranged all the letters and tucked them into a drawer before beginning to prepare for the next day's class on the fundamentals of materials science, an ordinary day. He chose this course because the first half covered crystal structures, while the second half discussed dislocations and strengthening mechanisms forming the foundation of the materials major. On the day of registration, his roommate Qian Wudong pushed open the dormitory door and found Xie Linyuan sitting at his desk flipping through an English textbook on materials mechanics, with 3 reference books borrowed from the library neatly stacked on the corner of the desk beside a cup of tea that had gone cold. Qian Wudong stood frozen at the door, his eyes wide, holding a bag of late-night snacks he had just bought from. After facing hundreds of top scholars for academic presentations over 3 consecutive days, and just recently being featured for 3 minutes on the evening news, publicly referred to as teacher by dozens of academicians and hundreds of professors, he was now sitting here doing exercises from a materials mechanics textbook. This stark contrast left Qian Wudong momentarily at a loss for words. Xie Linyuan looked up, glanced at him with a calm expression, and spoke in his usual tone. "What's wrong?" Qian Wudong opened his mouth, lifting the bag of late-night snacks. "I brought you some fried rice." "Thanks." Xie Linyuan accepted the fried rice, opened the container, picked up a disposable chopstick, and continued flipping through the foreign reference book resting on his lap. He ate while reading, looking no different from any other freshman who was cramming literature before finals. Qian Wudong swallowed his words and silently sat down at his own desk, opening his phone. The moment the screen lit up, his phone just happened to receive a push notification for the official edited version of the 3-minute news report. The accompanying image showed Xie Linyuan standing at the center of the podium beside a whiteboard, light pouring down from overhead, the scene captured appearing less like a live broadcast screenshot and more like a painting. Qian Wudong glanced at the image of Xie Linyuan on his phone screen, and then turned to look at Xie Linyuan, who was focused on eating fried rice. The 2 images flickered back and forth in his mind, and he suddenly felt that it might take him some time to adapt to this new normal. After the official media's coverage flooded in, it took less than half a day for the information deluge to reach the eyes of every person scrolling their phones. As the largest short video platform in the Dragon Nation, Douyin naturally became the epicenter of this information. The algorithm recommendation system began to work that very night, when the evening news aired, pushing videos related to Xie Linyuan's theory of universality to tens of millions of users. However, this process was not instantaneous. It underwent a distinctive internet evolution from no one cared to everyone was watching. The first phase was swiping past. Many people within minutes of opening Douyin came across a news clip titled "Our Scientist Completes Unified Theory of Universality." The visuals were serious, the voiceover was formal, and the content was incomprehensible to the average person. The screen flashed several pages filled with formulas interspersed with mathematical symbols that were both unfamiliar and unwanted, resembling a code from an alien civilization. So the thumb gently swiped up and the next video appeared. Dancers, cute pets, delicious food reviews. The algorithm understood me. The first video was gone. When the second related video was recommended, some began to feel impatient, swiping away several times in succession. When the third and fourth videos appeared, and Xie Linyuan was mentioned several times in a row, a portion of users finally paused their swiping fingers. They discovered a key piece of information. This name seemed familiar. Xie Linyuan. Wasn't he the top scorer in the college entrance examinations 6 months ago? How did he make the news again? Once this question arose, the video's completion rate began to rise. People started watching those brief news clips intently, trying to extract some understandable information. But the results were often frustrating. The phrases mentioned in the video: unification of the 4 fundamental forces, the theory of universality, the physical barriers of anti-gravity technology, were all recognizable words, yet together they made no sense. However, that was all right. The ecosystem of Douyin had never relied on understanding to function. The second phase was checking the comments section. When a user realized they couldn't understand the video content, their next instinct was not to swipe away, but to open the comments. In Douyin's world, the comments section is often more exciting than the main content. Here gathered thousands of netizens expressing themselves in unique ways. Jokes, teasing, self-deprecation, exaggeration, bringing those lofty and obscure concepts back down, to a level where ordinary people could touch and engage with them. The comments section of the videos related to Xie Linyuan's theory quickly became the main battlefield of this online. Awesome. Xie Linyuan is awesome. Though I have no idea what the one you theory actually is, I know it's awesome, and that's enough. This comment kept reappearing beneath countless videos, each time accruing hundreds of thousands of likes. The replies below were even more razor-sharp. With that kind of insight, you'll surely make a leader someday. Grasp the big picture, let the trivial go, judge by conclusions, not by process. Not understanding is irrelevant, what matters is admitting you don't understand. That's the true spirit of honesty and inquiry. One netizen tried to make sense of the one you theory in his own terms. His comment read, so formerly scientists thought the four fundamental forces each mind their own business, none interfering with the others. Now Xie Linyuan says they're wrong. Those four are one family born of the same mother. That's what unified means. Someone replied beneath, with your explanation, I think I get it a little. So who is the mother? The mother is Xie Linyuan's one you theory. Then who is Xie Linyuan? Xie Linyuan is the person who proposed the theory. Then isn't Xie Linyuan greater than the four forces themselves? Brother, your logic already coheres on its own. I hereby declare you a one you theory expert. Such rollicking humor sprouted in every corner of the comment section. Of course, many others earnestly attempted to popularize the value of the one you theory. Their explanations typically began with a web search, lifted some secondhand material from popular science creators, and then reworked it into their own words. The one you theory is the ultimate dream of physics. People have chased it since the era of a certain renowned scientist. In brief, it is a single framework meant to explain all physical phenomena in the universe. They continued, a classical physicist explained falling apples and planetary motion, another unified electricity and magnetism, a 20th century genius related gravity to the curvature of spacetime, a later physicist unified electromagnetism with the weak interaction. Now the commenters said Xie Linyuan had unified the remaining pieces, a milestone breakthrough in the annals of physics. In these sober explanatory threads, applause and teasing often flew side by side. Some thanked sincerely, thank you. Now I finally understand what Xie Linyuan did. Others quipped instantly. You know so much, you must be an academician, right? Forgive my rudeness. The popularizer could only respond with a rueful shrug. I'm just a porter of snippets. These bricks are plucked from pieces I dug up online. A different strand of commentary drifted away from earnest popularization and slid into a contagious, increasingly outlandish realm, science fiction. The words anti-gravity technology acted like a key swinging open people's imaginations. Science communicators repeatedly invoked the notion of a top physical barrier to anti-gravity in their videos. Although they themselves were often unsure what that phrase precisely meant, the three words anti-gravity alone were enough to ignite internet fervor. Anti-gravity. You mean the kind of tech that makes spacecraft hover wherever they want? Isn't that straight out of a science fiction movie? Even the stuff in sci-fi rests on physics. It used to be fantasy because there was no theory to support it. Now that Xie Linyuan has produced the theory, fiction might edge toward reality. I get it. Xie Linyuan is the real-world Iron Man. No, he's even greater. Iron Man builds armor. Xie Linyuan rewrites the foundations of physics and remakes the world. As the discussion grew hotter, subtler, and more amusing jabs began to surface. To ordinary readers, these quips earned only a chuckle, but to those steeped in the field, they betrayed a clear-eyed recognition of how scientific work actually progresses. One person asked, if the one you theory is so powerful, and Xie Linyuan published it openly, isn't that leaking state secrets? What if other countries learn anti-gravity tech? Once that question was raised, the replies exploded. Leaking? What are you talking about? Can you even read it? Come on. Explain to me what the formula on page 3 of Xie Linyuan's notes means. If you can speak a single word of sense, I'll take you as my master right now. Give me a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Medicine. Does that make you a traditional physician? Give you the art of war? Do you then command armies? Writing knowledge down is one thing, making it your own is another. The principles behind nuclear weapons have long been public. The mass-energy relation is well known. The question is, can you actually build it? Do you know how enriched uranium must be? Do you know how to design a detonator? From theory to engineering lies the work of 10,000 PhDs. Another commenter struck with surgical clarity and offered a vivid metaphor. It's like laying a celestial tier cultivation manual before you. The manual is open, every character is visible, yet you cannot grasp even the first layer because you lack the spiritual root, the chi, the elixirs, the seniors to enlighten you. Xie Linyuan is that genius. He not only comprehended it, he ascended and became emperor. Without the aptitude, you could stand there 100 years and remain unchanged. That comments likes surged, the comment section erupted in cheers. Celestial tier manual, what an apt analogy. The one you theory is physics, a mortal's cultivation tale. Xie Linyuan isn't the protagonist. He's the one who wrote the manual. He is the founding patriarch. So now we're all practitioners who only glanced at the first page and got dizzy, while Xie Linyuan has already passed his tribulation and ascended. Naturally, self-deprecating humor about one's own situation was never far behind. Among the countless comments, the most resonant were rarely the deepest insights, rather they were the plain-spoken admissions of one's own cognitive limits. I scroll through that short video app and see so many One U Theory screenshots packed with characters and symbols. I zoom in for ages and don't understand a single one. At first I wanted to curse what is this thing, but then I thought Xie Linyuan wrote it. He aced his entrance exams. If I can't understand the One U Theory, isn't that perfectly normal? If I could, that would be the real miracle. Before opening the video, I wanted to see how brilliant Xie Linyuan is. Saw the first formula, okay, I recognize the letters. Saw the second, I know the integral sign. Reached the third page, goodbye. I meant to type I don't get it, but then I thought, if I did understand, I should be sitting in an academy hall right now, not squatting on a curb at a construction site watching short videos. Having come to that realization, I happily tapped 2 characters awesome. One pithy sentence began to be quoted again and again across the platform's comment threads, becoming a high-frequency mantra. If you could understand it, you wouldn't be an ox or a horse. You'd be my academician. That line could be pasted under almost any I don't get it remark and would reliably net hundreds or thousands of. Some mocked it, some used it to self-deprecate, and some turned it into a meme, reposting it across different video comment sections where it repeatedly rose to the top. You can understand Xie Linyuan's One U Theory on this short video platform. If you can, you're not an ox or a horse. You must be an academician. I planned to study seriously for 2 minutes, saw the third line, and gave up. Sigh, my academician dream is shattered. No matter, becoming an academician was never achieved by watching short videos in the first place. Amidst this self-mockery and joy, deeper topics were also brought up in the comment section. As the value of the theory of everything began to ferment, another concern was cautiously raised by some. If anti-gravity technology is truly developed, what will the world become? Will an arms race escalate? Will space weapons become a reality? Below such comments, the replies were surprisingly unanimous. You're overthinking it. The theory of everything is much further from anti-gravity technology than the Earth is from the Sun. Theory is theory and technology is technology. Xie Linyuan has merely opened the run and do meridians. He is still a long way from ascension. Even if anti-gravity technology were to be developed tomorrow, that would be Xie Linyuan's business. What does it have to do with you? You should go to work if it's time to work and pay your mortgage if it's time to pay your mortgage. Some internet users were more blunt. You who can't even score over 60 in calculus are worried about the leakage of the theory of everything. It's like someone with a monthly salary of $3,000 worrying about how to remedy the situation if the billionaire next door has their money stolen. Such concerns of the wealthy are not yours to worry about. These replies brought the discussion back to a more grounded and realistic position. Others noticed some more specific details. Some users dug up old news from half a year ago, the various reports about Xie Linyuan achieving full marks in the college entrance examination, and were struck by a huge sense of contrast after watching it again. Half a year ago, he was still on the construction site moving cement, unable to afford bus fare to walk home. 6 months later, he was sitting in the auditorium of Xuemu University, lecturing dozens of academicians on the theory of everything. The academicians called him teacher. I watched that video of an elderly academician with all white hair who first bowed, and then said, "Teacher Xie, I have a question." I cried at that moment. Not out of emotion, but because that scene was too shocking. It made you feel that who can say otherwise? I had seen his photos on the construction site before, his face dark from the sun, wearing dirty work clothes, squatting at the construction shed door, eating a boxed meal. Looking at his photos in the auditorium, dressed in a white shirt, standing at the podium, with a full blackboard of formulas behind him, these two photos together need no explanatory text. Xie Linyuan's life is more exciting than all the light novels I've read. Light novels still have to consider logical consistency, but Xie Linyuan's life needs no logic, because he is logic itself. As the discussion deepened, a seemingly absurd, yet widely accepted phrase began to circulate in the comments. Heavenly level techniques. The heavenly level techniques are right in front of me, yet I cannot master them. Xie Linyuan said, "I've passed on the techniques to you. How much you learn depends on your own fortune." Hundreds of academicians in the audience replied in unison, "Students are dull." Xie Linyuan's theory of everything is undoubtedly a heavenly level technique. Think about it, the theory of everything is the prerequisite for anti-gravity technology, and anti-gravity is the prerequisite for interstellar travel. If you master this technique, you will be the ancestor of the entire cultivation world. Enough am already. Xie Linyuan established a sect, and Xuemu University is his mountain gate. The academicians are his inner disciples, the doctoral students are his true disciples, and we who are just scrolling through comments on Douyin are not even outer disciples, at best mere vendors selling pancakes at the foot of the mountain. Someone wrote a harsher comment below this playful remark, instantly elevating the discourse. Do you remember when Xie Linyuan said in an interview that he chose materials science for the revival of the nation and to solve the bottleneck issues? At that time some said it was just a platitude. Now who still thinks it was just a platitude? He wasn't just talking, he was genuinely taking action. Yes, he wasn't just talking. He is truly solving problems step by step. First materials science, then the theory of everything, and the next step will probably be anti-gravity. You can't help but admire such a person. What I find most frightening is his age. He is only 18, just 18. What were we doing at 18? Staying up all night in internet cafes playing cards in dormitories or obsessing over our first loves. He at 18 is already rewriting the physics textbooks. No, he's not just rewriting textbooks. He is rewriting the textbooks. In the future, the physics curriculum will have a whole chapter dedicated to Xie Linyuan's theory of everything. All students studying physics will have to learn his theories. This influence cannot be bought with money. Some shifted the discussion to another direction, a more thought-provoking one. Do you think Xie Linyuan will become an academician in the future? Isn't that obvious? If he doesn't become an academician, who will? The key is at what age he will become one. According to the normal process, it would take at least until his 30s. But I suspect that in Xie Linyuan's case there might be special approval. How old was the youngest academician in history? 38. 39. Anyway, none were below 35. If Xie Linyuan becomes an academician at 20, wouldn't that break the record? Becoming an academician at 20? Are you dreaming? If you tell me he's dreaming about becoming an academician at 20, then why don't you tell me he's also dreaming about producing the theory of everything at 18A? Wake up, well, a person like him cannot be judged by common sense. After this back and forth discussion, someone came up with a conclusion that silenced everyone. What are you arguing about? Whether Xie Linyuan will become an academician or when he will become one is a matter for the academician election committee. It is not for us to worry about. We only need to know one thing. He is a person of our nation and he is doing things for our ethnicity. That is enough. From morning till deep into the night, discussions related to Xie Linyuan's theory of everything continued to ferment on Douyin. Real-time data from the Douyin platform showed that the topic Xie Linyuan's theory of everything surpassed 1.5 billion views within 24 hours, with related videos exceeding 30,000 and total interactions in the comments section reaching tens of millions. What do these numbers mean? They mean that almost everyone who opened Douyin that day saw Xie Linyuan's name. Some merely scrolled past, some paused to take a look, some clicked into the comments section to join the discussion, and some followed Xie Linyuan's journey from his college entrance examination experience all the way to the theory of everything, understanding the story of this 18-year-old youth from start to finish. Those videos that were initially scrolled past were repeatedly recommended to the same person after the algorithm's optimizations. This time, they did not scroll away. They opened the comments section and saw those messages that made them laugh and cry and cry and laugh. They saw the metaphor of heavenly level techniques, the teasing remark, if you understand you are no longer a cow or a horse, and those comments comparing Xie Linyuan to the protagonist of a light novel and the academicians to inner disciples. They laughed and took a few screenshots to share on their social media, adding a line. Ha, the netizens are so talented. Then they came across a comment that wasn't a joke. That comment was very short, but received many likes. It contained no teasing, no self-mockery, no references to heavenly level techniques, only one line. An 18-year-old young man has made a huge leap forward for the physics of this nation, and we are all witnessing history. They stared at that line for a while, and then silently deleted the draft of. They did not share on social media again, only gave that comment a like. Late at night, the heat on Douyin showed no signs of waning. New topics, new jokes, and new teasing continued to emerge endlessly. The purple explosion character next to the term Xie Linyuan's theory of everything had been up for a full day. Given this trend, it might remain up for a long time. Countless smartphone screens illuminated in the darkness, revealing faces that were either young or not so young, either weary or excited. In this virtual space, they encountered each other using jokes and teasing to dissolve the profound theories they couldn't comprehend, using self-mockery and laughter to mask a faint, subtle sense of discontent and admiration stirred by the accomplishments of a peer. Some remembered the term theory of everything during this revelry. Some learned about Xie Linyuan's story. Some were moved by the boy who walked from the construction site to the Shuemu University auditorium, re-examining their own lives. Some wrote in the comments section, I need to go study, I can't scroll through Douyin anymore, and then continued scrolling until 2 in the morning. No one cared about these. The internet's memory is fleeting. Today's trending topic will be overshadowed by a new hotspot tomorrow. But some things won't be easily forgotten. That 18-year-old youth and his theory of everything have already written a page in the history of the Dragon Nation. After the academic report meeting concluded, a subtle change occurred in the atmosphere of the 4-person dormitory of the undergraduate students from the School of Materials at Shuemu University. No one ever said you all must treat Xie Linyuan this way or that way, and Xie Linyuan himself never put up. Yet the change still happened quietly and naturally. Qian Wudong was the first to sense this change. He was from Yinjing with physical attributes that placed him ahead among his peers, radiating a relaxed and confident aura characteristic of capital city youths. He had known who his great-grandfather was since childhood, never mentioning it in public nor deliberately avoiding it. In college, he could have continued to maintain a laid-back pace of attending classes, studying, playing sports, and socializing, becoming an exemplary student in every aspect. But now he sat at his desk every morning at 7 sharp, opening his textbooks, and turned off the lights only after 10 at night, actively seeking additional literature lists from his mentor on weekends, even beginning to self-study computational simulation software used in graduate research. All of this was because he knew. That kind of knowledge came from witnessing firsthand a person standing on the pinnacle of knowledge at a height that was nearly beyond their reach. Xie Linyuan spent less time in the dormitory, yet whenever he was there his roommates always had the opportunity to seek his guidance. Whether during 2 hours of patient discussions after dinner or questions posed to him late at night after returning from the library, he never refused explaining with a calm tone and never showing a hint of impatience. Linyuan, regarding the cross-slip mechanism of dislocations, the book only provided a qualitative description, and I couldn't grasp how it is implemented at the atomic scale. You can start with the stacking fault energy. Look at this formula. When the stacking fault energy is below a certain critical value, the probability of cross-slip will rise exponentially. The derivation process is here. I've written it down on paper. Li Ming sat beside him with a book on materials thermodynamics. Linyuan, I always feel that the definition of chemical potential here is somewhat different from what was taught in physical chemistry class. Which one is correct? There is no right or wrong, it's just a matter of perspective. The chemical potential in materials thermodynamics emphasizes the changes in free energy due to component changes, while the one taught in physical chemistry is actually defined through partial molar quantities. In a single-phase system, the two are equivalent. If you read 3 more sections, that derivation will clarify the equivalence between the two definitions. For every materials science question they asked, Xie Linyuan could articulate the core logic in the simplest terms, and each time, he would also provide a derivation on paper as corroboration. These derivations were cleaner than the standard versions provided in textbooks, closer to the essence. Qian Wudong understood the weight of this extra help. Given Xie Linyuan's current status in the academic circle, if he were willing to open a short course, the number of people signing up could stretch from Shuima University to Yinjing University, and there would be many elderly professors among those attendees. And now he sat just under 2 meters away, available for consultation at any time. Once, while sitting side by side with Qian Wutong in the cafeteria, Guo Qiming suddenly paused mid-bite, his chopsticks suspended in midair, and remarked, "Do you think he is much deeper than we sensed last time?" "Are you referring to his knowledge reserves?" "Hey, not just his knowledge reserves. What I mean is the persona he presents just the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. Most of it is covered beneath the surface, unseen by anyone." Qian Wutong fell silent. He had actually pondered this question too. "I don't know," he finally said, "and I feel that this question might not be something he himself can answer clearly either." Halfway through the new semester, the swallows returned, and the winter chill deepened. Several times Qian Wutong's parents asked him over the phone how it felt to be in the same dormitory as Xie Linyuan, and whether there was a chance to invite Xie Linyuan and his roommates to their home for a meal. The Qian family resided in Yinjing in a mansion owned by his father, who was an academician. Given the legacy of Qian's family, his father's standing in the scientific community in the Dragon Nation did not require any title for validation. The mere mention of that surname would cause those in the know to pause in silence for a moment. For such a family, wanting to meet Xie Linyuan was not about ordinary pleasantries or formalities. Leaning against his neatly folded blanket on the upper bunk, Qian Wudong pondered his words for a few seconds, and while Xie Linyuan was tidying up the heavy literature on the bookshelf, he finally said the line he had rehearsed several times in his mind during dinner. "Linyuan, my parents would like to invite you along with Qiming and Li Ming to our home for a meal. Do you have time recently?" Xie Linyuan turned around, leaning against the edge of the desk, and did not answer immediately. He quickly calculated his schedule for the next few weeks in his mind. He was still stuck in the laboratory for about a week, followed by a few days wrapping up some residual problems from the theory of everything, and then there was a closed book exam and a major assignment for a core course. After filling in all these tightly packed slots, the phase where he could barely squeeze out a gap in the calendar seemed to fall just before the winter break, in those few days before everyone returned home. "I might not be able to carve out a whole block of time recently." Xie Linyuan stood straight towards Qian Wudong, speaking in a flat tone. "I probably won't have time until those few days during the winter break. Let's see if we can find a date then." Qian Wudong nodded and mentioned in a message to his parents he agreed, and the time is set for winter break. He certainly understood that this invitation was ostensibly for all 4 people in the dormitory, but everyone present knew who the main character was. If the entire dormitory of Xie Linyuan was gathered, including Guo Qiming and Li Ming, no one would find it awkward or feel like some were favored over others. Qiming's family had always had interactions with his family, so there would be no awkwardness at the dining table. All 3 could attend, and Li Ming would not feel left out. Qian Wudong also wondered why his father wanted to meet Xie Linyuan. The family heritage passed down from the Qian family was profound enough, and the title of academician was significant, but in this field who had ever seen a descendant truly relying on the glory of their ancestors to maintain their standing? His father wanted to meet not a classmate or son's roommate, but someone who had built the theory of everything from the ground, someone whom even elderly professors with white hair would first respectfully address as Teacher Xie before asking a question. Such a person could not interact equally just because of their father is an academician background. It required understanding him, respecting him, and needing to support each other in the decades to come. Qian Wudong understood the significance of this meal, and Xie Linyuan would not be oblivious to it either. Yet Xie Linyuan was simply too busy, so busy that every seemingly trivial matter had to be forcibly squeezed from his schedule. What he was busy with was more important than any dinner invitation. 3 days after the theory of everything was validated, Xie Linyuan had already begun preparing for the next stage of work. The theory of everything is the first cornerstone, but it is not the entirety. The realization of anti-gravity technology faces several formidable technological barriers, the most imposing of which is materials. Anti-gravity vehicles will achieve liftoff without relying on aerodynamics. The working mechanism of this system is fundamentally different from existing aircraft. However, once it enters the atmosphere and travels at high speed through the dense air, the friction with the air will generate astonishingly high temperatures, and shock waves carrying streams of ionized gas will violently scour the exterior of the vehicle. If the magnitude does not decrease, the outer layer cannot withstand it, and the entire structure will collapse under high temperatures. Thermal protection serves as the first hard constraint that stands between anti-gravity technology's theoretical foundation and prototype validation. During the intense period of contemplation, while conceptualizing the theory of everything, Xie Linyuan ran countless simulations of material ratios in his mind. This was not a superficial fantasy, but a genuine deduction starting from the atomic scale. His brain operated at a speed comparable to that of a supercomputer, augmented by a capability that no supercomputer can possess: autonomous consciousness. Each deduction automatically adjusted the ratio parameters based on the comprehensive evaluation of mechanical and thermal properties from the previous round, with an iteration speed far surpassing the traditional trial-and-error approach in material development. A high-temperature resistant material composition previously non-existent in existing materials and literature gradually converged and stabilized. This scheme's temperature limit far exceeded any serviceable materials Xie Linyuan had encountered in public databases. He also discovered that the current world's actual high-temperature resistant materials used in reusable spacecraft have a maximum tolerance temperature of approximately 2,200 and are both expensive and energy-intensive to produce. Some ultra-high temperature ceramic powders synthesized in laboratories through special processes such as ZrB2 and HFB2 borides have melting points exceeding 3,000 and can withstand even higher temperatures under controlled conditions for short periods. However, they can currently only be synthesized in very small batches in laboratory settings and cannot be produced in enough quantity to cover the exterior of a practical vehicle. Xie Linyuan had a clear judgment about the advantages of the new materials he deduced, but this confidence did not stem from intuition. It was derived from the depth of thought driven by his realm of understanding. The final heat resistance potential of this composition reached 4,500, and key mechanical properties such as fracture toughness, thermal shock resistance, and long-term high-temperature structural stability all significantly surpassed any existing engineering materials on the market during the deductions. The composition scheme for the materials had already gone through several iterations in Xie Linyuan's mind. With the theoretical deductions perfected, the next step could only lead to actual laboratory synthesis. Xie Linyuan appeared at the administrative building of the Materials Institute. The associate professors were all busy with their projects, and occasionally someone hurried past in experimental attire. Xie Linyuan did not knock on any lecturer's door. He directly found the office of the vice dean in charge of equipment coordination, knocked 3 times, pushed the door open, and handed over the printed pages of his experimental proposal to the desk piled high with journals. The institute showed almost no hesitation. An 18-year-old freshman had completely derived the theory of everything on his own, and now he was applying to the institute for permission to synthesize new materials in the laboratory. Any professor in the field of materials science hearing this news would not first think, can he do it? But rather, do we have enough equipment for him to use? The Materials Science and Engineering Institute of Xuanwu University has the most comprehensive large-scale instrument platform among universities in the Dragon Nation. From high-energy ball mills to discharge plasma sintering furnaces, from chemical vapor deposition systems to transmission electron microscopes, it has supported generations of Xuanwu scholars in their research. What Xie Linyuan needed was not merely a furnace. In his engineering conception, the preparation route for the new material would involve multiple steps, including precursor ratios, high-temperature solid-phase reactions under atmospheric protection, densification, sintering, and potential post-processing, each requiring confirmation of the necessary equipment and environmental conditions. He clearly outlined the targeted equipment and its rationale in his application. He did not disclose the target temperature values, nor explain the ultimate purpose of the entire project. He only provided a highly concise and mutually constrained project goal summary. After reading through the pages, the Vice Dean took off his glasses. He did not understand all the details, but one thing was certain: this young man before him knew what he was doing. The approval process passed with unprecedented speed. The moment the equipment allocation list arrived, Xie Linyuan looked at the lines of text on the screen. His fingertips hovered over the keyboard for a moment. Then he began filling in the synthesis plan in the experimental logbook after the equipment was in place. The real experiment had not yet begun, but the first door to the Temple of Materials had already been opened. Xie Linyuan sat alone in the experimental preparation room on the 6th floor of the Materials Institute, which was not yet fully equipped, with only a white table in front of him and a whiteboard covered in his deduction calculations marked in marker. He silently recited the experimental proposal from beginning to end, then took an eraser from the wall to wipe away the old marks, rewriting the core elemental symbols constituting the new formula on the clean white surface. The first impression of these symbols when pieced together was simple to the point of being somewhat monotonous, but Xie Linyuan knew that within each simple line lay a pyramid that could not be imagined with existing knowledge. In the first 2 days of the experiment, there was virtually no progress. There were deviations between the equipment in the laboratory and the ideal conditions he hypothesized in two-dimensional deductions. Impurities, slight atmospheric fluctuations, and subtle temperature field unevenness. These variables, which are nearly impossible to completely eliminate in engineering, had all been incorporated into the model in his supercomputer-like brain, but when it came to the furnace, tangible samples were still needed for trial and error. The first synthesis failed. The precursor exhibited uneven phase separation during the heating process. Xie Linyuan conducted X-ray diffraction on the product and confirmed the emergence of a third unintended phase not predicted in the deductions. He recorded the issue in the electronic experimental logbook and adjusted the value direction of a set of ratio parameters. This parameter range had already been covered hundreds of times during his deductions, and he had a complete roadmap in mind regarding how to converge with what step size. Second time, third time. Small steps, quick pacing, inching closer. By the 5th day, the product's phase composition bore no discernible difference from the ideal structure in his deductions. Under the scanning electron microscope, the material's microscopic morphology exhibited a uniformly dense and highly coherent structure with an extremely narrow grain size distribution and almost no visible impurities or secondary phase segregation at the grain boundaries, a quality level that is exceedingly rare in ceramic material sintering. Xie Linyuan gently tapped the sample, which was smaller than the size of a fingernail, with the pad of his finger, knowing in his heart that this path had been successfully traversed. On the 10th day, he obtained a sufficient batch of dense samples. In the laboratory of the Materials Institute, he meticulously tested each standard detection device one by one. Micro-hardness, flexural strength, fracture toughness, thermal conductivity. Each index far surpassed the limits of any similar material systems found in publicly available literature. He deliberately conducted an additional comparative test, raising the same samples in a controlled atmosphere furnace to the temperature limit of laboratory devices, holding them isothermally for a substantial period, and upon retesting their performance, the performance data showed almost no degradation. Where the true limits lie cannot be measured with existing equipment. The equipment in the laboratory has a limit of about 2,200, and the sample remains intact at that temperature, showing no signs of softening, deformation, or oxidation. According to Xie Linyuan's deductions, the performance inflection point of this material is far above that temperature. He organized all the test data into a concise table, leaving a blank in the last row. Maximum temperature resistance to be tested estimated 4,500. Xie Linyuan finished typing the last line of the experimental report on his computer, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the few lines of data on the screen. In just 10 days, he had gone from 0 to 1, a speed unimaginable in the field of material science. The development cycle of a new material from formula exploration to laboratory synthesis usually takes at least 3 to 5 years, and often over 10 years, a long journey, filled with chance and luck. Yet he accomplished it in just 10 days, and not through blind trial and error, but using the extraordinary cognitive abilities of the Yuanzu realm to make precise strikes with each experiment aimed at verifying a specific node in his deductions, every step hitting the mark. Xie Linyuan turned off the computer screen, found a secure landline, and dialed the phone number for the Materials College and the university's research institute. He simultaneously connected to the university's confidentiality office on the internal communication channel. This is Xie Linyuan from the Materials College. We have achieved a significant breakthrough in materials, which does not involve directional principles, but the indicators may exceed the expected public range. In accordance with prudent principles, it is recommended to implement internal containment in the laboratory area. The involved samples records and equipment environment should be managed under sensitive internal research project protocols. The preliminary performance data he reported left the other party on the phone in silence. News of Xie Linyuan's application for laboratory lockdown and higher-level professional testing spread rapidly among the professors in the Materials College. This was not a leak. The college has relevant regulations in handling internal reports of sensitive major achievements, and several senior professors involved in national key materials projects were notified to enter the expert review group. The first to arrive were several old professors from the Materials College, their hair already gray, who had been teaching in the materials department at Xie University for 2 to 3 decades, and had seen breakthroughs of all kinds. However, after seeing those numbers reported by Xie Linyuan, they remained silent on their way to the laboratory. Such a major breakthrough in materials was indeed unprecedented for them. Warning tape had already been put up at the entrance of the laboratory. The campus security department assigned personnel to monitor, and all entrants must register. Xie Linyuan waited at the entrance for them, holding the thin testing report. "Hello, professors. The samples are inside and the data is in this report. Which would you like to see first?" The report was passed around among the several academician professors. On average, each person took 3 minutes to review it. Within those 3 minutes, some furrowed their brows, fixated on a particular page, and number repeatedly confirming it, while others quickly flipped to the last row, realizing that the experimental limit had yet to be explored. Some took off their glasses, rubbed their temples, and then put them back on for a second look. "Have you verified this batch of data repeatedly on your own?" An elderly academician's gaze shifted from the report to Xie Linyuan's face. "I tested it no less than 5 times from beginning to end. Each time it was the same batch of samples operated by the same person following the same calibration process. The range of deviation is written in the appendix." The academician asked no further questions and headed straight to the testing room. Several professors followed behind and retested Xie Linyuan's samples. The humming sound of the equipment filled the quiet room, and the spectral curves and mechanical data displayed on the screen were identical to the numbers in the report. The repeated verification was accurate. The experimental data was reliable. An academician stood at the door of the testing room, fell silent for a few seconds, and his tone was entirely different from when he entered. "Teacher Xie, what did you report as the maximum temperature resistance of this material?" 4,500 degrees Celsius. 4,500 degrees Celsius. Every materials researcher present understood what that number meant. Currently, the publicly reported ultra-high temperature materials capable of transitioning from laboratory to engineering verification cause a sensation in academia with every few degrees increase in service temperature. The distance from 2200 to 4500 is vast enough to make one hesitant to contemplate it. There was no disrespect in academician Song's question, only wait. Now the laboratory equipment is insufficient. We need to apply to the nation for a higher capacity professional testing platform. After receiving Xie Linyuan's report, Xie University's response was quicker than he had anticipated. That afternoon, the relevant leaders of the University Research Institute, the director of the Research Institute, and the vice president in charge of research personally convened an emergency, closed-door meeting. Everyone attending the meeting signed a confidentiality agreement before entering. This was not an overreaction. Rather, Xie Linyuan had written such a sentence on the summary page of his written report: "This material possesses the conditions for mass production based on the existing industrial system in the current engineering extrapolation without relying on extreme laboratory processes." Within an hour after the meeting concluded, Xie University formally submitted a report. The confidentiality level in the university's recommendation section was marked with 4 words: top secret. As the report was sent out through the internal system, Xie Linyuan was in the laboratory organizing the final batch of testing samples for packaging. His phone vibrated with an encrypted message from the vice president's office. "The application has been submitted. A high-priority response for equipment has been simultaneously requested, and a deployment may occur at any time soon. Laboratory containment has been upgraded. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering, and samples and original records must not be taken out. Prepare accordingly, and when conditions allow, accompany the team to the testing site for explanation and support." Later that same day, a reply came from the national authorities approving the professional level testing and permitting protective measures for confidentiality in engineering mass production. Along with it came instructions stating that the relevant samples and original experimental records should be transferred to the testing center through designated channels, with Xie Linyuan accompanying and an expert group being formed simultaneously. For days later, academicians and experts from multiple institutions gathered in Yanjing from different cities. In a closed conference room deep within a courtyard in the northwestern suburbs of Yinjing, Xie Linyuan stood before the projection screen, with a stack of timeless light, gray notebooks beneath his feet. Only this time the audience background shifted from theoretical physicists to material scientists with a few uniformed staff members present. Testing data is one thing. Having the samples run through a high-energy platform on-site is another. At the national-level professional testing platform, his concise testing report was verified item by item. One of the steps involved sending the samples into a super high-temperature wind tunnel where they were subjected to extreme thermal flow environments close to real service conditions. On the monitoring screen, the temperature curve steadily climbed from 1,000, crossing 2,000, then 3,000, and 3,500, ultimately rising to 4,500, while the sample's morphology remained intact. The air in the control room felt as if it had been siphoned away. An elderly academician from the assembly materials expert group stared intently at the screen. His lips moved slightly, but no sound emerged. Several hours later, the comprehensive inspection report was delivered to the conference table. Xie Linyuan sat on the edge of his chair, casually flipping through his experimental records, not needing to turn the pages, merely moving those few sheets whose contents he could recite from memory. He displayed no unusual reactions to the final test results. He recalled the night he broke through to the Yuan 2 realm in a dormitory on a construction site in Hongqing, where the fan creaked, and he felt a moment of tremendous power as he clenched his fists. At that moment he knew this was just the beginning. After the test report was released, the atmosphere in the conference room underwent a profound transformation. Although no one had explicitly mentioned it before, the material scientists had entertained such thoughts deep down. The theory of universal gravitation was derived by Xie Linyuan using pen and paper. Just because others could not verify it did not mean it was incorrect. However, such a level of theoretical breakthrough was already astonishing. Surely not every result in materials science could be genuine, could it? The theory of universal gravitation combined with extreme materials conceived in the same mind was terrifying indeed. The centrifugal force data from the ultra-high-speed centrifuge steadily settled on the scale line Xie Linyuan had anticipated after being fully loaded. Under the atmosphere of protection, the millisecond-level oxidation kinetics curve traced out an almost perfect platform within the entire set time window, showing no significant quality gain, indicating that its high-temperature oxidation resistance had approached its limits. Several white-haired academicians surrounded the operation table. Some removed their glasses to wipe them repeatedly, while others posed over a dozen interconnected questions to Xie Linyuan during his report, each of which he precisely dismantled with extremely brief answers. Before Xie Linyuan began his explanation, the conference host first read out the confidentiality rules. Dozens of senior personnel in the room, with various hair colors, lowered their heads to neatly sign their names and commitment times in their notebooks. He systematically derived several core ratio thermodynamic processes and kinetic control conditions on the whiteboard. The parameters were not complex, yet every slope gradient of the temperature control curve played a decisive role in the final phase structure. Without understanding the design logic of this curve, one could not grasp why this material would behave so obediently when scaled up from the laboratory to industrial levels. An academician with completely white hair raised his hand. His question was brief, yet it touched upon a transitional point that Xie Linyuan had deliberately not elaborated on. Xie Linyuan nodded, saying, "This is the starting point of engineering." A visible ripple rippled through the atmosphere of the entire conference room. An expert who had been mostly silent hesitated to ask, "Professor Xie, do you mean that this material can not just leave the laboratory? Its preparation route is based on the existing industrial system, requiring no ultra-high temperatures, ultra-high pressures, or any extreme conditions typical of laboratory settings. All process nodes have mature industrial equipment that can accommodate them, and there are no fundamental barriers to running the entire line. It just lacks that last mile of engineering." The conference room fell silent for about 5 seconds. Then the noise erupted like a dam breaking. These scholars, who had been deeply engaged in the field of materials science for 2 to 3 decades, were most adept at skepticism, scrutiny, and verification. But at this moment their doubts crumbled like a house of cards before Xie Linyuan's proposal and test data. What they faced was not incomprehensible mathematical physics, but tangible breakthroughs with each indicator plainly laid out before them. A new material capable of leaving the laboratory is entirely different from one that must remain in it. The former represents productivity, while the latter is merely a thesis. Xie Linyuan's material not only possesses remarkable performance, but can also be directly put onto production lines. What does this signify? It signifies that the Dragon Nation in the field of high-end thermal protection materials, which has long been blocked by foreign entities, has not only achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1, but has also jumped directly from the laboratory to an industrial scale, crossing the widest chasm between sample and product in one stride. Several academicians gathered around Xie Linyuan, throwing questions at him one after another. He answered calmly and unhurriedly. He had seen problems deeper and more far-reaching than those they were currently asking, yet he provided each questioner with a sufficiently complete and clear analysis at this particular juncture. An old academician who had long been engaged in research on high-temperature structural materials for engines asked the most numerous and detailed questions. He pushed Xie Linyuan to the whiteboard, forcing him to derive for a full half-hour, insisting that every intermediate step be grounded in atomic-scale migration mechanisms. When the last whiteboard was filled with rapid derivations that he had repeatedly written and erased, he put down his pen and turned to face the academician. The academician remained silent for a moment, saying nothing. He walked up to Xie Linyuan, shook his hand, then returned to his seat, opened his notebook, and began writing. No evaluation was needed anymore. Several other academicians also gathered around. Someone asked Xie Linyuan about his plans for subsequent process scaling, another inquired about the material's oxidation lifespan assessment, and yet another questioned the essential differences in failure modes compared to a certain type of ultra-high temperature ceramic system in the latest foreign literature. Xie Linyuan answered one by one, hardly needing to think. His responses delved deep into the differences in atomic diffusion pathways until another older academician who had been listening behind him for a long time interjected, summarizing the material's trump card in a very brief time span. In simple terms, Professor Xie's material is not only more heat-resistant than others, but also more stable in the temperature range where it needs to perform. The academician returned to his seat, and his gaze towards Xie Linyuan had entirely changed from when he did not know this individual. Xie Linyuan noticed that throughout the entire conversation, no one had asked that question. As an 18-year-old freshman, how could you achieve all this? The bold red approval stamps on the test report had silently answered everything for him. As the meeting approached its conclusion, Xie Linyuan wrote down the final segment on the whiteboard, put down his pen, and turned around. The room full of academicians and professors simultaneously put down their notebooks, their attention focused on him. An old academician with graying hair stood up to deliver a summary. He first recited the core conclusions of the test report, confirming point by point that the material's performance indicators far exceeded international advanced levels, then paused to remove his glasses, wipe them, and put them back on. Professor Xie's achievement cannot be overstated in its significance. It not only resolves our nation's long-standing technical bottleneck in the field of high-end thermal protection materials, but also presents a path for direct engineering mass production. The leap from a laboratory sample to a complete production line. I'm sure everyone knows how difficult this is without me saying so. However, the content Professor Xie presented today shows me that this door has already been opened. He looked at Xie Linyuan, his voice carrying something it previously lacked. It was neither politeness nor perfunctoriness, but a natural expression of respect when facing a truly groundbreaking young peer. Professor Xie, you are not only the pride of our materials science discipline, but also a treasure of this country.